In a previous life, he was deemed a useless being, betrayed by his brethren, and ultimately met his demise in the wilderness. Upon awakening in the so-called Shintian realm, a world where the strong reign supreme, he found himself having cultivated for 2 decades. Yet, he was unable to absorb any spiritual energy, leading him to believe that once again, he would become a mere failure. To his surprise, he possessed a system, albeit one that did not assist him in cultivation. Instead, it nurtured rather peculiar hobbies: painting and medicine, pursuits seemingly devoid of merit in this realm of cultivation. Nonetheless, it was through these seemingly trivial skills that he inadvertently aided a pitiable maiden, who later rose to prominence as the Snowy Sword Immortal, renowned across the 3 realms. He rescued a gravely injured wildcat, nurturing it for an extended period, only to discover that his pet had transformed into the supreme being of all beasts. With a few pointers and alchemical techniques, he unwittingly fostered a young alchemist who would become known as the Sage of 1,000 Medicines. He took on a diminutive and unassuming female disciple, who ultimately blossomed into the ancient Emperor of Inquiry. Gu Hong mused, "None of this pertains to me. I am merely an ordinary mortal." A torrential storm descended upon the city, accompanied by flashes of lightning and a deluge of rain. Gu Hong yawned in boredom and opened his system panel. Host, Gu Hong. Cultivation level, non-existent. Gu Hong pressed his lips together, showing little concern for this status, and dismissed it with a scroll. As he scrolled down the panel, he beheld the proficiency levels of those skills utterly inconsequential to his cultivation journey: painting, calligraphy, medicine, forging, fortune-telling, and body refining, a latter of which is merely a set of so-called self-cultivation techniques bestowed by the system, allowing him to engage in casual practice. With enough effort, his physique became somewhat robust, but beyond that, the techniques proved to be of little utility. All skills have been elevated to the pinnacle of transcendent mastery. Gu Hong harbored the belief that the system was deceiving him. For transcendent mastery presupposes a level of cultivation. Take painting. For instance, those cultivators who attain enlightenment through their art can effortlessly ink landscapes imbued with profound truths. Renowned calligraphers infuse every stroke with genuine meaning, while those who could decipher the mysteries of the heavens possess the ability to calculate the past and future of humanity, unveiling the enigmas of life and death. Masterful physicians can conjure elixirs with a mere flick of their wrist, resurrecting the deceased and restoring flesh to bone. Such feats are far beyond the reach of mere mortals. Only true cultivators can achieve them. He cannot. The stages of cultivation include qi refining, foundation establishment, golden elixir formation, primordial infant stage, spiritual exit, divine separation, corporeal integration, tribulation crossing, great completion, and ultimate sanctity. The 10 tiers of cultivation culminate in the unparalleled strength of ultimate sanctity, while the first tier of qi refining remains the weakest. Since awakening to the system, he initially aspired to cultivate. However, after prolonged efforts without even attaining the first tier of qi refining, he grew despondent and reconciled with his limitations, ultimately filling out all other skills. These skills proved to be of little significance, as they were within the grasp of any ordinary individual. Even the most mundane foundation establishment cultivators surpass mortals by an immeasurable degree. Thus, among these transcendent mastery skills, Gu Hong chose medicine to sustain himself. Even mortals require medical attention, and the earnings of Gu Hong come from the pockets of these ordinary folk. Though modest, they suffice. After all, Gu Hong has come to terms with his circumstances. Perhaps he is truly incapable of cultivation. Thus, he must accept this reality. However, even amidst the downpour, an undeniable festive atmosphere pervades Qingmu City. Gu Hong gazes outside, where the sky dances with ethereal lights and lanterns adorn the streets, evoking the grandeur of a wedding celebration. Marrying on a rainy day. Does one not fear it to be inauspicious? Gu Hong scoffs lightly. Dr. Gu, you too have received an invitation to the wedding, have you not? Inquired a vendor from the miscellaneous goods shop adjacent to Gu Hong's clinic. Indeed, I have, Gu Hong replied, retrieving a crimson and azure invitation card from his robe. The nuptials in question belong to the esteemed Mo family, the foremost clan in Qingmu City, whose influence is formidable. Naturally, the wedding of their young master is an extravagant affair, and this wedding invitation serves to invite commoners to partake in the banquet. The bride is from the Bai family, a clan several times more powerful than the Mo family. Ji Yuhong finds this arrangement rather peculiar, as the marriage hardly qualifies as a match of equal standing. Rather than a union, it seems more akin to the sale of a daughter. This evening's grand wedding of the Mo family. Dr. Gu, if you are free, shall we join together to indulge in some fine dining? The vendor waved his own wedding invitation. Forget it. Such a grand occasion for cultivators is no place for us common folk. You may go alone, Gu Hong replied, displaying little interest in the matter. Gu Hong perceives that his discerning vision remains sharp. Amidst the torrential downpour that threatens to inundate the earth, a solitary and melancholic figure wanders aimlessly, akin to a mere specter. Upon closer inspection, one discovers a woman of exquisite beauty, her demeanor imbued with an air of desolation. This woman, Bai Fei, once the pride of the Bai family and a prodigious talent in the art of cultivation, was deeply cherished within her clan. Countless young men bowed before her, and many admired or envied her brilliance. However, fate has cast her into the depths of despair, for she has been sold off by her family to the heir of the Mo clan, destined to become his bride. With her head bowed, Bai Fei allows her tears to mingle with the rain, cascading down her cheeks. The origins of her plight trace back 3 months, when she ventured into the imperial secret realm and fell victim to a malevolent cultivator's treachery. Though her family sought the expertise of renowned physicians and provided her with numerous elixirs, the devouring true demon Gu was expelled, yet her foundational essence was irrevocably shattered, and the remnants of the poison continued to gnaw at her cultivation. For detoxification, that was an impossibility. Her body had become almost one with the toxin. To rid herself of it would be tantamount to sacrificing her life. This poison, known as the devouring true demon Gu, could swiftly drain a person of their cultivation, undermining their very foundation and ultimately rendering them a mere shell of their former self. Indeed, this toxin does not merely lead to death, it is far more insidious than murder itself. Since you have become a waste, then contribute to the family in whatever way you can, were the final words Bai Fei heard from her father. This marriage is, in essence, a complete farce that, as the saying goes, when the proud fall, countless rejoicers emerge. Ironically, the disparity between the Mo family and the Bai family is as vast as heaven and earth. Nevertheless, in an effort to secure this cheaply sold waste daughter marriage contract, the Bai family even offered financial incentives. Upon arriving at the Mo family, the second young master, merely at the nascent stage of his cultivation, treated her with utter disdain, revealing his mediocrity. Truly, how the tides have turned. At the tender age of 18, she had already reached the 5th stage of the nascent soul within the entire Sunfire Empire. Only a handful could stand alongside her. Yet now, she has been cast down from her pedestal, her cultivation plummeting back to the 8th stage of chi refinement within a mere 3 months, and this meager strength continues to dwindle. Even the rain now feels like an icy shroud, amplifying her sense of frailty. If only 3 months ago, she could have effortlessly cleaved through the curtain of rain with a single strike. Clutching her soft sword tightly, she finds that even the strength to unsheathe it is slipping away. Why do you toy with me? Oh heavens, I refuse. I cannot accept this. Bai Fei gazed up at the dreary sky, lamenting, yet her voice was swiftly drowned out by the sound of rain. In a moment of disorientation, the concept of death suddenly seemed less daunting. Perhaps it would be better to let her life end here, rather than being wretchedly married off to this debauched young master of the Mo family. She would rather. Lowering her gaze to the sword in her hand, her expression turned increasingly cold, her fingers trembling slightly as she slowly drew the blade. However, at that moment, a voice resonated behind her. "Miss, on such a rainy day, what brings you to roam the streets alone?" Bai Fei turned abruptly, encountering a young man standing before her. His eyes were strikingly beautiful, dark and clear, resembling a tranquil autumn pond, gentle and pure. He held a paper umbrella, temporarily shielding her from the downpour. "You." Initially, she felt a flicker of alarm, for no man had ever been so close to her. Yet, upon reflection, she found it intriguing that, amidst this torrential rain, someone had appeared out of nowhere to offer her shelter. "Thank you, kind sir." Bai Feier silently returned her half-drawn sword to its sheath. That it was merely a trifling effort. Miss, there is no need for gratitude, Gu Hong replied. Given the intensity of the rain, I kindly suggest you take refuge in my clinic for a while. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Feier nodded in agreement. The two entered the clinic side by side. The furnishings were simple, yet they exuded cleanliness and order. While Gu Hong prepared tea, Bai Feier observed him closely. He appeared to be an ordinary man, devoid of any trace of true energy. In the past, she would have scarcely spared a glance at mortals, considering them akin to ants. Yet, she too was on the cusp of becoming an ant. Here, have some warm tea to soothe your body, Gu Hong said as he returned with a steaming cup, placing it before Bai Feier. He scrutinized her face, which was undeniably beautiful, and she noticed his gaze, feeling a twinge of irritation, thinking to herself that his stare was rather audacious. But then, Gu Hong unexpectedly inquired, Miss D, you suffer from an ailment? Upon hearing his inquiry, Bai Feier was momentarily taken aback, followed by a bitter smile as she admitted, Indeed, I suffer from a grave affliction. It was truly tragic that even an ordinary mortal could discern the depths of her malady, recognizing that the poison had seeped into her very marrow, leaving her in a state akin to cancer. Yes, this ailment has persisted for quite some time, he observed, drawing closer to examine her, even placing his hand on Bai Feier's delicate wrist to take her pulse. This gesture provoked a sense of resistance within her. Yet considering his benevolent intent as a healer, she restrained her discomfort. In contrast to the arrogant young master of the Mo family, this mortal before her exhibited a refined demeanor, embodying the virtues of a true gentleman. I possess a medicine here, my lady. If you take it, you shall recover, he assured her. Ji Hong promptly approached the counter, gathered several handfuls of herbs, and retreated to the back room to prepare the medicine. Bai Feier found the situation almost laughable. How could a mere mortal comprehend the complexities of her condition? It was a dilemma that even the most esteemed medical practitioners of the imperial dynasty would find insurmountable. Yet, understanding that it would be ungracious to dismiss his goodwill, she accepted the steaming bowl of herbal concoction he presented. Tentatively, she took a sip from the bowl. Her expression transformed into one of astonishment. For that seemingly ordinary potion, upon entering her mouth, swiftly transformed into a potent and invigorating force, coursing through her veins and muscles. In an instant, all remnants of the insidious poison within her dissipated, and her previously frail and weakened body gradually regained its vitality. In that fleeting moment, Bai Feier seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. Though she hesitated to fully believe it, she stared blankly at the bowl of brown medicinal soup, murmuring to herself, Is this truly the remedy? Soon after, her long-lost cultivation rapidly surged forth within mere breaths. She transcended the foundation establishment stage, ascended into the core formation realm, and reached the 7th level of the nascent soul. She had achieved a breakthrough, all from sipping just a small mouthful of this potion. Bai Feier sat dazedly on her chair, her gaze unfocused as she looked out at the torrential rain pouring down outside, her astonishment beyond measure. What sort of elixir is this? Chapter 2. What kind of extraordinary master are you? Bai Feier felt the vital energy surging through her entire being once more. Yet she found herself unable to control even her own hands. At this moment, having returned to the nascent soul stage, she realized that the bowl of medicinal soup before her harbored an exceedingly formidable potency. Previously, she had failed to perceive this, merely due to her insufficient cultivation, which rendered her incapable of discerning its true nature. The brown liquid shimmered with a luminescence akin to stars and moons. Even a mere drop was perplexing to her, leaving her in awe of the profound alchemical techniques and the extraordinary herbs employed. The young lady's complexion appears much improved, Gu Hong remarked, observing Bai Feier with a sense of fulfillment. For a healer, there is an undeniable sense of accomplishment when witnessing a patient recover due to one's medicinal efforts. However, the girl before him stared vacantly at the soup he had presented, her body seemingly shivering with emotion, which puzzled Gu Hong. His medical skills were commendable, after all. He was deemed extraordinary by the system. The concoctions he prepared were always visually appealing and palatable, so why did this girl appear as if she had encountered a specter? Yet, Bai Feier could scarcely meet Gu Hong's gaze. For the most adept healer among the imperial lineage of the dynasty was well aware of how to eradicate the lingering toxins within her. However, the cost of such a remedy was exorbitant. It necessitated the cultivation of the eternal ironwood for over 100,000 years, combined with the crimson gold grass formed from the depths of molten lava, a portion of ancient dragon tooth powder, and the intervention of a grandmaster with at least triple the cultivation of a sage, skilled in the art of healing. The alchemical process would take 49 days to yield a single drop of starlight divine water, capable of curing her affliction. However, that is simply implausible. Firstly, the renowned everlasting ironwood that exists in the present world can only be procured by the Bai family for a maximum of 50,000 years. Beyond that figure, there are scarcely any in the entire Xiantian realm. The Bai family exerted considerable effort and managed to uncover that within the extraordinary sacred ground known as Wantian Palace, outside the imperial dynasty, there lies a treasure with a longevity of 120,000 years. That is an absolute rarity. As for the abyssal lava, only those who have reached the great ascension stage may enter. Otherwise, any intruder would meet their demise, let alone venture deep within to gather medicinal herbs. Her father, the patriarch of the Bai family, possesses merely the cultivation of the seventh tribulation stage. As for the ancient dragon tooth powder, the ancient dragon clan regards any part of their being as a forbidden treasure. Any outsider daring to disturb the body of an ancient dragon would certainly face death. Thus, in that moment, Bai Feier realized her predicament, not to mention the Bai family. Even the emperor of the Sun Flame dynasty would be utterly incapable of obtaining such heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Yet, before her stood a bowl of medicinal concoction. Was it not the starry moon divine water as proclaimed by that revered medical sage? In this humble clinic of a small town, a mere mortal man had concocted it in the brief span of a single tea break. Who on earth is he? Miss, are you all right? Gu Hong inquired with evident concern. Bai Feier abruptly came to her senses, hurriedly suppressing her emotions, and feigned calmness as she asked, "Esteemed sir." "No, esteemed elder. May I have a glimpse of the medicinal ingredients within this bowl?" Though she still struggled to believe it. She had an inkling that the man before her was no ordinary mortal, but rather an immensely powerful being whose prowess was beyond her comprehension, a medical sage of unparalleled skill. Thus, her request was somewhat impolite. With a careless utterance, she could easily offend him. The moment Bai Feier's words left her lips, she was filled with regret. Well, it was merely 3 types of herbs, nothing overly complicated. Gu Hong was somewhat puzzled as to why this rather charming young woman referred to him as her senior. This request seemed harmless. He believed she simply wished to clarify the recipe so that she could practice brewing it at home later. Approaching the medicine cabinet, he casually selected the herbs and placed them upon the table. Bai Feier swallowed hard and stepped forward. Upon inspection, her eyes widened in astonishment. The everlasting ironwood shimmered with a silver sheen, its quality undoubtedly surpassing 10,000 years. Then there was the red gold grass, which appeared unremarkable, yet she had encountered it in ancient texts. This herb was not to be trifled with, for even those in the great ascension stage could suffer burns. And the ancient dragon tooth powder. Just a fleeting glance allowed her to hear the whispers of dragons. Heavens, such precious herbs. And he merely took them out at will. These were treasures coveted by the most elite factions. If outsiders were to learn that such valuables resided within this little clinic, it would surely attract a storm of bloodshed. Yet, to possess the ability to concoct the starry moon divine water and so easily offer it to a stranger, while remaining ensconced in this humble establishment, it could not be mistaken. He was undoubtedly a reclusive master, detached from worldly affairs. This was all there was. My small clinic possesses nothing of significant worth. These herbs, in truth, were not collected by Gu Hong, but were provided by the system. The system features a marketplace interface, brimming with a plethora of items such as medicinal herbs, various books on self-cultivation, and the so-called Heavenly Book of Destiny for divination, alongside practice sketchbooks for drawing. Despite the abundance of goods, none pertain to actual cultivation, leading Gu Hong to perceive it merely as a general goods store. All items in the marketplace can be freely acquired, provided one unlocks the necessary permissions. With each level gained, corresponding points are awarded, and the higher the points, the more permissions one can unlock. Consequently, the herbs are all freely obtained by Gu Hong from the system. His substantial points have granted him access to all permissions, allowing him to take whatever he pleases from the marketplace. While these points seemingly hold other potential uses, Gu Hong has yet to discover them. However, Regarding the herbs available in the marketplace, he must admit they are rather unimpressive. The ironwood, firegrass, and beast tooth powder before him appear to be of the lowest quality. The notion that teeth and wood could be utilized as medicinal ingredients is quite unsettling for Guhong. Nevertheless, he has brewed medicine for others on numerous occasions, achieving satisfactory results. These items are not particularly remarkable, and he hopes the young lady will not take offense at his concoction. Guhong casually picked up a piece of longevity ironwood, and, with a gentle squeeze, it shattered under his grip. Bai Feier's eyelids twitched violently. Although longevity ironwood is classified as an herb, its durability is astonishing. Even a specimen aged 30,000 years could only be shattered by cultivators at the tribulation stage. In the Sunfire dynasty, there exists ironwood aged 70,000 years, which is even employed by those in the great ascension stage to test the potency of their techniques. As it is virtually indestructible, the man before her effortlessly crushed the ancient ironwood, which had existed for over 100,000 years. A cold sweat trickled down Bai Feier's back as she realized how fortunate she was to have concealed any dissatisfaction. Otherwise, if this individual wished to end her life, it would be as simple as squashing an ant, perhaps even easier. She opened her palm, staring blankly at her own hand, as if it belonged to someone else entirely. A wondrous joy enveloped her, causing her to tremble with excitement. The sensation of regaining power was intoxicating more than mere strength. It encompassed authority, status, and a liberated existence. It had all returned to her. Yet, a lingering sense of disbelief washed over her. She had unknowingly consumed a medicinal brew prepared by such a formidable figure, initially dismissing it as worthless refuse. The Star Moon Divine Water could only be refined by a transcendent master, one who possessed extraordinary medical expertise to complement it. In the entire world, there were merely a handful of renowned healers of such caliber. Each of them wielded immense connections, capable of toppling forces more powerful than the Sunflower Empire with just a word. In comparison to such individuals, what was she? A mere genius from the Bai family? Bai Feier felt a surge of fear at her earlier arrogance. Once at the brink of despair, she had unexpectedly been granted a new lease on life. All thanks to the extraordinary person before her. The shimmering waves of light danced within her violet eyes. She slowly raised her head, gazing at Guhong with admiration and gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your precious medicine. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Please allow me to bow in gratitude." With that, she attempted to kneel on the ground. Guhong swiftly extended his hand to halt Bai Feier's gesture, smiling as he said, "Since we have encountered each other, it is fate that binds us. Our meeting is merely a chance encounter, and there is no need to speak of repayment. Such notions hold little significance." Bai Feier paused for a moment, realizing that for the esteemed healer before her, the Star Moon Divine Water was merely an elixir he could concoct with ease, hardly worthy of his concern. Yet for her, this bowl of Star Moon Divine Water, which she could never have obtained in her lifetime, had restored her cultivation. She was no longer a waste, but even advanced her skills further. "Thank you for your guidance. Esteemed elder, I now understand." "Feier, what a lovely name," Guhong remarked, his smile widening. The girl's beauty perfectly complemented her elegant name. Bai Feier's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her gaze, replying, "Your praise is unwarranted, esteemed elder. I am but a humble willow." In these times, young women tend to be quite modest, which Guhong found rather endearing. As the rain outside began to subside, Bai Feier took a deep breath and performed a profound bow once more. "Esteemed elder, I regret that I must attend to urgent matters and cannot linger. However, I shall return to repay your kindness, and I hope you will not turn me away when that time comes." Bai Feier now intended to return to the Mo family and personally sever the engagement that had become a source of ridicule. Guhong nodded. "If you wish to come, then come." The medical hall, typically quite desolate, would indeed benefit from the frequent visits of beautiful ladies. Bai Feier pursed her lips, a warm sensation blooming within her heart. She turned around, and in a few fleeting moments, her vital energy surged forth, and she vanished. Guhong was left astonished, his mouth agape. To think that this young lady was also a cultivator. Chapter 3 The Nine-Lived Cat that comes to visit Bai Feier had departed, and the rain continued to pour. Guhong returned to the back room with the medicinal soup that Bai Feier had barely sipped, unwilling to waste it. Reflecting upon the encounter, he found the young woman rather intriguing. His medicine could only heal mortals and was utterly ineffective against cultivators. Yet, she possessed a gentle disposition. Seeming burdened by her own thoughts while aimlessly drenched in the rain, yet still willing to indulge in a light-hearted charade with him, bringing a moment of joy to both. Regrettably, it seemed unlikely that their paths would cross again, for he was merely a mortal, while she was a young cultivator. Gu Hong rubbed his aching neck, preparing to return to the kitchen to cook. After a modest meal, he intended to rest for a while before seeing if anyone would seek his consultation on such a rainy day. Suddenly, his ears perked up at the sound of a soft meow, which drew his attention. He turned towards the entrance of the clinic, where a small white head peeked out. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a tiny white creature, likely weaned not long ago. The little one showed no fear as Gu Hong approached. Instead, it gazed at him with large, gray-blue eyes. It was a wild creature. Gu Hong crouched down and picked it up. The little one offered no resistance, almost appearing dazed as it nestled quietly in his arms. He caressed its soft fur, feeling a wave of affection swell within him. This small creature was undeniably adorable, its pure white coat reminiscent of an ice lotus blooming amidst snow-capped mountains. Upon closer examination, he noticed a peculiar purple mark on its forehead, adding an air of enchantment, prompting Gu Hong to lean in and gently kiss its forehead. Yet upon closer inspection, one discovers numerous minute wounds upon her body, in the lower abdomen. Fresh blood has stained her snow-white fur, indicating severe injuries. Indeed, the relentless downpour yesterday would have caused even the most stoic of individuals to frown. For such a delicate creature, it was a veritable natural disaster that could claim a life. Gu Hong furrowed his brow slightly, exclaiming, "You are gravely injured." The white creature licked the hem of Gu Hong's garment. He smiled and said, "Please wait a moment. I shall fetch some medicine for you." He gently placed her on the counter and retreated to the back room, while she squinted her eyes, licking her paw, a glimmer of malice flickering in her gaze. Oh, how the mighty have fallen, a tiger reduced to being preyed upon by dogs, a phoenix alighting upon the ground, no better than a mere chicken. She, Su Jinxia, a formidable guest elder under the throne of the Demon King and the Grand Elder of the Nine Lives Demon Clan, was meant to seize the opportunity during the full moon of the demon realm last night to successfully transcend the tribulation and ascend to the great ascension stage. Yet, halfway through her tribulation, she was ambushed and besieged by other demon clans. The failure of her tribulation left her half alive and badly wounded. Su Jinxia fled swiftly, running for an entire day and night, the distance covered unknown, ultimately finding herself in a deep mountain, unable to maintain her human form and forced to reveal her true demon nature. To make matters worse, in the nearby Qingmu city resided an ancestor of the Mo family, whose cultivation had reached the 8th stage of the spirit-severing realm. That old man detected her presence and immediately pursued her relentlessly. Unfortunately, Su Jinxia could only muster 2 or 3/10 of her original strength in her current state, and during the confrontation, she found herself at a disadvantage, compelled to use the last remnants of her teleportation artifact to escape into the city. This time, the losses incurred by Su Jinxia were substantial. To preserve her life, she employed numerous magical artifacts. However, enduring the tribulation was no simple feat. Countless powerful beings perished beneath the heavenly lightning. And while she could still cling to a flicker of life, her body had suffered severe damage. Coupled with the recent confrontation with the ancestor of the Mo family, her cultivation at the 10th level of tribulation could no longer be manifested. Furthermore, she had unwittingly transported herself into the territory of her adversary, and it was only a matter of time before the Mo ancestor discovered her presence. In the past, facing 100 of such foes would have resulted in her effortlessly dispatching them with a single strike. Yet now, her life hung by a thread. Nevertheless, Su Jinxia was not inclined to surrender so easily. Before her lay a mortal. Should she consume him, perhaps she could regain some of her lost powers, or even uncover a glimmer of hope. Moreover, that very human had audaciously explored her entire form and even dared to kiss her. Su Jinxia, renowned as the most exquisite beauty among the 9 lives of demons, had rebuffed the advances of countless suitors from her kin. Yet here she found herself reduced to being pawed and kissed by a mere mortal. It was an utter disgrace. To spare him would be an affront to her dignity. With a seething resolve, Su Jinxia lay prone on the ground, closing her eyes and focusing her mind, enduring the pain of her battered body. When Gu Hong returned with the medicinal soup, he found the little one sleeping on the table, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Little one, do not sleep. Healing is of utmost importance." He placed the soup on the table and gently patted her back. Coincidentally, the portion meant for Miss Fayer had not been fully consumed. so he decided to leave it for her, to warm her body before tending to her wounds. The white creature languidly opened her eyes and scanned her surroundings. To her surprise, the mortal had indeed brought her a bowl of medicinal soup. She couldn't help but feel that this individual was rather foolish. The concoction would naturally have no effect on her, as her hidden injuries from the Thunder Tribulation could only be healed with exceedingly rare celestial treasures. However, lacking significant power at the moment, she decided to feign interest in the potion to lower the mortal's guard. Then, an unexpected realization struck Su Jinxiu. This medicinal brew contained an immense and pure healing potency. She was momentarily taken aback after only a few sips of the brown potion. The hidden injuries from the Thunder Tribulation within her began to mend rapidly. Not only that, but she also sensed a burgeoning potential for her demon form to undergo a breakthrough. In the demon clan, one's form and cultivation were not directly correlated, but could evolve with fortune. For instance, the nine-lived demon starts with a black coat, followed by purple, white, silver, and finally jade. Although Su Jinxiu possessed exceptional talent for cultivation, it was notoriously difficult for her demon form to evolve in tandem with her cultivation level. After all, one's bloodline determined their limits. Thus, while she was at the 10th level of tribulation, her form remained merely white. Yet, upon consuming this potion, she felt her demon form, which had stagnated for centuries, beginning to evolve. Gu Hong, initially bored, had been watching her drink the potion, but now he noticed something amiss. The creature's fur was gradually turning a silvery hue. He paused, peering closer, and observed a faint silver light emanating from her eyes, seemingly brighter than ever before. Ah! This silver color is indeed more appealing than white. It had been quite some time since he had seen such a shade. Though the little creature's fur had inexplicably changed color, Gu Hong paid it no mind. In this world, the extraordinary is commonplace, and a mere alteration in fur color hardly warrants astonishment. To think that she could transcend the barrier that had eluded her for centuries. Su Jinxiu never anticipated that after suffering grievous injuries and finding herself in a human town, a few sips of medicinal soup in this humble clinic would lead to her evolution. Moreover, not only had the hidden injuries from her tribulation been entirely healed, but she could also freely harness her cultivation at the 10th level of tribulation. Yet, paradoxically, she found herself hesitant to act recklessly. For the soup before her shimmered with the luminescence of the stars and moon, a substance known as the Star Moon Divine Water, ranked 11th on the Divine Medicine list. Typically, even a single drop is a treasure, and before her lay a generous half-bowl. As for that mortal, no, he was certainly no mere mortal. She understood that an ordinary human could never have access to Star Moon Divine Water. For them, such a remedy would be akin to poison. Presently, she could not perceive the cultivation level of this young man. Su Jinxiu herself was at the 10th level of tribulation. If there existed a formidable being whose power she could not fathom, it could only be a transcendent entity of the sacred realm. What could this signify? This man before her must undoubtedly be a formidable being of the sacred realm. A sense of dread began to envelop Su Jinxiu. How could such a powerful figure remain oblivious to her identity as a Nine Lives demon? Yet, his indifference suggested that in his eyes, the Nine Lives demon clan held no more significance than the little creature, both deemed inconsequential. Indeed, it is a fact that the leader of the Nine Lives demon clan is merely at the 4th level of the Mahayana stage. To him, the Nine Lives demons are akin to wild creatures, to be approached as one pleases. The audacity of her contemplating the consumption of his soul. Was she not courting death by living too long? With this thought, Su Jinxiu trembled as she raised her head, only to find Gu Hong fixating on her with an icy gaze. In that moment, an overwhelming pressure enveloped her, rendering her speechless. Be obedient and finish your medicine, Gu Hong remarked, tapping the soup bowl with a tone tinged with seriousness. This little creature, still complaining about the bitterness of the medicine, was reluctant to drink. But how could she refuse? After being soaked in the rain for so long, warming herself was imperative. In caring for a small animal, one must also exhibit a degree of authority. Su Jinxiu. She quivered as she tilted her head back, gulping down the medicinal concoction, then hurriedly withdrew her paw to clutch her belly, gazing up at Gu Hong with an endearing expression. Gu Hong found her adorable antics quite amusing. From now on, follow me, and I shall take good care of you. The Mo family of Qingmu City was once one of the esteemed noble families of the dynasty. However, the decline of successive generations has befallen the Mo family as well. To this day, they have lost the majority of the vast enterprises established by their ancestors, and are now relegated to clinging to their stronghold in Qingmu City. Within the grand hall of the Mo residence, the eldest son, Mo Chung, wore an expression of displeasure. His useless fiancée, he was not in her chambers trying on wedding attire, but had instead ventured out. How utterly disrespectful. This marriage was personally sanctioned by the ancestor himself. Even though the ancestor is aware that the Bai family views the Mo family as a mere collection of miscellaneous items, marrying off a useless daughter, the union with Bai Feier still establishes a semblance of relationship with the Bai family. In truth, Bai Feier holds no further value for the Bai family. She is merely a discarded trifle. Nevertheless, with Mo Cheng's marriage to her, the Mo family can now claim a familial bond with the Bai family. For Mo Chung, this is of little consequence. However, it is rather audacious of Bai Feier, now reduced to a mere waste, to look down upon him, her future husband. Yet, Mo Chung has made up his mind. She was once an unattainable genius, but now she is simply a burdensome liability cast aside by the Bai family. They will no longer support her. After the wedding, she shall experience his true power. At this moment, Bai Feier strides into the grand hall, undeterred by the relentless downpour. "Where have you been?" Mo Chung exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table as he rose in anger. "Where is your ancestor?" Bai Feier shot him a scornful glance. Fully perceiving the superficiality of his cultivation at the second level of Dan formation. How could she be wed to such a mediocre dandy? Suppressing her fury, she refrained from drawing her sword to strike him down. The ancestor is away on urgent business. He has no interest in meeting with a useless woman like you. Mo Chung scoffed, surveying Bai Feier, whose clothes were drenched from the rain. Bai Feier raised an eyebrow, fully aware that she was now at the 7th level of the nascent soul realm. How could Mo Chung possibly discern her true cultivation? This fool believed her to be the same useless individual whose powers were waning. "Listen well, Bai Feier. I, Mo Chung, have treated you with courtesy out of respect for your former brilliance as a prodigy. Otherwise, you would not even qualify to be my servant. Now, return to your room and properly try on your wedding attire, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Mo Chung threatened, pointing ferociously at the door. "Wedding attire, is it? Very well." Upon hearing this, a sardonic smile graced Bai Feier's lips as she shot him a scornful glance before turning to leave. However, as she turned away, a cold, fierce curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Since the Mo family placed such importance on this marriage, she would ensure that in the grandest of occasions, she would trample their dignity underfoot. Chapter 4. The ancestor of the Mo family is infuriated by Feier as attitude has truly incensed Mo Chung. As the eldest son of the Mo family, he feels slighted despite the Mo family's inferiority to the Bai family. Yet, Bai Feier remains oblivious to her own standing, her haughty demeanor rendering Mo Cheng's expression akin to that of a liver. "Humph, this detestable woman, once I grow weary of her." Mo Chung gritted his teeth, seething with resentment. At that moment, an elderly figure appeared at the entrance of the hall, clad in a flowing white robe. With hair and beard as silver as the moon, he exuded an ethereal presence. However, his eyes concealed a predatory gleam. Upon entering, he immediately noticed Mo Cheng's contorted face, prompting him to frown and speak in a grave tone. "Why do you appear so displeased at this juncture, grandfather?" Upon recognizing the elder as the ancestor of the Mo family, Mo Cheng swiftly donned a sycophantic smile, preparing to cast blame upon Bai Feier. It is all her fault for being so unappreciative. "Silence." The ancestor reprimanded him, his gaze piercing and his tone severe. "Even if Bai Feier is currently deemed a useless individual, you must not treat her with such disdain until this marriage is finalized. The elders of the Bai family are on their way. Should they witness your current demeanor, they may conclude that the descendants of the Mo family lack ambition and are of little value. In the future, even with this familial alliance, it will be a challenge for the Mo family to leverage the Bai family's name." His words were delivered with utmost gravity, leaving Mo Chung pale and shaken. He was not the favored descendant of the ancestor. Otherwise, the predicament of marrying a discarded woman would certainly not have fallen upon him. However, Bai Feier is undeniably a woman of exceptional beauty. If she were to incite the wrath of the patriarch, he would likely lose everything. Contemplating this, Mo Chung hastily bowed and pleaded, "Grandfather, I acknowledge my mistake. Please punish me. I hope you will remember this. Now go, and during tonight's grand wedding, do not tarnish the reputation of the Mo family." With a flick of his sleeve, the patriarch dismissed Mo Chung, the unworthy descendant. He remained seated in the grand hall, his expression still grim. It was not that the marriage was beneath the Mo family, but rather that the patriarch felt the loss of a treasure that should have been easily obtained. Just moments ago, he had sensed the presence of a gravely injured beast outside Qingmu City and rushed there, only to find himself confronted by a formidable opponent, a 9 lives demon at the tribulation phase. The patriarch felt a surge of hope for his waning vitality. Regardless of her injuries and current plight, if he could obtain her demon core, he could break through the stagnation of his cultivation that had lasted for a century. Perhaps even surpass the chasm of the spirit transformation stage and ascend to the integration stage. Achieving the integration stage would grant him an additional millennium of life. At that time, under his leadership, the Mo family would surely reclaim its former glory. This temptation was irresistible for the patriarch. Every cultivator, without exception, yearns for greater strength and longevity, and he was no different. Of course, a demon of such high cultivation would hold considerable status within her clan. Acting recklessly could provoke retaliation from the demon race. Yet, despite this risk, he was determined to acquire the demon core of the 9 lives demon. The patriarch of the Mo family calculated meticulously, yet little did he anticipate that the critically weakened 9 lives demon would escape with the aid of a magical artifact. He found himself utterly incapable of grasping even a single hair of that elusive creature. Despite scouring the dense forest within a radius of several thousand miles, the Mo patriarch was unable to locate it, which incensed him greatly. Nevertheless, the demon had fled, and it was unlikely that it would foolishly return to Qingmu City to meet its demise. Besides venting his frustration on his own descendants, the patriarch was left with no further recourse. There were more pressing matters at hand. This evening marked the grand wedding between the Mo and Bai families. Should he orchestrate this event successfully, the Mo family's reputation would once again resonate throughout the Sunlit Empire. As night fell, Gu Hong sat at the entrance of the clinic, cradling a bowl of sweet soup in his hands. Today had been anything but leisurely. After discovering a small wild creature, the torrential rain ceased, leading to an influx of patients seeking treatment for various mishaps caused by the downpour. Gu Hong had been preoccupied with tending to them, and as a result, he had no time to prepare a proper meal. Instead, he concocted a bowl of sweet soup using some sugary medicinal herbs from the cabinet. Sipping the sweet concoction, he gazed toward the west, where the Mo residence was adorned with festive decorations, filled with joy and celebration. Celestial beings flitted across the night sky, having traveled great distances to attend the wedding, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Sighing softly, Gu Hang set the bowl of sweet soup on the nearby stone table. Without the path of a cultivator, life unfolded in such a mundane manner. Although Gu Hong had come to terms with the reality of not becoming a cultivator, the Xuantiang world ultimately remained one that revered strength above all. While the system had not transformed him into a formidable being, it had at least bestowed upon him some means of subsistence. As an ordinary mortal, he could only tend to his modest plot of land for the rest of his life. Unbeknownst to Gu Hong, a small creature, entirely clad in silvery fur, had leapt onto the stone table, gazing curiously at the bowl of sweet syrup and extending its tongue to taste it. Given that this little wildling had decided to linger in his medical clinic, Gu Hong considered himself fortunate to have taken her in. After all, he had no companion, and having her around could provide some amusement during his moments of melancholy. "Little she, is this sweet syrup delicious?" Gu Hong inquired, watching as she nodded appreciatively, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. He realized with delight that she understood human speech. When he first found her, after administering her medicine, he contemplated naming her Little Een. However, her vigorous tail wagging and head shaking indicated her disapproval. After several attempts with pen and paper, he finally discerned that she accepted the name Little She. "If you ever find yourself without a place to go, you may stay with me. I promise to treat you well." Gu Hong gently stroked her soft fur, which felt remarkably comforting to the touch. As Su Jin, she savored the syrup. She felt the potent medicinal energy coursing through her body. To her astonishment, this esteemed elder had casually tossed the petals of the extreme abyss snow lotus and the crimson gold demon flower into a pot, effortlessly refining them. The clash of these two properties in such rare and extraordinary materials is truly terrifying. A careless alchemist could easily reduce everything within 1,000 miles to ashes. However, the alchemical skills displayed before Su Jinx were nothing short of astonishing. Without the aid of any alchemical furnace, and without even witnessing the flow of true qi, he managed to meld these two substances using merely an iron pot intended for mundane cooking and some firewood. adding sugar to create a sweet concoction. She even climbed onto the medicine cabinet, rummaging through the various herbs within. The dozens of medicinal ingredients she encountered were treasures capable of inciting chaos and bloodshed in the outside world, yet here they lay, openly displayed. Moreover, his technique in alchemy was unparalleled. The potency of these precious herbs was immense, akin to poison for mortals. Yet he wielded it with such finesse that he diminished its strength just enough to heal ordinary people. It was a true squandering of precious resources. But what could Su Jinx do, hidden away in this humble locale? He utilized these invaluable herbs, sought after by countless cultivators willing to risk their lives for them, for the benefit of mere mortals. The enlightened possess their own philosophies. Perhaps this is merely a form of indulging in the world. Regardless, it ultimately benefited her, Su Jinx. Consuming these herbs would allow her to gradually refine their potency. And one day, her demonic form could evolve once more. Since this reclusive master wished to nurture her, Su Jinx felt no resistance. After all, the advantages gained from being by his side far surpassed anything she could ever hope to acquire, even with the greatest contributions in the realm of demons, which the demon emperor might not bestow upon her. In fact, she found herself increasingly reluctant to leave. Oh, the grand wedding of the Mo family is indeed an impressive affair. With the invitation in hand, one can indulge in the festivities and enjoy the feast without reservation. Gu Hong retrieved the invitation from his pocket, gazing toward the Mo family estate, pondering his next move. However, before he could act, Xiaoxi leaped into his arms, playfully tapping the prominent Mo character on the invitation with her paw, wagging her tail in excitement. In that moment, he comprehended her unspoken desire. Very well. I see you are hungry. Let us proceed to partake in the banquet. Gu Hong cradled Xiaoxi and strolled leisurely toward the Mo family residence. Meanwhile, within his embrace, Su Jinxia's eyes shimmered with a cold glint. The esteemed leader of the Qianyu sect graces our humble abode. How splendidly honored we are. Yet. Elder Moxion's words do flatter me excessively. On this momentous wedding day, I shall present a rare 1,000-year-old purple spirit flower as a token of goodwill from the Qianyu sect. The Mo family estate is vast, its courtyards meticulously arranged, adorned with pavilions and towers, all befitting the occasion. The banquet has already been set, and over 100 guests have arrived. While not an overwhelming number, these individuals are renowned cultivators within the Sun Flame dynasty, each representing their own formidable factions, none of whom are inferior to the Mo family. At this moment, the Mo family's ancestor occupies the seat of honor at the banquet, reveling in the sight of their bustling gathering, guests filling the halls. It brings him immense satisfaction, reminiscent of the illustrious glory once held by the Mo family's forebears. Regrettably, the descendants lack ambition, not only failing to maintain the family fortune, but also finding themselves reduced to mere rulers within the confines of Qingmu City. In times past, these very factions that now gather to celebrate could only survive by relying on the favor of the Mo family. Yet, now the Mo family revels in unprecedented glory, albeit somewhat owing to the prestige of the Bai family. The elder of the Mo family felt a secret satisfaction within, his face adorned with a benevolent smile as he addressed the assembly. Esteemed guests, allow me to propose a toast. With that, he raised his cup. Today marks the grand wedding of my esteemed grandson, Mo Cheng. I raise my glass to all of you. As his words resonated, he downed his drink in one swift motion, prompting those around him to follow suit, lifting their cups and draining them in unison. Compliments and accolades flowed abundantly, bringing forth a smile to the elder's visage, thoroughly relishing the flattery. Yet, amidst his contentment, a pang of regret lingered in his heart as he recalled the 9-lived demon. How had she managed to escape? Contemplating this, the elder's gaze flickered as he settled into his seat, observing the table nearby where Mo Cheng jovially conversed with his circle of debauched companions. This sight caused the elder to furrow his brow. This young man truly seemed like a lost cause, yet he remained a scion of his bloodline. Although the Bai family had sent a seemingly useless bride, the elder remembered Bai Feier, whose beauty and grace were undoubtedly exceptional, thus not entirely a disservice to Mo Cheng. It was only a matter of time before the Bai elder led Bai Feier forth, and the wedding would proceed as expected. On the other side, Gu Hong arrived at the entrance of the Mo family estate, where Xiaoxi peeked out from his embrace, remarkably tranquil. A multitude of mortals had gathered to witness the grand wedding, most of whom were merely seeking to share in the joy of the cultivators and enjoy a sumptuous feast. Showing little genuine interest in the matrimonial affair, Gu Hong produced the wedding invitation, and the guarding Mo family sentinels allowed him entry. However, once inside, he overheard disdainful remarks from behind. Humph, a bunch of useless souls, all here for a free meal, truly lacking worldly experience. Upon hearing this, Gu Hong paused momentarily but did not turn back. He continued his stride inward. Yet, Su Jinxia looked at him in astonishment. Such a reclusive master of healing, treated with such contempt by those hardly superior to mere mortals, remained so unfazed. It seemed that this state of detachment was not easily attainable by any formidable figure. At least, it was beyond her reach. The venue was expansive, with mortals seated at the outermost edges on small benches. Oh, Dr. Gu has arrived. How rare. Dr. Gu, do choose a seat. The dishes are truly exquisite. As Gu Hong approached, many greeted him. Most attendees were familiar faces, frequent visitors to his clinic, and he responded to each warmly, casually selecting an empty seat. A dazzling array of dishes was laid before him, and Xiaoxi hopped out, landing gracefully on the table. At that moment, the esteemed elder of the Mo family stood at the pinnacle of the banquet hall, surveying the crowd with an air of immense pride. Do you see that? That is the venerable elder of the Mo family. The middle-aged stonemason beside Gu Hong patted his shoulder. Pointing at the venerable ancestor of the Mo family perched at the highest point, a look of envy plastered across his face. Gu Hong was aware of this stonemason. In his youth, he too had been a cultivator. Though he had never even reached the foundational stage, he had suffered severe injuries in a conflict, rendering his roots utterly wasted. Nevertheless, he had once been a cultivator, ventured into the world, and witnessed its wonders. Thus, when the stonemason spoke, Gu Hong followed his gaze. Oh, it was nothing extraordinary. In truth, he had never encountered a cultivator of such standing. However, Gu Hong was indifferent. He had come to terms with his fate. If he could not be a cultivator, living as a mortal was not without its tranquility. Alas, Dr. Gu, you are truly narrow-minded. The Mo ancestor reached the spirit separation stage a century ago. There are scarcely a dozen spirit separation cultivators in the entire Sunflower Empire, and to witness one in our lifetime would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. The stonemason shook his head, lamenting with phrases like "what a pity." Although Gu Hong found little interest in his words, he was willing to engage in conversation. This elder truly possessed remarkable patience. Su Jinxia swayed her tail, contemplating this. How amusing. With a lifespan spanning thousands of years, her experiences were vast. Yet, among the plethora of medicinal herbs in the cabinet, there were some even she had never encountered. Thus, she found the stonemason's remarks utterly ludicrous. The cultivation level of the person before her was beyond her comprehension, and the stonemason could not possibly fathom it either. Yet, he mistakenly regarded Gu Hong as a mere mortal, devoid of worldly experience. After all, he was a revered medical sage of the holy sage stage, capable of refining medicine without even the need for a or true qi. She longed to express her thoughts, yet refrained from doing so, fearing that her words might startle these mere mortals and disrupt the tranquil existence of Gu Hong, who played among them. Angering him was not an option for Su Jinxia, especially since she was determined to reclaim her dignity today. The audacity of the ancestor of the Mo family to arrange a marriage was simply intolerable. As the esteemed elder of 9 lives, Su Jinxia would not allow herself to be humiliated while in a vulnerable state. Soon, she would stir up trouble for the Mo family. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the banquet hall was exuberant, with guests engaging in lively toasts and exchanges. At that moment, the ancestor of the Mo family finally cleared his throat, a sound that reverberated through the assembly, compelling all guests to turn their gaze towards him. Suddenly, a melodious tune filled the air, and the previously boisterous banquet fell into a profound silence, for the bride was making her entrance. Gu Heng's attention was drawn to the scene. A woman clad in a resplendent red gown, her figure exquisitely graceful, descended like a blooming lotus. With each step she took, an enchanting allure seemed to emanate from her, captivating the souls of the men present and eliciting hushed gasps of admiration. Beside her stood an elder in a blue robe, his demeanor serious and even tinged with concern, which struck an odd note amidst the festivities. However, the ordinary mortals seeking merriment paid little heed to such subtleties. Indeed, she was as beautiful as a celestial being. How curious it was that the Mo family had managed to procure such a stunning beauty from the Bai family. It is not certain. It is rumored that the Bai family took the initiative in proposing this union, and there are some stories behind it. The woman who is to marry seems to be utterly useless. People are chattering, having yet to see her true appearance. Many gazes are already captivated by her. Gu Heng narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his features. Who could be concealed beneath that red veil? He felt an uncanny familiarity with her. At that moment, the patriarch of the Mo family spoke, his voice resonating like thunder. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a momentous occasion for the Mo family. Bai Feier, the daughter of the Bai clan, is now to be wed to our esteemed young master, Mo Chung. I ask you all to bear witness. The atmosphere surged with excitement as guests chimed in, and Mo Chung rose to stand beside the patriarch. Meanwhile, the expression of Bai Feier remained shrouded beneath her crimson scarf. Yet the patriarch seemed to sense something amiss. Then she stepped forward, and with a flash of a sharp sword, she severed her own headscarf. In that instant, her formidable aura, reminiscent of a seventh-tier nascent soul, erupted, stirring the spiritual energy within a 10-step radius, startling everyone present. The force surged toward Mo Chung, leaving him utterly astonished. Fortunately, the patriarch was nearby and waved his robe to deflect it. Wedlock. I, Bai Feier, was once a prodigy and remain one. I shall never marry a worthless fool like you. Bai Feier brandished her sword, directing its sharp edge at Mo Chung, her long hair cascading like a flowing river, her crimson dress ablaze with fervor. The unexpected turn of events left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Su Jinsi observed the scene on the stage, secretly amused. It seemed that this grand wedding was not solely her desire to see the Mo family in disarray. Gu Heng was equally astonished. For the woman in the fiery red dress, now poised for battle, was none other than Bai Feier, who had visited his clinic earlier that day. You. What is this? On the high platform, Mo Chung gazed at Bai Feier, whose expression was as cold as ice and whose sword was as fierce as a rainbow. His face turned pale with shock, and he felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from her, causing his legs to tremble. How could this be possible? Bai Feier had arrived in Qingmu City 3 or 4 days prior, and at that time, he had perceived her as nothing more than a talentless individual. Her cultivation nearly depleted to the point of falling back to the qi refining stage. His earlier disdain for her stemmed from the belief that a mere waste like her, regardless of her family's might, could not possibly receive support for being utterly ineffectual. But why did Bai Feier suddenly possess such formidable cultivation now? I refuse to believe it. He spat, his teeth clenched in rage as he glared at Bai Feier. His expression clearly indicated his inability to endure this shocking revelation. He could not accept that a waste could reclaim her peak prowess in such a brief span of time. Even more unfathomable was the notion that this was all genuine. Yet, the more he behaved in this manner, the more a sneer of irony and mockery surfaced on Bai Feier's countenance. Her sharp gaze swept over Mo Chung, akin to the way one would regard an insignificant insect. Waste, she retorted. Then what do you consider yourself? A scion of debauchery like you is unworthy of me. Bai Feier. Upon concluding her statement, she swung her sword with fervor, unleashing a streak of sword light that surged towards Mo Chung like a silken ribbon, leaving the onlookers in awe. Those guests within proximity to the high platform were prominent cultivators from around Qingmu City, not merely leaders of sects, but also esteemed members of influential families. Their considerable cultivation levels afforded them the discernment to recognize that Bai Feier was undeniably at the nascent soul stage. The daughter of the Bai family had, a prodigy of the dynasty. Such illustrious titles had long echoed in their ears. Yet nothing compared to witnessing the might of her sword firsthand. With a single stroke, she pierced through the air, leaving the crowd speechless in astonishment. Do not act recklessly. The Mo family patriarch had not anticipated this turn of events. At that moment, he understood the source of his unease. Yet he could no longer concern himself with matters of dignity. As Bai Feier's sword struck, he waved his sleeve to intercept it. Being at the 8th level of the spirit-severing stage, he should have easily thwarted her attack, for she was merely at the nascent soul stage. However, Bai Feier's swordplay was anything but straightforward. The shadows of her blade multiplied into myriad forms, and a significant portion of her sword aura evaded his grasp entirely. Bang! Just behind the Mo family patriarch, Mo Cheng's garments were instantly shredded, and his body was sent hurtling backward as if struck by lightning, tumbling from the high platform. He spewed blood, his eyes filled with horror and resentment. You deceived me. You must be deceiving me. Mo Chung bellowed in a frenzy, unable to fathom the reality before him. How could this worthless individual suddenly become so formidable? Bai Feier scoffed. Deceive you? What are you that warrants my deceit? With an air of indifference, She sheathed her sword and turned her gaze towards the patriarch of the Mo family. This marriage proposal would be dismissed henceforth. The Mo patriarch's visage twitched, feeling the scrutinizing eyes of the guests below. His ire surged, yet he was compelled to restrain himself. For the elder from the Bai family had also stepped forward. Mo Xian, since my lady has restored her cultivation, there is no necessity to proceed with this marriage. As for the gifts previously bestowed by my Bai family to yours, you may keep them. The Bai elder was utterly unconcerned with the Mo patriarch's dignity, or rather, he deemed it unnecessary to care. Just this one elder surpassed him slightly, and the illustrious Bai family, renowned throughout the empire, had no obligation to offer any apologies or courtesies to the Mo family. Respect was a privilege reserved for the strong. Without awaiting a response from the Mo patriarch, Bai Feier descended from the high platform and strode directly towards the exit of the Missouri estate, closely followed by the elder of the Bai family. What a splendid spectacle! Gu Heng lifted his wine glass, sipping leisurely, a playful smile dancing in his eyes. He never anticipated such a commotion. He had said it himself, marrying on a rainy day is inauspicious. Look at how it has unfolded now. TSK, the Mo family has lost all face. Those present are all influential figures, and once they return and recount this incident, the stonemason clicked his tongue in astonishment. To one's astonishment, the young lady encountered such an extraordinary event. As the elder of the Bai family was about to step out of the threshold, his gaze inadvertently flickered to the side. Yet, that fleeting glance left him momentarily astounded. At the banquet table filled with mere mortals, there lay a petite and exquisite silver kitten. However, from those silver eyes, the elder of the Bai family perceived an overwhelming and irresistible pressure. How could there be a 9 lives demon here? Depart at once. A cold and haughty voice echoed in his mind. Regaining his composure, he observed the kitten wagging its tail, yet the elder felt that if he lingered any longer, he might be devoured by her. Thus, he hastily quickened his pace to leave. Su Jinxia scoffed inwardly, and then leaped back into Gu Heng's embrace. The marriage of the Mo family had fallen through, and she had witnessed enough of the spectacle. It was time for her to return, as the clinic required her attention. Gu Heng affectionately patted her fluffy head, exchanged farewells with his table companions, and departed. One might say he felt regretful. After all, he hadn't tasted a single dish from that table, yet the farce he had witnessed had sufficiently satiated him. On the high platform, Mo Chung was assisted to his feet by several guards, his garments tattered, and his spirit shattered. He appeared almost deranged, muttering nonsensical phrases such as "I don't believe it." Upon seeing this, the elder of the Mo family could no longer contain his fury and struck Mo Chung, causing him to stagger. "You wretched fool! You have utterly disgraced the Mo family." He trembled with rage, yet felt powerless to act further. The public annulment orchestrated by Bai Feier has undeniably tarnished the reputation of the Mo family. Not only that, but the esteemed ancestor of the Mo clan, possessing the formidable cultivation of the divine transformation stage, was utterly incapable of thwarting the sword strikes of Bai Feier, who is merely at the nascent soul stage. As a result, his own dignity has been utterly obliterated, while Bai Feier's renown will only grow more resplendent. Observing the varied expressions of the invited guests below, it is evident that the future of the Mo family in Qingmu City is now uncertain. Whether they can rise or even maintain their current status remains to be seen. Yet, in spite of his indignation, the Mo ancestor must wear a forced smile, apologetically informing these guests that the marriage is now void. Had she not appeared, the situation might have been different. What a splendid drama this is. It seems the Mo family truly lacks resolve. In the heavens above, a haughty laughter resounded, its unabashed derision igniting fury within the Mo ancestor. With a shake of his beard, he bellowed, "Who dares to be so arrogant? Reveal yourself." As his voice echoed, a striking figure clad in resplendent purple now hovered over the estate, casting a condescending gaze upon the crowd. Her imposing presence was both fearsome and captivating, drawing the attention of all present. The onlookers stood entranced by her beauty. Su Jinxiu offered a scornful smile, delicately tracing her alabaster fingers along her lips. "And who might you be?" The Mo ancestor narrowed his eyes. This woman was excessively enchanting, yet an unsettling feeling began to stir within him. How curious that just this morning, you were fervently pursuing me, yet now you fail to recognize my incarnation. Su Jinxia's smile blossomed, her tone flirtatious, and her crimson lips curved into an enchanting arc. Yet, as she continued speaking, Her voice suddenly turned icy, causing Mo family's elder to narrow his eyes, suddenly recalling something. You are the severely injured Nine Lives demon. Indeed, that is I. She opened her delicate hand, a terrifying power brewing within, warping the very fabric of space. Her gaze darkened as she proclaimed, regrettably, I am no longer gravely wounded. The overwhelming pressure and might compelled all present to kneel before her. Though some possessed strength that rivaled the Mo family's elder, they were still in the spirit division stage. Yet, this mere pressure rendered them utterly defenseless, implying but one possibility. She was a transcendent being of the tribulation stage. Within the entire Sunfire dynasty, the number of such formidable individuals scarcely exceeded 5. Before they could ponder the calamity the Mo family had invoked, the elder's expression turned to one of sheer terror. He unleashed all his chi, intending to flee at once. Even if I do not strike with my true form, if I allow you, an insignificant insect, to escape merely due to this avatar, my name, Su Jinxia, shall be forever tarnished. With an indifferent smile, she waved her hand casually, instantly binding the elder of the Mo family in midair. Ignoring all else, he cried out in desperation, Please, senior, spare my life. I was blind and offended you. I implore you to grant me mercy. Spare your life? Su Jinxia scoffed. Did you ever consider sparing mine when you pursued me in my time of weakness? The venerable ancestor of the Mo family was drenched in sweat, despite his esteemed position. He trembled in fear before the formidable cultivator in the tribulation stage. Please, senior, spare my life. I acknowledge my wrongs and shall never transgress again. I implore you to show mercy and grant me a chance to live. Observing the Mo ancestor's tear-streaked face, Su Jinxia smirked disdainfully. Too late. With a delicate grasp of her slender hand, she crushed the Mo ancestor into oblivion. A muffled thud resonated through the air, the sound of flesh and bone shattering, rendering the onlookers speechless with terror. They beheld the remains of the once mighty figure, reduced to mere fragments, their hearts gripped by fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Su Jinxia coldly surveyed the crowd and declared, What has transpired today is a personal vendetta between him and me, and it shall not implicate anyone else. With that, she transformed into a wisp of purple smoke, vanishing into thin air, leaving behind the eerie silence of the Mo residents. The Mo clan, witnessing their ancestor reduced to a mist of blood by the enigmatic woman, was initially shocked, but despair soon enveloped their hearts. It was all over. As the silence lingered, the guests emerged from the chilling fear and oppressive aura brought by Su Jinxia. They observed the Mo family, who looked as if they had lost their last hope, and while they were astonished, other thoughts began to stir within them. The Mo family's once prominent reputation would suffer greatly due to Baifeir's sharp withdrawal from the engagement, and the death of their ancestor had rendered the Mo family's situation precarious. In a world where strength held supreme value, the Mo family's dominance in Qingmu City was largely attributed to the presence of their ancestor. And now, he was gone. He perished at the hands of an unknown formidable being during the tribulation. The enemies of the Mo clan would undoubtedly seize this golden opportunity, and the guests present began to harbor ulterior motives. After all, the Mo clan's enterprises were vast, and with their mainstay fallen, if they did not take advantage of this moment to carve out a piece of the pie, it would merely benefit others. Soon, Qingmu City might be engulfed in yet another storm of bloodshed. Meanwhile, the mortals who had come to partake in the wedding banquet and witness the prowess of mighty cultivators seemed to be lost in a reverie. As the events of that night unfolded one after another, increasingly sensational, leaving them in a daze for an extended period. Yet, none of this concerned Gu Hong. Cradling the small pet he had found that day, he leisurely returned to the medical clinic. The following day, Gu Hong opened the doors of the clinic. The events at the Mo residence from the previous night were the talk of the entire Qingmu City. Gu Hong, curious, inquired with a nearby vendor and learned that after the formidable Baifei had boldly called off her engagement with the Mo clan, a stunningly beautiful expert had appeared and swiftly eliminated the Mo clan's patriarch. Listening to the vendor's lamentations, Gu Hong chuckled softly, realizing that by not staying until the end, he had seemingly missed a grand spectacle. Alas, the Mo clan had truly been rendered powerless. Hey, the man waved dismissively, his expression one of disdain. Who could argue otherwise? Although Gu Hong could not cultivate, he understood the principle of the survival of the fittest. Since his arrival in this realm, The Mo clan had consistently held the position of the foremost family in Qingmu City, and their patriarch was undoubtedly indispensable. However, since he has passed away, the Mo family's aspiration to maintain their position as the foremost is now unattainable. Furthermore, having held the title for such an extended period, it is inevitable that they have garnered some discontent among others, and one can only fear that they will soon encounter adversity. Of course, Gu Heng merely sighed at the thought. What do these matters have to do with him? Meanwhile, Bai Feier was in the company of an elder from the Bai family, who remained in Qingmu City. They were observing Gu Heng's medical establishment from a distance, yet did not dare to approach. This is the place, Uncle Mo. Bai Feier indicated towards Gu Heng's clinic. This senior truly seems indifferent to appearances, Bai Mo remarked, scrutinizing the rather antiquated yet well-maintained facade of the clinic with a tone laced with caution. In truth, he was quite astonished. Why? Because he had witnessed Bai Feier being afflicted by poison, her cultivation continuously waning. Bai Mo had watched her grow, and seeing her, once a paragon of excellence, suffer such a setback and plummet from grace overnight, he was naturally anxious. Yet, he had no viable solutions. Ultimately having to watch Bai Feier descend into a state of despair, being sold to the Mo family under the guise of a marriage. To be frank, Bai Mo was wholly opposed to this union. Yet, his dissent held no weight. As merely an elder, how could he oppose the decisions of the entire Bai family? However, last night when he encountered Bai Feier, he was astonished to discover that the residual poison within her had been completely eradicated, and her strength had surged dramatically. Prior to her affliction, she was merely at the 5th level of the nascent soul realm, yet now she had ascended to the 7th level. Her transformation undoubtedly filled Bai Mo with both surprise and joy. The initial intention of the Bai family was to marry off Bai Feier, who had become incapable of cultivation, believing it better to let her contribute to the clan in her final days. Yet now, the fallen prodigy had risen anew, and thus the impending marriage with the Mo family could naturally be annulled. After all, the Mo family was an undeniable weaker party compared to the Bai family, rendering their reputation inconsequential. What truly piqued Bai Mo's curiosity was how Bai Feier had accomplished such a feat. What fortuitous encounter had she experienced? Subsequently, Bai Feier recounted to her closest elder the extraordinary event that transpired the previous day during the torrential rain as she walked through the streets. Thus, they found themselves here. The ability to effortlessly refine the star moon divine water, a supreme elixir, and administer it to an unrelated junior, was indicative of the elder's indifference towards such treasures. It seemed he cared little for recompense, perhaps having already anticipated that Bai Feier could not offer a reward of commensurate value. This incident might merely be a trivial interlude in the life of a reclusive master. Bai Mo perceived that the elder had merely lent a helping hand to Bai Feier, an act of casual kindness. Nevertheless, he felt it imperative to express gratitude on behalf of the Bai family. Regardless of the circumstances, proper etiquette must be observed, and the Bai family had to demonstrate their appreciation. To my astonishment, within the empire of the Sun King, there exists such an extraordinary individual of unmatched caliber. Let us proceed. This time, he shall assist you in restoring your abilities. Although you have already expressed your gratitude, our family cannot remain entirely ungrateful. Bai Mo led Bai Feier towards the medical hall. Bai Feier felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, her mind racing with potential words to say. Yet the more she contemplated, the more daunting it seemed to voice them. She, Bai Feier, prided herself as a gifted woman, dismissing numerous youthful talents, and after her poisoning, she had suffered a significant blow. Yet, due to the casual assistance from that esteemed elder, she now felt her heart fluttering. That elder appeared youthful and handsome, yet his true age remained a mystery. He likely viewed her merely as an ignorant young girl. Upon entering the medical hall, they found the consultation room empty. Bai Mo pondered the whereabouts of the owner when suddenly, his gaze froze in place. For there, perched upon the table, was a small silver creature. Its indifferent eyes fixated upon him. It was the 9 lives demon he had encountered the previous night. This, Bai Mo's pupils widened in shock. Yet he hesitated to move. Although he was a practitioner at the spirit division, his strength surpassed that of the ancient ancestor of the Mo family by a margin. At this moment, under the demon's gaze, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his whole being chilled to the core. He had never experienced such profound fear. It stemmed from an absolute suppression of his cultivation level. Merely through its gaze, he felt as though his blood was congealing. If even a hint of murderous intent were to surface in those eyes, that intent would strike him like a tangible lethal blow. Could it be that Mo Xian was jilted? Yet Bai Mo did not promptly escort Bai Feier away from Qingwu City. Naturally, he was aware of the upheaval in the Mo family after their departure last night. A formidable being at the tribulation stage had swiftly annihilated the Mo family patriarch. Thoughts raced through his mind, effortlessly linking the nine-lived demon he encountered at the banquet to the tribulation stage powerhouse responsible for the patriarch's demise. Why would a nine-lived demon of the tribulation stage appear here? To his knowledge, this being belonged to a prominent clan among the myriad of demons, held in high regard by the esteemed monarch of 10,000 demons, who possessed the cultivation of the sage stage. Logically, such a creature would not easily manifest in the realm of humans. Uncle Mo, what is this? Bai Feier noticed Bai Mo's unusual demeanor. But as her gaze fell upon the silver creature, she experienced a sensation akin to that of Bai Mo, albeit with a far heavier sense of oppression. Is that Miss Feier? As Gu Hong emerged from the inner chamber, the overwhelming pressure enveloping Bai Feier and Bai Mo instantly dissipated. The nine-lived demon leapt from the table, scampering towards Gu Hong and jumping into his embrace. Bai Feier and Bai Mo stood in stunned silence at this unexpected scene. Only when Gu Hong approached them, cradling the nine-lived demon, did they awaken from their reverie and hastily bow in respect. Greetings, esteemed elder. Miss Feier remains quite humble, Gu Hong remarked, gently stroking the creature's fur with a smile. May I inquire about this? Bai Feier gazed at the obedient nine-lived demon nestled in Gu Hong's arms. Her lips parted slightly, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Are you referring to Xiaoxi? I took her in yesterday and, upon seeing her covered in wounds, I promptly tended to her injuries. Now she remains by my side as a pet, and she seems quite content with it. Wouldn't you agree? Gu Hong gently caressed her back. Meow. Su Jinxiu nuzzled against Gu Hong's palm, letting out a sound that served as her acquiescence. What reason could there be to refuse? After all, he might be a reclusive master more formidable than the sovereign of all beasts, possessing an abundance of rare treasures. If he chooses to care for her, Su Jinxiu would wholeheartedly welcome it. Bai Mo observed this scene, unable to suppress her astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. This was the renowned Nine Lives demon, notorious for its ferocity among the demon clan. It was utterly inconceivable that such a creature could be soothed and willingly accept the role of a pet. The prowess of this elder was indeed both awe-inspiring and intimidating. Chapter 8. The price of tea. Gu Hong gazed at the silver little cat nestled in his arms, delighting in its obedient demeanor before strangers. Though he could not fathom why these two individuals exhibited such keen interest in the feline, he mused that perhaps he had stumbled upon a rare breed of stray. Dismissing further thoughts, he felt a twinge of surprise upon seeing Bai Feier arrive at his clinic once more. Last night, he had witnessed the dramatic scene where Bai Feier boldly severed ties with her husband, a spectacle etched vividly in his memory. Now, observing her vibrant spirit and radiant beauty, he found her captivating to the point of being unable to divert his gaze. During their first encounter, she had been drenched in rain, as if all hope had been stripped from her, a mere shell of a person. Yet now, she appeared far more enchanting. Although Gu Hong refrained from inflating his own significance, he wondered if perhaps their chance meeting in the rain had, in some way, helped her untangle her emotional turmoil. Of course, he kept such thoughts to himself, aware of Bai Feier's modest nature. As a mere mortal physician, he had no desire to inflate his own importance lest it lead to misunderstandings. Meanwhile, Bai Mo had been observing Gu Hong, a seemingly youthful man who was, in truth, an enigmatic recluse of considerable age. Bai Mo could discern nothing of his true nature. There was no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. Such mastery, having reached an ethereal state, left Bai Mo in silent awe. Moreover, he could not perceive the true essence of the nine-lived spirit that Gu Hong treated as a pet. Yet he could sense its latent danger. Yet, in the presence of Gu Hong, Bai Mo felt nothing, perhaps save for the profound sense of affinity that naturally emanated from him, an essence of simplicity and authenticity that was almost transcendent. This quality only deepened Bai Mo's awe and trepidation towards Gu Hong. A being capable of treating a demon in the tribulation phase as a mere pet was not one easily comprehended by a cultivator of the spirit separation phase like himself. Who might this be? Gu Hong finally noticed Bai Mo, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. He found the middle-aged man somewhat familiar, though he did not dwell on it. Bai Feier was etched in his memory, after all, being a striking beauty, but this man, well, never mind. Seeing Gu Heng's inquiry, Bai Mo hurriedly performed a respectful bow, saying, "I am Bai Mo. I have heard of your special care for our Miss Bai, and have come to express my gratitude. I hope I am not imposing upon you." Though Gu Heng felt he had offered no significant assistance, merely inviting her to shelter from the rain during her moment of confusion and providing a bowl of simple medicinal soup that could only heal mortals, he noted that this was a matter from yesterday. Given Bai Mo's reference to Miss Bai Fayer, it seemed he was a servant of the Bai family, appearing to be an ordinary mortal himself, and Bai Fayer held him in some regard. Gu Heng pondered that even in the eyes of cultivators, not all mortals are to be dismissed as insignificant. It was likely that Bai Mo had watched Bai Fayer grow up, fostering a natural affection, and she might feel similarly. Since they were both ordinary people, it was only courteous to respond with kindness. If he believed his gratitude warranted acknowledgement, Gu Heng could only smile and say, "It was but a small gesture. Hardly worth mentioning. Miss Fayer is no ordinary person. I imagine others might have acted similarly in my stead. The realm of this esteemed elder is indeed unparalleled. In a world rife with despicable matters, he still harbors such a simple and untainted heart." This reflection left Bai Mo deeply contemplative, feeling a profound sense of inadequacy. For Bai Fayer, this was akin to a rebirth. Yet, Gu Heng appeared to regard it as nothing of great significance. Originally, Bai Mo had intended to express his gratitude with a statement about the weight of such kindness being akin to a mountain, and that the Bai family would unhesitatingly repay the favor if needed. However, he now found it inappropriate to voice such sentiments. The elder seemed to view this as a trifling matter, and to insist on compensation might even displease this reclusive sage. Alas, how thoughtless of me to forget the proper decorum and engage in conversation right here in the hall. Let us proceed to the back room for some tea. Suddenly, Gu Heng tapped his forehead and smiled apologetically. Having said that, he gently placed the little she he had been holding onto the table, softly instructing, "Behave well." Su Jinsi licked her paw and quietly settled down. "Thank you for your kindness, esteemed elder." Upon hearing this, Bai Mo felt a surge of reverence, recognizing this as the High One's consideration for them, and naturally did not refuse. He and Bai Fayer followed Gu Heng to the back hall. The back hall was meticulously arranged, leading further back to a small courtyard, which was rather chaotic. It was particularly important that visiting guests did not catch sight of it, as it would create a poor impression. Bai Mo and Bai Fayer seated themselves at a tea table, while Gu Heng poured them each a cup of tea that he had already brewed that morning. Bai Mo and Bai Fayer accepted the cups with the utmost respect. "By the way, may I inquire about the esteemed elder's name?" Bai Mo set down his cup, and it suddenly dawned on him that he seemed to have never known the name of this reclusive master. He was quite astonished during that chance encounter with Bai Fayer and had not thought to inquire. Now, as a mere young junior, she did not dare to speak freely. "Simply call me Gu Heng, or Gu Longzhong if you prefer. Familiarity breeds comfort. There's no need to address me as senior all the time, which feels somewhat excessive," Gu Heng said with a cheerful smile as he settled down and took a sip of his tea. That may not be appropriate. The esteemed senior holds great renown. How could I dare to offend so casually?" Bai Mo stammered. "There's nothing inappropriate about it." Gu Heng waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Bai Mo need not concern himself with such formalities. "I generally dislike being called senior. If it's too much trouble, you may simply refer to me as young Master Gu," he continued. "After all, I am still quite young, in the prime of my life. You, Bai Mo, appear to be much older than I. It feels as if I have aged several centuries when you call me senior." Bai Mo hesitated and glanced at Bai Fayer. "Young Master Gu is right. Even a fleeting encounter can be considered a bond. We would appear rather estranged otherwise," Bai Fayer remarked with a gentle smile, her thoughts shifting swiftly. Since Gu Heng preferred not to be addressed as senior, calling him young master would suffice, as that was his request. "Very well then, young Master Gu." Bai Mo conceded after a moment of contemplation, feeling it inappropriate to refuse further. However, he felt a great sense of nervousness as he lifted his tea cup and took a sip, hoping to calm the turmoil within him. Yet, upon tasting the tea, Bai Mo's pupils began to tremble violently. Within this delicate tea, a robust essence surged through his limbs, surpassing even the finest spring water, leaving Bai Mo in a state of unparalleled comfort. He nearly lost his composure. "What is it? Is the tea not to your taste?" Gu Heng inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor. This tea had been obtained for free from the system's marketplace, and he had yet to serve it to anyone else. It wasn't that he had not wanted to. Rather, The items in the marketplace were rather unremarkable, and as for the flavor, Gu Heng found it quite ordinary. Although Bai Mo and Bai Feier were from esteemed families, accustomed to exquisite delicacies, he doubted his modest offering would suffice. Oh no, not at all. This tea is soothing to the throat and invigorating to the spirit. It is truly of the highest quality. Bai Mo quickly set his cup down, concealing the tumult within. He was unaware of the exceptional quality of the tea Gu Heng had brewed. It was evidently a rare leaf, rich in medicinal properties. Is that so? Then it is fortuitous, for I have plenty of this tea. Allow me to gift you some to take home and brew. Observing Bai Mo's apparent delight in the tea, Gu Heng's thoughts shifted, realizing that perhaps he, a person of humble origins, lacked the refined taste to appreciate fine goods. Thus, it seemed fitting to share some of this tea with him. With that in mind, Gu Heng rose and retrieved a wooden box from a nearby cabinet, casually presenting it to Bai Mo. This, Gu Gongzi, you are too kind. Bai Mo accepted it with great trepidation, his hands trembling as he opened the box, revealing contents that left both Bai Feier and Bai Mo utterly astonished. These tea leaves possess a luster akin to jade, shimmering and radiant, exuding a rich aroma. What captivates the eye most is the delicate golden aura that envelopes them, a manifestation of their potent medicinal properties. Bai Mo has encountered such precious leaves before. These are Bodhi leaves, a premier spiritual herb utilized in medicinal concoctions, capable of replenishing vital energy and alleviating severe deficiencies in blood and qi. Moreover, their medicinal potency can settle in the dantian, fortifying the roots of one's cultivation, which is particularly crucial for practitioners in the spirit division seeking to break through their limits. He had only seen a minuscule fragment bestowed by the emperor of the Sunflame dynasty to a favored minister, and even then, its quality pales in comparison to the Bodhi leaves contained within this wooden box, akin to the disparity between refuse and treasure. Bai Feier was naturally astonished. Although she had already witnessed the profound depths of Gu Heng's antiquated medical establishment, his generosity never failed to astound time and again. The efficacy of such an item, when used merely for brewing tea, would scarcely be a fraction of its potential. It can only be said that, in their eyes, Gu Heng's reclusive yet indulgent lifestyle seemed extraordinarily extravagant. Chapter 9. You gift me a sword. I gift you a sword. Bai Mo concealed the insatiable desire and longing that lay deep within his eyes, and as he closed the wooden box, he still found it hard to believe. Bai Feier noticed the hesitation etched upon Bai Mo's face. After all, the Bodhi leaf was indeed a rare treasure. It was a significant gift, not only for Bai Mo, but even for her father, who was always seeking personal gain. However, Bai Feier had encountered true celestial materials and earthly treasures. Thus, she whispered a few words to him, explaining that within the collection of this reclusive elder, the Bodhi leaf was not particularly precious, at least not when compared to the longevity ironwood she had seen, which was over 100,000 years old. Hearing her words, Bai Mo's hesitations began to dissipate. Moreover, upon observing Gu Heng's nonchalant demeanor, he felt that if he continued to be overly sentimental, it would almost seem as if he looked down upon the man. Indeed, in the eyes of such a formidable master of medicine, these items were not regarded as exceptionally valuable. Young Master Gu, your generous gift of such a precious item humbles me greatly. Gu Heng paused momentarily before breaking into a hearty laugh. It is merely some leaves brewed for tea. If you find them pleasing, I can certainly offer you more. He believed the taste of the tea was rather unremarkable, yet since Bai Mo appreciated it, he felt it inappropriate to express his own indifference in front of him. Bai Mo, however, repeatedly declined. That will not be necessary. One must not be greedy for such precious items. With these, I am already content. Gu Heng raised an eyebrow, non-committally, pondering that Bai Mo likely possessed a discerning eye even surpassing his own. Yet, the mere presence of these tea leaves left him hesitant and evasive. It appeared that, despite residing within a prestigious family, this mortal still lacked the requisite confidence. He had observed this quite clearly moments ago. Had it not been for Bai Feier encouraging Bai Mo, he might have felt too embarrassed to accept Gu Heng's gift. Ah, Miss Feier. Last night certainly provided entertainment for many. Gu Heng suddenly shifted the topic, directing a playful smile towards Bai Feier. Her heart skipped a beat, leading her to gaze back at him. Could it be that Gu Gongzi was also present at the Mo family estate last night? Since the Mo family had granted me this invitation, I had no reason to refrain from attending, did I? As it turned out, I truly encountered some intriguing spectacles. Gu Heng produced the marriage invitation, shaking it lightly. Upon seeing that invitation, both Bai Feier and Bai Mo were taken aback, simultaneously feeling a pang of sympathy for the Mo family's lack of discernment. Marriage invitations are, in fact, rather commonplace, not to mention the Mo family. Even the marginally positioned relatives of the Bai family would issue such invitations to mortals for celebratory events. However, they were acutely aware that Gu Heng was far from an ordinary mortal. Despite the clinic's dusty and dilapidated appearance, the medicinal treasures within its cabinets surpassed even the royal treasury of the Dian dynasty. Moreover, he kept a 9-lived demon, one that had reached the tribulation stage, as a pet. Thus, when the Mo family organized their wedding, it was only fitting that Gu Heng, rather than merely occupying the guest of honor's seat, should be seated even higher than the Mo family's patriarch. Yet, the Mo family had the audacity to send him an invitation meant for mere mortals. It must be said that those esteemed families, confined to a single city, ultimately possess a rather myopic vision, perhaps having long forgotten the truth that there are always greater forces beyond themselves. Observing Gu Heng's expression, it cannot be deemed unpleasant. Rather, there is an undertone of self-deprecation, suggesting he perceives himself, the formidable medical sage, as being underestimated by the local aristocracy. In Bai Mo's heart, she sensed that having dwelled among mortals for so long, his mindset had become so detached, or perhaps he had reached the pinnacle of his journey, becoming accustomed to the vicissitudes of life, thus refraining from engaging in trivial disputes with the Mo family. On that day, when I invited you in to escape the rain, were you troubled by matters of marriage? Gu Heng suddenly inquired, gazing at Bai Feier. Bai Feier was taken aback, her cheeks flushing as she nodded slightly. Had it not been for young Master Gu, I would have been sold off to that debauched scion of the Mo family last night. I truly have no means to repay this kindness. Upon finishing her words, she lightly pressed her lips together and lowered her gaze. For her, Gu Heng's assistance in dispelling the residual poison and restoring her abilities felt akin to being reborn. Yet she had come to realize that for Gu Heng, such matters might not weigh heavily upon his heart. Perhaps in a few days, he would forget entirely. Gu Heng remained silent for a moment, and then suddenly smiled. Although he, an ordinary mortal, merely invited her to take refuge from the rain and offered her a bowl of warm soup, he could not fathom how he had inadvertently helped this woman of cultivation, causing her to speak of kindness so fervently. Yet, as the world often states, the path of cultivation is intricately linked with cause and effect. Though he is but a mortal, perhaps he has unwittingly played a role in Bai Feier's fate. Indeed, it must be so. Otherwise, how could this young and beautiful woman, possessing such profound humility, feel so grateful towards herself? The healer's benevolence is merely a trifling act. There is no need for you to feel indebted. Moreover, a talent as extraordinary and resilient as Miss Feier is a rarity in my lifetime. She is destined for greatness, so you should not be overly concerned, lest the trivialities of worldly affairs hinder her progress and ultimately impede her own potential. Gu Heng's words were spoken with utmost sincerity, though they carried a hint of self-aggrandizement. In truth, he had never encountered a prodigy like Bai Feier, but as a cultivator, he felt compelled to adopt an air of mystery in his discourse, avoiding any semblance of superficiality. However, to Bai Mo, who overheard this conversation, it was akin to a thunderclap. It became evident that this esteemed elder had discerned the extraordinary talent of his young mistress at a glance, which explained how he had concocted the Star Moon divine water to aid her in reclaiming her former glory. Having watched Bai Feier grow, Bai Mo bore witness to all her past tribulations. From the moment she reached the age of cultivation, she had been exalted by numerous praises, which only served to inflate her pride. Such excessive arrogance was surely not beneficial, and thus calamity befell her. Poisoned and cast down from her pedestal, the heights of her former pride were met with an equally profound downfall, as the accolades of your clashed with the countless mockeries that followed, plunging her into despair. Yet, to Elder Gu, these events likely appeared as mere trifles of worldly consequence. He perhaps had already discerned that Bai Feier was destined to endure this hardship. Nevertheless, she persevered through the humiliation and derision, managing to traverse a considerable distance. Gu, the senior, surely believed that Bai Feier's fate was not one of utter severance, and thus extended his assistance to her. With this thought, Bai Mo felt a surge of emotions, which instantly filled him with profound respect. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his tumultuous feelings before performing a respectful bow. I am deeply grateful to young Master Gu for illuminating the path for my esteemed lady." Upon hearing these words, Bai Fei seemed to awaken from a dream, and in turn, she bowed gracefully. "What you say is entirely true, young Master Gu. I shall certainly remember the teachings you have imparted today, and they will remain etched in my heart." Gu Hong waved his hand, a gentle smile gracing his features, showing no hint of pride or self-satisfaction from the praise, merely nodding lightly to indicate that, despite being an ordinary mortal, he understood the profound principles of cause and effect that practitioners like them hold dear. In truth, it was simply a matter of pride. He derived a sense of accomplishment from the interaction with these two. "Look, though I am but a mortal, I am connected to the practitioners by cause and effect and have aided her. Young Master Gu, your assistance has been immeasurable. Although I am at a loss to repay you, please accept this sword. If you refuse, I shall find no peace in my heart." As Bai Fei spoke, she removed the exquisitely crafted silver-sheathed sword from her waist, presenting it with the utmost reverence before Gu Hong. Upon glancing at it, Gu Hong realized he could not decline such a gesture and extended his hand to receive it. The sword felt cold to the touch, yet it bore a certain weightiness. After examining it for a moment, he drew it from its sheath, only to find it rather unremarkable. This sword is somewhat ordinary. Gu Hong was not dismissive of the gift at hand. Rather, he found the sword to be inferior to the discarded weapons he himself had forged. Yet, observing the earnest expression on Bai Fei's face, it was evident that this sword was one she frequently wielded, as she exhibited a hint of reluctance when offering it to him. This young lady, hailing from a prestigious family, still chose to employ such a weapon of mediocre quality. Naturally, one would aspire for a more formidable weapon. Otherwise, utilizing an ordinary one would merely serve to encumber oneself. Perhaps this was Bai Fei's intention, to refine her skills and techniques, deliberately employing such a weapon to cultivate her momentum. Truly, she is a remarkable woman. This sword, named Qingming, was a fortuitous find for Fei, and she sincerely hoped that Gu Hong would not disdain it. In truth, Bai Fei held some attachment to the Qingming sword. It was a mystical weapon she had discovered within the depths of the Imperial Secret Realm, one that had even birthed a weapon spirit. It was on the brink of ascending to the level of earthly-grade weaponry. Regrettably, during her time in the Imperial Secret Realm, she had not only acquired this divine weapon but also succumbed to a potent poison, leading to a significant decline in her cultivation. She had scarcely utilized this sword on a few occasions. As the saying goes, one must lose to gain, yet Bai Fei felt rather shortchanged by this acquisition. Nevertheless, when compared to the assistance Gu Hong had rendered her, this treasured sword seemed trivial. Moreover, in the eyes of reclusive masters, such a mystical weapon would undoubtedly be deemed inconsequential. Gu Hong examined the sword from various angles, unable to suppress a chuckle as he remarked, "Although this sword appears somewhat ordinary to me, since Miss Fei has graciously bestowed it upon me, what shall I do? There is no need for young Master Gu to worry. Although I have little else to offer, I am not in a rush." Gu Hong chuckled, saying, "How can that be? When giving a gift, one might say it is not about the best, yet I can see that you hold a fondness for this sword. If I simply let you take it, I shall feel a sense of regret in my heart." Bai Fei was taken aback. "Is that truly the case?" "Fear not. You may gift me as well," she replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Fei hesitated even further, but, Miss, let us abide by young Master Gu's wishes," Bai Mo interjected, urging her, as this was indeed a kind gesture from young Master Gu. Bai Fei bit her lip, pondering for a while before finally nodding in agreement. Without delay, Gu Hong made his way to a small courtyard behind the main hall, unlocking a long dusty room. Inside, it was filled with a multitude of weapons, swords, halberds, and even some 9-section whips and double-bladed axes. He placed the Qingming sword aside and selected the most exquisite-looking soft sword from the dusty weapon rack. This sword was, in fact, a creation from Gu Heng's earlier years. He had forged it with aesthetics in mind, from the blade to the scabbard, adorned in silver white with intricate patterns. While it was indeed beautiful, its quality was rather average among the weapons resting in dust on the rack. Of course, this soft sword was quite suitable for a woman, yet to cultivators, weapons crafted by mortals ultimately appeared mediocre. However, this was inconsequential. As a gift, it served merely as a memento for Bai Fei. She certainly did not lack for fine swords, and using such an ordinary weapon would simply serve to hone her skills. Thus, Gu Hong returned to the inner hall, holding the sword, and handed it to Bai Fei. "Miss Fei, please accept this." Upon receiving the sword, Byfair immediately sensed something amiss. The patterns on the scabbard seemed to conceal the profound essence of the blade, almost as if it possessed a life of its own. The moment she touched it, a fierce chill rushed towards her, as if it could slice through her skin at any moment, causing her to involuntarily retract her neck. This sword appeared to be imbued with a spirit. Her heart trembled, and she raised her gaze to Gu Hong, who merely nodded slightly. Therefore, with utmost caution and deliberation, she grasped the hilt and drew it forth. Yet, as the blade emerged from its sheath, Byfair felt her eyes overwhelmed by the sword's aura, while Bai Mo's eyes widened in astonishment, barely managing to maintain his composure. What an extraordinary weapon this is. Chapter 10. Senior, are you truly nurturing the young lady? Byfair stood transfixed before the scene unfolding before her, her gaze captivated by the intricate cloud patterns adorning the sword's hilt. Her hand, grasping the hilt, trembled uncontrollably. This soft sword, merely unsheathed a fraction, emanated such a sharp and compelling aura that it was almost inconceivable to imagine its full brilliance when fully unleashed. The swordsmanship she practiced was predominantly characterized by soft and fluid transformations, yet the encompassing might radiating from this blade resonated profoundly with her spirit. Moreover, it astonishingly possessed a soul. It was softly humming, exuding an exhilarating melody, as if calling out her name. This sword had birthed a complete sword spirit. In the realm of magical artifacts and weapons, akin to elixirs and cultivators, there exists a hierarchy of classification. The distinctions of Celestial Emperor and Saint are revered as the upper three tiers, while Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow represent the lower four. Although there are further subdivisions beneath the yellow grade, the disparities are not as pronounced. It is only from the yellow grade onward that a true demarcation emerges, with each tier showcasing a remarkable difference in prowess. The Celestial grade stands as the most formidable, a legendary existence. It is said that once a magical artifact reaches the Celestial grade, it may assume human form, possessing considerable intelligence, and will only serve its chosen master. Below the Celestial grade, however, treasures remain exceedingly rare. Even an Emperor-grade artifact, endowed with a mature soul capable of harnessing the forces of heaven and earth, is an extraordinary rarity. Such treasures are scarce even among the few transcendent forces in this realm, let alone within the Bai family. The royal family of the Daylight Empire possesses a single sacred-grade sacrificial cauldron. Only once every 50 years is it brought forth, utilized for rituals to beseech fortune. Byfair's father, the head of the Bai family, possesses merely a single lower fourth-grade celestial artifact, a treasure passed down through generations of the Bai lineage. Despite her status as the head's daughter and a prodigy within the clan, she is not permitted to wield earthly weapons, which are reserved solely for the elders. Otherwise, why would she risk venturing into the perilous depths of the imperial secret realm in pursuit of a mere weapon? However, the sword bestowed upon her by Gu Hong possesses a remarkably complete weapon spirit. The intricate patterns adorning both the sheath and blade are not only exquisite, but also imbued with profound and enigmatic significance that is difficult for Byfair to comprehend. This soft sword undoubtedly surpasses the celestial grade. Could it possibly be a divine weapon of the upper third grade? She had seen her father's celestial sword. Yet in comparison, that sword pales in brilliance and is utterly incomparable. Moreover, the weapon spirit seems to be calling her name, as if it rejoices at having come into her possession. Young Master Gu, this. Byfair stood in stunned silence, gazing at the soft sword, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Gu Hong, feeling somewhat bashful, pursed his lips. He knew that his sword was rather lacking in practicality, its only merit being its aesthetic appeal. Yet, Byfair did not appear dissatisfied. It seemed she was captivated by the sword's exquisite appearance. This was even better, after all. A beautiful sword deserves a beautiful heroine. This sword was crafted by me a few years ago, and while it is certainly pleasing to the eye, its quality is not particularly exceptional. However, since the principle of reciprocity is upheld, Miss Fair should graciously accept it. This cannot truly be considered mere scrap metal. The warmth and generosity in his tone immediately enveloped Byfair in a profound sense of goodwill. Yet, even this sword was deemed not particularly good. Did that mean all her previous weapons were to be regarded as worthless? In comparison to such a divine artifact, even if one were to scour the entire Sunfire Empire, aside from the royal family's sacred sacrificial cauldron, nothing could rival this sword. Indeed, they could be deemed as mere scrap. Bymo trembled, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Yet more prominently was the thrill of excitement. His experience surpassed that of Bai Fei, and his cultivation was stronger upon witnessing this sword for the first time. Even without touching it, he could sense the chilling sword intent securely sealed within its sheath. Upon glimpsing the short segment of the blade, he could even feel a frosty power swirling around it. This sword was undoubtedly a sacred artifact, and among the finest of its kind. Bai Mo could not help but glance at Gu Hong, his heart surging with emotion. It seemed that this esteemed elder was determined to invest considerable effort in cultivating Bai Fei. Not only had he aided her in detoxification and restoration of strength, but he now also bestowed upon her such a divine weapon. If she were to receive sufficient resources for support, what heights might she reach in the future? After a moment of exhilaration, Bai Fei finally suppressed the fervor swelling within her chest and solemnly bowed to Gu Hong. "Thank you, young Master Gu, for the gracious gift of the sword. I should have declined, but given your sincere offering, I shall cherish it dearly." She endeavored to maintain an air of composure, unwilling to allow the extraordinary individual before her to perceive her as a shallow woman who reveled in her own advantages. Yet, unbeknownst to her, this very demeanor of steadiness and tranquility rendered her all the more striking and exceptional in the eyes of others. Gu Hong smiled and remarked, "Miss Fei, you are too modest." It sufficed that this exquisite sword captured her attention. Among all the skills bestowed upon Gu Hong by the system, although he had attained a level of mastery akin to transcendence, there existed a hierarchy based on both sequence and preference. His initial focus was on body refinement, primarily to enhance his physical resilience. Subsequently, he delved into forging and healing arts, not out of mere inclination, but because other skills such as fortune-telling and calligraphy proved to be rather impractical. In the days prior to establishing his medical clinic, Gu Hong had concentrated chiefly on forging. He had once envisioned himself as a blacksmith, crafting weapons and performing repairs to earn a modest living. However, he soon realized that a mortal blacksmith faced limited prospects. No matter how skilled the forging, it paled in comparison to the work of those adept cultivators who specialized in the craft of spiritual blacksmithing. Additionally, weapons held little significance for ordinary people. Ultimately, Gu Hong resigned himself to the pursuit of healing arts. The reliance of mortals on medical knowledge far surpassed their dependence on forging. Thus, despite his profound expertise in forging, he had not engaged in weapon crafting for quite some time. On this day, upon encountering Bai Fei, who harbored no disdain for his creations, Gu Hong felt a flicker of warmth rekindling the fervor that had been ruthlessly extinguished by the harshness of reality. The gains had already been substantial, and Bai Fei was eager to return to her family. Consequently, Gu Hong escorted them to the entrance of the medical hall, watching as they departed. As Bai Fei and Bai Mo traversed the streets of Qingmu City, they both felt that this visit had yielded immense benefits. Particularly for Bai Fei, her gaze could not help but linger on the silvery soft sword in her hand. She had recently bestowed upon it the name Frost Heart, to which the sword's spirit responded favorably, clearly pleased with the appellation. This day's journey would undoubtedly enrich her for countless years to come, Bai Mo reflected. Bai Fei nodded in agreement, recognizing that her most significant gain was not the restoration of her cultivation or the sword itself, but rather the profound awakening that had permeated her mindset, akin to a divine revelation. She had been excessively proud, perhaps losing her sense of reverence and humility in the process, and had committed too many errors, ultimately leading her into an unavoidable nadir. Yet, that esteemed elder Gu surely understood that her path was far from over. It merely required a transformation in her mindset. Upon exiting the medical hall, Bai Fei found herself deeply influenced by Gu Hong's serene, unpretentious disposition. In the realm of the Yin Huang dynasty, there was truly no one who could compare to his character. Moreover, he was remarkably handsome, if only he were younger. Bai Fei was taken aback by these thoughts that had surfaced in her mind, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her as she quickly dismissed them. To her astonishment, such a remarkable individual had chosen to reside in this humble Qingshan city. Bai Mo found herself overwhelmed with emotions. Upon returning to her clan, she was determined to meticulously convey the events concerning Senior Gu, compelling them to humph. Bai Fei let out a cold huff, followed by a soft sigh. She raised her gaze to the heavens, her eyes glimmering like clear water. Within the Bai clan, many had relished her misfortunes, but upon her return, she would undoubtedly bring forth their disgrace. "Miss, the imperial competition is fast approaching. You are fully capable of participating and seizing the crown, earning the reverence of the world." Biamo reminded her. Bai Feier contemplated this. She had always been the most distinguished among them, and initially, she had every intention of securing first place in this imperial competition. Unfortunately, after being struck by a debilitating poison and falling from grace, she had endured countless taunts and ridicule from those who delighted in her downfall, rendering her participation seemingly impossible. However, with her mindset transformed under Gu Heng's guidance and armed with such divine weaponry, she was resolute in her belief that she would emerge as the victor in the imperial competition. If Senior Gu could witness her triumph, she was certain it would fill him with pride. Chapter 11: The Return of a Long-Lost Friend. A week slipped away like a gentle stream. The crimson clouds bathed the horizon, draping the distant mountains in a veil of orange-red silk. The evening breeze whispered, causing the leaves to rustle softly. Gu Hong had just seen off the last patient. Glancing at the encroaching dusk, he returned indoors. Before he left, he placed the little pet, Xiaoxi, who was perched on the table in the consultation room, and said, "If anyone comes, just let me know." Xiaoxi nodded obediently. He felt a surge of happiness. The clinic often stood in solitude, and today had seen but a few visitors seeking treatment. Now, having acquired such an understanding companion who could comprehend human speech and even read, his days were undoubtedly brighter. Though she remained silent, Gu Hong was aware that she understood his intentions, frequently nuzzling against him, seeking affection. Each time he stroked her silky fur, a profound sense of solace enveloped him. Moreover, the texture of her coat was delightful, smooth to the touch and incredibly comforting. Gu Hong retreated to the backyard, preparing to reignite his forge and craft some weapons anew. Ever since his creations had garnered the approval of Bai Feier, he had resolved to revive this long-neglected skill. Mastery of forging had been a feat he achieved years ago, but he had since diverted his focus entirely to his medical expertise, neglecting the art of weapon crafting. Now, invigorated with renewed determination, he decided to rekindle his passion and elevate his state of mind. In truth, forging was not a formidable challenge. The system marketplace is replete with a plethora of forging materials, including a tome entitled Forging Techniques, which he has memorized in its entirety. Gu Hong navigated through the interface of the system marketplace, locating the forging section and scrolling down to the very bottom. All items within the marketplace had been unlocked for acquisition. However, it had been quite some time since he had perused the materials in the forging category, and naturally, the system had not introduced any new stock. Thus, his gaze fell upon the Supreme Star iron at the bottom, and without a second thought, he procured a full 100 pieces. In no time, 100 pieces of Supreme Star iron materialized upon the table before Gu Hong. The system marketplace remains unchanged in its obstinacy. The corners of Gu Heng's mouth twitched as he reached for a piece of Supreme Star iron and scrutinized it closely. What is this Supreme Star iron? It is nothing more than inferior iron ore. The ore is riddled with fine impurities, obscured in a dark hue, clearly devoid of any association with the term high grade. Yet, Gu Hong was no stranger to the marketplace's verbal tricks, so he chose not to dwell on this incongruity. With everything in place, Gu Hong commenced his forging process. His forging furnace had long been prepared, and his forging skills had ascended to an extraordinary level. Although he had not wielded the hammer for several years, the moment he grasped the forging hammer, the familiar sensation returned to him. With a soft chime, the hammer descended from Gu Heng's hand, striking the already heated star iron ore. In an instant, sparks flew in all directions. The commotion from the back room drew Su Jinxi's attention as she was observing in the front hall. With a swift leap, she dashed towards the source of the disturbance, only to be met with a sight that left her utterly astounded. There stood Gu Hong, rhythmically wielding a forging hammer, and the glowing iron ore before him had begun to take the shape of a sword's embryo. Yet, what truly astonished Su Jinxi was not merely Gu Heng's mastery of forging, but rather the enigmatic techniques he employed, which eluded her comprehension. Each unadorned strike of the hammer was imbued with an overwhelming force that captivated her very spirit, drawing her into a trance from which she could hardly escape. He had seamlessly integrated the myriad essences of his forging wisdom into the very essence of Tao. Su Jinxi felt as though, after merely gazing upon his hammering technique for a few moments, she was on the brink of succumbing to the profound and fierce momentum of his artistry. As if she were engulfed in a molten pool of lava, her blood boiling with an insatiable desire to plunge into its depths. This sensation was terrifying. She swiftly shut her eyes, forcibly restraining the tumultuous surge of her inner energy. Unbeknownst to Gu Hong, who was completely engrossed in his work. His devoted companion was watching from behind. He remained focused, relentlessly striking the forging furnace, each blow further refining the once indistinct iron ore. Clad in simple robes, he nonetheless emanated an extraordinary charisma. His physique was robust and upright, standing tall like a spear, exuding an undeniable aura of command. His features were sharply defined, with strikingly handsome traits. His thin lips pressed tightly together, and his deep black eyes seemed to harbor countless expressions of charm and allure. With a resounding clang, Gu Hong struck the anvil once more, a light sheen of sweat forming on his brow. He set aside the forging hammer, standing by to catch his breath while observing his creation. Before him lay the star iron, approximately 2/3 formed, the remaining section still undergoing the refining process. A satisfied expression crossed Gu Hang's face as he regarded his work. The blade remained sharp and unyielding. He quenched the sword's core in water before removing it, continuing to hammer it for another quarter of an hour. At last, the 3-foot sword had taken on a discernible shape, its blade adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns, not deliberately crafted by Gu Hong, but rather a natural inclination towards beauty in all his weaponry. Unbeknownst to him, this had become a habit, one he could not easily shake. Deciding to take a respite, Gu Hong acknowledged the labor of forging was no simple task. It demanded both time and vigor. He could brew medicine swiftly, yet forging required meticulous attention. Meanwhile, Su Jinxie remained in a state of astonishment, her gaze fixed upon the sword core, her awe deepening. The sword core measured approximately 4 feet in length, its blade shaped like a diamond, radiating a piercing ice-blue brilliance. The entire sword resembled a pool of autumn water, cold and transparent, with patterns on the blade embodying the most profound mysteries, seamlessly integrated into the weapon itself. As for its quality, the weapon's spirit was intact. Infused with profound truths, it was undoubtedly a sacred artifact. Yet, this was merely a sword core, albeit an extraordinary entity in its own right. In this world, the artisans capable of forging upper third-grade magical weapons were exceedingly rare. While not as scarce as the saint of medicine who could revive the dead, such artisans were still a remarkably uncommon presence. Su Jinxie observed the transformation in Gu Heng's demeanor. Not only was his medical expertise remarkably profound, but his mastery in the art of forging was equally exceptional. The longer she lingered by his side, the more her perspectives were inevitably reshaped. Lost in her musings, she was suddenly roused by Gu Heng's voice. "Xiaoxi, did I not mention that someone has arrived? Do you wish to speak with me?" Someone has come?" Su Jinxie snapped back to reality, and at that moment, she noticed a figure standing by the door of the back room. It was a middle-aged man with a stoic and composed expression. His eyes were deep and piercing, exuding a sharp intensity that made her feel as though she were pricked by thorns, even in his quiet presence. She sensed a faint yet palpable pressure emanating from him, suggesting that he was more formidable than herself. The middle-aged man stood silently, fixated on the sword blank atop Gu Heng's forge. Gu Hong set down his hammer and remarked with a smile, "It has been quite some time, Brother Zhuge." "Indeed, it has been a long while," Zhuge Qian replied quietly as he entered the back room. He extended his hand, but before it could reach the sword blank, his expression softened slightly. Ultimately, he sighed and withdrew his hand. "You still maintain this enigmatic demeanor. If one did not know better, they might think you an ancient being," Gu Hong chuckled, shaking his head. "Since you are here, please take a seat. In comparison to you, I hardly consider myself an old monster." Zhuge Qian murmured under his breath and chose a seat at the tea table in the back room. Gu Hong also heard his words but paid them little mind. He had known this peculiar fellow, Zhuge Qian, for quite some time, and the manner of their acquaintance was rather unusual, much like the man himself. However, he was not of ill nature. Rather, he was somewhat obstinate in his peculiarities. When they first met, Gu Hong was engrossed in mastering the skill of forging, still some distance away from achieving the pinnacle of transcendence. At that time, the medical clinic was merely a workshop, where he crafted weapons for himself and occasionally repaired household items like kitchen knives and iron pots for the local commoners. One day, Zhuge Qian visited him. After observing Gu Hong forge a long spear, he proposed a competition. This competition entailed both of them utilizing the same materials to craft identical weapons, aiming to see whose creation would be more exquisite. Zhuge Qian described himself as a wanderer who traversed the world, and Gu Hong soon realized that he had come to Qingmu City specifically to challenge him, likely believing himself to be quite adept at forging and seeking worthy opponents for contests. Noticing that Zhuge Qian was not a cultivator, but rather a solitary traveler, Gu Heng admired his perseverance. Thus, he consented, with Gu Heng providing the materials and venue. They engaged in their contest for 4 days, each forging a willow leaf knife. In the end, Zhuge Qian faced a resounding defeat. Chapter 12. Defeat in technique and state of mind. The judgment of victory and defeat had already been determined during their contest of forging. Zhuge Qian observed the craftsmanship and artistic essence exhibited by Gu Heng. Each strike of the hammer resonated with a unique charm. It was as if he infused the most profound forces of the universe into his forging technique. This contest spanned 4 days, and by the end, Zhuge Qian realized he had lost. This individual, concealed within the bustling streets, was indeed a rare and true master craftsman. Though Zhuge Qian felt a sense of reluctance at his defeat, he could not allow himself to remain unconvinced. At his level of understanding, he recognized that he could not surpass Gu Heng at present. The only course of action was to venture elsewhere, seeking others to spar with, refining his own forging methods. He resolved to return one day, to challenge Gu Heng anew. Over the ensuing years, he traveled extensively, competing with renowned artisans around the world. His reputation grew alongside his journeys, and his skills continually advanced as he grasped new concepts of force. Thus, years later, Zhuge Qian returned, driven by a singular purpose, to compel this hidden master, who wielded unparalleled forging techniques and embodied the pinnacle of artistic essence, to acknowledge his superiority as the saint craftsman of the universe. Su Jinxia quietly nestled in Gu Heng's embrace, her gaze fixed upon Zhuge Qian. It was at this moment that she recalled him vividly. This was none other than the saint craftsman of the universe, Zhuge Qian. She remembers Zhuge Qian because he traverses the world, challenging both renowned and obscure artisans to duels with his unparalleled forging techniques and profound artistic vision. His audacious demeanor is truly unparalleled. A century ago, Zhuge Qian ventured into the demon realm, daring to challenge the mightiest of the demon race, a master craftsman under the auspices of the demon emperor. At that time, Su Jingxian was already a favored confidant of the demon emperor, thus becoming a witness to this extraordinary forging contest. For 7 days, a grand arena was established within the demon emperor's city, where both contenders forged the same type of magical artifact simultaneously. Ultimately, Zhuge Qian emerged victorious. However, upon his triumph, he felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. For despite his extensive travels, he had yet to encounter a master craftsman capable of surpassing his forging skills. This contest became renowned across the realm, leaving the demon race humiliated. Fortunately, the demon emperor demonstrated remarkable magnanimity, or else Zhuge Qian might not have exited the demon realm unscathed. Is it possible that he once competed against this esteemed figure, who emerged victorious? It seems Zhuge has garnered some experiences over the years. Gu Heng brewed him tea, naturally using the exquisite leaves sourced from the system's marketplace. As Zhuge Qian gazed at the golden hues shimmering in his cup of clear tea, he pondered the complexity of being treated with such fine leaves by this defeated adversary. It would be an overstatement to call it a gain. I have wandered this realm in search of worthy opponents in the art of forging, yet they, ultimately, do not measure up to you. Zhuge Qian's gaze flickered towards the forge behind Gu Heng. He had long arrived at the entrance of the medical hall and had witnessed Gu Heng's process of crafting the sword blank. Not to mention that Gu Heng's technique had become significantly more profound than it was years ago, but the material itself. It was none other than the celestial star-fallen iron. This iron, infused with the might of the stars, is among the most challenging substances to forge in existence. Even in his current state, he could not guarantee that he could shape this exceedingly precious gift from the heavens. His journeys had elevated him to an unparalleled realm, making it clear to Zhuge Qian that this competition was entirely unnecessary. The outcome would remain unchanged. He would inevitably lose, and more disgracefully than before. The matter of winning or losing had long been forgotten by him. If brother Zhuge remains entangled in past grievances, it may cloud your judgment. Gu Heng remarked with a gentle smile. He was aware of Zhuge Qian's lingering discontent regarding their previous contest. Alas, there was little to be done. The forging techniques imparted by the system may not rival those of cultivators, but they posed no challenge against mere mortals. At that time, Zhuge Qian's expression resembled that of someone who had never tasted defeat. Yet Gu Heng had shown him the reality of there are always greater talents. Regrettably, the flawed system could not elevate Gu Heng to the status of a cultivator, yet it allowed him to be an exceptional and remarkable mortal, a realm Zhuge Qian could not surpass. However, Gu Heng hoped Zhuge Qian would cease dwelling on this fixation, as it could lead to extremism. Brother Gu, your words have indeed revealed the deficiencies in my mindset, Zhuge Qian replied with a wry smile. He was immensely proud, for since he began his travels and subsequently gained fame, he had never tasted defeat. Zhuge Qian even dared to kick open the doors of the sacred forging palace, challenging the palace master, who had been renowned for a millennium. The sacred forging palace, one of the 3 great palaces in the world, stood as a paragon of extraordinary power in a sacred ground revered by all craftsmen. The audacity of this itinerant wanderer, devoid of any master, to undertake such a challenge speaks volumes of Zhuge Qian's arrogance. Yet, even the palace master, reputed for crafting imperial-grade weapons, ultimately could not claim victory over him. Their confrontation ended in a stalemate. Zhuge, the master craftsman, undefeated. However, upon arriving in Qingmu City, he chanced upon an enigmatic recluse, deeply immersed in the mundane world. Zhuge Qian's illustrious record became shrouded in an indelible dust due to Gu Heng. He longed to reclaim his honor, but upon returning to Qingmu City, Zhuge Qian discovered that he had no chance of victory. His forging techniques had evolved into a more profound mastery. It seemed that merely wielding a forging hammer would render him invincible, unmatched by anyone. This setback led him to a sudden realization he ought not to be so haughty. The world is indeed teeming with hidden talents. Even as the saint craftsman of heaven and earth, he needed to maintain a humble and cautious demeanor. Indeed, in comparison to Gu Heng, he had relied on his techniques to issue challenges far and wide, garnering the attention of countless admirers and accumulating a formidable reputation. Yet, Zhuge Qian was not the strongest. He ultimately faced defeat, shattering the pride he had painstakingly built. The greatest among us has long since transcended the allure of fame and fortune, retreating into the bustling streets, entirely indifferent to the so-called victories and defeats. It is in this moment that Zhuge Qian realizes he is not only lost in technique, but also in mindset. It is time for Brother Zhuge to ease his heart. For fate is predetermined. Perhaps one day, enlightenment will dawn upon you, leading you to further heights, will it not? Gu Heng chuckled lightly, his words serving as a consolation for Zhuge Qian. After all, as mere mortals, he greatly admired Zhuge Qian, whose passion for striving upward contrasted with his own near resignation. Gu Heng was reluctant to see him squander his fervor. You speak wisely, Brother Gu, Zhuge Qian replied with a hearty laugh. Yet, as his laughter subsided, a sigh escaped him. He gazed at Gu Heng and inquired, "But how did you come to open a medical clinic?" "Medicine is indeed one of my specialties, and the art of forging requires profound contemplation," Gu Heng responded. Naturally, Gu Heng could not reveal that forging yielded little profit, while practicing medicine was financially rewarding. Acknowledging that his companion's realm was superior to his own, he knew such mercenary thoughts could dampen his spirits. After all, they were old acquaintances who had bonded through their experiences. Zhuge Qian had also witnessed Gu Heng's remarkable alchemical skills, which were truly astonishing. How could one individual master both forging and medicine to such an exceptional degree? Although Zhuge Qian was no adept in alchemy, he had seen enough to recognize the prowess of the renowned Zhuge saint craftsman. He had encountered many skilled practitioners of medicine and had observed their alchemical processes. Yet none possessed the exquisite mastery over medicinal potency as Gu Heng does. His alchemical techniques appear remarkably nonchalant, as if any divine elixir he conjures is merely a matter of casual finesse. It seems that Brother Gu leads a life imbued with leisurely elegance here. However, what elegance is there but the pursuit of tranquility? After all, I have little left to desire. Gu Heng smiled and shook his head. After enduring the mundane existence of mortals for so long, the only remnants are tedium. Yet, what more can he aspire to? To be unable to ascend as a cultivator renders many realms of this world inaccessible. Zhuge Qian mused, and indeed, it seems that Brother Gu's methods of forging and healing are unparalleled, and his cultivation remains inscrutable. Such an exalted being likely harbors few desires. Nonetheless, it appears that residing in Qingmu City may soon become rather troublesome. Gu Heng sighed. What does Brother Gu mean by this? Just as Zhuge Qian pondered Gu Heng's intentions, several figures streaked across the skies above Qingmu City, exuding an intimidating aura. Zhuge Qian sensed these presences as well, yet he remained unfazed. A mere scan of his consciousness revealed them to be cultivators of the late nascent soul stage, or perhaps those in the out-of-body stage, Weaklings, indeed. With the demise of the Mo family as patriarch, Qingmu City would soon descend into a fierce struggle for supremacy over the territories once held by the Mo family. In such tumultuous times, Gu Heng feared he might be swept along, powerless to resist the tide. Chapter 13. By Feier's plans, Zhuge Qian was indeed aware of the happenings in Qingmu City. He had traveled great distances to seek Gu Heng for another duel and forging, only to hear of the ludicrous events that transpired in Qingmu City the previous week. He was also informed that the ancestral figure of the Mo family had been swiftly vanquished by a powerful being in the tribulation stage. However, this revelation elicited little concern from him. The fact that a mere distraction stage cultivator could self-proclaim as ancestor in such a place was nothing short of absurd. It was likely that he was unaware of the gravity of his situation, having provoked someone who then came to eliminate him. What could be done about it? In Zhuge Qian's eyes, that Mo family ancestor was but a feeble adversary easily dispatched with a single strike. With the Mo family deprived of their strongest member, it was hardly surprising that others would band together to attack. Such is the nature of this world. The one with the strongest fist dictates the truth, while the weak are silenced. This immutable rule has persisted through the ages. Zhuge Qian let out a cold snort. However, it was the common folk of this city who would suffer the consequences, and that was indeed a grim reality. Gu Heng nodded in agreement. Zhuge Qian's words struck at the very core of this realm's principles. In the face of overwhelming martial power, the so-called rules are merely empty rhetoric. Are you worried that those foolish individuals may disrupt your tranquility? Gu Heng inquired. Zhuge Qian furrowed his brow. Observing Gu Heng's melancholic demeanor, he surmised that there was but one reason for such sorrow. Gu Heng had dwelled in this mortal realm for quite some time, having spent many years in Qingmu City. After finally finding a tranquil refuge, he now faced the prospect of being disturbed by the weak, which must surely be quite disheartening. Gu Heng shook his head, indeed. He did not wish to burden Zhuge Qian further, but it was not merely a matter of tranquility. As a mere mortal, should he be ensnared in the brutal conflicts among cultivators, he would be utterly annihilated. In light of this, why not? So this was Gu Heng's intent. Zhuge Qian initially considered suggesting that if one wished for the city to remain undisturbed, it would be quite simple. A mere display of power could silence those petty individuals. In fact, within Qingmu City and the entire Sunflower Empire, none would dare to act recklessly in the presence of Gu Heng. However, such an approach would be futile. For Gu Heng, who was indifferent to fame and fortune, sought merely a peaceful existence free from disturbances. To compel him to take action and attract countless gazes would be utterly counterproductive. As long as you understand, Zhuge Qian mused, though he was uncertain of what exactly Zhuge Qian was muttering. Nonetheless, Gu Heng acquiesced to his sentiment. Brother Gu, might we consider an alternative location? Zhuge Qian proposed, setting down his teacup. Oh, Gu Heng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Does Brother Zhuge have a suitable place in mind? Perhaps we could venture to Baidi City, Zhuge Qian suggested. Zhuge Qian suggested with a cheerful demeanor that the location was quite favorable. It lay within the dominion of the Bai family of the Sunfire dynasty, known for their amicable disposition towards mortals. Though Bai Qianshan, the patriarch, was not particularly affable, he extended considerable care towards the common folk under his governance, far surpassing the situation in Qingmu City. The White Emperor City served as the stronghold of the Bai family, and in Zhuge Qian's vision, Gu Heng would enter the realm of mortals without any entanglement with the Bai family, who were known for their benevolence towards commoners, thus ensuring a tranquil existence. This notion was rather appealing. Gu Heng raised an eyebrow. The Bai family, one of the 4 great clans of the Sunfire dynasty? This thought brought to mind Bai Feier. Yet he realized that his connection to the enchanting lady was tenuous at best. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Heng concluded, well, in due time, I believe I shall set forth. Having lingered in Qingmu City for an extended period and forged numerous acquaintances, he acknowledged that while he was not particularly close to many, venturing to a new place as a mortal devoid of power and heritage would necessitate starting anew, which could prove to be quite troublesome. Nevertheless, no matter how inconvenient, it was surely preferable to remain ensnared in the conflicts of cultivators and meet an untimely demise. After sharing several rounds of tea, the two bid farewell. Watching Zhuge Qian depart, Gu Heng cradled the little creature, Xiaoxi, stroking her fur as he mused, alas, it seems we must leave this place. Would you accompany me to explore new horizons? Xiaoxi merely nodded in agreement. White Emperor City. Upon the return of Bai Feier and Bai Mo, she gazed at the magnificent and colossal city, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. When she departed previously, even the term destitute failed to encapsulate her plight. Stripped of her former prowess, she could no longer be regarded as the most illustrious prodigy of the Bai family. After her cultivation plummeted from the nascent soul stage to the core formation stage overnight, she still garnered some concern from her relatives. However, when she fell further to the foundation establishment stage, that concern transformed into cold indifference and whispered mockery behind her back. Following the imperial dynasty's dispatch of the most skilled medical cultivators to diagnose her affliction, Bai Fei'er irrevocably lost all standing. Even her father, the patriarch of the Bai clan, regarded her with more disappointment than sorrow, and the balance tilted heavily towards the former. When the so-called betrothal with the Mo family was arranged, Bai Fei'er found herself devoid of the right to refuse, reduced to a forsaken woman sold off by her family, while the Mo family regarded her with utter disdain. This humiliation would forever be etched in her memory. Heh! Bai Fei'er let out a soft laugh, her gaze momentarily lost, yet quickly regained its resilience. Regardless of the circumstances, she was ultimately a daughter of the Bai family, and the pride coursing through her veins prevented her from bowing to anyone. It was also thanks to that reclusive elder who had pulled her from the depths of despair. If they were to witness the restoration of my cultivation, those individuals would surely be astonished. Bai Fei'er lifted her eyes to the densely clustered buildings within Bai Di City, her gaze flickering slightly, and as she pondered, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Those who had maintained a poor relationship with her and chose to take advantage of her misfortune. She remembered each and every one of their faces. Yet, she also recalled those who did not truly abandon her during her time of peril. Indeed, she had once been excessively arrogant. Fortunately, Senior Gu had enlightened her. "Miss, there is something." Bai Mo hesitated as she stood beside Bai Fei'er, her voice faltering. Bai Fei'er turned in confusion, noticing the peculiar expression on Bai Mo's face. "What is it?" she inquired. "As I journeyed to Qingwu City, I learned that the clan competition is about to commence, and today should mark the final contest to determine the ultimate victor." "Oh, is it happening at this time?" Bai Fei'er narrowed her eyes slightly. The clan competition serves as a trial among the descendants of various clans. Those who manage to distinguish themselves among their peers are naturally afforded greater resources for cultivation. It is essentially a preliminary round before participating in the imperial competition, where one must contend against the renowned youth of the entire dynasty. If one cannot dominate within their own clan, then there is little merit in risking embarrassment on a larger stage. Although the dynasty does not impose specific regulations regarding this, it has become an unwritten rule. Bai Fei'er had always participated in the clan competition, achieving resounding victories each time. However, this time, the competition had already commenced, as no one believed that she, the daughter of the clan leader who had been sold off, would return to the White Emperor city. At this moment, the two had soared on their swords to the outskirts of Bai Di City, from which they could hear the jubilant cheers emanating from the Grand Martial Arena. "Humph," Bai Fei'er scoffed softly. "How lively it is. Surely, such an occasion would be far too dull without my presence." Bai Fei'er, a multitude of clan elders, along with several individuals closely associated with the Bai family, had all been invited to attend. For her, this appeared to be an excellent opportunity. Bai Fei'er was determined to redeem herself in the final battle of this clan competition. Chapter 14. A chance for redemption for both of you. Bai Fei'er restrained her expression and soared through the skies on her sword alongside Bai Mo, heading towards the Grand Martial Arena. At this moment, the arena was abuzz with fervor. On the stage, a male and a female practitioner were engaged in an intense duel, each wielding their arts with fervor, emanating bursts of spiritual light and an overwhelming aura, creating an atmosphere of fierce competition. The audience surrounding the arena was densely packed, their shouts echoing in excitement and fervor. The two combatants were well known to Bai Fei'er, and regrettably, they were the very individuals she detested the most. Among all her relatives in the Bai family, only two truly irked her. One was her cousin Bai Mei, a duplicitous character who feigned camaraderie while secretly undermining Bai Fei'er's reputation, despite once being her sycophant. Referring to her as Cousin Fei'er, Bai Mei later revealed her hypocritical nature, leading to a rift between them. During the time Bai Fei'er was afflicted by poison and losing her powers, Bai Mei exacerbated her plight with ridicule, even orchestrating the disgraceful act of selling Bai Fei'er to the Mo family, a scheme she had cunningly instigated from behind the scenes. As for the male, he was Bai Hao Xian, the most notorious scion of the Bai family's younger generation, infamous for his scandalous escapades, all of which the Bai family had to cover up. Were it not for his moderate talents, he would have long been expelled for tarnishing the family's reputation. The conflict between Bai Fei'er and her cousin Bai Haoxian ran deep, stemming from his betrayal of a dear friend, a young lady from another prominent clan, which stirred up a tempest in the city, a matter that Bai Fei'er had not forgotten. Bai Haoxuan wields a silver spear, while Bai Mei brandishes a black mace. Both exude an imposing presence, with their fierce momentum creating a balanced contest. These two individuals, in my absence, have managed to ascend to the forefront of this clan competition. Bai Fei'er, standing atop her sword, remarked with a hint of disdain. Typically, she seldom cast a glance at these two, finding them rather bothersome and unworthy of her attention. Yet now, Bai Fei'er perceived that using them to re-establish her authority within the Bai family served as a fitting resolution for both personal grievances and public vendettas. Miss, perhaps we should first meet with the clan leader. There is no need for Bai Mo, well aware of her intentions, cautiously urged. After all, Bai Fei'er's temper is notoriously volatile. Should she inadvertently strike too hard, leaving Bai Haoxuan and Bai Mei crippled, the consequences could be dire. Rest assured, I shall exercise discretion, Bai Fei'er asserted with unwavering conviction. However, Bai Mo felt no sense of reassurance. Discretion? If it weren't for her checkered past, he might have been inclined to believe her. Yet, the situation had reached a point where Bai Mo realized he could no longer deter Bai Fei'er. Upon their arrival, they were immediately met with a barrage of scrutinizing gazes, the previously boisterous crowd falling into an abrupt silence. Is that Bai Fei'er? Their mere presence captivated the attention of many. Particularly striking was Bai Fei'er's exquisite beauty, unmatched within the Sunfire Empire, leaving an indelible impression with her breathtaking allure. Is it truly her? Has she not lost all her cultivation and married far away? Yet she has returned? TSK. It seems she is utterly oblivious to her own identity, perhaps believing that her haughty nature cannot be altered even after such a marriage. The crowd buzzed with whispers, rife with mockery, their gazes towards Bai Fei'er filled with derision and scorn, as if she were nothing more than a pitiful insect. However, Bai Fei'er paid no heed to the gossip. As she descended from Bai Mo, who was riding his sword to the grand martial arena, she landed firmly in the center of the stage. Bai Haoxuan and Bai Mei had long noticed Bai Fei'er, but they chose to ignore her. After all, this was the climax of the clan's grand competition, and their battle had reached a fever pitch. Why would they concern themselves with a discarded waste who had been married off? Yet, upon Bai Fei'er's arrival in the arena, their assaults ceased abruptly as they turned their attention towards her. Oh, is that not Bai Fei'er? What brings you back to Bai D City? Instead of dutifully serving your husband? Bai Mei's heart surged with resentment upon seeing her. However, remembering that Bai Fei'er had fallen from grace, a wave of satisfaction washed over her, and she feigned an air of noble disdain as she taunted, "Do you find your husband lacking in charm and consideration, and wish to return to the clan for another match?" The relatives gathered around erupted in laughter. Bai Mei's tongue is indeed venomous. Who could possibly rival Bai Fei'er in beauty? The whispers surrounding her grew increasingly pronounced, yet Bai Fei'er, upon hearing them, merely surveyed the room with a calm demeanor, a smile gracing her lips. That smile, radiant as 1,000 blooming flowers, left many young men utterly mesmerized. Indeed, Bai Fei'er possessed such allure. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her figure, a perfect blend of voluptuousness and grace, was captivating in all the right places. Clad in a flowing white gown, she appeared as if a celestial being had descended upon the mortal realm, ethereal and transcendent, exuding an extraordinary charm that left many men spellbound. In contrast, Bai Mei's heart simmered with envy, for she too considered herself quite attractive. Yet, on this day, she found herself overshadowed. Despite Bai Fei'er being deemed a waste, having been married off, Bai Mei had never seized the opportunity to claim her rightful position. The animosity that could arise among women due to beauty ran deep. Even though Bai Fei'er was now considered a failure, Bai Mei had triumphed in several rounds of the clan competition, yet upon her return, she still felt like the one beneath Bai Fei'er's shadow. Were it not for the multitude of spectators, including the clan leader, elders, and invited guests, she would have surely marred Bai Fei'er's visage. Even the two of you managed to reach the finals of the clan competition. It appears the Bai family lacks a worthy younger generation, Bai Mei scoffed, her expression darkening. What nonsense are you spouting? Bai Mei retorted angrily. What's the matter? Are you too afraid to admit it? Bai Fei continued to provoke, gracefully advancing towards the two, her every movement exuding an air of elegance, reminiscent of a lofty princess descending, captivating all who beheld her. I shan't return. It is only then that you two wretches might vie for a pitiable first place here. Is it not? Humph, a mere waste. How dare you speak so boldly? Bai Hao Xian's silver spear struck the ground with a resounding thud, and as he lifted the spear's tip, he pointed it directly at Bai Fei. You have lost all your cultivation, regardless of your reasons for returning. This clan competition is not a realm for a waste like you. Depart at once. Bai Fei narrowed her eyes, her indifferent gaze sweeping over Bai Hao Xian. Waste? Are you referring to me? Indeed, you are the true waste, having regressed to the qi refining stage, I presume? If you are not a waste, then surely we would be witnessing an unparalleled genius. Precisely. Bai Mei glared fiercely at her, also swinging her black mace. You have lost your cultivation and still dare to seek the limelight in the clan competition? I advise you to abandon this futile ambition. This competition is meant to select the clan's elites, not for someone of your ilk to flaunt their might. Ha ha ha. Bai Fei suddenly burst into laughter. These two, indeed, could not perceive that she had not only regained her cultivation, but had also made further advancements. For the spirit of the treasured sword bestowed upon her by Elder Gu was aiding her in concealing the fluctuations of her true energy. Even if her father stood before her, should she wish to keep her cultivation a secret, he would remain oblivious. Moreover, these two individuals have not even ascended to the nascent soul stage. It is noteworthy that within the Radiant Sun dynasty, there exist prodigies who are her equals. Although rare, those individuals have indeed advanced to the nascent soul realm. When compared to them, the two contenders for the championship in this grand competition appear utterly mediocre. This clan competition is of paramount importance to the Bai family. All unrelated parties must promptly withdraw. At this moment, the elder responsible for presiding over the event finally took the stage and bellowed at Bai Fei. She cast a sidelong glance at him, slowly suppressing her smile. Do you regard me as an unrelated party? The elder furrowed his brow. Bai Fei, do you intend to create a disturbance? This is not a place for your unruliness. However, Bai Fei remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the high platform of the martial arts arena, where her clan leader Father Shirley sat, observing everything. Yet, she was not awaiting her father's response. Instead, she raised an eyebrow, and a wicked smile danced upon her lips as she declared, Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I shall grant you both an opportunity. Come at me together and defeat me. As her words resonated, an immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. Her proclamation was undeniably arrogant and presumptuous. Did Bai Fei truly believe she was still the unparalleled genius of yore, basking in adoration? What a jest! She had lost her cultivation and was utterly vulnerable. Ha ha! Bai Fei has indeed transformed into a madwoman. How audacious to utter such grandiose claims. Has her mind deteriorated? Does she truly think she can triumph over Bai Hao Xuan and Bai Mei? A delusion indeed. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of mockery and derision. Yet, Bai Fei remained utterly unconcerned by them, maintaining an air of nonchalance, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Bai Hao Xuan and Bai Mei, as if victory were assured and success inevitable. Bai Hao Xuan and Bai Mei exchanged glances, each perceiving a flicker of indignation and fury in the other's eyes. They had long been overshadowed by Bai Fei, basking in her brilliance, and now, just as they had finally begun to emerge from her shadow, they found themselves scorned by her, a once castaway. Such an affront was utterly intolerable. Bai Fei, if you seek your demise, we shall oblige. Bai Hao Xuan and Bai Mei simultaneously adopted their stances, scarcely bothering to consider whether Bai Fei's behavior was excessively peculiar, while the elder acting as the judge was now in a state of utter panic. How had things escalated to this point? Chapter 15. There was no need to draw swords. Is Bai Fei deliberately seeking trouble? The clan tournament is of utmost significance to the Bai family, and Bai Fei has already become a liability. Although she is still the daughter of the clan leader, she has been married off far away, and her return should have been inconsequential. Yet, during the finals of this tournament, she provocatively challenged Bai Hao Xuan and Bai Mei, demanding they confront her together. Is she not openly attempting to create chaos? Such actions only serve to make the Bai family a laughingstock before everyone. Has Bai Fei lost her mind? This is a clan tournament. She ought to silence herself. An elder, anxious to quell Bai Fei's outburst, found himself unable to act against her. After all, she is the daughter of the clan leader, and as a judge, he was caught in an untenable position. However, Bai Fei'er remained unfazed, coldly retorting, "This is none of your concern. Step aside." The elder seethed with rage but could not express it, for as a senior, he was expected to display composure. Otherwise, his embarrassment would far surpass that of these young contenders. Bai Mei and Bai Haoshuan exchanged glances, their eyes ablaze with fierce determination. In this clan tournament, victory would bestow countless honors upon the victor. Not only would family resources lean in their favor, but they would also gain entry into the subsequent imperial tournament. Yet, ever since Bai Fei'er returned, they had been overshadowed by her presence. It was utterly humiliating. The present circumstances were a far cry from what they once were. They, the true prodigies deserving of the family's attention, were now overshadowed by this once promising individual who had become a waste, yet dared to speak so boldly. Bai Fei'er, today, I shall make you regret it. Bai Haoxian gritted his teeth. Bai Mei also let out a cold chuckle. Bai Fei'er, I will force you to kneel before me, begging for mercy. But before that, I shall ruin your face. Upon finishing their taunts, they lunged toward Bai Fei'er, perceiving this encounter as a foregone conclusion. At this moment, Bai Fei'er's cultivation was likely reduced to merely the qi refinement stage, while both of them were at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, mere steps away from the nascent soul stage. A casual strike from either of them would suffice to obliterate her, even with her protective treasures. It would be of no avail. Two formidable auras erupted, transforming into tangible gales that howled forth. Bai Mei swung her black mace directly at Bai Fei'er's face, while Bai Haoxian, with a more sinister intent, targeted her lower body. Yet in Bai Fei'er's eyes, their movements appeared painfully sluggish. These two were utterly unworthy opponents. She didn't even need to draw her sword. This frost heart is a divine weapon of the highest caliber, with it in her possession. She could contend with even those at the out-of-body stage. Against these two, she required no weapons at all. Mere foundation establishment cultivators dare to act so arrogantly before me? Have you forgotten who I am? With her beautiful eyes blazing with fury, Bai Fei'er resolutely struck out with her delicate hand. Instantly, the shadow of her palm surged forth like a torrent, crashing down upon Bai Haoxian and Bai Mei. Poof! The sound of blood being coughed up echoed as their once unyielding attack shattered, both of them spitting blood and being sent flying. One strike, and they were vanquished. How could this be? Bai Haoshuan stumbled to his feet, propped up by his silver spear, his complexion ashen and his eyes wide with disbelief. As for Bai Mei, she had been the target of Bai Fei'er's earlier strike, which had been as sharp as a sword. Upon landing, not only was her dress tattered, but her face bore several gashes. Though her appearance remained relatively intact, her injuries were far more severe than those of Bai Haoshuan. The crowd gathered at the edge of the martial arts arena erupted in uproar. What was happening? The two once mighty prodigies had been defeated in the blink of an eye. Bai Fei'er's single palm strike was terrifyingly powerful. Yet, this was inconceivable. Everyone knew she had been afflicted by a curse, her cultivation lost. How could she have returned now? Could it be? Suddenly, someone in the crowd slapped their thigh and exclaimed, "No wonder she has been absent for so long." They said she was married off far away, but in reality, she must have sought a way to restore her cultivation. Indeed, how could Bai Fei'er simply accept the loss of her powers? She must have ventured out to seek opportunities to regain her strength. Many members of the Bai family thought this way, largely because they were unaware of the true nature of Bai Fei'er's plight. They were merely influenced by widespread rumors. They had no knowledge that the poison she suffered from was beyond the means of the Bai family, or even the Sun Flame dynasty, to resolve. They merely believed that Bai Fei'er had lost her powers and had subsequently reclaimed them. However, for Bai Haoshuan and Bai Mei, this notion was utterly fantastical, especially Bai Mei. She was acutely aware of the poison afflicting Bai Fei'er, and understood that the elusive star moon divine water necessary for her healing could only be concocted by a handful of skilled practitioners worldwide. The Bai family could never summon such formidable talents, nor could they procure the rare medicinal ingredients. Thus, it seemed inevitable that Bai Fei'er would be reduced to a mere shell of her former self. Yet, how was it that she could now subdue both of them without even drawing her sword? Truly absurd. Bai Fei'er narrowed her eyes slightly, a dangerous glint flickering within them as she advanced, step by step, with an intimidating presence. Meanwhile, Bai Mei, feeling the sting of pain on her face and with her eyes reddened, appeared somewhat disoriented. She glared at Bai Fei'er and shrieked, "Bai Fei'er, by what right do you act this way? No, this cannot be true." She must not have regained her powers. She must be employing some sort of artifact. She is a master of the sword. How could she not draw it? I will kill you. In a frenzied outburst, she leaped from the ground, brandishing her black mace and charging at Bai Fei, her disheveled hair lending her an air of desperation that evoked pity. Bai Fei remained impassive. Have you lost your mind? She shook her head and struck out once more. With a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap, sending Bai Mei hurtling backward to crash onto the arena floor. Her face smeared with blood, unable to rise for some time. Once more, a single strike vanquished her opponent. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Bai Mei lay sprawled on the ground, a pitiful sight with blood at the corners of her mouth. Ah, you truly have recovered. How is this possible? I refuse to believe it. I will not accept this. Bai Mei's shrill scream echoed through the air, her eyes ablaze with intense resentment. The flames of jealousy threatened to consume her entirely, and in a fit of rage, she pulled a pill from her bosom and recklessly swallowed it, desperately channeling her inner spiritual energy, causing it to surge dramatically. You wretched creature, perish, she cried, leaping forward with her mace, once again aiming to strike Bai Fei. In that moment, her strength multiplied exponentially, her speed quickening to extraordinary levels. The waves of her true energy surged, as if she had instantaneously broken through to the nascent soul stage. Yet, though she had ingested a pill to temporarily enhance her cultivation, the side effects would be catastrophic. Of course, even with the pill. How could she pose any threat to Bai Fei? Perhaps it merely ignited within her the desire to strike. Bai Fei let out a cold, disdainful smile as she grasped the hilt of her sword, deftly unsheathing it. A melodious chime resonated through the air. In an instant, the gleaming ice blade appeared before the crowd, radiating a dazzling brilliance, captivating, resplendent, and magnificent. It resembled a rising sun, enchanting all who beheld it, evoking awe and reverence. With a swift motion, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward the sword's edge like a tide, and she stood proudly, untainted, as though a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. At that moment, not only the Bai family disciples, but even the elders and esteemed guests of considerable cultivation, who had been invited, rose in astonishment, their expressions frozen in shock as they gazed at the soft sword in Bai Fei's hand, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. It was a sacred divine weapon. How could this be possible? How did she come to possess such a sword? Those who were well versed in the ways of the world, upon seeing the sword in Bai Fei's hand, could immediately discern the profound intent emanating from its blade, understanding the nature of this formidable weapon. Yet, Bai Fei paid no heed to the murmurs around her. With a graceful motion, she swept the sword forward, slicing through the air. The once formidable long mace held high Bai Mei shattered like fragile tofu. The chilling momentum of her sword descended upon the severed shaft of the mace. Ah! Bai Mei shrieked in a piercing wail as the force of the sword struck her, plunging her into the depths of the training ground, rendering her unconscious. Ultimately, Bai Fei had shown restraint. After all, Bai Mei was her cousin, and despite her loathsome demeanor, she was still a scion of the Bai family. Not to be slain in this arena. You, Bai Mei stammered, gazing up at her from below. Bai Fei then approached Bai Haoshuan, who was gripped solely by fear. He lacked even the reckless courage that Bai Mei had displayed to confront her. Her eyes were devoid of warmth, and her voice, frigid as ice, declared, "Remember my words. Should you ever offend me again, I shall strike you down." With that, she took her leave, striding away without a trace of regret. The onlookers stood in a daze, enveloped in a sense of bewilderment. Only one among them revealed a hint of intrigue, the daughter of the Bai clan leader, whose spirited demeanor was apparent. It was she who spoke, seated beside Bai Qianshan, her face partially concealed by a delicate veil. Chapter 16. The Saintess of the Temple of Divine Medicine to be seated beside the clan leader during the grand clan competition, elevated above numerous elders, undoubtedly signifies a status of great significance. Although her visage is partially concealed by a veil, the beauty that emanates from her exposed forehead and the space between her brows offers a mere glimpse of her enchanting appearance, one that could be described as breathtakingly exquisite. The younger members of the Bai family, positioned well enough to catch sight of her, could hardly contain their awe, some even lost in a daze, unable to resist moistening their parched lips. In response to their lingering gazes, she offered nothing but disdain. For this woman is no ordinary being. Meng Yiru, at the tender age of 19, has already reached the second level of the out-of-body realm, marking her as an undeniable prodigy of her time. Moreover, she hails from one of the three great temples of the world, the Temple of Divine Medicine, and is a direct disciple of its revered leader, making her the saintess of the Temple of Divine Medicine. The Temple of Divine Medicine possesses a power that far surpasses that of the Sunfire dynasty by 100-fold. The saintess, in fact, is currently traversing the world to hone her medical skills. It is said that her expertise is so remarkable that even the leader of the temple believes she possesses techniques at her age that he could only dream of achieving. As for her presence at the Bai family, it is a connection rooted in a past, albeit slight, bond forged by Bai Qianshan. He had once been an honorary disciple of the Temple of Divine Medicine, though he departed after merely 2 years of study. Nevertheless, the remnants of their teacher-disciple relationship linger, prompting her visit, fortuitously coinciding with the clan competition, allowing her to witness it firsthand. In terms of their lineage, Bai Qianshan would respectfully address Meng Yiru as senior aunt. Did not the head of the Bai clan assert that she had lost all her cultivation and was married off? It appears, however, that she seems far from the worthless being you described. Upon hearing her inquiry, Bai Qianshan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. In her presence, even the head of the Bai clan must tread carefully with his words, ensuring no hint of offense is uttered. Bai Qianshan hesitated before saying, in truth, I merely wished for her to avoid the slander within the clan. Marriage is not an option, and while her cultivation has indeed suffered, it has been restored. Is that so? A trace of derisive amusement flickered in Meng Yiru's eyes, clearly indicating her skepticism regarding his claim. Upon her arrival at the Sunfire Empire, she had heard tales of a regrettable woman from the Bai family. Subsequently, after competing in alchemy against the empire's most skilled royal physician and narrowly emerging victorious, the physician had expressed a hint of regret, mentioning that the Bai woman had been afflicted by the devouring true demon goo, a condition from which her cultivation would be nearly impossible to recover. Of course, this matter bore no relevance to Meng Yiru. At most, she could only lament the situation. For the devouring true demon goo was a malevolent poison specifically designed to cripple one's cultivation. The only remedy lay in the legendary Star Moon Divine Water, ranked 11th on the Divine Medicine list, capable of reversing the poison's effects into medicinal properties, thus offering a chance for healing. However, the efficacy of the Star Moon Divine Water is fleeting, lasting only for a single day post-preparation. Therefore, it cannot be stored. And few possess the ability to concoct such a potion. Her master is one of them, albeit the process is exceedingly arduous. Thus, aside from feeling a sense of regret for this prodigy whom she had never met, Meng Yiru found herself at a loss for any further actions. If rescue was not possible, then it simply was not. However, the sight of Bai Feier earlier, her cultivation at the 7th level of the nascent soul, rendered the notion of total loss of cultivation dubious. Either the tale of her poisoning was fabricated, or someone had concocted the Star Moon Divine Water to restore her, which scenario seemed more plausible. Furthermore, Meng Yiru had observed the exquisite sword in Bai Feier's grasp, a sacred weapon. The national treasure of the Sunfire dynasty was merely a sacred item. Yet this young lady from a noble family possessed one. Even the clan leader, Bai Qianshan, could not afford such an exceptional weapon. It was evident that someone had bestowed it upon her, or she had encountered some extraordinary fortune. Although such tales of falling off cliffs to discover immortal abodes had long lost their charm in this era, Meng Yiru found herself unexpectedly intrigued by Bai Feier. If not for a fortuitous encounter, then who could have aided her? Clan leader, will you not announce the final victor of this clan competition? Meng Yiru gazed at Bai Qianshan, her eyes shimmering with allure, her voice soft and enchanting, as if imbued with an enchanting spell. Bai Qianshan could only manage a wry smile. Although he was unaware of the extraordinary events surrounding his daughter, his astonishment rivaled that of any other clan member. Her cultivation restored, and wielding a sacred weapon. Where had she acquired such things? A multitude of questions swirled in his mind, yet he merely declared to the assembly, "This year's clan competition champion is Bai Feier." The response was minimal. The training grounds were enveloped in an unsettling silence. The shock resonating within everyone was palpable, rendering the words of the clan leader largely ignored. Bai Qianshan observed as the two elders carefully extracted the gravely injured Bai Mei from the floor, only to turn around and discover that their esteemed guest, Meng Yiru, had vanished without a trace. Bai Feier returned to her familiar courtyard. The moment she stepped inside, a petite figure rushed towards her, enveloping her in a tight embrace. It was her devoted maid, Yanqing. Mississippi. You frightened me to death, the young maid exclaimed, her voice trembling with sorrow, evoking a warm sensation within by Fei. All right, do not cry. Am I not safe and sound? She extended her delicate fingers to wipe away the tears streaming down Yanqing's cheeks, offering a gentle smile. Yanqing, now smiling through her sobs, had served by Fei for many years, and their bond was strong. Despite her mistress's haughty demeanor and sharp tongue, Bai Fei possessed a kind heart, and Yanqing had always received her care. Witnessing Bai Fei being marginalized, scorned, and ultimately cast aside like refuse in her marriage had pained Yanqing deeply. In truth, the moment Bai Fei departed, Bai Mei had begun to trouble her, filling Yanqing with both fear and anxiety. Bai Fei patted Yanqing's shoulder and said with a smile, All right, no more tears. Quickly help me with my grooming. From now on, no one in the clan shall dare to bully you. I will protect you. Yes. Yanqing nodded vigorously in agreement. Her cultivation was modest, and she had no knowledge of her young lady's current situation. However, upon witnessing Bai Fei's demeanor, she surmised that the troubles stemming from her lost cultivation had been resolved, allowing her to share in the joy. Just then, Bai Fei suddenly cast her gaze toward the shade of the trees in the courtyard, exclaiming, Who dares to spy on my domain? With a swoosh, a gust of wind stirred beneath the trees, bringing forth a figure that gracefully descended. Meng Yiru landed softly, her veil still in place, her eyes clear and radiant as they fixed intently upon Bai Fei. You, who are you? Bai Fei's gaze sharpened, locking onto Meng Yiru as she asked in a low voice. Pardon my intrusion. I am Meng Yiru, the holy maiden of the Qingyi Divine Palace. She replied with a charming smile, taking a few steps closer to meet Bai Fei's enchanting gaze. What? You are the holy maiden of the Qingyi Divine Palace? Bai Fei's brows furrowed in astonishment as she scrutinized Meng Yiru several times, disbelief washing over her. This woman was, in fact, the holy maiden of the Qingyi Divine Palace. In this realm, the Xiantian realm, powers were as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, endlessly proliferating and perishing. As one force fell, another would rise upon its remains. Thus, the law of the jungle reigned supreme, an eternal cycle of survival of the fittest. Yet among these countless forces, only the so-called extraordinary powers could stand unwavering for millennia, colossal entities that commanded respect. Among these extraordinary powers, the most renowned were the three divine palaces. Their fame was unparalleled, known to all: the Heavenly Questioning Palace, the Sacred Forging Palace, and the Qingyi Divine Palace. The Qingyi Divine Palace stands as the foremost sect in the realm of medicine, a sanctuary where formidable beings abound, and a hallowed ground yearned for by countless practitioners of the healing arts. It is said that the palace's master possesses the extraordinary ability to revive the deceased and refine souls. Indeed, only a mere handful can rival such prowess in this age, rendering it a truly colossal entity. In comparison to the Qingyi Divine Palace, even the Bai family, let alone the Sunflower dynasty, appears utterly feeble. Bai Fei had also heard of the renowned Qingyi saintess. At the tender age of 19, she had already attained the out-of-body stage and had become a sixth-grade alchemist. Her technique, Thousand Lotus Transformation, astonishing all. Presently, she roams the world, honing her medical skills. Little did she expect that the Qingyi saintess would grace the Bai family with her presence, and she felt a pang of embarrassment. Bai Fei composed herself, offering a graceful bow with utmost respect. No need for formality, Dream Yiru replied with a warm smile. I have come today primarily due to a connection between the Bai clan and our Qingyi Divine Palace. However, I find myself even more intrigued by you. Bai Fei was taken aback, asking, What does the saintess mean by that? I have heard that you were afflicted by a rare poison, your cultivation lost, and you were sent away in marriage by the Bai family. Yet now it seems. Dream Yiru remarked with a serene smile, her tone melodious, though it failed to soothe Bai Fei, causing cold sweat to bead on her brow. It appears someone has aided you. Bai Fei thought to herself that the saintess had effortlessly discerned the tumult within her heart, a realization that was indeed quite alarming. Though she bore no ill intentions and was merely intrigued by the restoration of her own cultivation, she remarked, The saintess is indeed correct. I have been afflicted by the swallowing true demon goo, and my cultivation has significantly waned. Fortunately, I received assistance from a reclusive elder, which allowed me to. How did you save me? Meng Yiru pondered that her conjectures were likely quite accurate, yet she continued to press for answers. That esteemed elder concocted the celestial moon water. which ultimately healed me. Bai Feier increasingly sensed that this saintly healer's schemes were far from simple. However, she felt compelled to respond. For the individual before her bore a much greater stature, one not to be trifled with. Indeed, she had already noticed Meng Yiru during the martial arts arena event. This was someone her own clan leader father could not afford to underestimate. Who would have thought that within this humble Sunfire dynasty, there existed such a master alchemist? It appears I must seek an audience with her. Meng Yiru naturally did not believe Bai Feier would fabricate a lie, for she lacked the audacity to do so. Instead, curiosity took hold. The Sunfire dynasty was not particularly significant in the eastern frontier. Yet, there remained an elusive medical sage hidden among the common folk. Her departure from the sacred healing palace was intended for world travel and the expansion of her knowledge. Initially, Meng Yiru had no intention of lingering in the Sunfire dynasty, as there was little to keep her there. The most accomplished alchemist in the dynasty had already been bested by her, rendering any competition with the lesser practitioners unnecessary. However, she did not anticipate an unexpected gain. Where is that elder now, and what is their name? Upon hearing Meng Yiru's inquiry, Bai Feier's expression immediately grew troubled. The saintess was not to be trifled with. That esteemed elder had long since descended to the mortal realm, seeking tranquility and diversion. To intrude upon him recklessly might provoke his displeasure. That venerable Gu had held her in such high regard, yet now she would be introducing this saintess to him, potentially disturbing his peaceful existence. Should he take out his frustration on Bai Feier, it would be bearable, but if he were to direct his ire towards the Bai family, it would spell true catastrophe. Rest assured, I am merely driven by curiosity. Moreover, I am the personally instructed disciple of the esteemed master of the Kingi Divine Palace. There is no one in this world who would dare disregard my master's reputation. My personal visit serves to honor that standing. Furthermore, my intention is to travel far and wide to enhance my medical skills. This visit is simply an opportunity for humble inquiry, Meng Yiru remarked with a smile. Clearly determined to meet that esteemed elder. This, Bai Feier furrowed her brow, finding herself at a loss for words. She could not refute the truth. Among the practitioners of this world, those who garnered the highest respect and effortlessly built connections were undoubtedly the representatives of the three divine palaces, namely the heavenly inquiry masters, spirit craft masters, and pharmaceutical physicians. As the name suggests, the heavenly inquiry masters seek to divine fate. To put it simply, they are akin to fortune tellers. Among mortals, there are often so-called wizards, who are typically charlatans. However, true heavenly inquiry masters possess formidable skills. They can interpret omens and predict auspicious signs. And it is said that the leader of the heavenly inquiry palace can foresee the trajectory of this realm 1,000 years hence, a mystery wrapped in enigma. The national master of the Sunflame dynasty, also known as the heavenly master of inquiry, is a figure of immense significance to the royal family. The spirit craftsmen require no further elaboration. Whether forging new artifacts or restoring the old, there are intricate techniques involved. The apothecaries, too, hold their own esteem, skillfully concocting precious elixirs and wielding medical prowess. It is not merely the esteemed leader of the Divine Medicine Palace who recognizes their worth. Even Meng Yiru, a sixth-grade apothecary, possesses formidable connections capable of bringing about the downfall of the Bai family. Connections she has cultivated on her own. Countless skilled practitioners and healers seek her expertise for remedies and treatments. Furthermore, with Meng Yiru's identity as the saintess of divine medicine, no power in the realm would dare to disrespect her, let alone a mere reclusive sage. Disturbing the tranquility? If it is a disturbance, so be it. She harbors no ill intent and merely wishes to pay a visit. Is there a problem, perhaps? Meng Yiru smiled, her demeanor pleasant. Yet her aura gradually pressed toward Bai Feier, devoid of hostility, merely seeking a response. Well, there is none. I shall escort the saintess. Bai Feier gritted her teeth in acquiescence. Meng Yiru's smile blossomed, exclaiming, That's the spirit. Without further ado, Miss Feier, let us be on our way. Meng Yiru, in her haste, seemed unconcerned that Bai Feier had just returned home. She seized her and swiftly produced the sacred Yin-Yang celestial disk, tracing a luminous arc across the heavens. And in an instant, they vanished into the distance. Miss, where are we headed? In the courtyard, Yanqing stared blankly at the sky, murmuring to herself. Chapter 18. The Apothecary's Compendium is Deceptively False. As twilight deepened, in a certain street of Qingmu City, Gu Heng and another gentleman sat around a table, exchanging cups, and reveling in camaraderie. The occasional boisterous laughter drew curious glances from passers-by. Gu Hong glanced at the purse pushed toward him, without needing to open it. He discerned its weight and realized that his acquaintance, Brother Wu, had indeed been overly generous. "Oh dear, this is far too much," Gu Hong remarked. "There's no need for such extravagance, especially since you've been so considerate of everyone. If I were to accept less, I can only imagine the scolding I'd receive from my wife upon my return home. Well then, since that's the case, thank you, Brother Wu." "Haha, Gu Hong, you are a man of straightforwardness. Let us not dwell on monetary matters any longer. Come, let us indulge in wine and meat. Indeed, come, let us celebrate." Gu Hong was in high spirits, having finally sold his clinic after much effort. His companion, Brother Wu, was one of the prominent landowners in the vicinity, known for his unwavering generosity in purchasing medicinal supplies. Tonight, he had paid a handsome sum for Gu Hong's establishment, much to Gu Hong's delight. As he was in the company of his benefactor, Gu Hong felt it only proper to join in the revelry. Even if the wine, though considered fine by ordinary standards, lacked potency and left him unswayed. Of course, Gu Hong took the opportunity to caution Brother Wu, hinting that turmoil was imminent in Qingmu City, and he did not shy away from sharing his own intentions to depart. However, Brother Wu was rather indifferent. Being a merchant, he had seen much of the world. Though he was merely mortal, he often had the means to employ cultivators. To him, cultivators were just that, nothing extraordinary. While Gu Hong held a degree of admiration for Brother Wu's audacity, he remained resolute in his decision to depart. After several rounds of drinks, the two bid each other farewell and returned home. Upon pushing open the door to the medical clinic, Gu Hong found She lounging on a nearby rattan chair, eyes half closed. He could not discern whether the little one was merely fatigued or drowsy. He gently stroked She's fur, preparing to tidy up. Gu Hong rummaged through every drawer of the apothecary cabinet, filling his system backpack with medicinal herbs. This system, while not particularly formidable, allowed Gu Hong to practice skills that yielded no profit and bore no relation to cultivation. Nevertheless, it possessed additional functionalities. For instance, the system backpack, the capacity of which Gu Hong had yet to fully comprehend, was undoubtedly vast. It bore a resemblance to the mystic rings utilized by cultivators, artifacts that even they regarded as prohibitively expensive, which Gu Hong had no need for. After a flurry of activity lasting a brief tea session, Gu Hong laid out some nearly depleted herbs on the table. With little remaining, he decided against taking them away, opting instead to prepare a medicinal soup. Just as he intended to retrieve the items from the back room, he paused at the door, then turned back to the prescription table, prying open a stone slab beneath which he unearthed a tome. This book is quite ancient, resembling a relic, yet it remains intact, its cover still whole, albeit thickly coated in dust. The Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia was bestowed upon Gu Hong after he had achieved an extraordinary mastery in the art of medicine. The title possesses an imposing and enigmatic quality, but upon perusing this not-so-thick volume, Gu Hong discovered that its contents bore no relation to its cover. The book merely instructs on the art of potion crafting and the names of the medicinal herbs listed within. Gu Hong compared them with those in the system's marketplace and realized they were identical. Such an air of mystery surrounds it. Yet it is merely a companion to the system's marketplace. Should Gu Hong present this book to others, he could assure that they would find it incomprehensible, and even if they did understand, they would undoubtedly dismiss it. In the past, Gu Hong would engage in conversations with other ordinary practitioners in Qingmu City. However, he soon ceased to do so, as all his medicinal materials were sourced from the system's marketplace, while others collected theirs from the mountains or purchased them from afar, leading to entirely different nomenclatures. Yet, according to the tutorials within the Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia, combined with the herbs from the system's marketplace, Gu Hong was indeed capable of concocting medicines and healing ailments, though the methods and materials he employed were utterly unique to him. Or rather, he was the sole anomaly. Thus, Gu Hong harbored great apprehension that if others were to discover his rather unconventional approach to potion crafting, they might label him as a charlatan, claiming he was a danger to others, which would spell disaster. Sighing, he pondered the futility of keeping the book, yet, discarding it seemed unwise. After all, it is a singular artifact. He resolved to retain it. Gu Hong muttered to himself, casting aside the book on the table. He had memorized the contents of this tome, yet he found it difficult to part with it. This singular gift from the system held significant value to him. Should he discard it, it would truly be lost forever. Gu Hong cherished such objects deeply. even if they seemed worthless to others. This singular volume of the Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia held intrinsic worth simply by virtue of its uniqueness. The system had bestowed upon him other items, yet he had scarcely glanced at them. He resumed tidying up, noting how late it had grown. He would need to set off early the following morning. Su Jinxia observed the book abandoned on the table, narrowing her eyes before leisurely leaping down from the rattan chair. With a swift push of her short legs, she landed atop the table. Nearby lay several medicinal herbs, exuding a rich aura. A single glance was enough for her to recognize them. TSK. Gu Heng truly seemed indifferent to such treasures. The Bai Ling sacred fruit, capable of mending fractured souls, was a coveted item among the world's mightiest, for it safeguarded the soul from shattering and was exceedingly rare. The dragon claw flower, a substance for body refinement, would grant practitioners a fleeting possession of draconic strength and physique upon concoction. There were also other herbs, all of which were exceptionally sought-after natural treasures. Su Jinxia was no longer surprised by such findings. The wealth of the esteemed Gu far exceeded her imagination. She had once been responsible for overseeing the apothecary of the 10,000 demons, a realm unto itself, filled with treasures of heaven and earth, which paled in comparison to what adorned Gu's cabinet. However, what captivated her attention was a particular tome. This book emanated an enigmatic aura, imbued with a profound essence, as if it contained the ultimate truths of the universe. The primordial pharmacopoeia. Could it truly be genuine? Observing Gu's demeanor towards the volume, she surmised that he would not mind her perusing it. Meow? Su Jinxia glanced towards the back room, where silence reigned, and so she gently lifted her fluffy paw, slowly unveiling the cover. In an instant, she was enveloped by a torrent of blinding radiance. Bang! With a sharp sound, Su Jinxia was propelled backward, crashing against the wall before sliding down. Chapter 19. This place hardly seems to harbor any reclusive masters. Su Jinxia was somewhat on guard. The moment she opened the tome titled The Primordial Pharmacopoeia, she felt an overwhelming repulsion. Immediately, she summoned her entire essence, preventing herself from sustaining severe injuries. Merely peeling back the cover had unleashed such a terrifying force. If she were to truly open the book, would she not be unable to withstand its might? Filled with uncertainty, Su Jinxia dared not recklessly attempt to turn the next page. Even a formidable demon at the 10th level of tribulation nearly succumbed to the pressure of a single page. She could certainly not endure the weight of the entire volume. Yet, Su Jinxia was certain of one thing. This sacred tome was indeed genuine. She gazed at the primordial pharmacopoeia, her tail quivering with excitement. It was said that this book was authored by the immortal physician during the era of the Great Void, with its pages composed of fragments left over from the creation of the universe. The very characters contained within were imbued with the profound truths of the cosmos and the principles of the Tao. The object itself belonged to the realm of semi-mortal grade. True immortal grade artifacts had long since taken on human form, possessing high intelligence, rather than remaining in the guise of a mere book. However, it was rumored that the primordial pharmacopoeia possessed intelligence, albeit unable to assume human form. Most importantly, it contained the knowledge of alchemy. In the realm of alchemy, whether considering alchemists or the quality of elixirs, everything was categorized into 9 grades. The disparities grew increasingly vast as one ascended the ranks. A 9th grade alchemist was already the pinnacle of contemporary achievement. Yet, in the ancient era of the Great Void, what was deemed the first to the 9th grades was considered mortal tier. Above the realm of mortal grade, it is rumored that there exist 3 tiers: royal grade, imperial grade, and divine grade. However, the legendary masters of medicine within these echelons have long since vanished, and those capable of concocting 9th grade elixirs are exceedingly rare. The Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia, a culmination of the alchemist's lifelong dedication, contains records of the most exquisite and now-lost recipes from this world. It is even whispered that within its pages lies the profound truth to transcend the constraints of mortal grade. The mere thought of this sent a shiver down Su Jinxia's spine. Yet, this tome is not one that is accessible to just anyone. Although Elder Gu seems indifferent to its presence, Su Jinxia could not feign such nonchalance. The value of the Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia far surpasses that of the treasures housed within his extensive collection of herbs and minerals. Xiaoxi, refrain from moving about recklessly, lest you injure yourself, Gu Heng's voice echoed from the back room. Upon hearing this, Su Jinxia immediately ceased her exploration. She pondered how many such extraordinary treasures he possessed. Surely, Gu Hong must have discerned her furtive glances at the Hongmeng pharmacopoeia. His warning, however, came too late. Had he issued it sooner, Su Jinsi would not have dared to turn the pages of the revered book. As a cultivator in the tribulation stage, she had yet to earn the right to engage with artifacts associated with the immortal realm. Forget it. I shall prepare something for her to drink, he decided. He was meticulously categorizing the myriad of useless items produced while practicing system skills in the back room, gradually placing them into the system backpack. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted from the outer hall. It was unmistakably that mischievous creature, once again colliding with the table corner. While caring for it was undeniably delightful, there were moments when the cat exhibited a rebellious streak. Nevertheless, Gu Hong had been tending to this little one for a few days now, and it had shown little appetite, subsisting solely on the medicinal soup he prepared. Gu Hong was aware that the concoction served to satiate hunger, yet the cat seemed quite content with it, which truly indicated it was easy to care for. With this thought in mind, he paused his task. The stove in the back room was still alight. He retrieved the remaining herbs from the outer hall and casually tossed them into a pot to brew, which soon yielded results. He took care to add sugar. "Xiao Shi, come back," Gu Hong called out, and Su Jinsi bounded over, instantly burying her little head in the bowl of soup on the table without hesitation. Seeing her settled, Gu Hong resumed his tidying. In the evening twilight, Meng Yiru and Bai Feier arrived above Qingmu City. Following Bai Feier's guidance, they descended onto the street adjacent to Gu Heng's clinic. They refrained from landing directly at the clinic's entrance, as Bai Feier mentioned that the esteemed elder preferred tranquility and solitude over revelry, prompting Meng Yiru to exercise caution. "Feier, you are indeed a remarkable talent. I am inclined to trust your words to some extent, however." Meng Yiru gazed at Bai Feier, her expression reflecting a considerable inner conflict. She harbored lingering doubts, for on the way, Bai Feier had informed her that the esteemed Gu, in merely the span of a tea break, had concocted the starlit moon water. Who could be deceived by such a claim? Meng Yiru, despite her youth of merely 19, had already attained the status of a 6th-grade alchemist and was a direct disciple of the esteemed head of the Celestial Medicine Palace. While she may not have been able to concoct the divine elixirs listed on the divine medicine rankings, she had observed true masters of alchemy at the 5 Regions Alchemy Conference. The renowned 9th-grade alchemist, known as the Medicine Emperor of the Northern Desert, had required the assistance of 6 formidable beings at the conference and spent nearly 100 days to refine 3 medicinal materials, followed by an additional 37 days to produce a small vial of starlit moon water, which upon its emergence, had even stirred celestial phenomena. That small vial of starlit moon water had immediately incited fierce bidding among many powerful figures. The astonishment of that scene remained etched in Meng Yiru's memory. Initially, she had thought that the esteemed Gu would be using the starlit moon water for her healing, yet Bai Feier told her that Gu had, with an ordinary iron pot, produced the 11th-ranked elixir from the divine medicine rankings in merely the time it took to brew tea. Furthermore, he had witnessed him effortlessly shatter a 1,000-year-old lifelong ironwood with his bare hands. It would be absurd for Meng Yiru to believe such tales. If the holy maiden herself had doubts, she could simply see for herself, but that elder had long immersed himself in the mundane world, making it impossible to discern his true prowess. In truth, I too was filled with skepticism at first, yet what I witnessed compelled me to accept the reality. Bai Feier forced a bitter smile. She had never deceived Meng Yiru. Yet, this matter was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, how could she dare to mislead her so casually? Enough. Meng Yiru shook her head. "Since you are so certain, I must see it for myself." With that, she made her way towards Gu Heng's medical clinic, and Bai Feier hurriedly followed suit. Upon arriving at the entrance, the antiquity of the clinic's exterior made Meng Yiru feel that it hardly resembled the abode of a recluse. As she stepped inside and surveyed her surroundings, she found no clues to suggest otherwise. "Miss Feier, you mentioned that this elder has a 9-lives demon as a pet, yet I see neither hide nor hair of them," Meng Yiru remarked, glancing around in search of the elder or the aforementioned creature. "Perhaps the elder has stepped out," Bai Feier mused, feeling a twinge of uncertainty as she observed the expression on Meng Yiru's face, which hinted at impending dissatisfaction. "I hope I have not come in vain." Meng Yiru narrowed her eyes, directing her gaze towards the nearby medicine cabinet. She approached it, eager to discover what treasures of heaven and earth lay within. Chapter 20. Is he a master or a mortal? Meng Yiru's audacity was indeed considerable. At least when Bai Feier witnessed her intentions, her complexion paled instantaneously. Yet, she dared not intervene and could only murmur, "Saintess, you must not disturb the elder's medicine cabinet." The audacity of the Saintess of the Qingyi Divine Palace was truly astounding. Even though Bai Feier perceived Elder Gu as amiable, the act of rummaging through his cabinet in his absence was an affront that, no matter how tolerant a person might be, could never be condoned. Thus, both of them would be doomed, wouldn't they? "Fear not. I shall merely take a glance," Meng Yiru responded, seemingly unfazed. In this world, few could disregard her title as the Saintess of the Qingyi Divine Palace. Meng Yiru was far from believing that this reclusive Elder Gu was among them, and she remained skeptical about the very existence of this elder. At the very least, she could not fathom that any alchemist could concoct the celestial moon water within the brief span of a tea's brewing time. Her own master could not accomplish such a feat, and her master was a pinnacle 9th-rank alchemist of unparalleled renown. "Since you are absent, I shall peruse your belongings then." With this thought, Meng Yiru reached for the drawer of the medicine cabinet, which bore no restrictions or locks, and it opened effortlessly. However, it revealed nothing within. Frowning, she proceeded to open several other drawers, only to find them equally barren. According to Bai Feier, the esteemed Gu Senior selected the Longxing ironwood, the red gold grass, and the ancient dragon tooth powder from the medicine cabinet before embarking on the alchemical process. It seemed rather remarkable that such rare celestial materials and earthly treasures, which were scarcely found even within the revered halls of the Divine Physician Palace, could be so brazenly displayed in this cabinet for anyone to discover. Yet, there appeared to be nothing here. This deepened Meng Yiru's suspicions. After all, regardless of their celestial nature, these treasures must have been a personal collection amassed over many years. How could one possibly neglect their proper storage, opting instead to establish a mere medical clinic and display them in such a theatrical manner? Unless, of course, that Gu Senior was entirely indifferent to these so-called celestial materials and earthly treasures. Yet, Meng Yiru had never encountered such a person. She could not fathom anyone dismissing these precious items, which could incite a storm of bloodshed. "Miss Feier, it seems that what you have mentioned may not be entirely credible." With a hint of disappointment, Meng Yiru turned to Bai Feier, raising her delicate brows. She did not believe that Bai Feier had spoken falsehoods. The poison she had endured could indeed only be healed by the Star Moon divine water or even rarer elixirs. Such divine medicines were not commonplace. It was inconceivable for an ordinary person to procure them. Treasures that even those in the great ascension stage sought after fervently were beyond the reach of the Bai family, let alone the royal lineage of the Sunfire dynasty. Thus, Meng Yiru's doubts shifted. She began to suspect that Bai Feier may not have been afflicted by the so-called swallowing true demon Gu, but rather that her cultivation had experienced an inexplicable and sudden decline, only to be mysteriously restored thereafter. After all, she is considered a prodigy within this imperial dynasty. It is quite natural for her mind to be clouded after a sudden fall from grace. As for the so-called assistance from the reclusive master, Meng Yiru still believes there is truth to it. The sacred weapon at Bai Feier's waist is certainly not a mere trinket. Her own weapon is a pair of sacred-grade yin-yang jade rings, a privilege she possesses solely because she is a saintess from one of the 3 divine palaces of the world. Yet what of Bai Feier? Even the head of the Bai family, Bai Qianshan, cannot afford such a splendid item. Moreover, Meng Yiru perceives that Bai Qianshan does not appear to be the kind of father who would lavish such extraordinary gifts upon his daughter, one that would be difficult to find elsewhere in the entire Sunflower Empire. While she harbors doubts, Meng Yiru contemplates that since she is already here, she might as well meet the true form of the senior that Bai Feier speaks of. However, this clinic, it seems to be on the brink of neglect. Surely, there must be medicinal herbs within the cabinet of Senior Gu. Bai Feier also appears quite flustered. Her concern is not that Meng Yiru might think her a liar or spouting nonsense, but rather about the esteemed Senior Gu, the one who aided her, bestowed upon her divine medicine, and gifted her with a sacred weapon, appears quite youthful. Rather than fearing she might offend Meng Yiru, Bai Feier is more apprehensive about Meng Yiru offending Gu Hong. Individuals emerging from such extraordinary forces often carry a sense of immense pride, and their temperaments tend to be rather unruly. Furthermore, Bai Feier truly dares not to compare the prowess of Senior Gu with that of the Lord of the Divine Medicine Palace. If she couldn't see him, then this visit would be somewhat. Meng Yiru initially harbored some dissatisfaction, but soon, a detached voice reached her ears. "Miss Feier has returned." Just as Meng Yiru was about to inquire about the whereabouts of the senior Bai Feier, she turned to see a young man standing at the doorway leading to the back hall, gazing at them with an enigmatic smile. Meng Yiru immediately scrutinized him. A mortal. He appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary human. No trace of true energy was evident, which could imply that his cultivation was remarkably high yet well concealed. However, Meng Yiru had encountered numerous formidable beings, and true strength often exuded an innate authority, even when cultivation levels were indiscernible. Yet, this individual lacked even a hint of the imposing presence characteristic of a strong person. Perhaps, he had immersed himself in the mundane world to such an extent that even the demeanor of a powerful being had been completely eroded. Meng Yiru furrowed her delicate brows, sensing that he was likely just an ordinary person. However, Bai Feier stepped forward a few paces and sincerely greeted Gu Hong, saying, "Young Master Gu, we apologize for the sudden intrusion. It is indeed quite abrupt." Young Master Gu? Meng Yiru's gaze flickered momentarily. Earlier, Bai Feier had cautioned her that this senior detested the title of senior, preferring to be addressed as young master, which indicated that this individual must be the so-called Gu Senior. A proud genius of the nascent soul stage displayed such courtesy before this seemingly ordinary youth. Was he truly an extraordinary recluse, or merely a mortal? However, Gu Hong gazed at Meng Yiru for a moment before inquiring, "Is this Miss Feier's friend?" Indeed. She possessed a gentle beauty, distinctly different from the slightly resilient and spirited visage of Bai Feier. She was a refined beauty in her own right. Yet, she did not appear to be a cultivator. However, it was entirely reasonable for Bai Feier to cultivate friendships with mortals. After all, she was quite affectionate towards her servant, Bai Mo, and surely would not disdain forming a close bond with a mortal, would she? "I am Yiru, a humble visitor, and I apologize for any offense caused." Meng Yiru remained composed, lowering her stance to gauge whether this individual was an esteemed figure or merely an ordinary person. She intentionally refrained from disclosing her true identity. Chapter 21. Are you also an alchemist? Meng Yiru was lost in thought, pondering numerous matters. She could not discern the true strength of the young man before her, uncertain whether he was indeed a formidable alchemist or merely a humble practitioner running a seemingly modest clinic, living a challenging existence as an ordinary mortal. Despite her position as the saintess of the Qini Divine Palace, which commanded respect from any sensible cultivator or reclusive master, she hesitated to provoke this alchemist who was part of a remarkable power. She realized that acting rashly could lead to unforeseen consequences. So she resolved to adopt a more cautious approach, displaying humility. She decided to conceal her identity as the saintess, for if this elder was genuinely a hidden master, she would gladly forge a friendship. If he turned out to be a short-sighted mortal, well, then there would be no need for courtesy. Yet, she still harbored doubts, feeling that this so-called hidden master was perhaps 1 part genuine and 9 parts illusion. The 1 part truth likely stemmed from the divine weapon hanging at Bai Feier's waist, which was difficult to explain, or perhaps she simply felt it was beyond explanation. However, it was unlikely that this young man possessed anything of notable merit. Meng Yiru's name, however, was quite melodious. Gu Hong observed her, reflecting that this mortal girl was indeed charming. Yet he found it peculiar that, on such a late evening, she accompanied her cultivator friend around, showing remarkable boldness. Nevertheless, he noted that Bai Feier appeared quite capable and would likely protect her, alleviating his concerns. However, the issue at hand is that just now, Gu Hong also witnessed the subtle gestures of this young lady, Iro. Yet, upon entering my medical clinic, she dares to rummage through my medicine cabinet. Does she intend to pilfer my medicinal herbs? His tone was calm, yet it carried an air of authority. The expression on Meng Yiru's face finally revealed astonishment, a reaction that Gu Hong observed keenly, further corroborating his suspicions. Indeed, this mortal girl seems to possess rather unscrupulous hands. Although she had never anticipated that her act of meddling with his cabinet would be so openly scrutinized, Meng Yiru swiftly composed her expression. "My apologies, I am also skilled in alchemy. Upon entering this clinic and seeing familiar items, I found it difficult to restrain my curious hands. I truly meant no offense," she stated, slightly bowing to convey her regret. "Oh, you are knowledgeable in alchemy?" Gu Hong raised an eyebrow in inquiry. He did not alter his tone, primarily because he found it hard to believe. This mortal girl, adorned in such exquisite attire, her gown appearing far beyond the means of an ordinary household, likely associated with another affluent young lady. Although this Iro was unable to cultivate, her family must undoubtedly possess considerable wealth, overflowing with riches. Such a wealthy young lady, and yet she claims to understand alchemy? Alchemy is no trivial pursuit. Gu Hong had honed his medical skills to perfection, tirelessly prescribing remedies and attending to patients, leaving him utterly exhausted. Moreover, the process of alchemy itself is incredibly time-consuming. One must exercise caution. Certain medicinal herbs cannot be recklessly tossed in all at once, but rather must be added in batches. The art of alchemy demands patience. Without it, success remains elusive. Gu Hong discerned that he had indeed glimpsed a hint of arrogance on Meng Yiru's countenance. After all, she was a prized jewel from a wealthy family. Could such an impatient young lady of affluence endure the intricate and solitary nature of alchemical practices? It was likely a mere pastime for her, lacking true dedication. However, upon hearing the words, "You understand alchemy too," and witnessing the skepticism etched on Gu Hong's face, a fiery indignation ignited within Meng Yiru. This so-called reclusive master likely shunned worldly affairs, oblivious to her status as the renowned saintess of medicine. Yet, how dare he question her alchemical prowess? At the tender age of 15, she had already exhibited extraordinary talent in the art of alchemy, rivaling her innate aptitude for cultivation. Indeed, the revered leader of the Divine Medicine Palace had personally sought her out to take her as a disciple. In a mere 4 years, Meng Yiru had ascended to the ranks of a 6th-tier alchemist. A 6th-tier alchemist. In the Dayan Empire, the highest tier of alchemical practitioners was limited to the 6th rank. Moreover, she had effortlessly defeated a royal cultivator, who was mediocre in both precision and control over the flames. Most alchemists spend their entire lives struggling to surpass the 4th tier, yet she had achieved the 6th tier in just 4 years. Even within the Divine Medicine Palace, many regarded her as a prodigy not seen in millennia, believing she might transcend the constraints of the 9th tier and break free from the mortal realm. In this moment, she found herself confronted by the young man before her, who dared to question, "Do you possess knowledge of alchemy?" To be honest, Meng Yiru believed her temper was rather commendable, regardless of whether he was indeed a reclusive master. His audacity to doubt her not only tarnished her reputation, but also disrespected the esteemed name of her mentor, the revered leader of the Qingyi Divine Palace. Should her master hear such words, he would undoubtedly be incensed enough to seek her out for an explanation, assuming the so-called reclusive master was genuine. However, Meng Yiru increasingly sensed that he was no sage, but rather a short-sighted and ignorant mortal. Though angered, she resolved that since her abilities were being questioned, regardless of his potential status, she would decisively demonstrate her prowess through her accomplishments. It was imperative to confront this challenge. With the privilege of having studied under a distinguished master, she possessed a modicum of skill in alchemy. While her abilities were merely a fraction of her master's, they were still respectable in their own right. With a touch of pride, she lifted her chin slightly and, with a casual motion, produced a small jade vial. Presenting it to Gu Hong, he accepted the vial, examining the translucent container that held a swirling, light purple pill adorned with spiral patterns. After scrutinizing it for a brief moment, he inquired, "Is this pill of your own making?" "Indeed," Meng Yiru replied, her demeanor brimming with pride. And she had ample reason to feel so. This was a 6th-rank, soul-severing pill. A peak out-of-body cultivator needed only to consume one to ascend directly into the spirit division stage. The effects were straightforward yet powerful, and even a 7th-rank alchemist might not achieve success in crafting it on their first attempt. At the age of 18, Meng Yiru astonished all present alchemists, including her esteemed mentor judging from the elevated platform, by successfully concocting a 6th-grade soul-severing pill during the 5 Domains Alchemy Conference. Meng Yiru felt an overwhelming sense of pride in her accomplishment. Just the mere production of this 6th-grade elixir would surely leave the individual before her utterly speechless. She had no fear of being accused of deceit, for each alchemist possessed a unique mark, rendering their concoctions impossible to be impersonated by others. The spiral patterns on the pill were unmistakably her signature, a testament to Meng Yiru's identity. Gu Hong scrutinized her for a moment, noting her haughty demeanor as she regarded him with an air of superiority. How amusing it was to see her so proud. He pondered whether such a creation could even be deemed an elixir. At best, it resembled merely a sugary pill with a slight invigorating effect. Gu Hong had mastered the art of alchemy, unable to discern the elixirs crafted by mere mortals. For anyone attempting to flaunt their abilities before him would be akin to wielding a hammer in the presence of a master craftsman. Better to retire and rest. Chapter 22. Your master is certainly not that impressive. Meng Yiru observed Gu Heng's rapt attention on the elixir, and then glanced at him, her heart swelling with pride to the point of near euphoria. Humph, are you so astonished? Surely you have never encountered a prodigious beauty like me. Who at the tender age of 19 can concoct 6th-grade spiritual elixirs, have you? Regardless of whether you are an ordinary mortal or a reclusive master from some distant realm. If you possess the skill, you should be able to refine 6th-grade pills by 18, right? If not, then I regret to inform you that you must simply be in awe at my prowess as the saintess of medicine. However, Meng Yiru sensed that this young man had yet to exhibit any signs of bewilderment or ignorance, indicating that he was not an ordinary person. After all, mere mortals could not discern the efficacy of such an elixir. Cultivators, however, could perceive the immense medicinal power contained within this soul-severing pill. Naturally, those seasoned practitioners who frequently interacted with rare herbs and could refine 7th, 8th, or even 9th-grade elixirs, known as pharmaceutical emperors or pharmaceutical sages, would not feel such profound astonishment. They would hardly concern themselves with a mere 6th-grade spiritual elixir. Then, Gu Heng unexpectedly inquired, "May I ask, Miss Yiru, your age this year?" Meng Yiru's brow twitched slightly as she feigned gentility and replied, "I have squandered over a decade. I am but 19 years of age." Oh, quite young indeed. Gu Heng seemed to come to a realization, which only heightened Meng Yiru's pride, for she knew that this individual was undoubtedly captivated by her youthful age and her nearly otherworldly alchemical skills. "Nothing much, I am still quite young. As for alchemy, there is much to learn." Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Heng casually placed the jade vial containing the 6th-grade soul separation pill on the nearby table, continuing with a tone of earnestness. "Although this may not be particularly pleasant to hear, I must say, Miss Meng Yiru, your skills in alchemy still require significant refinement." "What?" Meng Yiru was taken aback, nearly believing she had misheard. "My alchemy skills are lacking?" Gu Heng shook his head, speaking with grave sincerity. "To be frank, this pill you have concocted is rather subpar. In my view, its efficacy is quite mediocre. Of course, I do not mean to imply that your abilities are entirely lacking. After all, you possess patience, which is commendable. Yet, your technique needs considerable honing." He adopted a demeanor of an elder imparting wisdom, each word resembling that of a venerable sage offering earnest guidance to a junior, leaving Bai Feier in a state of astonishment. Indeed, this saintess of medicine was exceptionally gifted, yet she had not anticipated that Gu Heng's standards for genius would be so stringent. Clearly, Meng Yiru had never faced such scrutiny or disparagement. At the age of 19, she was a 6th-grade alchemist, a rarity indeed. Given her uniqueness and the formidable backing she possessed, was it not fitting to shower her with praise? While I do not claim to be an expert in alchemy, I find myself entitled to offer a critique. Gu Heng's tone remained light and breezy, as if he were merely admonishing a naive girl who, having some idle wealth, took up alchemy as a casual hobby. Upon a cursory glance, he discerned that this purple pill possessed merely a stimulating effect. He even surmised that it might carry a sweet taste. This young lady, Yi Ro, exuded a distinctive personality, seemingly averse to bitterness, much like a pampered aristocrat. Nevertheless, the fact that she managed to concoct such a round, aesthetically pleasing pill indicated that, regardless of its lackluster efficacy, she must have invested considerable effort and energy into its creation, albeit primarily in terms of appearance. This, in itself, illustrated that Meng Yiru possessed a certain level of patience. After all, alchemy is notoriously unforgiving of haste and carelessness. A botched elixir not only wastes precious materials, but ultimately undermines one's own craft. Observing its presentation, Gu Heng was assured that Miss Yiru had indeed exerted herself in its preparation. Naturally, it was conceivable that she desired to flaunt her accomplishment among her circle of friends, claiming a status akin to that of a physician. In the event that they encountered ailments or discomfort, she would be able to offer her assistance. Thus, he felt somewhat obliged to impart a few pointers to her. After all, as a senior, it was only fitting. The young lady appeared earnest in her studies, albeit lacking in finesse, and he questioned the qualifications of her instructor, who likely prioritized financial gain over imparting genuine medical knowledge to this affluent heiress. Yet, it perplexed him that, despite her being sought after by wealthy families for teaching, he had not received similar invitations, leaving him to struggle with the financial viability of his own medical practice. How frustrating. Dream Yiru was rendered completely speechless by Gu Heng's words. Her delicate face contorted, fluctuating between crimson and pallor, akin to a performance on stage. Since her rise to prominence, she had never endured such humiliating reprimands. Even her own mentor had never uttered a single harsh word to her. After a moment of astonishment, she widened her eyes and, gritting her teeth, retorted, "What? What did you say?" Gu Hong, with a gentle smile, met her gaze and remarked, "A bitter pill is beneficial, Miss Yuru. If you can accept this, it will serve you well." This only fueled her anger further. Her petite visage reflected both fury and urgency as she exclaimed, "How dare you speak to me like that? Even my revered master would never. Your master would never reprimand you." "True," Gu Hong interjected. "However, I am not bound by such constraints. The art of alchemy cannot be approached with casual indifference. If your performance falls short, one cannot simply settle for mediocrity." Gu Hong discerned that Dream Yiru likely had never encountered such a lesson and found it challenging to accept. Yet, he perceived potential within her and felt reluctant to forego the opportunity to impart wisdom. Furthermore, it appeared that the mentor you chose to study under was not as formidable as you believed, at least in terms of guidance. "I sense he has not done an adequate job." What? You dare to suggest my master? Do you not realize who he is?" Her words were abruptly cut off by Gu Hong. "What significance does his status hold if he failed to educate you properly? Criticism is warranted when necessary." At this, Dream Yiru was left utterly dumbfounded. Since her arrival here, she had never anticipated being challenged and reprimanded in the very art of alchemy in which she excelled. Nor could she believe that he would dare to chastise the esteemed leader of the Divine Healing Palace alongside her. Was the master of the Divine Healing Palace not as formidable as rumored? In the entire world, there were scarcely more than 5 renowned ninth-grade alchemists, and her own mentor was held in great reverence by his peers among them. How could such a distinguished figure be dismissed so lightly? Amid her fury, Meng Yiru felt an overwhelming sense of injustice swell within her. Observing the scene, Bai Fei'er could hardly contain her laughter. "Ahahaha, Senior Gu is indeed a remarkable individual, able to witness the divine healing saintess receiving such a reprimand. Truly a sight rarely seen in one's lifetime." Meng Yiru shot a glare at Bai Fei'er. Her teeth clenched as she whispered furiously, "Miss Fei'er, who is this so-called expert you have introduced me to? His arrogance is infuriating. Not only does he belittle me, but he also disparages my mentor. To be frank, is this truly an expert? I cannot help but feel that this Senior Gu appears rather egregiously ignorant." In all honesty, Meng Yiru had encountered many proud and powerful figures. Most alchemists bore such traits. Yet, this individual dared to belittle even the master of the Divine Healing Palace. If word of this were to spread, it would surely create a scandal of monumental proportions. Could it be that he is merely a commoner? Or does he genuinely believe his alchemical skills surpass those of the Divine Healing Palace's leader, granting him the audacity to critique his methods of teaching disciples? Meng Yiru found herself questioning the very existence of such a person. In the grand scheme of existence, there are always those who surpass us, yet ultimately, there must be a limit to it all. Bai Fei'er pressed her lips together in a smile, unable to contain her excitement as she exclaimed, "Holy Maiden, please do not misunderstand. Senior Gu is by no means an arrogant individual. He truly saved my life, granting me a second chance." Meng Yiru huffed, her little mouth pouting dramatically, embodying a sense of deep grievance. How could she not feel aggrieved? This situation not only tarnished her own reputation, but also cast a shadow over the entire Qingyi Divine Palace. Presently, the palace master had been publicly humiliated, and she was the finest alchemist in the realm, possessing the most profound and exquisite skills. Such a slight was difficult for anyone, let alone the palace master, to swallow. Meng Yiru herself found it challenging to come to terms with it. Gu Hong cast her a sidelong glance, refraining from engaging in an argument. His alchemical prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. In such a dispute, he was certain to prevail, unless, of course, Yiru's master was a practitioner of the mystical arts. Yet, a practitioner might only teach her to concoct simple elixirs, which seemed rather trivial. Moreover, this young girl, so tender in age, was not worth much contention. It was likely that her presence in this humble clinic was merely due to Bai Fei'er's influence. Suddenly, Meng Yiru felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Especially before Bai Fei'er, Gu Heng's words struck her like daggers, piercing directly into her heart. She took several deep breaths, striving to suppress her rising indignation and shame, and then replied with a calm demeanor, "Yes, perhaps you believe my skills are lacking, but I have witnessed my master's alchemical techniques. If you intend to belittle him as well, then I implore you, Master Gu, to demonstrate your craft and allow me to observe. Gu Hong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You wish to see me concoct elixirs? Meng Yiru nodded without hesitation. Since this individual had so disparaged both her and her master, she was determined to ascertain his true capabilities. Given the gravity of his remarks, it was inconceivable for her to swallow this bitter pill without protest. She possessed pride, as did all alchemists. If one were to be so bluntly reprimanded, the accuser ought to possess some merit, at the very least. Yet thus far, Meng Yiru could discern no qualifications in Gu Hong. The only exception was by Feier, who stood beside her with unwavering faith. However, seeing is believing, and Meng Yiru was resolved to witness it for herself. Gu Hong, on the other hand, felt a twinge of hesitation. This was not due to any lack of confidence, but rather because his method of alchemy diverged significantly from that of ordinary physicians, who learned incrementally from their masters. His approach was more antiquated and involved studying materials from a system to hone his skills, gradually mastering the art of alchemy. The distinction between these two methods was stark. The herbs he employed were beyond the reach of conventional practitioners. Should this affluent young lady witness his alchemical techniques and denounce him as a heretic? Gu Hong anticipated that his reputation would suffer. Nevertheless, he harbored little concern regarding this predicament. Meng Yiru lacked expertise in alchemy. She could only appreciate the superficial aesthetics of a pill. Given the subpar efficacy of her concoctions, it was evident that her understanding was superficial. Even if she observed his methods, she likely would not discern any differences, particularly without a seasoned practitioner at her side. Thus, there was little cause for alarm. Moreover, he possessed one distinct advantage: the opportunity to showcase his skills. This young lady from a wealthy family has surely never witnessed the technique of refining two different elixirs simultaneously. Ah, what a coincidence! Gu Hong possesses this skill and executes it with remarkable finesse. In fact, he is capable of refining more than 2 types of elixirs at once, adeptly producing as many as 7 distinct concoctions concurrently. Regrettably, this extraordinary technique remains unseen by anyone to date. It is not that he refrains from showcasing it. Rather, as an ordinary mortal, he finds little amusement in demonstrating the ability to refine 7 elixirs simultaneously when he could simply enjoy a performance from a traveling troupe outside. With this thought, Gu Hong felt emboldened. Thus, he readily agreed. Very well, seeing your sincere desire for knowledge, I shall grant you a glimpse. Bai Feier was momentarily taken aback by his affirmative response, but her astonishment quickly transformed into elation. To witness a medical sage of such prowess concocting elixirs is an exceedingly rare privilege. The allure of powerful alchemists often attracts a multitude of spectators, for the skills they exhibit during the refining process greatly benefit cultivators in solidifying their foundations and grasping the essence of intent. Indeed, it is not uncommon for individuals to experience an unintentional breakthrough while observing a master alchemist at work. The 2 ladies followed Gu Hong to the back room. The space was nearly arranged, with the forging table already stored within Gu Heng's system backpack. The old tables and chairs were left behind, as they were quite worn. And since that generous Mr. Wu had compensated him handsomely, he could easily procure new furnishings upon reaching Baidi City. Upon seeing the humble surroundings, Meng Yiru furrowed her brow but chose to remain silent. Although modest, the area was impeccably clean. She was not there to behold resplendent palaces. Moreover, within the rear room, there existed but a singular, rather unremarkable iron pot. Meng Yiru discerned that this pot bore no trace of precious metals nor any intricate spiritual formations. It was, in essence, quite ordinary. Yet, could such a commonplace vessel possibly concoct the ethereal starlight moon water? It seemed utterly ludicrous, a notion beyond belief. The esteemed elixirs that graced the top 15 of the divine medicine list were renowned for their formidable potency upon completion. This iron pot, one might surmise, would struggle to withstand the explosive energies released during the refinement of medicinal materials. Unless, of course, the alchemist possessed an extraordinary mastery over the subtle energies, deftly controlling every ounce of superfluous potency, allowing even this fragile iron pot to emerge unscathed. However, an individual with such exquisite, almost terrifyingly meticulous skills would rightly be hailed as a medicine sage, rendering the use of such crude, mundane tools unnecessary. After all, they would have access to superior cauldrons and alchemical furnaces. It appeared, regrettably, that Senior Gu lacked such provisions. Presently, Meng Yiru remained deeply skeptical of this so-called senior expert. Gu Hong retrieved his alchemical furnace from the storage cabinet and placed it beside the stove. Was he to utilize this for his alchemical endeavors? Meng Yiru found herself momentarily taken aback. For this furnace, though of standard size and adorned in a striking vermilion hue, remained an ordinary artifact. At this point, Meng Yiru hesitated to voice her thoughts, for Gu Hong's alchemical practices had transcended her expectations from the very outset. It seemed prudent to observe quietly, to witness what remarkable feats he might conjure. Gu Hong contemplated the concoction of 3 distinct elixirs, each designed for a specific purpose, one to replenish vitality, another to mend internal injuries, and a third to invigorate the spirit. The simplicity of this approach was enhanced by the simultaneous crafting and emergence of these potions, which would surely astonish Meng Yiru. With a swift motion, he retrieved 3 precisely measured ingredients from his system's inventory and, almost instantaneously, cast them into the cauldron. His dexterity was paramount. Otherwise, Bai Fei'er and Meng Yiru would discern the anomaly and marvel at how this mortal could summon items from a mystical ring like a cultivator. Yet, Meng Yiru keenly perceived the nature of the ingredients. A wave of astonishment washed over her. Meng Yiru had an extensive knowledge base. The Divine Pharmacy repository of the Qingyi Divine Palace housed countless treasures of heaven and earth. While the term countless might be an exaggeration, the abundance was indeed remarkable. Since entering the Qingyi Divine Palace, the repository had been her frequent haunt. As her experiences broadened, she became increasingly aware that the treasures within were far from ordinary, some even being rare herbs long lost to legend, known only by name to the outside world. Thus, she felt justified in claiming to have encountered a wealth of precious artifacts. But what had she just witnessed? This senior had drawn forth 7 varieties of herbs in one go, and she recognized their names, remembering them vividly from her time in the Divine Pharmacy repository. 6,000-year-old 6-poison dragon snake gall, 12,000-year-old thousand wood vine, and the purple demon thorn flower, the mountain heart fire lotus, the ice soul phoenix leaf. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, Meng Yiru was certain she had not misjudged. She encountered the 6,000-year-old essence of the 6-poison dragon snake for the very first time. When the lifespan of the 6-poison dragon snake reaches 6 millennia, precisely within the time of a single breath, this extraordinary beast undergoes a metamorphosis, transforming into a different entity altogether. Thus, the 6,000-year-old essence of the 6-poison dragon snake is, in fact, an exceedingly rare legendary medicinal material. Even the Divine Medicine Repository lacks such a treasure. Initially, she regarded Gu Hong as overly arrogant, daring to belittle even the esteemed master of the Divine Physician Palace, while he himself resided in this dilapidated little town's run-down clinic. However, now, as she gazed at the 7 ingredients already cast into the alchemical furnace, Meng Yiru suddenly felt that this esteemed elder did not seem quite so presumptuous after all. Yet, it remained to be seen what kind of elixir he could concoct. Possessing rare heavenly materials and being capable of refining the highly sought-after spirit elixirs are 2 entirely different matters. Her lips trembled, yet she endeavored to appear unfazed, maintaining a composed demeanor, especially in the presence of Bai Fei'er, who was less experienced. She could not allow herself to appear as though she had never encountered the world before. What had he just done? These 7 medicinal ingredients possess exceedingly potent properties and are known to clash with one another. Particularly, the mountain heart fire lotus and the ice spirit phoenix leaf. These 2 ingredients should never be combined. Otherwise, an immediate explosion would ensue. In Mo Bay, a grade 8 alchemist once attempted to experience the sensation of ice and fire intertwined by tossing these 2 ingredients into the furnace. And before he could even begin the refinement, the conflicting medicinal energies resulted in a violent explosion. From this moment on, the northern desert saw the departure of an 8th-grade alchemist. He boldly placed the 7 herbs into the alchemical furnace. Meng Yiru felt an immediate surge of anxiety, yet she remained silent. During the alchemical process, an alchemist's focus must be absolute. Any interruption could lead to catastrophic failure and backlash against the practitioner. Although she herself was a 6th-grade alchemist, the sheer audacity and fearlessness displayed by Gu Hong in his methods instilled a sense of trepidation within her. Gu Hong, of course, sensed Meng Yiru's tension and unease. He glanced at her and spoke softly. "Pay close attention. The art of alchemy is filled with intricacies." Instantly, Meng Yiru and Bai Fei'er turned their full attention to him. Since he had invited their observation, they were eager to watch. The furnace beneath began to emit a ghostly blue flame, transforming into a blazing inferno in an instant. Gu Hong observed as the materials he had gathered, python gall, monk fruit leaves, red lotus, and purple orchids, quickly melted under the intense heat. He wielded the furnace with remarkable ease, for it was bestowed upon him by the system, grandly named the Qian Kuan Purple Gold Furnace. In truth, the furnace was neither purple nor made of gold, and it bore no relation to the concept of Qian Kuan. It was merely a shabby red-painted furnace, the sole advantage being its built-in ignition function, negating the need for a separate stove. Gu Hong could manipulate the flame's intensity merely by the power of his thoughts. Convenient and effective, yet it could not disguise the fundamental inadequacies of this dilapidated alchemical vessel. This is... Meng Yiru and Bai Fei'er widened their eyes, seemingly entranced by Gu Heng's extraordinary alchemical skills. In an environment where tranquility and focus are paramount for an alchemist, they could perceive the intensity with which Gu Hong wielded the flames, mastering the art of pill formation with unparalleled finesse and technique. A surge of warmth coursed through their bodies. This was no mere illusion or misconception. Although their experiences were entirely distinct, one truth remained. They were both unknowingly captivated by Gu Heng's every movement. Even the slightest gesture, a mere flick of his fingers, resonated with profound significance. His alchemical techniques flowed seamlessly, swift, precise, and steady, creating a visual delight that left Meng Yiru and Bai Fei'er spellbound. Moreover, what astonished Meng Yiru the most was how the potency of the herbs was entirely contained within the flames. Typically, during the alchemical process, regardless of how meticulously an alchemist controls the procedure, some potency inevitably escapes, risking damage to the furnace or cauldron itself. In such cases, one would typically resort to higher quality, intricately inscribed cauldrons to aid in controlling the dissipating potency and regulating the heat. Yet, Gu Heng's cauldron was rather ordinary, and he was combining herbs with such intense and conflicting properties within the same vessel. Not only did the cauldron remain intact, but there was also no leakage of potency. What does this signify? It signifies that this esteemed Gu's alchemical prowess is extraordinarily refined, approaching a level of near perfection. He not only possesses mastery over the properties and dissolution sequences of various medicinal herbs, but also has the remarkable ability to completely seal in the potency of the medicines, preventing any interference among them. What level of alchemical skill is this? Wait, is this truly alchemy? It transcends into the realm of artistry. Without a doubt, he is a master alchemist. Meng Yiru couldn't help but murmur, feeling utterly perplexed. Although she exerted every effort to maintain her composure, a tempest of emotions raged within her. She found it difficult to ascertain whether Gu Heng's alchemical prowess surpassed that of her esteemed mentor. After all, as merely a sixth-tier alchemist, she lacked the capacity to judge the techniques of two formidable alchemists. Moreover, the more she observed, the more she sensed an aura of profound mystery enveloping Gu Hong, as a powerful essence surged through her and Bai Fei'er's minds. In the very next moment, Bai Fei'er trembled all over. When Meng Yiru glanced over, she realized that Bai Fei'er had experienced a breakthrough. She had reached the 8th level of the nascent soul stage and was even on the verge of touching the threshold of the 9th level. As for Meng Yiru, she had already advanced to the 2nd level of the out-of-body stage during her travels. Now, her foundation was rapidly solidifying, although there was still some distance to cover. She felt that she would soon be able to challenge the 3rd level. Merely by observing Gu Heng's alchemical process, she had gained immeasurable benefits. Chapter 25. Meng Yiru's little heart is on the brink. Bai Fei'er was overwhelmed with excitement, while Meng Yiru stood in stunned silence. However, Gu Heng paid no heed to either of them. His eyes were tightly shut, arms elevated as if he were bearing the weight of a fiery mountain. Of course, this was merely for show. Gu Heng typically engaged in alchemy by meticulously adjusting the heat and then patiently waiting, for there was little else to occupy his time. With sheer will, he could manipulate the flames within the alchemical furnace, yet he could not simply remain motionless while crafting potions, especially with two lovely maidens observing him. He had to present a spectacle worthy of their attention. Meng Yiru's expression was unmistakably registered in Gu Heng's mind. Quite composed, indeed. No worries. Shortly you shall witness what it means to show off. At last, the temperature within the furnace stabilized, and Gu Heng could discern the nascent forms of 3 elixirs. They're about to become pills. Meng Yiru suppressed her inner excitement, eager to see what kind of elixir could be forged from the 7 distinct and highly reactive medicinal ingredients. The fact that these herbs had not resulted in a catastrophic explosion due to their conflicting properties was already enough to astonish the esteemed saintess of medicine. Nevertheless, regardless of how refined the alchemical techniques may be, one ultimately must see the final products. Bai Fei, too, watched intently, daring not to miss a single detail, fearful of overlooking even the slightest nuance. Just then, Gu Hong suddenly made a move, with a swift motion of his arm. A thick plume of white mist billowed from the furnace, exuding a rich fragrance. At that moment, Meng Yiru lifted her gaze, her eyes seemingly piercing through the ceiling, and her expression shifted dramatically. In the heavens, ominous clouds loomed, as if thunder was brewing. The formation of the elixir was about to invoke extraordinary phenomena in the world, indicating the creation of an 8th-grade spiritual pill. However, she distinctly sensed 3 distinct yet equally formidable forces of anomalous thunder. This medical hall, or rather, this entire Qingyu city, could not withstand such celestial anomalies. Only those in the tribulation stage could endure the anomalous thunder unscathed. Yet, if the alchemist were to confront the thunder, the entire process of pill formation would become uncontrollable, likely resulting in a catastrophic loss of medicinal potency, ultimately leading to failure. What was to be done? Meng Yiru felt a surge of anxiety as she began to worry for Gu Hong. Suddenly, she sensed Gu Heng's genuine intent surge into the heavens, and with a mere stir, he completely obliterated the brewing celestial thunder tribulation. Then, nothing transpired. Meng Yiru was utterly astounded. She had never witnessed the dissolution of an impending celestial phenomenon by an alchemist before it even manifested. As for Bai Fei, she was oblivious to the emergence of the celestial phenomenon, only perceivable to Meng Yiru due to her own alchemical pursuits. Otherwise, she would have remained unaware of such subtle changes. Regardless of her astonishment, the process of pill formation proceeded undisturbed. As Gu Hong opened the alchemical furnace, he effortlessly grasped the flames, extinguishing them. He then retrieved a porcelain bowl to catch the newly formed elixirs, which were still steaming hot. All done, he stated calmly. At that moment, Meng Yiru finally reacted. 3 elixirs? As Gu Hong placed the bowl containing the 3 elixirs before Meng Yiru, she initially questioned her own perception. Yet the fragrant aroma of the pills was unmistakably vivid. Each of the 3 spiritual elixirs bore identical cloud patterns, and she could distinctly sense the unique medicinal properties coursing through them. Despite her disbelief, Meng Yiru could not deny the authenticity of what lay before her. She recognized each of these elixirs: the Dragon and Serpent Heart Pill, the Thousand Lotus Restoration Pill, and the Ice Jade Tranquility Pill, all of which were of the 8th grade. Meng Yiru's eyes widened in astonishment as she recalled the earlier celestial phenomena, where 3 entirely different types of extraordinary thunder had been brewing. Gazing at the trio of elixirs again, she was struck with disbelief. He had actually refined 3 distinct pills in a single batch, and to think they were all 8th grade elixirs. Her heart raced with a tumultuous thrill, leaving her at a loss for words. She suddenly realized that if her master were to be overshadowed by him, it would be entirely justifiable, for this individual before her was not merely capable of producing 3 pills in one go, but he was an extraordinary alchemist who had managed to create entirely different 8th grade elixirs simultaneously. It was no wonder he had dared to combine such a multitude of medicinal materials with conflicting properties in a single furnace. Initially, Meng Yiru had believed this to be Gu Heng's unique alchemical formula, but upon further reflection, it was far more terrifying than merely creating a single elixir. He had utilized astounding alchemical techniques to separate the 3 completely conflicting medicinal energies, yet managed to continue refining them within the same furnace, maintaining precise control over the potency of each. Who would have thought that I could refine 3 different elixirs at once, right? Gu Hong observed the expression on Meng Yiru's face, and a sense of satisfaction surged within him. Indeed, such a skill is meant to be showcased to enchanting maidens, eliciting their astonishment. Only then does it hold true significance. Look at this affluent young lady, who naively believes she has learned a few tricks from those physicians who simply teach for monetary gain. Although she approaches her studies with seriousness, her endeavors amount to little more than the casual crafting of a mere elixir, hardly warranting such pride. If he were to demonstrate the refinement of 7 different elixirs in a single furnace, she would likely kneel before him, addressing him as Master Gu. Dear Sir Gu, if I have inadvertently caused any offense earlier, I humbly ask for your forgiveness, Meng Yiru exclaimed, offering a heartfelt trio of apologies. Such an esteemed individual is not one she can afford to anger lightly. Moreover, having just received a lesson from him, she felt a lingering sense of indignation. Yet, with Gu Heng's remarkable prowess on display, to maintain her haughty demeanor would be to disregard his dignity. There is no need for such formality. I merely wish to convey that the art of alchemy harbors many intricacies, Gu Heng replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he continued in a seasoned tone. Meng Yiru, however, was swept away by waves of emotion. This masterful figure was simply awe-inspiring. She gazed at Gu Heng with increasing admiration, declaring, I shall forever cherish the guidance bestowed upon me by Sir Gu today. It appears that this young lady has indeed been thoroughly captivated. Surely, the skills imparted by the system possess their own merits. You may keep this elixir as a memento, he added. He pointed to the 3 elixirs nestled within the porcelain bowl. Naturally, he was well aware of the potency of the concoctions he had personally refined. Each of these elixirs possessed straightforward effects. One could prevent hypoglycemia, another could alleviate bodily coldness, and the last was designed to invigorate the mind. They were not particularly precious items, and he thought it best to simply gift them to her. After all, she had chosen to step into his humble clinic, which certainly merited her the status of a guest, did it not? This is far too valuable. I cannot accept. Meng Yiru immediately protested. She understood the rarity of an 8th-grade elixir, and moreover, the exceptional quality of the herbs used in these 3 concoctions, combined with the alchemist's remarkable control over their potency, rendered these elixirs truly astonishing. The fact that Senior Gu intended to bestow such treasures upon her was almost unfathomable. However, just as she had finished her refusal, Bai Feier playfully poked her in the side and laughed. You should accept it. Young Master Gu has some peculiar customs. If you refuse, it might displease him. Chapter 26. A Fortuitous Encounter. Bai Feier was oblivious to the rarity of the elixir, as she was not well versed in pharmacology. Moreover, an 8th-grade pill was certainly beyond the reach of someone of her status. However, upon witnessing the palpable shock and admiration radiating from Meng Yiru, she understood that the esteemed Gu had accomplished something remarkable, leaving the revered healer in awe, much like when he had presented her with a divine weapon of exceptional quality. Take it, Gu Heng urged. It is not particularly precious. You could even bring it back and consume it like candy. Having already showcased his prowess and impressed the lovely maiden with her admiration, he thought it wise to bestow a parting gift, thereby enhancing his favor in her eyes. Who knew? Perhaps when Miss Yiru returned home and spoke of the extraordinary physician in Qingmu City to her affluent father, it might lead to lucrative opportunities for him in the future. Yet, Meng Yiru was preoccupied with thoughts of consuming it like candy. The potency of such a pill could very well overwhelm me. Is an 8th-grade elixir truly not considered valuable? After contemplating, she concluded that the views of a recluse must hold merit and resolved to maintain her composure. She had already been sufficiently startled this evening. It was imperative to remain calm. She carefully took a purple jade vial and gently placed the 3 elixirs inside, feeling a sense of relief wash over her as she exhaled deeply. Thank you, young Master Gu, for your generous gift, she said, executing a profound bow. Gu Heng merely waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such trivial gestures were mere formalities and that her enjoyment was all that mattered. Indeed, both Bai Feier and Meng Yiru were satisfied. The treasures of tonight are truly beyond the capacity of mere words to express. I had the privilege of observing the alchemical techniques of such a formidable master, whose profound essence cleansed both my spirit and body. Not only did this experience fortify her cultivation, but it also deepened her understanding of the art of alchemy. All of this was graciously bestowed upon her by the esteemed Gu, who overlooked her arrogance and offenses. Furthermore, as Meng Yiru cast a furtive glance at Gu Heng, she realized that he possessed an extraordinary countenance. Though she was unaware of his exact age, the sheer brilliance of his alchemical skills captivated her, making her increasingly admire him and feel an irresistible urge to draw closer. Possessing a natural talent for alchemy and a fervent passion for the craft, she had initially believed that her journey would yield little of substance. Yet, who could have imagined that in the city of Qingmu, within the sunlit realm of the Dayan Empire, an area she would typically overlook, she would encounter such an awe-inspiring recluse of alchemical mastery? And to top it off, he was remarkably handsome. Truly, he possessed both charm and talent. It was a pity he was not her mentor. Although Meng Yiru was utterly enchanted by Gu Heng's alchemical prowess, she remained the holy maiden of the divine medical palace. Why is Miss Yura gazing at me so intently? Clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment, she quickly diverted her gaze. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. Gu Hong, however, was oblivious to her discomfort and turned his attention to Bai Fei. Astonished to discover that the sword hanging at her waist was none other than the soft sword he had gifted her. To his surprise, she had it with her. Is this sword serving you well? He inquired out of concern, although he was aware that Bai Fei had a habit of honing her swordsmanship with ordinary weapons. No matter how remarkable a sword forged by a mortal might be, it could never compare to the weapons crafted by a skilled spiritual blacksmith. What if one day, in a confrontation, this sword he gifted her were to be severed? That would indeed be quite embarrassing. Yet, embarrassment was the lesser concern. He feared for the safety of this young and beautiful maiden. Nevertheless, Gu Hong felt a surge of happiness upon witnessing Bai Fei's deep appreciation for the sword he had bestowed upon her. Even if it was merely a humble gift from an ordinary person, Bai Fei was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Gu Hong to show such concern. Instantly, her face lit up with joy as she replied animatedly, "It is exceedingly useful. This sword resonates perfectly with me. It truly enhances my abilities." She playfully lifted the sword to illustrate just how effective it was. Bai Fei was also quite touched, realizing that Gu Hong had taken into account her relatively low cultivation level. Fearing that a divine weapon might be unwieldy for her and could even retaliate against her due to its spirit. This consideration made her feel cherished. Gu Hong could not help but chuckle and shake his head, flicking the sword sheath with his index finger. "Since it serves you well, then continue to use it." After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Gu Hong indicated that he needed to tidy up and would not be escorting the two lovely ladies out. After all, his modest clinic was not large, the door was right there, and he had plenty of items to organize. Bai Fei and Meng Yiru observed Gu Hong retreating to the small courtyard at the rear, then gracefully exited the back room, standing in the empty front hall. Meng Yiru gazed at the jade vial in her hand, which contained 3 8th-grade elixirs, all produced simultaneously. Even though the potent essence was meticulously sealed within the exquisite cold purple jade vial, she could still perceive the distinct yet overwhelming currents of medicinal energy swirling within, as if they were pulsating with spiritual force, sending shivers down her spine. "Saintess, are you satisfied with this journey?" Bai Fei inquired with a gentle smile, noting the delight on Meng Yiru's face that she could not conceal, nor did she wish to. Bai Fei found it amusing. Having clearly witnessed the fluctuations of Meng Yiru's emotions, initially resistant after being chastised by the esteemed elder, only to now be filled with admiration after witnessing his remarkable skills. It was as if she had transformed into a reflection of herself. "Certainly, I am quite satisfied. I owe much to you, Fei. This evening, we have both gained immensely," Meng Yiru replied, her excitement palpable. The esteemed elder had offered her invaluable guidance. Although they had never met, he had patiently instructed her and generously allowed them to observe an exceedingly profound alchemical process. Yet, these were not the most significant aspects. What truly mattered was that this reclusive sage possessed not only extraordinary talent, but also striking beauty. Bai Fei smiled gently, and then quickly composed herself. "However, Senior Gu is already packing his belongings. I truly wonder where he intends to wander next. His profound immersion in the mortal realm is solely for the sake of experiencing life, and such a carefree disposition is indeed a rarity." Meng Yiru contemplated Gu Hong, who, in his secluded existence, led a leisurely life. Upon deeper reflection, she realized that had he not possessed such formidable strength, he would hardly have been able to find any tranquility or leisure. Could it be that the ultimate destination for all pinnacle warriors is to retreat into the mundane world? She even began to entertain the thought that once she became a supreme being, she too could mingle among mortals like Senior Gu, perhaps discovering an entirely different flavor of existence. Just as they were about to depart, Meng Yiru caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye and noticed an unremarkable book resting on the adjacent table. "What is this?" Chapter 27. My heartfelt gratitude to Senior Gu. Everything in this medical hall appears quite ordinary, yet it is indeed very ordinary. This is Meng Yiru's perspective. The truly astonishing treasures, however, are all found within Senior Gu himself. Yet this book? Not only Meng Yiru, even Bai Fei felt slightly captivated upon seeing it. The cover bore the 4 grand characters, Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia. What is the Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia? Although Bai Fei harbored some doubts, she had no desire to open the book, nor did she know what it contained. One should not recklessly disturb Senior Gu's belongings. did she not witness Meng Yiru's indiscretion, which resulted in her being caught in the act? She certainly did not wish to provoke any further complications, as she was well aware of Senior Gu's kindness towards her. The Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia, could it truly exist? Meng Yiru, more discerning than she, changed countenance the moment she heard it mentioned. Bai Feier, puzzled, inquired, "Do you know of it?" Meng Yiru pressed her lips together and whispered, "I once heard my master mention it. It is said that during the ancient Taishu era, a medical immortal authored the Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia, using it to attain enlightenment and establish a formidable reputation. Unfortunately, this treasure subsequently vanished without a trace. Could this book be that Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia? The Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia is a legend in the world, a rumor that alchemists have never ceased to pursue. Naturally, no one has ever discovered it. The Taishu era is a million years distant from the present day, and countless individuals have sought this priceless treasure." Meng Yiru remained uncertain whether the Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia was as miraculous as the legend suggested. However, these matters had been discussed in detail by her master, who had once remarked that although the Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia was penned by the immortal physician, it contained secrets nurtured by the heavens and the earth. Only those with great fortune and immense perseverance could hope to glimpse its mysteries. Meng Yiru gazed at the seemingly unremarkable old book, casting a hesitant glance at Bai Feier. No, it was far too difficult to resist the allure of this object. She was captivated by the art of alchemy, and now she stood on the brink of encountering an invaluable treasure spoken of in legends. Although the authenticity was uncertain, even someone as formidable as Elder Gu could not definitively ascertain its veracity. Then, Meng Yiru resolved herself. She slowly approached, her jade-like hand moving cautiously towards the cover of the book. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged forth. Caught off guard, her pendant shattered silently around her neck. Yet that force continued unabated. At that moment, a silver cat appeared, leaping onto the book and swatting Meng Yiru's hand aside with a swift motion. Meng Yiru gasped in pain, clutching her hand as she staggered, nearly losing her balance. "Meow," Su Jinxin yawned lazily, her eyes filled with disdain as she regarded Meng Yiru. Truly unaware of her own insignificance, this mere novice dared to covet such a divine artifact. Having just finished her bowl of medicinal soup, she was resting atop the apothecary cabinet, refining the medicinal power, when she was taken aback by the audacity of these two ignorant young girls attempting to touch the Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia. Had she not intervened in time, Meng Yiru would surely have been utterly reduced to dust by the power of the tome. Upon encountering Su Jinxia, Bai Feier immediately recognized her as the legendary Nine Lives demon, which had been cherished as a pet by the esteemed Gu. With a tone of trepidation, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed demon, for saving my life." Just moments ago, she had barely sensed the faintest ripple emanating from the primordial herbal cannon, a tremor so potent it nearly caused her to shatter into fragments. Had it not been for this demon's timely intervention, her demise would have been inevitable. "What esteemed demon? I am Su Jinxia, the Grand Elder of the Nine Lives Demon Clan." "You two are quite presumptuous," Su Jinxia retorted, baring her fangs in a display of intimidation. "That, truly, is the primordial herbal cannon." Meng Yiru, still shaken, recalled that the pendant adorning her neck was a sacred protective talisman capable of withstanding the full force of a tribulation stage cultivator's attack. Yet, it had shattered as if it were mere mundane material. Fortunately, the Nine Lives demon had intervened. Otherwise, her fate would have been tragically grim. Thus, the authenticity of the herbal cannon was beyond doubt. "Are you a disciple of the Divine Physician Palace?" Su Jinxia inquired, gracefully striding towards Meng Yiru, her chin slightly elevated in an air of authority. "Yes, but I am unsure if Senior Jinxia." "Enough. Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. Thankfully, my master has instructed me to keep an eye on you. Otherwise, you two would have met a most untimely end. Depart at once, lest I find myself annoyed and compelled to sever your heads." Su Jinxia proclaimed, her sharp fangs glinting ominously, her presence imposing. Meng Yiru and Bai Feier promptly offered their apologies and hastily retreated. "Humph, a couple of impudent little girls." Su Jinxia flicked her tail, glancing at the Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia. She suppressed the urge to open the cover and instead leaped onto the medicine cabinet to continue her rest. The two women dashed out of Qingmu City, almost immediately reaching the outskirts where they paused in the forest. Meng Yiru, still trembling with fear, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and gasped, "That creature." She claimed to be Su Jinxia, the elder of the Nine Lives Demon Clan. Bai Feier's complexion also turned pale. That is what she said. Meng Yiru nodded, suddenly recalling something. Wait, not long ago, there were rumors from the demon clan that the elder of the 9 Lives demon clan perished during the tribulation while attempting to break through to the Great Ascension stage. This incident stirred quite a commotion and became common knowledge. Although Meng Yiru did not pay much attention to the affairs of the demon clan, the gossip inevitably reached her ears. Bai Feier was instantly struck with fright, her face draining of color. She hurriedly asked, could the 9 Lives demon we just saw be? Meng Yiru firmly believed, it must be that elder. She is still alive. Yet now she is beside Senior Gu. There must be some secret behind this. However, such secrets were not her concern. The matters of the demon clan were best left untouched by the human race, especially since the demon sovereign harbored a strong dislike for humans. More importantly, there was the Haoming pharmacopoeia in the 3 freshly minted 8th grade pills in her possession. In this world exists an extraordinary individual, a master of healing arts whose prowess is unparalleled. Merely by observing her alchemical practices, one can unexpectedly break through their own limitations. Moreover, it appears that her skills in alchemy are on the verge of a breakthrough as well. Miss Feier, I have urgent matters to attend to and must return to the sacred medical palace. I shall not forget tonight's kindness, and from now on, we shall be friends. Dream Yiru declared solemnly. Although this fortuitous opportunity was bestowed by Senior Gu, without Miss Bai Feier guiding her, how could she have possibly discovered it? Furthermore, it seems Senior Gu has also gifted the young lady of the Bai family with a divine weapon of exceptional quality, clearly indicating an appreciation for her talent and a desire to nurture her. Given these circumstances, it would be prudent to acknowledge our connection, for it will undoubtedly prove advantageous in the future. Bai Feier, momentarily taken aback, soon erupted with joy and readily agreed. The prospect of befriending the saintess of the sacred medical palace was something she had never dared to imagine. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Senior Gu. Chapter 28. The escape in the early morning as dawn broke. The Mo family residence in Qingmu City was enveloped in a profound sense of desolation following the demise of the esteemed patriarch. With the old master departed, the Mo family could no longer maintain their position atop the hierarchy of Qingmu City. Outside the Mo residence, an eerie silence prevailed, yet beneath this stillness, numerous pairs of eyes were fixated upon the estate, watching intently and poised to strike. At last, as the nascent sun unveiled its final rays after emerging from the clouds, dozens of cultivators from 3 other factions in Qingmu City surged forth with formidable momentum, converging upon the Mo family residence. Today, the Mo family shall surely perish. Indeed, after the Mo family's downfall, we shall each rely on our own prowess. Whatever we seize shall rightfully belong to us. Excellent. Let us attack. The other 3 families in Qingmu City, having meticulously orchestrated their plans over the past few days, amassed their full strength to obliterate the once dominant surname in the city. After all, the Mo family's wealth was substantial, and the legacy of a divine transformation ancestor would undoubtedly encompass numerous treasures. With their guardian now deceased, they felt a profound sense of gratitude towards the formidable being who had vanquished the Mo family patriarch. As the saying goes, those who plant trees benefit future generations. Outside Qingmu City, in a secluded grove, Gu Hong observed the surging auras rising from within the city and let out a deep sigh. Indeed, Qingmu City was on the brink of transformation. Last night, he settled on a price, packed his belongings, and the medical clinic had already become the property of another. However, this morning, shortly after he left the city, chaos erupted within its walls. Although Gu Hong was merely a mortal, he possessed a keen understanding of the ruthless principles governing the realm of cultivators. The sudden demise of the esteemed ancestor of the Mo family had left them unprepared, and others were eager to seize the opportunity to feast upon the spoils. Naturally, when the city gates were aflame, the innocent fish in the pond were bound to suffer. In such a tumultuous skirmish among cultivators, it was hardly easy for mortals to evade the turmoil. Fortunately, he had departed swiftly. If only he had known, he would have taken action to eradicate those insignificant pests, ensuring that his master would not have to conceal his identity as a formidable being and continue living a mortal life in a different locale. The silver-haired Su Jinsi now perched upon Gu Heng's shoulder, gazing disdainfully toward the direction of Qingmu City. At the peak of the 10th stage of tribulation, her spiritual consciousness swept through the surroundings, revealing the caliber of the cultivators within Qingmu City. None of them were worthy adversaries. The strongest among them barely reached the 9th stage of emergence, and it was evident that even those at the spirit separation stage were formidable barriers. In short, they were utterly incompetent. With a mere release of her aura, she could easily crush this motley crew, causing them to bleed from all 7 orifices. Yet, regrettably, Gu Hong was reluctant to reveal his identity. He had entered the mortal realm to open a clinic, even utilizing rare celestial and earthly treasures to concoct elixirs. His methods, aimed at ensuring that mortals could consume these potions without being overwhelmed by their potency, were nothing short of wasteful. All of this was done in pursuit of 4 simple words: to experience life. He truly relished every moment of it. Indeed, given his remarkable strength, he has already received ample praise and admiration. Perhaps he has grown weary of it and seeks a change of pace. Well, since the master wishes to depart, let him go. In this vast human empire with its multitude of cities, he is bound to discover one that pleases him. With this thought in mind, Su Jinxia continued to rest upon Gu Heng's shoulder, swaying her paws and tail in a playful manner. "Here, eat this," Gu Heng said as he noticed the little one moving about. He promptly understood her intentions and retrieved a candy pill from his system backpack. This was something he had crafted the previous night, having forged over 100 of them for their journey, as they effectively replenished energy. He had consumed one that morning and felt that he could forego meals for the day. As Su Jinxia observed the purple orb he offered, she extended her tongue and swiftly enveloped it. Meow. This 7th-grade blood-condensing pill is quite potent, far superior to anything I have previously consumed. Su Jinxia felt quite content with her current existence, save for the fact that she could not assume her human form. Gu Heng seemed to prefer her in her demon guise, and she must adhere to his wishes, at least while he was present, behaving like an untamed creature devoid of intellect. Of course, with such exceptional pills available daily, it would be no surprise if even her rather unrefined leader were to obediently transform into a similar form, clamoring for food from Gu Heng. After all, the offerings were simply too generous. Just as Su Jinxia was slowly absorbing the medicinal power, she suddenly noticed the scenery around her shifting almost instantaneously. What could be the meaning of this? She glanced downward and discovered that Gu Heng was indeed advancing step by step. However, with each stride he took, the surrounding scenery transformed rapidly, as if, with each step, Gu Heng had traversed several miles. As twilight descended and night approached, Gu Heng found himself on the slope of a solitary mountain, gazing at the dense forest before him. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to kindle a fire here first. 10 miles away lay a town, yet once night fell, the city gates would be securely shut to deter marauding bandits. The common folk who had not entered the city before sunset would be disregarded. Of course, this posed no obstacle to cultivators, who possessed their own means of entry. Those capable of flight simply bypassed such regulations and soared in from above. Gu Heng regarded this rule as merely an inconvenience imposed upon mortals. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, he chose to rest for the night in the forest. He ventured into the thicket, seeking a clear patch of ground that was dry and devoid of debris. With an abundance of firewood available in the system's marketplace, he effortlessly procured 2 or 3 bundles, discarded them in the chosen spot, and with a casual motion, ignited the flames. As the fire crackled to life, Gu Heng leaned against a nearby boulder and offered a sugar pill to the little creature, Xiaoxi, perched on his leg. There remained a day's journey to reach Baidi City. Gu Heng quietly retrieved a map. This was the map of the Sunfire Empire, and Baidi City was still a considerable distance away from his current position. Yet, merely a day's time had elapsed, and he had already covered half the distance. This was all thanks to the pair of divine travel boots he wore. Such a remarkable item. Among the gifts bestowed by the system, the Swift boots stand out as the most practical. Their sole purpose is to enhance one's speed. In a single day, he has already traversed over 1,000 miles since departing from Qingmu City. Yet, the Sunlit Empire is vast, and one might even say that this world itself is immense. The distance a cultivator can cover far exceeds that of an ordinary person. Fortunately, thanks to the system's generous offerings, Gu Heng need not spend a year and a half to reach Baidi City. Meow meow. Suddenly, Xiaoxi exclaimed. Gu Heng turned to the left, where a rustling sound emerged from the pitch-black forest. What on earth is that? Gu Heng grew vigilant, and then, from the darkness, a gigantic python, several yards long, leaped forth. Chapter 29. the unusual thicket upon the moment he laid eyes on the colossal python. Gu Hong felt no surge of panic. There was simply no cause for alarm. After all, it was merely a serpent. This was but an ordinary python, albeit rather elongated and substantial. Its head appeared nearly the size of half his body, and it could likely crush him with its sheer mass. Yet Gu Hong was no novice. He was an experienced and skilled physician who had traversed mountains and hunted in the wild. Even the small cat at his feet remained remarkably composed, utterly indifferent, as it nonchalantly groomed its claws, displaying its talons with pride. If a mere feline could dismiss the presence of a snake, what reason did he, a full-grown man, have to fear? Though the serpent indeed looked as if it could swallow him whole, Gu Hong maintained a smile as he observed the gigantic creature gliding toward him, its slit pupils slowly opening and closing, flicking its tongue and emitting a soft hissing sound. He soon detected a rather pungent odor emanating from the python, accompanied by an earthy musk. "Dear serpent, I have journeyed for an entire day. Could you not allow me a moment of tranquility?" Gu Hong spoke with a serene tone, as if engaging in an ordinary conversation. "Your presence complicates matters for me." With a low, rumbling hiss, the python twisted its massive form, raising its formidable head to confront Gu Hong, expelling its forked tongue with fervor. Its intelligence had blossomed, granting it an understanding of human language. This was, of course, within Gu Hong's expectations. After all, even the wild creatures he encountered could comprehend human speech and read characters. It was hardly surprising that the venomous beasts of these desolate mountains possessed a measure of intelligence. Certainly, if the serpent was determined to consume him, Gu Hong would not passively await his fate. Among the gifts bestowed by the system, the boots of swiftness were the most effective, while the second most useful item was specifically designed to combat wild beasts. Just 1 inch closer would mean death. Su Jinsi lazily lifted her gaze, fixating on the restive giant python, and sent forth a thought transmission. In an instant, the python's movements abruptly froze. Accompanying Su Jinsi's mental command was an overwhelming force emanating from her eyes, akin to a cataclysmic avalanche. The ferocity, wildness, and destructive aura induced a tremor throughout the python's massive body, compelling it to eventually prostrate itself upon the ground. In that fleeting moment, the creature harbored doubts. It believed that should it dare to advance even a fraction, that very might would be sufficient to rend it asunder. Hiss! The python uneasily flicked its head and swiftly retreated, the rustling sounds of its departure quickly fading into the depths of the forest, leaving only Gu Hong and Su Jinsi seated together. "Meow?" Xiaoxi expressed her excitement. Indeed, it was delightful. It appeared that this serpentine brother had no appetite for mere mortals like him. It seemed that her earlier words resonated deeply with the serpent. Gu Hong, feeling the warmth of the fire, pondered whether he should hunt a beast for a taste test. "Xiaoxi, wasn't he that snake rather peculiar?" Gu Hong mused, stroking the small silver head, but then he suddenly reflected. A snake that understood human speech was indeed strange. Wasn't he the little wild creature on his leg, who comprehended human language and written words, equally extraordinary? The master has also discerned that something is amiss. Meanwhile, Su Jinshu gazed thoughtfully in the direction the enormous python had departed. Indeed, it was quite peculiar, for she recognized that the creature was a black-scaled earth python, a fourth-tier beast, comparable to a newly ascended practitioner at the out-of-body stage, not particularly formidable. Yet, in her perception, this black-scaled earth python's strength approached the divine transformation stage. It possessed the capability to contend with sixth-tier beasts, which was exceedingly abnormal, as one would not expect a fourth-tier beast to exhibit such formidable prowess. Unless, there is something unusual about this place. This solitary mountain, along with its surrounding area, was shrouded in dense forest and bore thin spiritual energy, akin to barren wasteland. Yet, within it, fourth-tier beasts exhibited strength sufficient to rival sixth-tier beasts. There must be something amiss. Could it be that the master had already sensed the anomaly here? The more Su Jinshu pondered, the more convinced she became. This individual is indeed formidable. If there were issues atop this solitary mountain, he would have certainly perceived them long ago. Why else would he deviate from the main road, avoid the city, and insist on spending a night in this desolate wilderness? You find this intriguing as well, do you not? Gu Hong continued to stroke Xiaoxi's head, speaking to himself. Alas, he had become so bored as to engage in such nonsensical musings with a cat. Had he known, he would have simply ventured into the city, where he could enjoy a cup of evening tea at the market. He could only hope that this little wild creature capable of understanding human speech, would not deem him, its master, to be mentally unhinged. It seems the master has also detected my keen interest in the peculiarities of this place. Su Jinshu felt that there was truly nothing that could be concealed from him. However, since the topic has been broached, why not delve into the matter further? Perhaps there might be some discoveries to be made. With this thought in mind, Su Jinxia leaped down from his lap. Noticing that Gu Hong remained still, she interpreted it as tacit consent to explore the peculiarities of this solitary mountain. She then scampered away with her short legs, leaving Gu Hong with a fuzzy silhouette. Gu Hong thought to himself, is this little one off to relieve herself? Well, it is indeed a solitary mountain. She understands human speech and will return shortly. If she does not, I shall find her myself. He settled comfortably, while in the shadowy interstices of the dark forest. New observers emerged. Why is there a person here? In the dense woods, several figures congregated in the shadows, avoiding the moonlight and concealing their presence. Carelessness was not an option, for they had suffered losses here before. They watched as, in one of the rare clearings of the forest, a young man kindled a campfire beside a piece of blue stone, perusing a map. What is going on? There is indeed a remarkably strange black-scaled earth python prowling in this vicinity. 2 hours prior, they had narrowly escaped with their lives from that serpent, descending the mountain in disarray. Only after sunset did they dare to ascend again, hoping to circumvent the beast. That wretched serpent was nearing the strength of a spirit distraction stage. How could a mere mortal remain so undisturbed atop Tomb Mountain? One among the group murmured. They were originally solitary cultivators, possessing a certain degree of skill, with all 5 of them at the out-of-body stage. However, this lineup seemed rather presumptuous in their quest to locate the elusive imperial tomb atop the Morning Mountain. The leader had received word from a certain Master Wenny that treasures lay hidden within these mountains, potentially even the burial cavern of a formidable being. Yet, they found themselves utterly incapable of confronting the black-scaled earth python that roamed the periphery and could only wait for the night to deepen, hoping to slip by unnoticed. But now, the space they occupied was not claimed by that serpentine beast, but rather by a mere mortal tending a campfire. Perhaps they should eliminate him to prevent any rumors of treasure from spreading. Otherwise, they might find themselves deprived of even the broth to lick from their bowls. Absolutely not. Are you out of your mind? Came a retort. None of us can detect any fluctuations of true energy from him. He is either an ordinary human or someone stronger than us. Yet how likely is it for a mere mortal to venture here at such an hour? Upon hearing this, the group fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, surrounding the Morning Mountain, there were tales circulating among the villages, towns, and cities, recounting how some had come to gather firewood or herbs, only to be ensnared by malevolent spirits or devoured by monstrous beasts. In summary, once these rumors spread, ordinary folk would undoubtedly lack the courage to return. Still, one could not dismiss the possibility that some reckless youths, seeking thrills and disbelieving in this, might dare to come here. If this young man was not an ordinary human, then he must be a cultivator stronger than the 5 of them. The question remained, just how much stronger could he be? Surely, there must be others who have learned of the treasures hidden within the Tomb Mountain. A certain individual remarked fiercely. As the only one among them, I propose we employ cunning to deal with him first. What do you think? The group exchanged knowing glances in the darkness, all in agreement that the young mortal, or perhaps cultivator, must be eliminated, not for any other reason, but simply because he was an outsider in this Tomb Mountain. If they encountered him, he must be slain. If not, once they uncover the treasures, would they not risk sharing them with others? However, to kill him, they had to be clever about it. Meanwhile, Gu Hong was engrossed in examining the other end of the map. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed through the forest once more. He rolled his eyes. Could that serpent have returned? Thus, Gu Hong set aside the map, retrieving a golden disc from his system backpack, tucking it into his clothing, and then called out indifferently into the pitch-black forest. Do not hide. I know you are there. His voice resonated brightly, shattering the silence of the woods. However, the response did not come from the giant python, but rather from a disheveled middle-aged man, stumbling forth, his robes tattered and filthy. His eyes were bloodshot, a sword dangling from his waist, his face etched with vigilance and fear, clearly the result of some traumatic encounter that had left him in this state. Little brother, do not be alarmed. I did not mean to hide, the middle-aged man exclaimed, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. A look of relief washing over his face as he hurried to explain to Gu Hong. Who are you? Gu Heng furrowed his brow. In this desolate wilderness, could there be others? I am Wang Qi, a hunter from the nearby Jingtu village. I ventured into the mountains hoping to catch something for dinner. However, I unexpectedly encountered a giant python, and the hunters accompanying me have perished. I was terrified and dared not descend the mountain. Wang Qi spoke in a fluster, gazing at Gu Heng's unfamiliar yet handsome visage, and recalled the terrifying prowess of that black-scaled earth python, which only heightened his anxiety and fear. Oh, you also encountered that python? Gu Heng inquired, perplexed. Indeed, Wang Qi replied with a bitter smile. Gu Heng paused, then quickly understood. Oh, it seems that the giant python spared him, having already gorged itself. Observing Wang Qi's demeanor, a sense of sympathy welled up within him. Hunters like Wang Qi were compelled to brave the mountains for a living. The mention of his fellow villagers being devoured by the serpent elicited fear. Yet it was met with little more than indifference. They had grown accustomed to such horrors. In this world, how could an ordinary person hope to live in peace? Even he, too, was forced to seek refuge elsewhere due to the impending turmoil in Qingmu City. Alas, we share the same plight, indeed. Life is undeniably arduous. Come, Brother Wang, this spot is warmer. Are there any discomforts in your body? Gu Heng stirred the pile of firewood, gesturing for Wang Qi to sit by the fire and warm himself. Ah, thank you, young brother. You possess such a kind heart. However, speaking of it, that serpent struck me with its tail, and now my chest and abdomen still ache. Wang Qi hastily waved his hand in refusal. Yet he promptly settled down onto the ground. The sight of his actions brought a smile to Gu Heng's face. Though he verbally declined, his body remained quite obedient. In such a case, let us consume this. Have you sustained internal injuries from the python's blow? No matter, for he is the most esteemed physician among mortals. Even without a clinic, he had prepared himself to avoid the embarrassment of being unable to assist those in need due to a lack of medicine. He retrieved a pill from his System S backpack and offered it to Wang Qi. However, upon seeing that pill, Wang Qi was left utterly astonished. Chapter 30. Secrets Within the Tomb. Mountain. Wang Qi is not his real name. It is merely a fictitious appellation conjured by Qin Feng. Of course, there is no village by the name of Jingtu in the vicinity. The purpose of this fabrication was to establish a connection. Qin Feng is one of the 5 wandering cultivators who ventured into the mountains, all at the out-of-body stage of cultivation. Their journey to Tomb Mountain was motivated not by mere curiosity, but by an incident wherein Qin Feng fortuitously rescued a severely injured elder. This elder, it turned out, was a master of divination, skilled in the art of asking the heavens for guidance. According to the teachings of these diviners, everything in the universe operates under the principle of cause and effect. Having saved the old man, the elder, adhering to the concept of reciprocal causality, bestowed upon Qin Feng a prophetic reading as a form of reward. This reward was said to lie within the confines of Tomb Mountain, should Qin Feng successfully obtain it. The bond of causality between him and the elder would be reconciled. Conversely, failing to secure it would signify that their fates were entirely unconnected. Regardless of the outcome, Qin Feng gathered 4 fellow wandering cultivators with whom he was somewhat familiar and journeyed to this location. However, their expedition into the mountains proved to be fraught with difficulties, as they spent several days searching without any discernible progress. Then, unexpectedly, a black-scaled earth serpent emerged from the shadows, forcing them into a hasty retreat. It was only in the deep of night that they returned to the mountain, only to find another individual present. To ascertain the reason for this young man's presence, and whether he was also aware of the so-called treasure hidden within Tomb Mountain, they were determined to uncover his intentions. The dilemma lay in their inability to discern whether he was merely a feeble mortal or a formidable cultivator. Thus, Qin Feng volunteered to step forward, intending to investigate first. The old man had bestowed upon him a secret talisman that could briefly obscure his presence and shield him from detection, coupled with a bit of disguise. He now resembled a hunter who had lived in the village for decades, subsisting through the pursuit of game. Qin Feng initially believed he had successfully deceived his counterpart. However, the young man before him suddenly produced a solidifying blood essence pill. This was a 7th-grade spiritual elixir. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, and his breath became ragged. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of difficulty in breathing. His entire body trembled, and he appeared utterly dazed, forgetting to extend his hand to receive the elixir. The 7th-grade item was something he had never dared to envision in his lifetime. As a cultivator in the out-of-body stage, he was but a loose practitioner. devoid of any substantial background or foundation. The best elixir he had ever utilized was merely 4th grade, one he had toiled tirelessly to obtain. As for 7th grade elixirs, he could only claim to have seen them, and even that had occurred fewer than 5 times. Yet now, this distant treasure lay before him, available for his taking. Suddenly, Qin Feng was paralyzed with apprehension, for he contemplated that anyone capable of producing a 7th grade elixir surely was no ordinary individual. With the first hypothesis dismissed, only one conclusion remained. This was someone beyond their capability to confront. Moreover, Qin Feng had keenly sensed a piece of information earlier. The individual before him had also encountered the black-scaled earth python. Yet, he appeared entirely unfazed, as if that beast, capable of engaging with cultivators in the spirit division stage, posed no threat whatsoever. Could it be that the serpent had already met its demise? Old Wang, why are you in a daze? Gu Heng's voice jolted Qin Feng back to reality. He shivered suddenly and hurriedly cradled the elixir in his hands. The pill was crystal clear, shimmering with a faint glow, and its fragrance invigorated the spirit, instilling a sense of comfort throughout his being. One could scarcely fathom the magnitude of its potency. However, upon receiving it, any lingering doubts in Qin Feng's mind vanished entirely. This was indeed a genuine 7th grade elixir. Just inhaling its delicate aroma allowed him to sense a trace of its medicinal power entering his body, actively mending the injuries he had sustained earlier that afternoon from the earth python beast. Qin Feng's excitement was palpable as he swallowed hard. Gu Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. Though he was merely a mortal, he was generous in bestowing gifts upon others. Moreover, Old Wang, the hunter before him, was simply striving for survival. Observing his demeanor, it was evident that he treasured this humble pill as if it were a rare gem, hesitating to consume it. How impoverished must Old Wang have been in his past? Old Wang, consume it. I assure you, you will regain your strength and wield your blade with swiftness unlike before. Is that truly the case? Then I must extend my gratitude to you, young brother, but I shall refrain from eating it for now. I will save it for a later time. Qin Feng quickly shook his head, tucking the elixir into his clothing pocket. Consuming this 7th grade elixir now would be less beneficial than preserving it as a family heirloom. Selling it was out of the question. A nascent soul cultivator had no right to possess such a treasure. If others were to discover it, his life would be forfeit. Even those lurking in the forest behind him could not be allowed to learn of it. This object is hardly precious. Why treat it as a treasure? Nevertheless, since it is bestowed upon you, it rightfully belongs to you, and I shall not pry further. Gu Heng shook his head, reflecting that the lives of the impoverished were even more wretched than his own. He considered himself fortunate to have enjoyed a few years of tranquility. Not precious. A tempest brewed within Qin Feng's heart. To so casually bestow a 7th grade elixir seemed to him an indication of its insignificance. One could only wonder what truly valuable treasures might exist. He dared not contemplate further, fearing that a seed of greed might sprout within him, only to be detected by the other. Fortunately, the old man's secret talisman concealed his identity as a cultivator, allowing the young man to regard him as an ordinary mortal. Otherwise, the atmosphere would likely not remain so serene. In any case, Qin Feng no longer possessed the audacity to act rashly. As for the initial scheme he had devised with that group to cunningly procure the young man's life, to take his life, if a 7th grade elixir was considered not precious, and the black-scaled earth python was beneath his notice, then surely this young man's cultivation must be formidable. Even if it were not high, he was undoubtedly a person of nobility from some great power, a being they could never afford to provoke. To do so would spell certain death. Good sir, I am yet unaware of your esteemed name. Qin Feng feigned nonchalance, casually inquiring. Gu Heng, replied Gu Heng, as he picked up a small stone and inscribed his name upon the soft earth. And please, refrain from calling me sir. It sounds rather antiquated. Just Gu Gongzi will suffice. Gu Gongzi, a splendid name indeed, imbued with a sense of righteous grandeur. Qin Feng smiled amiably and could not help but inquire. By the way, seeing how you are, young Master Gu, you hardly seem like someone who would venture into the mountains to seek a livelihood at this late hour. What brings you here? Gu Heng casually replied, I am an alchemist and have heard that there are some rather exceptional herbs in this mountain. I intend to explore. As you know, herbs can be quite elusive at times. He certainly would not divulge to Old Wang that he was merely unable to reach the city in time and had to make do with a night in the mountains. In truth, he harbored a degree of caution towards Wang Qi, who appeared rather simple-minded and lived a meager existence. Gu Hong was not naive. He had suffered at the hands of mortals before. Fortunately, with the aid of his system, he had cultivated remarkable strength and honed his medical skills. Otherwise, years ago, he might have fallen victim to the treacherous schemes of the cunning and malevolent among mortals. Despite Wang Qi's seemingly innocent demeanor, anyone who could brave the mountains and contend with wild beasts for survival could not be underestimated. Gu Hong had no desire to be ambushed in the dead of night due to unwarranted trust in the unscrupulous denizens of this rugged terrain. "Oh, seeking herbs, are we?" Qin Feng nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Yet, a chill ran through him, as he sensed that the worst possible outcome had indeed materialized. This young Master Gu was evidently after the secret treasure hidden within the Tomb Mountain. Chapter 31. The senior had long seen through everything, but what should be done? Qin Feng found himself in a state of distress. The only thing he could ascertain was that there lay treasures within the Tomb Mountain. Yet the specifics of these treasures eluded him. This young Master Gu, a master alchemist with formidable skills, was undoubtedly here to seek the treasures of the Tomb Mountain. And he would be competing against Qin Feng and his companions, who were utterly unqualified to contend with him. What should he do? Furrowing his brows, Qin Feng pondered over possible strategies. However, after a while, he relinquished the thought, for there were no viable strategies. The weak had no right to compete with the strong. To strike against a rock with an egg would only lead to a shattered outcome. Continuing in this manner, even if he were to find something, what would it matter? Thus, the treasure hunt in the Tomb Mountain had essentially come to an end. It was such a disheartening feeling. He had missed out on this opportunity. Observing Qin Feng's silence, Gu Hong noted his taciturn demeanor, his face beset with worry, and a pallor that suggested he might either be contemplating something terrifying or was genuinely exhausted, in dire need of sustenance. The impression he gave off was that of a miserly, potential hoarder. Seeing him so wan and frail, Gu Hong feared that he might collapse right there by the campfire. That sugar pill had proven remarkably effective, sustaining him for an entire day with just one. Yet, the old miser treated it as a treasure. What could he do? He could not force the old man to consume it. However, upon observing the anxious expression on the old man's face, Gu Hong began to suspect that perhaps his thoughts were too superficial. Old Wang, a hunter by trade, relies on the mountains for his sustenance. Observing his disheveled appearance, it seems he has not found any prey today. Were it not for his solitary life, his family would undoubtedly be facing hunger. Yet, he remains on the mountain, likely contemplating another search in hopes of bringing something home. However, there lurks a formidable python that he cannot contend with. If he does not descend soon, he may find himself the prey rather than the hunter. Who knows if that serpent has a penchant for midnight snacks? Thus, old Wang must be quite anxious. Just look at this earnest man, on the brink of tears. I offered him a sugar pill, and it is no wonder he was reluctant to accept it. He likely wished to savor it alone. Should he fail to catch any food, that single sugar pill might safeguard his family's well-being. He sighed, realizing that his benevolent nature is difficult to alter. Here, take it. Gu Hong tossed a jade vial into Qin Feng's embrace, causing the latter to startle. Gazing at the 4 rolling solidified blood essence pills within the vial, his eyes widened in disbelief. Young Master Gu, what does this mean? Qin Feng swallowed hard. Leaning against a large granite stone, Gu Hong's face was illuminated by the flickering firelight, casting shadows that evoked an unsettling chill within Qin Feng. Keep it, and leave this mountain. Lingering here could spell trouble. Gu Hong intended to offer him a few more sugar pills, encouraging old Wang to descend the mountain. Since he valued those sugar pills, it would be wise to provide him with several more. After all, rarity enhances value. With 5 sugar pills now in his possession, they no longer seem particularly scarce. Consuming one would sustain him on his descent from the mountain and back to the village. Even if he fails to hunt today, his family will not go hungry with these sugar pills at home, rendering it unnecessary for him to remain on the mountain, risking encounters with serpents in pursuit of game. Young Master Guyu. Qin Feng gazed down at the jade vial. 5 7th-grade elixirs, precisely matching the number of scattered cultivators who had ventured into the mountains. Was this intended for each of them to receive one? He lifted his gaze to meet Gu Heng's, searching for any hint of understanding on his face. Stop looking. Consider this a compensation for your losses. Depart swiftly. Lingering here could cost you your life. Gu Hong, noticing Qin Feng's lingering hesitation, could no longer maintain his composure. His expression darkening. This old Wang was far too simple-minded. Such honesty could lead to his own detriment. I understand. At this point, If Qin Feng still failed to grasp the implications of Gu Heng's words, he might as well abandon his endeavors. Young Master Gu must have discerned his incongruous identity long ago. After all, the likelihood of a mere mortal ascending to the Tomb Mountain was exceedingly slim. The group had previously speculated tirelessly about Gu Heng's capabilities, concluding that he was unlikely to be an ordinary human. Qin Feng had initially believed that a single secret talisman would suffice to conceal his identity as a cultivator. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that Gu Heng not only saw through his foolish ruse, but was also aware that there were precisely 5 of them, with the other 4 not far away. The significance of these 5 elixirs is quite apparent. The 7th grade elixir serves as compensation. Once they have received the spiritual elixirs, they should hastily depart, relinquishing any thoughts of coveting the treasures within the burial mountains. I am grateful to young Master Gu for bestowing these elixirs. I shall not impose further and will take my leave. Qin Feng performed a respectful bow and swiftly vanished into the gaps of the dense forest. Finally, Gu Heng let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this evening, he would not have to endure the agonizing cries of those devoured by serpents echoing from the mountains. Qin Feng journeyed to the edge of the forest, and with a commanding voice, he called out, "Come forth." With a rustling sound, 4 figures materialized like phantoms. How did it go? One of them inquired, visibly anxious. We shall descend the mountain now. All treasures within these mountains, regardless of their nature, now rightfully belong to that senior. We must refrain from further involvement, Qin Feng stated earnestly, taking a deep breath. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 4 varied. 1. Filled with confusion, asked Senior, "Are they not immortal?" Qin Feng offered no response. Instead, he produced a jade vial containing 4 7th grade spiritual elixirs, his demeanor grave. That senior has long been aware of your presence and has seen through our clumsy actions. Yet, they are willing to offer 1 7th grade elixir to each of us in exchange for our withdrawal. The sight of the elixirs within the jade vial left the other 4 in awe. Yet, this was soon replaced by a growing sense of dread. 5 7th grade elixirs, simply bestowed upon them? What level of power must one possess to display such generosity? Was it a harmonization stage cultivator? Or perhaps one who had transcended the tribulation? Is it still the Mahayana period? Regardless of the level, they are not to be trifled with. Moreover, what lingers in their hearts, besides terror, is an insatiable curiosity, an insatiable and profound curiosity. If that esteemed elder is willing to exchange 5 7th grade elixirs for their departure, does it not imply that the treasures hidden within this tomb mountain are worth 1,000 times more than those 5 elixirs? Yet, curiosity aside, as wandering cultivators, their survival to this day hinges upon a clear self-awareness, understanding which matters are worth engaging in and which are best left unheeded. The affairs here undoubtedly belong to the latter category. Curiosity can be perilous. Hence, after deliberation, the 5 individuals decided to divide the elixirs among themselves and swiftly made their way down the mountain. To each obtain a 7th grade elixir is already a remarkable gain. If any lingering greed remains in their hearts, then they should not only abandon thoughts of the elixirs, but also their very lives. Gu Heng gazed intently at the campfire, suddenly recalling something. Where has that silver little creature, which scurried off for a moment, gone? Has it lost its way? Meow? A cheerful cry from Xiao resounded from behind. Su Jinxi appeared, her excitement palpable. To Gu Heng's eyes, she was a whirlwind of energy, bouncing with her tail and head swaying, her 4 short legs prancing about, embodying pure joy. Gu Heng couldn't help but smile as Su Jinxi bounded over, extending a finger to gently touch her ear. Xiao closed her eyes in bliss. Gu Heng smiled and inquired, "What delightful treasure have you found? You seem so joyous." It is unclear why this little creature is so exuberant. Perhaps it is simply the thrill of the moment. One might mistakenly believe she has discovered a companion in this desolate wilderness, engaging in a passionate performance. However, Su Jinxia's excitement stems from her genuine discovery of a secret within the tomb-laden mountains. "Do you want me to take a look?" Gu Heng discerned the meaning behind the little one's jubilant leaps. She nodded eagerly, her tail wagging rapidly as if urging him to accompany her. Gu Heng shook his head with a smile. Although this pet was somewhat challenging to care for, her joy rendered her irresistibly charming. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what other treasures might lie hidden within the mountains. As night deepened, Gu Heng quietly navigated through the dense forest, venturing into the abyss of darkness on the mountainside. After traversing a short distance, he halted. Deep within the thicket, a vast cavern loomed, shrouded in a thick fog. from which a faint light seeped. Ah, no wonder I sensed something amiss in this place. Gu Heng raised an eyebrow, contemplating the solitary mountain nestled within the dense woods, concealing a mysterious cavern. Could this be the so-called opportunity? He had often heard tales of downtrodden cultivators who, in their despair, leaped from cliffs only to discover their fortunes at the bottom, soaring to greatness thereafter. Such stories are eternally captivating. Yet, whether they hold truth remains beyond his mortal grasp to verify. However, could it be that he has stumbled upon such a fate? Might it be that his previous inability to attain the path of cultivation was merely a matter of timing, and perhaps that time has now arrived? Xiaoxi stood beside him, her tail held high, her two round, glistening eyes fixed upon the colossal cave. There was something peculiar about this place. Su Jinsi could distinctly sense a formidable sword intent looming beyond the cave, akin to an impassable wall. Any who dared to approach would be ruthlessly severed. With her cultivation at the 10th level of the tribulation stage, she felt diminutive as gossamer before this tangible yet intangible barrier of sword intent. To even attempt to breach it would surely spell her demise. Moreover, she discerned that the sword intent appeared somewhat fractured, allowing a faint trickle of spiritual energy to escape from within the cave. This meager energy was insufficient to influence the heavens and the earth, yet it sufficed to alter the spiritual energy concentration within 100 paces of the cave. No wonder that the black-scaled earth python, though merely a 4th-tier beast, possessed strength equivalent to that of a 6th-tier creature. It had undoubtedly thrived in proximity to this cave, reaping the benefits of its location. Yet, Su Jinsi could not traverse the barrier of sword intent. She had to retreat and seek out Gu Heng. The force emanating from that wall of sword intent far exceeded her comprehension, despite being a formidable ancient demon with millennia of experience. She now faced a power she had never encountered before. It could only be a remnant from a time long past, perhaps even a legacy left by an ultimate being from the primordial era. Gu Heng crouched down, gently patting Xiaoxi. I will venture inside to explore. You must stay here and not wander off, understood? Meow. Xiaoxi protested reluctantly. Yet she comprehended her own intentions, simply lying there, her delicate paws gently caressing her face, seemingly disinclined to move. Meow, she uttered in a soft, tender tone. Gu Heng felt a sense of satisfaction and then placed her upon a stone before turning to step into the cave. Su Jinxu watched as Gu Heng approached the cave, drawing ever closer to the invisible barrier formed by the sword intent. He entered just like that. In Su Jinxu's eyes, Gu Heng was enveloped in an even more enigmatic and powerful golden glow, which caused the wall of sword intent to swiftly recede, creating a void nearly matching his own size. Subsequently, Gu Heng stepped into the cave and scathed. Is it truly possible? Su Jinxu's eyes widened in astonishment. He was even formidable enough to compel the sword intent to circumvent him. It appeared that his estimation of Gu Heng's strength was significantly flawed. Gu Heng continued deeper into the cave, descending a lengthy staircase until he reached the bottom. Hidden within this mountain was a palace. He found himself within this solitary mountain, which seemed to have been hollowed out significantly. Now, he stood within this mountain palace. Before him lay a dilapidated ancient hall. This hall appeared to be several millennia old. Yet even so, it could not conceal its inherent grandeur and solemnity. The palace chamber was scattered with remnants of walls and moss, a testament to its once resplendent past. At the entrance of the grand hall stood a black stone tablet, half the height of a man. The inscriptions carved upon it had been nearly eroded by the passage of time, yet Gu Heng was still able to discern a few characters. The Emperor's tomb? May my lord rest in peace, awaiting the day. He leaned closer to decipher the text, barely managing to make out the words. Gu Heng's brow furrowed in sudden concern. Whose tomb could this be? The initial characters had been worn away, rendering the identity of the interred emperor a mystery. This inscription appeared to have been etched by a loyal minister who once served the emperor. Contemplating this, Gu Heng lifted his gaze to the grand entrance of the hall. The bronze doors were corroded and decaying, emitting only whispers of chilling winds from within. He inhaled deeply, preparing to enter and investigate, when suddenly he halted in his tracks. He sensed an unusual disturbance behind him. Gu Heng's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly turned around. Whoosh. The sound of rushing wind echoed ominously. A vague, pale specter abruptly materialized amidst the ancient tomb. Its hollow eye sockets burned with a ghostly blue flame as it lunged menacingly toward Gu Heng. What on earth is that? Gu Heng's heart raced in terror. Seeing the specter charge, he instinctively sidestepped to evade it. The specter missed its strike, but paused mid-air, astonished. This fellow managed to evade my attack? The ghost was equally surprised, having assumed this intruder had unwittingly trespassed into its master's tomb, devoid of any aura, merely a mortal. Yet mortals who dared to enter here were destined for death. Before his death, he was but an insignificant hair beneath the feet of that esteemed master. Yet now, he stands as the sole guardian of this tomb. Although much of his cultivation at the Great Ascension stage may have dissipated, it should suffice to confront a mere mortal. Thus, the ghostly shadow lunged forth once more. No matter who this unfortunate soul may be, I shall not permit any disturbance to my master's tranquility, he thought to himself, eager to rend the foolish mortal into shreds. Begone, who do you think you are frightening? After the initial shock, Gu Heng found himself no longer fearful. For this creature appeared to pose no real threat, merely a shadow conjuring tricks. He had witnessed similar illusions during his time in Qingmu City, where a troupe of performers employed props crafted by cultivators to create a moving figure from white smoke. It looked eerie, but in truth, it was utterly false. Just a ruse to deceive the unsophisticated common folk. Though he had not encountered much of the world, he was not easily frightened by such antics. Thus, Gu Heng unleashed a punch. This mortal dared to resist. The ghostly figure cackled within, envisioning the delight of its claws tearing through the mortal's chest. But before that, it must first shatter the fist that had been thrown. With a resounding bang, Gu Heng's fist pierced through the misty apparition, his arm rising as he completely dispelled the deceptive entity. Humph, I have seen my share of the world. He blew on his knuckles, only to wonder why the joints of his fist felt strangely cold. Why could it be that this individual is not? This was the last flicker of consciousness before the specter dissipated. Gu Heng let out a scoff. Indeed, it was merely a manifestation of trickery, a formless wisp of white mist that he had easily dispersed. Shaking his head, he reined in his thoughts and approached the bronze door intricately adorned with various elaborate patterns and symbols. The door, heavily corroded, fell with a mere gentle push, stirring up a cloud of dust. Upon entering the hall, a profound sense of decay enveloped him. The dome of the edifice lay shattered, and the surrounding stone pillars had all collapsed. If there was any reason this place still stood, it was likely because the hall was nearly embedded within the mountainside. The space was not large. He had expected to find something within this hall that could unveil the origins of this nameless tomb. However, after a thorough inspection, Gu Heng discovered that the hall was nearly devoid of any remnants. The identity of the tomb's owner had become an enigma. Who are you? Suddenly, a voice emanated from the fallen stone pillar nearby. Gu Heng, on high alert, glanced over and called out, "Who dares to conjure spirits?" Then, from behind the pillar, a wisp of white smoke arose, gradually coalescing into a glowing orb of light. It resembled a will-o'-the-wisp. It seemed that this place was indeed haunted. Gu Heng shook his head. He should have anticipated the eerie ambience of a tomb, where hauntings were commonplace. Previously, in Qingmu City, there had been numerous occurrences. In the desolate outskirts, where one ventures to gather firewood or hunt, it is not uncommon to stumble upon burial grounds, only to be horrified by the lingering spirits of the deceased. In search of tranquility and a remedy for restless nights, one might seek a potion to calm the mind. In this world, hauntings are a commonplace occurrence. Moreover, these specters, aside from their frightful appearances, pose little threat. Even ordinary mortals, skilled in the martial arts, can dispel them. Yet, there exist malevolent spirits, said to have lived wickedly in their former lives, now barred from the netherworld, lingering among the living to wreak havoc. Such entities are rightfully dealt with by cultivators. However, as Gu Heng gazed at the nebulous white orb, he swiftly reached a conclusion. This could hardly be deemed a ghost. The apparition outside bore more resemblance to one. At least it had the semblance of a spirit. This one, however, lacked even that, resembling a subpar special effect from a horror film. "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" The white orb swayed beside him, its voice surprisingly robust, as if it had been in its prime before death. "Ah, if you wish to know my name, perhaps you should first reveal yours?" Gu Heng cast a sidelong glance at the orb, delivering his retort with a hint of coldness. He never anticipated that he would one day engage in conversation with a spirit. "Me? Humph, my origins are quite significant. Do you not know the illustrious name of Zijianzhenren Jinxian? Zijianzhenren? I have not heard of such a name," Gu Heng scoffed. "What? How could one possibly be unaware?" The white orb, seemingly ignited with fury, flickered in and out of brilliance. Yet Gu Hong unceremoniously interrupted. What are you? You are nothing more than a useless specter, incapable of instilling fear, not even worthy of being a ghost. So cease your incessant clamor before me, you disgraceful fool. He waved his hand in disdain. This place was already eerie. He had been startled outside and had nearly been frightened upon entering, which left him feeling rather vexed. Do ghosts in this day and age so relish seeking attention from mortals? You. The white orb, oh no, Jian Xian, was now seething with rage. He, Jian Xian, known as the Purple Sword Master, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, a formidable being at the peak of the Ascension stage. He had hastened here upon learning of the tomb of the Nameless Emperor, believing there to be a fortuitous opportunity within. To his astonishment, at the entrance of this mountain cave stood a wall of sword intent. He understood that this sword intent merely obstructed the path. The true opportunity lay within. Thus, leveraging his immense cultivation and the sword momentum he had independently comprehended, he exerted tremendous effort to disperse it, and with a fleeting moment of success, he dashed inside. However, outside this grand hall, he found himself besieged by thousands of remnants of souls, each possessing the strength of the tribulation stage. To surpass the first trial, Jian Xian had expended a considerable amount of mental energy, and as he exerted himself for the second trial, he found himself utterly defeated. In desperation, he fled into the hall, only to be instantly subdued by the ancient formation laid within. Only a dying remnant of a soul remained. The passage of time since then was unfathomable. It was only in recent years that this soul began to regain its strength, allowing it to perceive the external world, to move, and even to possess the power of a fully realized entity once more. Yet, the ancient formation within the Grand Hall continued to operate, leaving him with no avenue for escape, and he remained oblivious to the world outside. Wait, how is it that you can stroll about here unscathed? Perhaps it was due to his prolonged death and the numbness that ensued. Jian Xian initially failed to grasp this reality. How could this being, devoid of any discernible aura, have entered this place? The wall of sword intent at the mountain cave seemed eternal, ever reconstituting itself even when disrupted. He had found it exceedingly arduous to breach it during his prime. How could this mortal? No, this individual is no mere mortal. A common man could never traverse the wall of sword intent. Even the initial threshold would be insurmountable. You inquire as to why I can roam about unharmed? Gu Hong regarded Jian Xian with a puzzled expression, as if questioning whether he had been dead for too long to comprehend the situation. Is there anything in this hall that could hinder my movement? After stating this, he casually circled the hall, returning to the orb of white light. His expression one of utter disbelief at the absurdity of Jian Xian's words. This grand hall had lay in desolation for so long, with not a single living soul present. Only two deceased entities. Could there possibly be something else here? Gu Hong, oblivious to the truth, pondered that this esteemed master of the purple sword might indeed be somewhat disoriented. Do not blame him. He is already deceased. What more can one demand? Yet, Jian Xian has finally discerned the truth. The ancient formation could not even be activated. This individual boldly stepped into the lethal range of the array, and it was rendered completely inert after merely a moment of operation. Jian Xian understood that this person had not made a move. The formation could not have malfunctioned. Thus, there was only one possibility. His very existence rendered the formation utterly ineffective. Is there truly such a terrifying powerhouse in this world? Someone capable of easily slaying him. A 10th level cultivator, yet unable to deal with this individual? What kind of formidable presence has arrived in this place? What is the name of this esteemed senior? Were Jian Xian still embodied, he would undoubtedly bow in respect, but he was not. I am Gu Hong. Moreover, why do so many people insist on calling me senior? It sounds dreadful, Gu Hong remarked with a disdainful expression. Then how should I address you? Jian Xian inquired, trembling. Gu Gongzi sounds quite pleasant, does it not? Although you are a ghost, encountering one another in such a place is a stroke of fate. Consider me your friend. From now on, I shall call you Lao Xian. As long as you are pleased, Jian Xian mused, realizing that he had indeed never encountered a powerhouse with such a demeanor, one who feigned youthfulness. Chapter 34. So, it turns out that young Master Gu is here for me. However, regardless of how this young Master Gu attempts to feign youthfulness, Jian Xian is acutely aware that his cultivation is undoubtedly far more formidable than in his previous life. He possesses the ability to directly suppress ancient formations with his physical body, Is this someone to be trifled with? Since he is not someone to provoke, then it is best to seek his favor. Jian Xian has been trapped here for an extensive period. Regaining his consciousness and a portion of his cultivation has only transpired over the past few years. Yet, despite having reclaimed these aspects, he remains unable to escape this grand hall. The ancient formations that permeate the chamber could utterly obliterate his lingering soul. Although he is uncertain how he endured the annihilation of both body and spirit, the fact that a fragment of his soul remains is likely a stroke of luck. However, this is not a time to rely on fortune. He is no longer inclined to linger in this nameless imperial tomb. Regardless of any treasures or opportunities that may have once existed here, he no longer cares. In the past, Jian Xian believed he would willingly sacrifice his life in pursuit of the Tao, yet after experiencing death firsthand, spending years as a mere fragment of a soul has indeed left him yearning for the days when he was whole and able-bodied. If only he could depart and remain by the side of this powerful figure, he is certain he would find a way to reconstruct his physical form in the future. Young Master Gu, I implore you to take me away from here. He immediately began to plead. Take you away? Gu Hong expressed surprise at this request. Indeed, I am willing to follow young Master Gu, serving as your servant or slave if necessary. Jian Xian hurriedly pledged his loyalty, asserting that he could not escape on his own, but with your assistance, it would undoubtedly be a trivial matter. To have a ghost accompany one on the journey is rather troublesome. Gu Hong stroked his chin, lost in contemplation, and the thoughtful expression on his face made Jian Xian's heart tighten with apprehension, fearing he might hear some words of rejection from Gu Hong. If that were to happen, all hope would be lost. Not to mention, although you do not appear frightening, you are still not quite human, and it would be rather unfortunate if you were to frighten the neighbors, all of whom are mere mortals. Should you inadvertently cause someone to fall ill from fright, it would be I who must resolve the matter. He shook his head with a sigh. Jian Xian inquired, Might I ask why the neighbors of young Master Gu are mere mortals? Because I am a mortal, Gu Hong replied, looking at the swaying white orb as if it were a fool. Here was a being who claimed to be the purple sword immortal, yet met his demise within this tomb, unable to transform into a vengeful spirit. Gu Hong could only conclude that this individual had been ineffectual in life and remained so in death. Perhaps he had been a once downtrodden cultivator, suggesting that this entity could not even surpass a mere mortal like himself, yet his tone suggested a disdain for mortals. It seems that virtuous and benevolent cultivators, like Bai Feier, are indeed a rarity. If young Master Gu insists on such a notion, then I too can refrain from being frightening, provided I have a place to dwell. Although Jian Xian could not fathom why such a remarkable figure, capable of disregarding ancient formations, would consider himself a mortal. Since Gu Hong professed to be one, then he must be. After living for so many years, Jian Xian had encountered numerous hidden old masters, but he had never seen one who felt compelled to inform others of their own mortality in such a subconscious manner just to blend in with the common folk. However, Jian Xian would certainly not engage in any form of justification. It would be prudent to align with the intentions of this esteemed Gu Gongzi. If he wishes to be perceived as an ordinary person, so be it. If it pleases him, let it be. As for residing here, then he may remain within this realm. Gu Hong retrieved a lantern from his system backpack. It was not large, yet perfectly suited to contain this luminous orb. This was the Primordial Soul Lantern, a limited edition item that could only be claimed once from the system's marketplace. Once obtained, the corresponding entry for this lantern was irrevocably obscured in the marketplace interface. Although Gu Hong was uncertain whether the marketplace would replenish the lantern if it were to be broken, he had no desire to test such a notion. It would be folly to incur costs in such an endeavor. Naturally, this so-called Primordial Soul Lantern seemed rather misnamed to Gu Hong, as he had grown accustomed to the notion that the system's marketplace rarely offered genuinely valuable items. The lantern appeared quite antiquated, as if enveloped in a layer of aged patina. Nevertheless, it was not without merit, for it required no fuel and could emit light at any time. In the world of his past life, such an object would undoubtedly be derisively labeled a nuclear lantern. You suggest that I should reside within this lantern? Jian Xian questioned hesitantly. Indeed, this would simplify matters. A glowing lantern would not evoke fear, whereas a mere orb of light certainly would. Gu Hong wore an expression that conveyed his profound concern for Jian Xian, yet the latter felt a sense of dissatisfaction. In his mortal life, he had been a formidable sword cultivator at the Great Ascension stage. Now, despite being reduced to a mere remnant of his former self, He still possessed the strength of a harmonization stage cultivator. Yet, he found himself being looked down upon, confined within a lamp. Simply because this young Master Gu feared he might frighten the mortals. Indeed, the mightier one was, the quirkier their temperament seemed to be. However, what choice did he have? Jian Xian could only acquiesce to his whims. Thus, the orb of white light entered the lamp, but the moment he did, Jian Xian was taken aback. It felt as though he had stepped into a brand new realm. Before him lay a landscape ablaze with brightness, surrounded by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms, enveloped in ethereal mist, with clouds drifting gracefully through the air. Moreover, a continuous stream of energy flowed into his fragmented soul, slowly nurturing and healing its broken aspects. This lamp possessed its own space, capable of soul cultivation. How could such a treasure exist in this world? In that moment, Jian Xian understood. Young Master Gu had brought him into this lamp to facilitate the restoration of his soul. As long as he remained in this world within the lamp, he could mend his spirit and, one day, reclaim his former prowess. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jian Xian felt as if tears would well up. If only he were capable of shedding them. I understand now. This immense kindness will forever be etched in my heart. Jian Xian exclaimed with boundless excitement. From now on, I shall be unwaveringly devoted to young Master Gu. First, be quiet, Gu Hong interjected, waving his hand. I require nothing from you. Just refrain from suddenly speaking and startling others. He could not comprehend why this fellow was so jubilant within the lantern. Yet, it was not his concern, after all. A spirit cannot be understood through the lens of the living. Taking it too seriously would only lead to defeat. Rest assured, young Master Gu, I shall remain silent. Jian Xian hastily assured him. Gu Heng's eyes brightened as he inquired. By the way, you accidentally perished here, did you not? Indeed. Had I not been so arrogant at that time, I would not have met such a fate. Jian Xian's voice was laden with regret. Do you know whose tomb this is? I truly do not know. When I first arrived, I was curious about who laid to rest here. However, with my soul fragmented, many things have become elusive to me. Upon hearing this, Gu Hong felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that he could extract no further information from Jian Xian. Yet, he had not fully explored this place, since he was already here. It would be remiss not to seek further discoveries beyond just a ghostly encounter. Chapter 35. Too many tricks. Gu Hong found little significance in his futile journey. The setbacks he had endured were no less daunting than returning empty-handed. Although, in a strict sense, he had at least gained a ghost as a companion, it certainly would not be a pet. Holding a lantern alight with the glow of his sword, the grand hall appeared less foreboding. He wandered through the vast structure, meandering for several rounds. Eventually, he came to a halt, feeling a tinge of disappointment. This place harbored no fortune. It was the tomb of a certain emperor, but it bore no connection to the Sunfire dynasty. The imperial mausoleum of that lineage lay elsewhere, and it was certainly not a realm meant for the uninvited. The mere existence of this tomb within the mountains suggested the downfall of a previous dynasty, leaving the last emperor's resting place relegated to these desolate wilds. At the center of the hall lay a bronze sarcophagus, its lid brutally pried open. With such devastation evident, Gu Hong realized he had arrived too late. Perhaps there had been opportunities in the past, but they had surely vanished now. There was little of value left. He could see some burial treasures of gold and silver. Or rather, mediocre quality jade. Yet, these trinkets held no allure for him. Wealth was essential, but it was far from paramount. He preferred to refrain from the act of pilfering offerings. The only truly imposing sight was the 12 armored statues flanking the coffin. In life, they may have been the emperor's mightiest generals, and in death, their armor remained stationed here, guarding the sarcophagus. However, this evidently did not deter those who pried open the coffins. Alas, it seems the one lying here is rather pitiable. Gu Hong bowed twice before the coffin to express his reverence for the deceased. Subsequently, his curiosity compelled him to take a glance inside the coffin, eager to discover the opulence of the bed of this emperor in death. Upon peering in, he found no remains. However, at the bottom, a silvery jade pendant lay quietly, its luster radiant, contrasting with the somewhat corroded appearance of the coffin itself. What could this be? Gu Hong picked it up and examined it closely. Yet he could discern no significant details, ultimately placing it directly into his system backpack. Suddenly, the 12 armored statues nearby sprang to life. With a resounding clash of metal, these statues raised their swords and swiftly charged at Gu Hong. They can move? Jian Xian exclaimed in horror. It appeared that within these 12 suits of armor resided some dormant souls, now awakened all at once. Each seemed to possess the strength of an individual at the 10th level of tribulation. It seemed that within this nameless imperial tomb, danger lurked at every turn. Jian Xian pondered that even if he had managed to pass the first 2 obstacles unscathed, he would likely have met his demise upon entering this grand hall. TSK. Yet another trivial trick, how tiresome. Gu Hong furrowed his brow, contemplating how he had yet to encounter any truly perilous traps within the tomb. While these petty deceptions appeared in abundance, he took direct action, employing both fists and feet to dismantle the animated armored statues into a heap of fragments. His body refinement skill was truly exceptional, proving to be quite useful. Although it did not generate income, once Gu Hong reached the pinnacle of this skill, he never suffered from those common ailments again. He had even once competed against a 200-pound mortal strongman in a challenge to break stones with his chest. Such feats were hardly intimidating. Are you all right, old Xian? Gu Hong waved the lantern in his hand. I am fine. Indeed, young Master Gu's prowess is formidable. This arrangement is of no consequence to you. Jian Xian observed as Gu Hong effortlessly dismantled 12 armored soul spirits, realizing that even in his prime, he might not have easily dealt with 12 entities of such strength. He pondered the depth of young Master Gu's cultivation. How formidable must it be? It was, of course, a fruitless endeavor to speculate. Gu Heng's aura was utterly inscrutable, concealed to perfection. Whatever you say. Gu Hong chose to disregard him. His thoughts muddled as if he had transformed into a ghost, perhaps mistaking him for someone of great significance. However, he was intrigued by how the armored sculptures began to stir as he approached the bronze coffin. Was it because he had taken the jade pendant? If that were the case, the pendant must hold considerable significance. Yet, he realized that he could not deduce anything further in this place. Gu Hong resolved to depart and head into the city first. He turned and exited the grand hall, retracing his steps through the cave. Upon emerging into the open air, he glanced up to find that dawn had already begun to break. Unbeknownst to him, the night had slipped away. Gu Hong did not feel tired. Perhaps it was due to leaving behind the familiar surroundings of Qingwu City. In this wilderness, it was indeed quite difficult to fall asleep. Truly obedient. Gu Hong noticed Xiaoyin curled up beside the tree roots, understanding that the little creature had patiently awaited his return instead of wandering off. Perceiving a ripple in the wall of sword intent, Su Jinxia immediately looked up, and Gu Hong emerged holding a lantern. She squinted, only to discover that within the lantern flickered a remarkably potent remnant soul. Has the master made a discovery? Oh, it turns out to be a 9-lived demon in the 10th stage of tribulation. Jian Xian also noticed her presence and was momentarily taken aback. Who are you? Su Jinxia communicated through thought, her gaze fixated on the luminous white sphere within the lantern. The Purple Sword Master, Jian Xian. The Purple Sword Master? The esteemed elder of the 10,000 Sword Sect who mysteriously vanished over 2,000 years ago? Su Jinxia was equally stunned. She had never anticipated that Gu Hong would bring forth this figure, long presumed dead, from such a concealed place. Now, he existed in the form of a remnant soul. And 2 millennia had passed. New leaders had emerged in the sect, including the elder. I once had acquaintances among the 9-lived demon clan. I wonder how Su Fanchun is faring now? Su Fanchun is currently the leader of my clan, Su Jinxia replied. Jian Xian felt that time had truly flown by. It seems we now share a common master. Su Jinxi gazed at the ancient lamp that housed the remnants of the sword spirit, instantly discerning its extraordinary nature. It seemed that Gu Hong, moved by the pitiable state of this lingering soul, had taken it in, allowing it to cultivate its essence in tranquility. The sword spirit had indeed encountered a stroke of fortune. Yet, why do you not reveal your true form? Inquired the sword spirit. He finds me thus more endearing. I presume, came the reply. Oh, the sword spirit comprehended. It had once nurtured a small demon beast, a creature of diminutive stature that was delightful to touch. And from that moment, it had developed a fondness for such delicate interactions. However, in comparison to its own endeavor, Gu Heng's pursuits were evidently far more refined. While it cared for a mere beast, Gu Hong was nurturing a member of the demon race, and one of the 10th tribulation stage at that. Now, we must return. It is time to enter the city. Gu Hong carefully stowed the ancient lamp into his system backpack, which was not designed to accommodate living beings. Yet the lingering soul within the lamp was evidently classified otherwise. He cradled the small she, placing her gently in his embrace as they descended the path down the mountain. Chapter 36. Continuing the medical practice in Yunling City. As the first rays of dawn broke, Gu Hong stood upon the thoroughfare, scrutinizing the markings on his map. He had spent the previous night atop the Tomb Mountain, and a mere 10 miles beyond lay Yunling City. Now, the city appeared on the distant horizon before him. With the aid of his enchanted boots, he traversed the distance in a mere span of breaths, arriving at the city gates. After exchanging a modest sum of silver with the city guards, he entered. The scene within the city contrasted starkly with the surrounding wilderness. Yunling City thrived with bustling activity. Shops lined the streets in a vibrant array, and the populace was plentiful. Many commoners donned splendid garments, while others, equipped with weapons and magical artifacts, strolled about. Among them were the sons and daughters of affluent families, accompanied by their attendants and maids, leisurely indulging in the charm of the marketplace. The city's law and order appeared significantly more favorable than that of the outside world. Observing the throngs of people, Gu Hong let out a soft sigh. Yunling City dwarfed Qingmu City in size, with broader avenues, and its inhabitants seemed to live in relative ease. He suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Qingmu City was incomparable to Yunling City, and when it came to a comparison with Baidi City, the disparity became even more pronounced. Although he had sold his medical practice in Qingmu City for a handsome price, he pondered whether that sum would suffice to acquire an equally sized establishment in Baidi City. It seemed unlikely. He realized he had been short-sighted, having spent too long in a smaller locale, which had stunted his broader perspective. While he could request a shop from Bai Feier, he was averse to incurring debts of gratitude. Particularly, one must be cautious with the relationships formed with monks, for debts incurred may be insurmountable. Alas, it seems I must settle for a lesser alternative. Gu Hong murmured softly, gently stroking Xiaoxi's head. As he resolved to find an inn for their stay, he intended to take some time to ascertain the prevailing prices in Yunling City. Should his available silver suffice to acquire a modest shop, he would consider establishing himself here. Additionally, he aimed to gather intelligence regarding the influential families within Yunling City, as well as those in its vicinity. Upon arriving in a new locale, it is imperative to discern which powers are best left undisturbed, lest one's life be endangered. After a brief search, Gu Hong chose the Yunding Inn, where he approached the innkeeper and requested a room with a pleasing view. This decision considerably depleted his funds, as the prices in this establishment were notably steep. During his conversation with the innkeeper, he gleaned that there are 3 prominent families in Yunling City: the Yun family, the Yin family, and the Lu family. However, none of these families holds the greatest power. The true authority lies beyond the city, with the Yinling sect, a religious order allied with the Sun Flame dynasty, boasting thousands of disciples. Its leader, Zhu Ling, is a formidable figure at the 8th level of the integration stage. The regions surrounding Yunling City are fraught with peril, teeming with ferocious beasts. Yet, the Yinling sect frequently purges these threats, ensuring a comfortable existence for the populace, including ordinary mortals. Gu Hong mused that this place is quite favorable, reminiscent of the former Qingmu City, where the multitude of factions mattered little as long as one stood at the apex, capable of suppressing all others. Nonetheless, this place is quite appealing. Now, I must explore where in this city there are surplus shops available for sale. Upon this thought, he promptly set out. After wandering for several hours, Gu Hong finally discovered a shop in the southern part of Yunling City that was not too secluded. The establishment was relatively spacious, even larger than the one he owned in Qingmu City, and it boasted a second floor. Behind the shop, there was a small courtyard, albeit overgrown with weeds, giving it an air of neglect. However, with attentive care, cultivating a charming little garden would pose no challenge. The system's marketplace also offered seeds, genuine plants. Yet Gu Hong had not been inclined to nurture greenery at that time. Now, however, it was worth considering. Yes, this shop is quite satisfactory. I shall take it. He called out into the interior. Soon, a gentleman emerged, his features handsome and refined. With a smile, he remarked, "Since you desire this place, it shall be sold to you." "Very well. Do you find this deed suitable?" Gu Hong examined the deed in the man's hand with great scrutiny, confirming its validity. Having done so, he produced most of his silver coins, thus settling the payment for the shop. The expenditure was not as substantial as he had anticipated. Upon his arrival, he had paid close attention to the area. The majority of mortals resided in the southern part of the city, while the northern, eastern, and western sectors were dominated by the 3 prominent families of Yunling City. Only the south remained a veritable M-Lang, a bit chaotic, to put it succinctly. As one ventures south from Yunling City, one encounters an expansive forest known as the Yunling Forest, teeming with wild beasts. There are even chilling rumors of mortals being devoured by demonic creatures. Surrounding this forest are numerous small hills, where various factions have established their strongholds, forming a patchwork of minor yet diverse powers. However, none of this concerns Gu Hong. He is merely here to open a clinic. Having acquired a shop, he meticulously arranged the front hall for consultations and pulse readings, set up a medicine cabinet, and prepared the second floor with beds. He even cleared the small courtyard at the back of the clinic, removing weeds and planting seeds purchased from the system's marketplace. Overall, the place appeared quite tidy and well organized. By the time Gu Hong completed his tasks, darkness had enveloped the sky. At that moment, Xiaoxi lay on the front hall floor, idly wagging her tail. Gu Hong offered her a candy pill and then took a seat nearby, retrieving an ancient lamp from his system backpack. "Old Xian, how is it?" Gu Hong inquired, gazing at the softly glowing white orb within the lamp. "This place is quite pleasant. The environment is excellent. I truly appreciate your kindness in providing such a nurturing space." "Young Master Gu," the voice of Jian Xin emerged, sounding notably more serene. Although Gu Hong was uncertain why he seemed so content residing within the lamp, he had initially contemplated releasing him for a brief flight. Yet, seeing his joyful demeanor, Gu Hong decided to allow him to remain inside a bit longer. "Well, it's time to craft the signboard," Gu Hong declared, rising to fetch rice paper and a brush from his system backpack. He dipped the brush in ink, ready to begin, when he suddenly paused. A commotion echoed from outside. "You little rascal, you truly deserve a good beating. How audacious they are to return and steal from us. Do they not comprehend the might of our Black Forest gang? Kneel and beg for mercy at once. Otherwise, I shall beat you to death." Gu Hong furrowed his brow, grasping an ancient lamp as he approached the door. Upon peering outside, he discerned a gathering of 7 or 8 burly men in the narrow alley across the way. The leader, marked by a scar upon his face, glared fiercely with his tiger-like eyes at the frail figure ensnared in their midst. In the center of the hulking men stood a youth clad in tattered gray garments, his waxen skin revealing his vulnerability. Clutching a worn-out blanket, he trembled, his face a portrait of fear. Yet, as he quivered, his eyes were bloodshot, and his lips quaked. Gu Hong paused, struck by the sight of the feeble figure. It became evident to him that the boy was not merely afraid. Rather, he harbored a profound resentment, a deep-seated defiance. Despite having endured numerous blows and bearing an array of bruises, he remained silent, his expression betraying no hint of weakness. "Ah, this lad possesses a remarkable tenacity. Our Black Forest gang is, after all, one of the prominent factions in Yunling City. To dare offend one of our own is tantamount to courting death." The men exchanged taunts, their voices rising in a raucous chorus. Gu Hong stood behind the window, listening intently for a moment, unable to suppress a smirk. The Black Forest gang was not particularly formidable. At least, based on the information he had gathered, the factions entrenched in the southern outskirts, fortified upon the hills, were rather weak in the eyes of cultivators, yet still formidable against ordinary folk. However, as Gu Hong surveyed the scene, he concluded that none of these ruffians were cultivators. At best, they were merely ordinary men who had practiced some martial skills. Should I lend him a hand? Gu Hong felt a sense of inner conflict. Having just arrived in a new place, he had already attracted the attention of the local bullies, which was hardly a fortuitous circumstance. However, the thought of standing idly by while that young man was being beaten to the brink of unconsciousness weighed heavily on his conscience. "What's the matter? Still unwilling to kneel?" The leader of the group, a burly man with a scarred face, sneered as he witnessed the youth gritting his teeth defiantly. "Brothers, let's go. We must teach him a lesson today." "Understood," the others responded, charging forward. The assailants were robust in stature, while the youth appeared exceedingly frail, almost malnourished. Yet, the young man remained unperturbed, wrapping a blanket around his chest for protection and assuming a defensive stance, seemingly prepared to endure their blows. His eyes radiated determination, devoid of any hint of fear. Such audacity compelled Gu Hong to admire him. Perhaps I should intervene. After all, regardless of the boy's transgressions, it would be excessively cruel for him to be beaten to death in this manner, and it would leave Gu Hong with a sense of guilt that could linger for a lifetime. With resolute steps, Gu Hong exited the room and approached the scene. "Excuse me, would you mind halting for a moment?" His gentle voice prompted the assailants to pause, turning to regard him. In the dimming light, the sudden appearance of a young man clad in simple robes and holding an ancient lantern caught them off guard. However, it was not long before the scarred leader erupted in anger. Damn it, where did this brat come from? Get lost. Oh, I apologize for the interruption. Gu Hong replied with a polite smile. I simply wish to convey something to you all. What is it? I have just moved into this establishment, and if you happen to take a life here, I fear it will be impossible for me to conduct my business in peace. Might I implore you to spare him? Huh. The burly men exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily at a loss. However, it wasn't long before the scar-faced man regained his composure and cast a sinister glance in his direction. You little brat, are you attempting to defend him? I strongly advise you not to interfere, or once we deal with this little pest, you shall be next. He stepped forward, his gaze fixed menacingly on Gu Hong. Get lost. We are the Black Forest Gang, and if you dare to meddle, I will ensure you meet the same fate. Is that so? Gu Hong maintained his cheerful demeanor. In that case, I simply cannot leave. You are now threatening me. The scar-faced man initially believed that a few intimidating words would send him on his way, but to his surprise, Gu Hong stood firm, exuding an air of unwavering courage. Not listening, are you? Then let us settle this with force. The scar-faced brute sneered, raising his fist and launching a powerful punch toward Gu Hong. The strike came swiftly, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, clearly aimed with full force to shatter Gu Heng's visage. Chapter 37. A newcomer doing good deeds. Hong Ba, a notorious bully in the southern part of Yunling City, had never encountered a mortal so audacious. He was a mere inconsequential figure in the Black Forest Gang outside the city, possessing only a modicum of cultivation, limited to the foundation establishment stage. It was laughable to think he could contend with even ordinary beasts, let alone formidable demonic creatures. Yet, this meager strength was sufficient for him to exert his influence in the southern region of Yunling City, as he was astute enough to discern whom to provoke. Before him stood a young man, holding a lamp, his face radiating fearlessness, definitely not someone to be trifled with. The absence of any aura of true energy emanating from him marked him as an ordinary mortal, and what fear could one possibly have of such a being? Hong Ba, brimming with arrogance, thought to subdue him swiftly. His fist flew with remarkable speed, but to Gu Hong, it appeared as sluggish as a dying elder. Gu Hong effortlessly sidestepped the strike, hardly needing to lift his leg. His agile reflexes allowed him to evade the blow with ease. With a light flick of his hand, he sent Hong Ba hurtling backwards, crashing into a wall and rendering him unconscious, blood spilling from his mouth. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. They were all cultivators, albeit at the Qi refinement stage, while Hong Ba boasted foundation establishment. Yet, this young man had merely waved his hand, and the bully lay defeated and insensible. Gu Hong raised an eyebrow, casting his gaze over the others. What? Do you wish to try again? His tone was calm, even tinged with a hint of amusement, yet it inexplicably instilled a sense of dread. The crowd exchanged anxious glances, swallowing hard, as one among them stammered. Do you know what fate awaits those who offend our Black Forest Guild? The tremor in his voice betrayed a mix of horror and fear. With their leader now lying incapacitated, they dared not confront Gu Hong directly. Crouched in the corner, clutching his head and adopting a defensive posture, a frail figure slowly raised his gaze, revealing only half of his eye as he stared at Gu Hong, curiosity flickering in the depths. Gu Hong, maintaining his composure, smiled lightly. Black Forest Guild? I have never heard of it. The burly men, upon witnessing the disdainful and indifferent expression on the young man's face, felt even more hesitant to act. Did he truly dismiss the Black Forest Guild? Their leader was a cultivator at the 10th level of the Golden Course stage, commanding 2 mountain strongholds. Yet, he appeared unperturbed. What manner of person was he? I shall grant you 3 breaths of time to bear that individual away from my sight, or I shall ensure your demise here, Gu Hong declared, shaking the ancient lamp in his hand. The pale light cast a ghostly hue upon his visage, amplifying an air of chilling mystery. He had never shown mercy to those with malevolent intent. Gu Hong had previously dealt with mountain bandits, and after perfecting his body refinement techniques, he had known no fear. Moreover, he possessed the knowledge of alchemy, and naturally, with such expertise also came an understanding of poison. In this world, the number of cultivators who have perished due to toxins is by no means insignificant. In Qingmu City, he had unwittingly poisoned a cultivator from another prestigious family, who happened to be at the core formation stage. As for the so-called Black Forest Gang, their leader was likely to be no more than at the core formation stage as well, if they were any stronger. they would not need to reside in the mountains outside the city. Thus, Gu Hong felt little trepidation. Seeing this, the remaining individuals hesitated no longer. Two of them hoisted the unconscious Hong Ba and swiftly fled, disappearing into the alley in the blink of an eye. In the alley, only Gu Hong and the unfortunate boy, who had been rather brutally beaten, remained. The boy's frail body trembled slightly. Yet his dirty face bore not the marks of pain, but rather a superficial defiance and a hint of curiosity. Gu Hong regarded him and inquired, "Does it hurt?" The boy shook his head. "Are you hungry?" He lowered his gaze in silence. Yet Gu Hong could discern that he was undoubtedly too famished to muster any strength. "What is your name?" Gu Hong pressed further. Silence ensued. "Do you see that house over there?" Gu Hong pointed to the brightly lit clinic across the alley, where a candle flickered, although it had yet to display a sign. The boy lifted his head to gaze at the clinic, pursing his lips, but remained mute. With a gentle smile, Gu Hong tousled the boy's hair, saying, "Go wash up and grab something to eat. And please, do not be stubborn with me. I am here to heal and save lives. It is evident what condition you are in." The young boy blinked in bewilderment, seemingly perplexed. Nevertheless, he took tentative steps towards the clinic. Observing his retreating figure, Gu Hong's lips curled into a faint smile. Despite the boy's emaciated frame and wretched circumstances, he possessed an indomitable spirit and unwavering resolve, qualities that resonated with Gu Hong, evoking memories of his own awakening moments. Yet, with heightened hope came the inevitability of greater disappointment. Standing at the entrance of the clinic, the boy gazed inside, hesitating to cross the threshold. It was only when Gu Hong approached and gently nudged him forward that he finally entered. His eyes were immediately drawn to the small silver figure sprawled across the consultation desk. Upon sensing the presence of a living being, Su Jinxiu lazily opened her eyes, scrutinizing the gaunt, battered figure before her, only to find him observing her in return. Quickly, she lowered her gaze and closed her eyes once more. "You should head upstairs first. I will prepare some water for you to wash up, and then I will fetch you something to eat," Gu Hong instructed, placing the ancient lamp beside Su Jinxiu and gesturing towards the upper floor. The boy hesitated momentarily, but eventually ascended the stairs. "Oh, who would have thought that on the very first night in Yunling City, I would be engaged in an act of kindness?" Gu Hong murmured to himself as he hurried to the back room to boil water. In the front room, Su Jinxiu slowly opened her eyes again. Glancing at the staircase leading to the second floor, her tail swaying gently, before turning her attention to the ancient lamp beside her. "Xian, did you sense that? How intriguing. Elder Jinxi shares a similar sentiment." The light within the ancient lamp flickers intermittently. "Indeed, while I cannot fully comprehend that feeling, gazing into those eyes feels as though I am glimpsing something profoundly archaic." Su Jinxi narrowed her eyes in contemplation, her mind subtly conjuring a potentiality. If that youth is an ancient remnant, then he must possess a primordial bloodline. Perhaps this is the source of the peculiar sensation he evokes in her. Yet, this child appears rather juvenile. Considering his frail stature, he seems no older than 15 or 16, and there is a complete absence of any aura of true energy. It seems improbable that he could be one of those ancient inheritors. My limited perspective renders me unable to discern. "Oh, it appears that our quaint little locale has welcomed yet another extraordinary individual," Su Jinxi remarked coolly. "Young Master Gu seeks to immerse himself among mortals and experience their lives. Yet the circumstances and people he encounters are far from simple." Jian Xian lamented. Chapter 38. The young girl Qin Yao Gu Hong ascended to the second floor, carrying a kettle of freshly boiled water. There, he had prepared a bathing tub, filled with cold water, yet had not yet added the hot water. Upon entering, he found a youth lying in the tub with his back turned to him, eyes closed and breathing steadily. As Gu Hong approached, he noticed the bruises marring the youth's face, with dried blood at the corner of his lips. Even in such disarray, the youth's striking features shone through, exuding an unruly charm. "This water is far too cold. It cannot be good for the body," Gu Hong sighed. However, the sound startled the youth in the tub. "Ah!" A hoarse scream escaped the youth's lips as he suddenly recoiled against the tub's side. In that instant, Gu Hong realized something profound. This was not merely a boy. It was a girl. Indeed, Gu Hong had failed to perceive that this so-called youth was, in fact, a young woman. She was frail, having evidently endured long periods of hunger, her tattered garments and soiled skin obscuring her true identity. Without a discerning eye, one might easily mistake her gender. Yet upon closer inspection, it was undeniable that she possessed a rare beauty. Though still somewhat youthful, She was undeniably a beauty in the making, and with the right attire, she could undoubtedly captivate many hearts. As the young girl soaked in the cold water, upon noticing Gu Heng's presence, she submerged herself, leaving only her head above the surface. Her arms wrapped tightly around her chest beneath the water, her eyes widened in alarm as she regarded Gu Heng, her eyelids reddened, as if she were on the verge of tears. She was already born with delicate and captivating beauty, and in her current tearful state, she appeared even more enchanting, evoking a natural instinct to protect her. Allow me to fetch some hot water for you." Gu Heng endeavored to ease his own awkwardness, though her keen gaze, filled with vigilance, rendered him genuinely uncomfortable. He certainly did not intend to come across as inappropriate. Please go ahead." The young lady continued to fix her eyes on him. Gu Heng carefully poured the steaming water from the pot along the edge of the basin. Testing the temperature with his hand, it was just right. "Ahem. Well then, you may wash first. I shall prepare dinner and, incidentally, find you some suitable attire." With a slight cough, Gu Heng lifted the pot and turned to leave. Bang! The door slammed shut. Once he departed, the figure in the water finally relaxed. Exhaling softly as she gazed up at the ceiling, her eyes shimmering with confusion and inner turmoil. Seeing him like this, it seems I have indeed not behaved like a woman all these years. Qin Yao had lived again in this world for 16 years. Once known as the Holy Yao Emperor, she had conquered half of the Xiantian realm and founded the Great Qin dynasty. However, just as she was reaching her pinnacle, she was betrayed, falling victim to the deadly poison of celestial murder, a toxin so potent that even in her prime, it would have been difficult to withstand. Fortunately, by a stroke of fate, Qin Yao stumbled upon a fragment of the medical immortal legacy. Within the medical immortal fragment was inscribed a celestial level formation that could save her. In a desperate bid for survival, she constructed a tomb. As the celestial level formations could no longer be arranged, she resorted to deploying 999 ancient formations from the era of Taishu to compensate for the diminished power of the celestial formation within the remnants of the medical immortal. Accompanying her were several thousand loyal subjects and the 12 most elite generals of Qin, who were to guard her tomb in death. Surrounding this sacred site, she established the boundless sword domain, born from her insights after ascending to the throne, as a protective barrier. After completing these preparations, she entered the coffin and breathed her last. Then, she was reborn. The duration of her slumber remains unknown. However, upon emerging from her coffin, she discovered her body had transformed into a frail and youthful form. The once majestic tomb lay in ruins, overshadowed by a mountain that had gradually risen from its foundation, now standing as a solitary peak. All the meticulous arrangements made by Qin Yao before her demise, including the elixirs, magical artifacts, and spirit stones intended for herself, alongside the loyal subjects who were to accompany her in death, had their powers drained by the formations. Their cultivation had long since been neutralized and dissipated by the poison of the immortal slayer. Ultimately, she had returned to life, though as a mere mortal, entirely devoid of possessions. Unaware of how much time had passed since her era, she realized that the once magnificent Qin dynasty, forged by the Saint Yu Emperor, had crumbled into dust through the relentless passage of time. The world had been fractured for ages, and the strict laws she had established had become nothing more than a pile of discarded paper. For 16 long years, she endured life as an utterly powerless mortal, or rather, an insect, living in humiliation and degradation, utterly alone and subjected to relentless torment. Yet, amid this despair, there existed a glimmer of hope, albeit exceedingly faint. She possesses the bloodline of the Ascendant clan, enabling her to battle across formidable ranks even in the Qi refinement stage, a lineage deemed the most extraordinary under heaven. She practices the heart of the Emperor's inquiry, an art equally regarded as a treasure of the Great Void, capable of refining the imperial purple Qi and harnessing the strength of the populace to ascend to sanctity. However, due to her early memory loss, she remains utterly ignorant of how to awaken the Ascendant bloodline within her. The inability to cultivate renders her formidable abilities futile. She has long ceased to be the Emperor who could alter the heavens with a mere gesture, nor command the reverence of millions with a mere glance. Now she exists as a mere mortal, barely surviving in the alleys of Cloud Spirit City, struggling even to satisfy her hunger. With departure itself, the treacherous lands beyond Cloud Spirit City are inhospitable to her survival. Even within the city, She must endure humiliation from those insignificant beings she once deemed beneath her notice. A dignified emperor reduced to such a state. Yet, Qin Yao has come to terms with her plight, for she has traversed a similar path in the past. This night, she has prepared herself for yet another bout of torment. Those individuals would not dare to take her life, for the true rulers of Cloud Spirit City. The Lingnian sect cannot allow the life of a mere mortal to tarnish their grounds. They hypocritically proclaim that innocent lives should not be recklessly extinguished. Such nonsense elicits nothing but scorn from Qin Yao upon each hearing. Yet, she never anticipated being rescued. However, that individual appears to be no ordinary mortal. Qin Yao casts a furtive glance behind her. He has not approached further. In times past, to surreptitiously observe a lady bathing would have been punishable by death. Yet, she is no longer an empress, and he is the one who once saved her. At present, Qin Yao possesses no cultivation. Her bloodline remains dormant, rendering her unable to practice. However, the vision she once held as an empress endures, as does her intuition. She can discern the distinction between mortals and cultivators. Regardless of the perspective, she perceives that young man as an ordinary mortal. Yet, even an ordinary man who has honed his martial skills to perfection would find it challenging to contend with a practitioner like Hong Ba, who is only rudimentarily in the foundation establishment stage. There is something peculiar about him. He could be a true mortal or perhaps a cultivator beyond her comprehension. Why ponder so much? It would be better to contemplate how to navigate her current existence. Qin Yao idly splashed the water's surface, droplets cascading from the lotus tip, creating small ripples. Meanwhile, Gu Hong sought out a tailor's shop, purchasing several ready-made dresses for women. He also procured some fine pork, eggs, and vegetables from a vendor who had yet to close up, before returning to the new medical clinic. Ascending the stairs, upon finding her still immersed in the bathing tub, Gu Hong placed the dresses beside her. I am uncertain if these garments will fit, but once you finish bathing, you may try them on. Qin Yao acknowledged with a soft You may wash up first. I shall prepare something for you to eat, though my culinary skills are rather lacking. Gu Hong scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Just as he was about to descend, he heard her say, Qin Yao. He turned back. That is my name. Oh, I see. That is quite a lovely name, Gu Hong remarked with a smile before making his way downstairs. It was quite good. Just moments ago, she was reluctant to speak, yet now she willingly revealed her name, signifying a slight easing of her guard. He returned to the back room, kindled the fire, and prepared a meal, taking some time to create 2 dishes and arrange the bowls and chopsticks. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase, and a delicate, slender figure descended. Qin Yao donned a light green long dress, her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, having washed away the dust that clung to her. At this juncture, her skin resembled fine jade, her brows and eyes exquisite, with thin lips and white teeth. Her features seemed to be the most outstanding work of art crafted by the heavens, each aspect perfectly balanced. If there were to be any flaw, it would be her excessive slenderness. She appeared to possess little flesh, and that dress was indeed a rather small size from the tailor's shop. Yet, Qin Yao's form barely filled it out. Gu Hong raised an eyebrow, pondering that he had stumbled upon a treasure this evening. Upon noticing him standing by the door, observing her, a faint blush spread across Qin Yao's face. She bit her lower lip, lowered her head in silence, her delicate white hands entwined, seemingly a bit awkward. Gu Hong, realizing the moment, tapped the door frame. Dinner is ready. Oh, she responded softly, hastily following him inside, moving slowly to take a seat. The table was adorned with sautéed greens, braised beef, and scrambled eggs, their appearance rather unappealing. She had previously dined on delicacies, feasting on spirit fruits and ethereal fowl cultivated in bountiful lands rich in spiritual energy, but those memories belonged to a distant past. Since her rebirth, Qin Yao had long forgotten the last time she had enjoyed a proper meal. Thus, she hardly hesitated, sweeping through the dishes on the table with the voracity of a tempest. Gu Hong observed her devouring the food, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. It seemed he had brought home quite the hearty little creature. Moments later, I'm done, Qin Yao declared, letting out a satisfied burp and turning to Gu Hong with a radiant smile. Her smile possessed an infectious charm, illuminating her entire being and, in that instant, it also affected Gu Hong, who, with a gentle and refined countenance, allowed a smile to grace his lips. Having satisfied her hunger and warmed her spirit, it was time to discuss serious matters. Qin Yao paused. Serious matters? Why would the Black Forest gang pursue a girl like you? Gu Hong relished secrets. Although he never sought them out, this one presented itself at his doorstep, and he was keen to understand it. Why do you ask this? I see you are lonely and without support. I wish to offer some assistance. However, without the truth, my help would be futile, he stated with openness and sincerity. Chapter 39. The mortal takes disciples. She cast a glance at him, slowly lowering her gaze. Because of this, Qin Yao retrieved a purple gold pendant from beneath her neckline. The moment Gu Hong beheld the object, he sensed its immense value. He reached out, intending to examine it closely, only to be met with Qin Yao's vigilant stare. Gu Hong paused, then chuckled softly, shaking his head. This item, it must be quite precious, isn't it? Indeed. I once resided in an alley on the outskirts of the southern city, but that area was overtaken by the Black Forest gang, forcing me to flee. Yet, I had hidden this jade beneath a brick, and tonight I returned stealthily to retrieve it, only to be discovered by them. She sighed. Gu Hong nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment. Is this a keepsake from your family? Yes. After some reflection, she deemed this object as something to be placed in her coffin before her demise. Thus, it qualified as a keepsake, and a significant one at that. The once mighty Qin Empire spanned half of the Xintian realm, with treasure vaults safeguarded by intricate and formidable arrays. This purple gold spirit pendant is the key that can unlock every vault. Initially, Qin Yao had considered that upon her resurrection, the Qin Empire might have perished, leaving her to start anew from scratch, even anticipating the loss of her cultivation. However, she never foresaw that the numerous elixirs and treasures she had left behind would become ineffective due to the very formations she had set in place. Therefore, the purple gold spirit pendant in her possession, while currently rendered useless, was something she could not relinquish. Alas, the plight of this girl may be even more tragic than Gu Hong could have ever imagined. Observing her demeanor, it is evident that she likely hails from a family of considerable wealth and privilege. Yet, some unforeseen calamity has led her to roam the streets. That exquisite purple gold pendant must indeed possess great value, yet she cannot bring herself to part with it. How could one so readily discard a relic left by their kin? He raised his hand and gently patted her head, offering solace. Do you have a place to go? Qin Yao shook her head. Then stay with me. She looked up in surprise, only to find Gu Hong already rising to gather the dishes and chopsticks. However, it will not be without cost. You must become my apprentice, he added. Apprentice? I am a healer and alchemist, newly arrived in Yunling City, having just acquired this shop. Everything is starting anew, and I am in need of an assistant. Since I saved you tonight, it seems fate has conspired to bring us together. You may learn all my skills in alchemy without hesitation. What say you, are you willing? All right. Qin Yao did not ponder long before agreeing. Indeed, she was at a loss regarding her future, and with no acquaintances left in this world, she felt utterly alone. Then you may call me master from now on. Gu Hong shrugged, reflecting on the unexpected turn of events wherein a mere mortal like himself has taken on an apprentice, something he had never envisioned. But, master, are you not concerned about the Black Forest gang seeking you out for sheltering me? Qin Yao's apprehension was not unfounded. After all, the Black Forest gang is quite a formidable force outside Yunling City, boasting 4 or 5 cultivators at the core formation stage. Although they dare not cause trouble to the east, west, or north of the city, this is the south, and she fears that Gu Hong might invite unwarranted trouble because of her. I'm not afraid, Gu Hong replied nonchalantly. The Black Forest gang is hardly worthy of my fear. If ordinary lackeys come, I can easily dispatch them in a few moves. And if any foundation or core formation cultivators truly arrive, well, my poison has no antidote. He vividly recalled the time in Qingmu City when he first killed a core formation cultivator with poison. At that moment, Gu Hong realized that the disparity between weak cultivators and ordinary mortals was not significant. Thus, there was little to fear. Qin Yao observed him quietly. Convinced that her intuition was correct, he did not seem like an ordinary mortal. You should go rest now. You must be quite tired. The bed is prepared upstairs. Also, take this and practice diligently. With a flourish reminiscent of magic, Gu Hong produced a book from his system backpack and handed it to Qin Yao. She accepted it, her eyes drawn to the bold characters on the cover that read body. Upon opening it, her brows shot up. The gilded, ancient script. This was the celestial text of the Great Void. Qin Yao suddenly recalled the significance of this book, as she had once sought this celestial tome that had completely vanished since the era of the Great Void. In the legendary era of the Primordial Age, the barriers of the Xintian realm were indistinct, allowing for a convergence of several realms: the ancient realm, the celestial realm, the nether realm, the demon realm, and the Shantian realm, known as the mortal realm. This union of 5 realms established pathways, and it was during this period that a new stage, the ascension stage, emerged above the sacred realm, a phenomenon previously unseen in the Shantian realm. Upon reaching the 10th level of ascension, one could transcend into the celestial realm, while all realms beneath it were collectively referred to as the mortal realm. Those who transcended mortality could ascend to the celestial heights. During the primordial age, a select few ascended beings emerged within the Shantian realm. They meticulously documented their profound insights and techniques in invaluable tomes for the enlightenment of future generations, among which were the Hongming Pharmacopoeia and the Taishang Boundary-Breaking Method. The body manuscript was one such work. Authored by a formidable being who had attained the pinnacle of the 10th level of ascension, it elucidated the path of physical cultivation to its utmost limits. By adhering to the methods within this tome, one could refine their physique and undergo a metamorphosis. Even those without any foundational roots could, after diligent practice, cultivate the essence of the Tao. Following the structured guidance of this manuscript would enable one to steadily ascend among the ranks of the powerful, although further advancement would ultimately depend on personal comprehension of the Tao. Nevertheless, this tome would certainly illuminate the path and alleviate many arduous trials. However, in the twilight of the primordial age, a cataclysmic war erupted among the 5 realms, resulting in tumultuous disturbances of the barriers and the fracturing of the pathways, culminating in catastrophic annihilation. In the aftermath of this calamity, countless beings suffered grievous losses. Since then, the notion of the ascension stage has become an elusive myth, forever out of reach. Qin Yao once sought the path to transcendence, striving to expand and elevate the great Qin Empire to its zenith. Yet, despite her relentless pursuit, she found no fruits of her labor and eventually withdrew in despondence. It was a lamentable affair, as she gazed upon the weighty, antiquated tome with its yellowed cover. Her eyes glimmered, and her spirit stirred. This manual was unexpectedly in his possession. Could it be that he had mastered the teachings within? A sudden realization dawned upon Qin Yao. Her newly acknowledged master harbored many secrets, ones that she was currently incapable of deciphering, including the extent of his cultivation. Could it be that he had reached the stage of transcendence? It was highly plausible. Although Qin Yao herself lacked any cultivation, she could never forget the sensations evoked by practitioners of varied strengths. Even if a sage stood before her, she would still discern certain subtleties. Yet with him, there was nothing. Perhaps sensing her puzzled gaze, Gu Heng turned to her. Your physique is frail. The methods in this book are quite suitable for you. Strengthen your body, and who knows, you might even practice swordsmanship in the future. This book, of course, had been bestowed upon him by the system after he had fully mastered his body refinement skills. It was the most unadorned tome the system had provided, as it simply bore a single character, clearly indicating that following its teachings would undoubtedly fortify one's physique, in stark contrast to the esoteric Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia. Certainly, Gu Heng refrained from practicing, for his physical training had already reached its zenith. Moreover, he had previously perused this text, finding its contents rather too simplistic. During his own training, he had the benefit of systematic guidance, with hands-on instruction. To him, the material within this book seemed only suitable for those utterly lacking in foundation. Coincidentally, Qin Yao fell into this category. Thank you, Master, for the gifted book. I shall practice diligently, Qin Yao replied with a gentle smile and a nod. At that moment, observing him, she felt an ethereal grace, an inner sharpness, as if a galaxy of stars shimmered within him. It seemed he was but a step away from attaining the pinnacle of excellence. Was the final step on the path to immortality to descend into the mortal realm? To temper one's sharpness, to refine the heart of a celestial being? Was this why he lingered here, aspiring to be an ordinary person, seeking the last vestige of enlightenment that the tumult of worldly life could offer? Little did she realize that in her previous life, in her pursuit of the elusive and unattainable path to ascension, she had gained nothing. Yet, in her rebirth, having been reduced to a mortal in a narrow alley of this future dynasty, she encountered one who had genuinely embarked on the journey to immortality, and now, she had become his disciple. Truly, it was both fate and destiny. Qin Yao felt she had perhaps finally discovered the opportunity she had sought for so many years. Beyond the city of Yunling, at the edge of the Yunling forest, atop Black Forest Mountain, the Black Forest Gang had established their stronghold decades ago. Bang! A tremendous roar erupted from the stone fortress atop the mountain, followed by the horrific sound of flesh and blood splattering. A robust man, drenched in blood, crawled from the ground, staggering forward a few meters before collapsing to his knees, gasping for breath as if he had expended every ounce of his strength to recover. "Please, spare my life, master. I truly did not lie," he pleaded, bowing fervently. Nearby, a middle-aged man with a pallid complexion sat in the seat of authority. His face darkened to the point of dripping with tension. Huang Su, the leader of the Black Forest gang, listened intently to his subordinates' desperate entreaties, silently contemplating the unfolding chaos of the night. Before him, amidst the watchful eyes of his henchmen, lay the lifeless body of Hong Ba, still warm. His eyes wide open as if refusing to close in death. His veins lay shattered, a testament to a most agonizing demise. As for the events that transpired, after the man, overcome with fear and tears, recounted the tale, Huang Su increasingly sensed something amiss. They had ventured south to Yuling City to exploit those commoners, seizing their properties with the intent of renting them at exorbitant prices. However, a wretched little brat, after being expelled, returned in the dead of night to steal, only to be discovered. When they apprehended the boy, someone intervened, and with a single strike, Hong Ba had met this gruesome end. Chapter 40. New developments. Huang Su gazed upon the lifeless body of Hong Ba, contemplating the situation. From the ferocity of the attack, he surmised that his adversary was likely a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, comparable to his own strength. However, the southern region of Yunling City was predominantly inhabited by mortals and ineffectual cultivators, a fact Huang Su was well aware of after mingling in these circles for so long. Thus, it appeared that a new contender had arrived in Yunling City South. Furthermore, it seemed that his Black Forest gang had already forged an enmity with this newcomer. Yunling City South was rife with spies, sent by various factions. They undoubtedly witnessed the return of Hong Ba's lifeless form, and it would not take long for them to deduce that someone had struck against the Black Forest gang. This incident had tarnished the gang's reputation. More critically, what had that little imp taken from the house that warranted such a strenuous pursuit? The mortals in that area were impoverished, with the land itself holding greater value than any individual. What did that little rascal take? Huang Su inquired with an indifferent tone. Well, it was a pendant. A purple gold pendant. According to Hong Ba, it was undoubtedly a treasure of a cultivator, perhaps even a spatial storage artifact or something equally precious. What did you say? Huang Su exclaimed, slamming his hand against the armrest of his chair, rising in fury. Instantly, the chair splintered into fragments, scattering in all directions. Mortals could possess such treasures? He paced back and forth, his expression etched with profound concern and astonishment. Yet, after a moment of deep reflection, a cold smirk crept across his lips. Regardless, it is utterly unacceptable for a mere mortal to possess such a treasure. Even if it were gifted to him or bequeathed, what does it matter? In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. If he cannot safeguard what he possesses, he should not expect to retain it. Humph, what audacity to steal from my Black Forest gang. Though Huang Su is unaware of the nature of the treasure, the fact that it has been pilfered by a commoner is simply intolerable. Should this news spread, the reputation of the Black Forest gang would be tarnished beyond redemption. However, that mortal wretch has been rescued. Furthermore, the one who came to their aid is likely a cultivator of considerable strength, perhaps even on par with his own, and newly arrived at that. If this is the case, he would not fear for the Black Forest gang's reputation, but the treasure slipping through his fingers is another matter entirely. Huang Su is resolute in his discontent. He is but one man, yet the strength of the Black Forest gang is far from limited. "Chongjio," he bellowed. Instantly, a figure emerged, bowing respectfully. "Chief, take a few capable brothers with you at dawn tomorrow to Yunling City and investigate that individual's background. If he is indeed comparable to my strength, withdraw immediately and return to report to me. I shall confront him personally." Chongjio hesitated for a moment before cautiously responding. "Chief, what if that individual is stronger than you?" At that, Huang Su's fierce and fearsome gaze bore down upon him. Understood. Chongjio promptly exited the hall without a backward glance. Early in the morning, Guheng began to tidy up the small courtyard behind, where a modest cottage stood. He discarded a multitude of unnecessary items into it. With a brush dipped in ink, he gracefully inscribed 4 large characters onto rice paper. Gu Medical Clinic. His calligraphy skills were equally extraordinary, yet he had scarcely any opportunity to showcase them, and his thoughts had long since shifted away from writing. After all, there was a clinic to establish and business to attend to. However, He now needed to find someone to craft a new signboard as a storefront. Gu Hong rolled the paper and tucked it under his arm, just in time to see Qin Iyo descending the stairs. Her eyes still heavy with sleep and her face marked by fatigue. "Did you sleep well?" Gu Hong inquired with a smile. Qin Iyo replied lazily, rubbing her eyes. She was likely worn out, having previously scraped by on the streets, often going to bed hungry and restless. Gu Hong chuckled and shook his head, not minding her weariness. After all, she was just a young girl. "I'm going out for a while. You take care of the shop. There are warm steamed buns and boiled eggs in the pot." "Okay, master. Take care." Qin Iyo responded obediently. Gu Hong nodded and departed. Once Gu Hong left, Qin Iyo rubbed her eyes and stretched her body, producing a series of satisfying cracks from her joints. Last night, she had immersed herself in studying that book on physical cultivation until the late hours. Now, the troubles that had plagued her for many years after her rebirth had been resolved. The roots of her path had manifested, and she was initiated into the realm of cultivation. She immediately began to practice the 1D Xian Gong according to her memory. This was the very technique she had diligently cultivated before her demise, and now it flowed effortlessly within her. After a night of intense focus, Qin Iyo, had reached the 6th level of the Qi training period. Yet, should she truly engage in combat, even against a first-level core formation cultivator, she would undoubtedly hold her ground. After a bustling night, Qin Iyo's hope finally arrived. She pushed open the door to the kitchen in the back hall, and, upon lifting the lid of the stove, was greeted by the sight of eggs simmering in the pot. She paused for a moment, then broke into a gentle smile, picking one up and savoring it. Quite delicious indeed. She had a remarkably handsome and considerate master. "Xian, did you feel it?" In the front hall, Su Jinxin conveyed her thoughts to the ancient lamp nestled in the corner where Jian Xian resided. "Indeed, she has reached the 6th level of the Qi training period," Jian Xian replied, reflecting on how the previous night there had been no indication of any foundational roots within her. To think that within a single night, she had ascended to the 6th level, such speed was truly unprecedented. The master possesses a discerning eye, recognizing her extraordinary potential. Su Jinxin raised her paw to touch her face, pondering how, without young Master Gu, her remarkable talent might have been extinguished prematurely. Jian Xian chuckled softly. Meanwhile, in the western part of Yunling City, Gu Hong held a scroll in his hand, searching for a shop specializing in carvings. Rather than wandering through the southern part of the city first, he engaged in conversation with the butcher from whom he had purchased meat the previous night, and learned that there was a shop dedicated to plaque carving located in the west of Yunling City. It is said that the venerable Mr. Gu, a master craftsman with exceptional skills, possesses an exquisite handwriting and is renowned for his calligraphy. Should anyone bring characters for him to carve, he would be displeased, particularly if the writing is less than aesthetically pleasing. In such cases, he would take it upon himself to compose a piece, which he would then engrave. Overall, he is a rather eccentric old fellow. However, this is precisely the type of artisan that Gu Hong seeks. After all, one must honor one's own artistry, which is indeed transcendent, and cannot afford to engage those whose craft is woefully inadequate. After searching for half an hour, Gu Hong finally discovered the shop nestled within a narrow alley, concealed amidst the bustling marketplace. It seemed to be a sanctuary of profound talent, hidden beneath the clamor of the streets, harboring true essence. "You stubborn little rascal." Before entering, Gu Hong could already hear the commotion within the shop. "My writing still lacks a certain finesse, but if the senior could offer me some guidance, I would humbly learn." "Oh, I've told you time and again that my writing is merely mediocre. Yet, you persist in pestering me. If a customer arrives, I will hardly be able to attend to my work." The exchange of banter between the two allowed Gu Hong to grasp the situation. It appeared that someone was seeking instruction. This was hardly surprising, as the old man's reputation was quite substantial. In the southern part of the city, anyone in need of carving would inevitably seek out Mr. Gu. Gu Hong mused that despite the shop's obscure location, its renown was a direct and unwavering path. "Indeed, someone has come seeking me." Gu Hong chuckled to himself, reflecting that while he possessed genuine talent, his reputation was far from illustrious. He entered the establishment to find two figures, one old and one young, standing there. The elder, a frail man with graying whiskers, bore the appearance of one weathered by the elements. With tattered clothing and arms adorned with scars, he was hunched over a desk, grasping a rather crude brush in his withered hand, his strokes emanating a certain brilliance. It seemed that the stubbornness of the young man beside him had disturbed his mood, for the characters he inscribed bore sharp, pointed edges, as if infused with a tempestuous fury. Next to him stood a youth of approximately 20 years. His long hair was elegantly tied, his figure tall and slender, and his eyes shone with the clarity of an autumn moon. His lips were gently pressed together, exuding a refined yet indifferent aura, reminiscent of a tranquil mountain spring. At first glance, he appeared to be quite a handsome young man. Gu Heng mused that Yunling City was indeed a splendid place, teeming with striking individuals. "Forgive my intrusion," Gu Heng said, offering a respectful bow. "Oh, are you here to have a plaque carved?" the old man inquired, scrutinizing Gu Heng with keen interest. Upon noticing the roll of rice paper tucked under his arm, the elder's brow subtly furrowed. "Indeed, I have recently arrived in Yunling City, and upon hearing tales of a rather eccentric old man residing to the west, renowned for his exceptional calligraphy and sign carving, I felt compelled to seek him out," Gu Heng candidly explained. A hint of amusement flickered across the old man's face, yet the young man in white was displeased. "You, sir, speak with utter impoliteness. The character of the ancient elder is not flawed. It is merely that others cannot endure his patience." Upon entering, Gu Heng had already scrutinized the young man. He appeared affluent, reminiscent of the young lady Meng Yiru who once arrived in Qingmu City, loudly proclaiming her expertise in alchemy. This young gentleman was likely a wealthy scion, captivated by the art of calligraphy, now seeking the ancient elder as a mentor. The idle rich truly lead a life of leisure, seeking out ordinary individuals to teach them a few skills, only to return and boast to friends, claiming the titles of alchemist or calligrapher for themselves. How enviable it is to possess wealth. However, judging by the earlier commotion, the ancient elder must have expressed his disapproval numerous times. Yet, this young man seems to possess remarkable patience, or perhaps stubbornness, having likely worn down the elder to a state of exasperation. He certainly cannot bear to hear anyone speak ill of the ancient sage. "Enough. You come here day after day, causing a ruckus. Sit quietly. I have business to attend to." The ancient elder, visibly irked, forced the young man into a chair, leaving him feeling somewhat aggrieved, unable to move. He then approached Gu Heng and inquired, "Did you bring the characters yourself?" "Indeed," Gu Heng replied, nodding as he handed over the scroll tucked under his arm. "Humph. Those who wish to have me carve their signs often present characters that are utterly unsightly, resembling more the scratches of claws than the strokes of a brush." The ancient elder grumbled, accepting the scroll without opening it. Gu Heng raised an eyebrow, glancing at the table where the ancient elder had just inscribed the words "Inquire for peace of mind." Ah, this old man, practicing calligraphy with such an air of mystery. "Moreover, the characters are rather unremarkable," Gu Heng said leisurely. "I do not intend to offend, but dear sir, your writing lacks a certain finesse." Upon hearing this, the old man's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 41. The past of the old man. "Your calligraphy lacks a certain refinement." As these words slipped from Gu Heng's lips, he observed the old man straighten his back abruptly, his gaze fixated on Gu Heng. "You dare to say my writing is lacking?" Gu Heng shook his head. "Your strokes are sharp, indeed too impatient," losing their composure. "It seems this young gentleman has swayed your state of mind." Though Gu Heng could not claim the old man's characters were unattractive, in fact, they were quite commendable. They paled in comparison to his own. His own calligraphic prowess had been meticulously cultivated through systematic training. No ordinary person could hope to produce a piece of writing more potent and evocative than his. "Ha ha." The old man suddenly erupted into laughter. Despite all his calculations, he had not anticipated that his mastery of calligraphy, embodied in the Qianbi killing demon, would be chastised by a mere mortal in this small city of Yunling. He had once quelled a formidable power with a single scroll of his writing, with every stroke. Countless spectators were left astounded, for each mark he made was a veritable truth, the ink transmuting into profound meaning. The Qianbi killing demon was indeed formidable. Yet for the old man, those days were now but a distant memory. He had been vanquished by another adept who had also pursued the path of calligraphy. In terms of cultivation and artistic depth, he had suffered a complete defeat. Since that time, the Qianbi killing demon had become a mere whisper in the wind. While in Yunling City, an old man now dedicated himself to the art of inscribing plaques. He immersed himself in this pursuit, delving into the realm of calligraphy, seeking to erase the remnants of his former violent nature and to dwell within the path, hoping that one day he might achieve a breakthrough. Over a decade had now passed. The ancient man immersed himself daily in the profound insights of his brush and ink, striving to penetrate the true essence contained within his characters. Yet, despite his efforts, nothing seemed to change. It appeared that his path had reached an impasse. Nonetheless, he had indeed managed to suppress his impulsive nature to take lives. No matter how much he secluded himself in this place, he could not comprehend how he could be of any benefit to the mortals around him. He had nearly forgotten that he was, in fact, a practitioner in the tribulation phase. However, this young lad dared to pass judgment on his calligraphy. The ancient man felt a deep sense of indignation. How could mere mortals presume to evaluate his work? They could not even grasp the profound truths encapsulated within his characters. I am well aware of the quality of my writing. And you, a mere youth, how dare you judge my art? His words seemed to awaken a certain taboo, instantly escalating the tension in the air, causing the atmosphere in the shop to grow palpably colder. You, the young man was visibly shaken by the ancient man's outburst. How dare you insult the esteemed elder? It seems you are courting disaster. The youth exclaimed vehemently. Lu Yen, a first-tier Yuanian cultivator, was youthful and possessed limited experience, yet he was perceptive enough to sense the shift in the atmosphere. The oppressive tension in the room suddenly enveloped him. The mere hint of the ancient man's aura was nearly overwhelming. His name is flamboyant and imposing, yet in reality, as the second son of the Liu family, the overlord of the western part of Yunling City, he diverges from his brothers by neither practicing the family's inherited martial arts nor joining the Nian Ling sect for cultivation. Instead, he is captivated by the art of calligraphy, aspiring to attain enlightenment through this path. By chance, Lu Yen stumbled upon a narrow alley and, after witnessing an ancient man casually inscribe a character, he was profoundly moved. The sharp essence contained within that character enabled him to successfully transcend a critical barrier, advancing into the Yuaniing stage. Since that moment, Lu Yen has been filled with gratitude towards the ancient man, insisting on becoming his disciple. He would willingly serve as a mere errand boy in this endeavor. However, the ancient man harbored no such intentions. He merely recognized Lu Yan's genuine passion for calligraphy and offered some casual guidance, nothing more. Yet, Lu Yan's tenacity surpassed all expectations. In the past, the ancient man would have swiftly dealt with such a headstrong youth. But now he had quelled his own bloodthirst and was unwilling to engage in meaningless confrontations. Just as he was mired in frustration, an unexpected business proposition arrived, presented by an exceedingly arrogant young man. Naturally, Lu Yen could not bear to see the profound art of calligraphy disrespected by an ordinary person who uttered nonsense about lacking refinement, especially when observing Gu Hong, whose aura betrayed no trace of true energy, marking him as nothing more than an ordinary mortal. Lu Yen even felt a twinge of concern that this overly arrogant individual might provoke the ancient man into a lethal response. Gu Hong raised an eyebrow. Addressing the young man, it appears that you too have dabbled in the art of calligraphy. However, I must say, your innate talent seems to fall rather short. The characters of the esteemed elder are beyond your comprehension, yet I am able to decipher them. The young man, infuriated, retorted, How can you be so arrogant? The old man squinted, fixing his gaze upon Gu Hong, and gestured for Lu Yen to withdraw, saying, Enough. You may take a seat. Senior, the youth protested, still unwilling to concede. Let him continue, the elder intoned gravely. The young man clenched his jaw, casting a resentful glare at Gu Hong, but ultimately sat down obediently. Child, speak your mind freely. I am most curious to hear how you dare claim my characters lack finesse. Gu Hong smirked, a glimmer of defiance illuminating his eyes. He declared loudly, Very well. Should I err even by a fraction, I shall willingly accept the consequences. With calm resolve, he approached the table, pointing to the character Dao from the piece titled Inquiring the Heart's Peace. He spoke with eloquence, Esteemed elder, this Dao is meticulously crafted, imbued with intention, possessing a sharpness that is, however, tainted by an excess of distractions, falling short of its zenith. While it exists in a realm unattainable by ordinary mortals, it is still he deliberately left his thought unfinished, yet the old man's lips twitched involuntarily. Indeed, the young man had struck a chord. He had endeavored to purge distractions when penning his work. Nevertheless, the true essence of his calligraphy could hardly be deemed flawless. Yet how did this lad perceive such subtleties? What could a mere mortal possibly understand? Was he merely guessing? The elder narrowed his eyes, pondering. In any case, it was far from perfect. The ancient elder scolded, Youngster, cease your ostentation before me. My knowledge far surpasses yours. You may have coincidentally guessed a few questions correctly, but I perceive you are merely boasting. Gu Hong sighed and shook his head. It seems you doubt my words. Indeed, An elder who has devoted a lifetime to the study of calligraphy would be unlikely to accept criticism from someone so young. Yet, regrettably, Gu Heng possessed the audacity to challenge him. His calligraphy had reached a level of sublime mastery, unmatched by any ordinary person. He gestured towards the scroll in the elder's hand. "Open it and take a look. I believe you, esteemed sir, are a connoisseur of calligraphy, and surely you grasp the disparity within." The elder's face twitched. He could not fathom the source of this young man's confidence. Nevertheless, with a mix of skepticism and intrigue, he unfurled the scroll, and in an instant, his pupils constricted. There, in bold strokes, the words Gu's medical hall sprang to life on the paper. The elder stood frozen, dumbfounded. Liu Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. He glanced at the scroll and immediately shut his eyes, for the moment the scroll was unveiled. An overwhelming aura of Tao surged forth, threatening to engulf him. At that moment, he felt the looming specter of death. This calligraphy was not to be gazed upon. His cultivation was insufficient to grasp the true essence of this profound path, and it would lead only to his demise. Although Liu Yan understood that merely beholding the characters would undoubtedly elevate his own cultivation, it was akin to partaking in a delectable dish laced with poison. For the sake of his life, he could not afford to take that risk. In the ancient man's seemingly clear gaze, it appeared as though a golden light enveloped him. Within these simple four characters lay an ethereal resonance that nearly ensnared the old man, rendering him helplessly entranced, unlike his piercingly sharp true intent. These characters evoked sensations akin to the vastness of the universe, embodying the grand and mighty forces of nature. They manifested themselves in this written form with striking clarity. The deeper he delved, the more profound mysteries he uncovered, as if the supreme essence of sword intent clashed with the earth-shattering might of blade intent. Alongside the formidable aura emanating from an army of 1,000 horses, there was even the profound elegance of techniques employed in the crafting of sacred artifacts. The old man found himself at a loss for words. Yet, within his heart, an answer began to crystallize. These were characters he could never hope to replicate. After a moment of struggle, he slowly lifted his head, his voice tinged with bitterness. "Who exactly are you?" If these characters were penned by this youthful figure. No, he is certainly not merely a young man. What sort of youth possesses such vast and celestial true intent? It is impossible. My surname is Gu, and my given name is Heng. You may call me young Master Gu. There is no need for any other titles, as I have heard far too many recently, and they have grown tiresome. However, I am no different from you. I am merely someone who wanders through the marketplace, living my life casually. Gu Heng spoke candidly, with no trace of concealment. He understood that the ancient man was undoubtedly captivated by his own calligraphy. Perhaps, in his earlier years, the old fellow was brimming with vigor. And perhaps he still is. Yet to be bested by a mere young lad must surely be a bitter pill to swallow. But who could he be? Merely a commoner, striving to make a living in Yinling City. The ancient man paused for a moment, then suddenly erupted into hearty laughter. He could not help but furrow his brow. Could it be that the old man had lost his mind? How could he laugh so heartily? The laughter of the ancient man persisted for quite some time before finally subsiding. "There is little difference between us. Indeed, while you have achieved much, I have devoted decades to the study of calligraphy, yet I have not reached the heights you occupy." The ancient man glanced at Gu Heng, realizing that yet another recluse of extraordinary talent had emerged in the bustling streets of Yinling City, much like himself. Ah! The ancient man felt a twinge of shame. He had retreated from the world due to the overwhelming challenges he faced, seeking enlightenment in solitude. In contrast, Gu Heng appeared to have reached a certain pinnacle. Perhaps he had already traversed the path of enlightenment and finding himself with nothing more to pursue. He chose to blend into the ordinary life of the city. Their realms were utterly distinct. The ancient man felt that his own level of understanding fell woefully short in comparison. Accepting his fate, he rolled up the scroll of calligraphy and set it aside. Yet his thoughts remained immersed in the vast and profound essence of the art. He sensed that the elusive insight he had sought for so many years was finally on the verge of revelation. Chapter 42. The Gift of Calligraphy. Keep this piece of calligraphy, the old man advised. Gu Heng understood that the ancient figure's counsel would be of little use. He needed to ponder it in his own time until clarity emerged. After all, at such an advanced age, one cannot behave like that brother Zhugeqian, allowing himself to be ensnared by envy simply because his particular skill was outshone. However, the old man was suddenly taken aback. "You wish to gift this calligraphy to me?" "Indeed, it is for you," Gu Heng replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. After all, it was merely a casual creation of his own. originally intended to aid the old man in crafting a signboard. Why keep it? Moreover, you require it. Do not forget to carve my sign upon it. My medical clinic cannot exist without a proper sign, lest others mistake my profession for some nefarious trade. With those words, Gu Hong departed, having other matters to attend to. Once Gu Hong had left, the old man took a considerable time to recover from his astonishment. He cradled the scroll inscribed with the characters Gu's medical, his frail hands trembling, his breath quickening with excitement. He murmured, "Thank you, young Master Gu." The old man realized the immeasurable value of this calligraphy. The profound essence it contained could enable him to transcend his limitations once more. Then he noticed Lu Yin, still with his eyes shut and visibly tense. With a sigh, he said, "All right, you may open your eyes. The intent within this scroll cannot harm you." Upon hearing this, Lu Yin finally dared to slowly open his eyes, genuinely fearful. At the moment the ancient elder unfurled the scroll, he merely glimpsed the slightest stroke of the characters, yet he was already engulfed by the specter of death. Even if he were to finish reading a single word, he might very well have succumbed to a violent hemorrhage. "Old master, that individual just now was. Do not be presumptuous." The elder slammed his palm onto the table, causing Lu Yan's complexion to pale further. "Do you have any idea who that young gentleman was?" He shook his head. That was a formidable being capable of annihilating the Dayfire Empire with but a flick of his finger. Do not be deceived by his youth. In reality, he far surpasses my years. Lu Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. He never imagined such a terrifyingly powerful entity would be present in Yunling City. The ancient elder fixed Lu Yin with a stern gaze, cautioning him, "Your earlier conduct was already a grave offense. Fortunately, that individual is of a good temperament. He has chosen to seclude himself among mortals and possesses an admirable disposition. Otherwise, it would not only be you but the entire Lu family that would face his wrath. What transpired just now must not be allowed to circulate. Otherwise, your demise is inevitable." As the elder spoke the final word, his tone shifted abruptly to one of icy severity, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Lu Yin felt a sudden chill enveloping his body. The old man was acutely aware that such hidden powerhouses, who prefer to live incognito, despise having their existence discovered by cultivators and being disturbed without cause. Having himself lived in seclusion for decades, he understood this all too well. If one chooses to descend into the mundane, one must do so with utmost thoroughness. Even when paying a visit, one must avoid exhibiting any signs of being a practitioner and must blend in as an ordinary mortal. Otherwise, it may disturb the tranquility of others in the mundane world. He feared that Lu Yin, in a moment of impulsiveness, might inadvertently reveal the existence of that formidable being. Would he still want to keep his life? Lu Yin hastily nodded in assurance. "I absolutely will not divulge any secrets." Yet, despite his verbal promises, Lu Yan's heart was filled with bitterness. His mind was overwhelmed with the realization that he had carelessly offended such a terrifying entity. And now he had to speak to others about it? If he were to disclose it, it would only serve to frighten others half to death. "Well, since we both find ourselves entangled in this matter, I shall not treat you unfairly. Moreover, the assessment that the elder just made of you was rather favorable. It seems that, although your talent may not impress him greatly, he nonetheless regards you as a person of potential." The old man recalled the remarks that Gu Hong had made about Lu Yin, describing his talent as somewhat lacking. Such words, from the mouth of a master, might be delivered casually. However, the old man was acutely aware that he had pursued the path of calligraphy to the point of obsession. Yet he would not dare to claim that he deserved even the label of somewhat lacking in talent. Thus, the elder's intentions were quite clear. Taking Lu Yin as his disciple would certainly not be a loss. He gazed at the somewhat reserved Lu Yin for a long moment, before finally patting his thigh. "I, Gu Yin, have never taken on a disciple, but from this day forth, if you, Lu Yin, wish to become my apprentice, then I shall accept you. However, how far you can go will depend solely on your own understanding." Upon hearing these words, Lu Yin's expression brightened with joy, and disregarding everything else, he knelt down on both knees to pay his respects. "I pay my respects to my master." From the Black Forest Gang's stronghold to Yunling City, it was merely a journey of 3 to 4 hours. Zhong Jiao, accompanied by 4 or 5 subordinates of foundational cultivation, entered the city. Guided by an individual from the previous night, they soon arrived at the entrance of a narrow alley. "This is the place," the trembling figure remarked. Zhong Jiao cast a fleeting glance into the depths of the alley before shifting his gaze to an aged shop across the way. The establishment, featuring a small courtyard, appeared relatively new and bore no sign. According to the unfortunate soul's account, a young cultivator resided within, presumably at the core formation stage, comparable to their leader, Huang Su. Zhang Jiao scrutinized the location for an extended period, yet discerned nothing of significance. However, he could not boldly stride through the door, as that would be tantamount to walking into a trap. If the occupant harbored no fear of the Black Forest Gang's retribution, there were two possibilities. Either he was stronger than their leader, a nascent soul cultivator, or he was not as formidable but had anticipated the gang's retaliation and prepared accordingly. Regardless of the perspective, entering directly was certainly not an option. The outcome would assuredly be fatal. Suddenly, Zhang Jiao noticed a delicate young girl emerging from the clinic. She was quite charming, performing a series of martial forms in the courtyard before retreating inside. "Hey, that's the little ghost from last night," a sturdy survivor from the previous evening exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he pointed at her. "What?" Zhang Jiao furrowed his brow. "Did you not say that the one you were pursuing was a male? Yet, this is clearly a young lady. I am aware she is a woman." The burly man replied, somewhat embarrassed. "How do you know?" Another inquired, perplexed. "I could hardly discern she was female last night. She appeared so slender and ragged. I assumed she was merely a mischievous child. It was because when I looked at her last night, I felt no desire, which undoubtedly indicates she is a woman." The group instinctively maintained their distance from the one who spoke. If that were the case, then the treasures the young lady had pilfered were likely already in the hands of that cultivator. "Curse it," Zhang Jiao exclaimed, realizing that while his subordinates were all in the foundation establishment stage, their abilities were surely insufficient to contend with a core formation cultivator, let alone a more formidable nascent soul master. He pondered a strategy. Ultimately, an excellent idea emerged. As the strongest individual present, being at the third level of core formation, he possessed the greatest strength and speed. "You few, go check the situation inside," Zhang Jiao commanded, gesturing towards the clinic across the alley. "Understood." The others responded in unison. Swiftly dispersing, Zhang Jiao watched them depart before stealthily making his way deeper into the alley, seeking a suitable corner to conceal himself and observe the unfolding events. The interior of the building was eerily quiet. Aside from the frail young girl, no one else was present. The five men swaggered through the front courtyard and entered, surveying their surroundings and discovering that it was indeed a clinic. "Is that fellow an alchemist?" one inquired. So what? He is all alone. Having provoked the Black Forest Gang, how could he possibly escape this predicament so easily?" Another replied. As the crowd prepared to venture deeper, one suddenly noticed a rather exquisite, diminutive silver cat curled atop the apothecary cabinet. "Oh, what an adorable creature," someone exclaimed, as the little one lay in a tight ball, eyes closed, blissfully unaware of the intrusion. However, as soon as the words left their lips, the cat abruptly opened its eyes, and a piercing red light. In an instant, an overwhelming force, so immense that they could scarcely comprehend it, surged from all directions, engulfing them. Without even a cry, 5 foundational-level cultivators were reduced to nothingness. Zhang Jiao was struck with terror, feeling every hair on his body stand on end, his heart racing violently. "I've fallen into a trap. It must be a trap." Indeed, he was correct to send this group of inept individuals to scout ahead. Had he ventured in himself? Despite his core formation cultivation, his life would undoubtedly have been forfeit. In sheer fright, Zhang Jiao fled the alley in a flash. "One still lives," came a voice from the corner, where an ancient lantern flickered with a pale light. "He cannot escape. With such meager strength, he dares to trouble the master. These fools are exceedingly ignorant," Su Jinxie remarked, flicking her tail nonchalantly. As Zhang Jiao had not yet sprinted far down the street, an overwhelming force suddenly enveloped him. When his legs inexplicably became immobile, shock painted his face. Yet, soon he comprehended that it was not a trap, but rather a display of power that far exceeded their imagination, shattering their thoughts in an instant. On this bustling thoroughfare, Zhang Jiao's body was abruptly crushed, flesh and blood splattering, inciting gasps of astonishment and chaos among the passers-by. The blood of those insignificant ants could not tarnish the sanctity of this revered medical establishment. As for what lay beyond the clinic, Su Jinxie chose to disregard it entirely. Meanwhile, Gu Hong returned to the clinic, tossing a medicinal candy towards Su Jinxie at the medicine cabinet. She effortlessly caught it between her lips and swallowed, then resumed her playful antics with her paws. Everything was set. They merely awaited the ancient man to carve the sign, and the clinic could commence its operations. At that moment, Qin Yao lingered in the scrutinizing Gu Heng's notably prominent forging table. Upon hearing the rustle of the curtain, she turned and met Gu Heng's gaze. I see you possess a certain strength, Gu Heng remarked with a nod of satisfaction. Chapter 43. My master can forge as well, although Qin Yao's physique remained somewhat slender. She was undeniably in a far better state than the frail, listless figure she had presented the previous night. Having had her fill, she brimmed with vitality. It was evident that she had diligently followed the instructions laid out in the tome on physical cultivation bestowed upon her by her master. The precious book granted to me by my master has proven immensely beneficial. I shall soon grow stronger. Qin Yu responded with utmost respect, a glimmer of excitement flickering in her eyes. The techniques inscribed within that tome were indeed authentic celestial arts. With such a treasure in her possession, Qin Yao dared to assert that she could, within a few years, once again enter the tribulation phase, perhaps even reclaim the pinnacle she had attained before her demise, possibly within mere centuries. Moreover, she could reconsider her ambitions of conquest, beginning with the Day Sun Empire. Once her cultivation reached sufficient heights, she could secure a position within the empire's administration, gradually ascending the ranks. Once her powers were formidable enough, and she garnered sufficient support from the prominent families, the royal lineage of the Day Sun Empire would soon become inconsequential. At that moment, Qin Yao's great Qin Empire would have the opportunity to return to this realm. Of course, no matter how grand her aspirations, she could not forget who had bestowed upon her this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gu Heng, her revered master. Observing Qin Yao's fervor, Gu Heng felt a sense of comfort, yet he could not suppress a sigh, lamenting, "Alas, I cannot provide you with much more. While striving for strength is admirable, do remember to guard against overexertion. Practicing martial arts to strengthen my body does not feel burdensome at all," she replied. Qin Yao resolutely shook her head, stating that in this perilous world, one must strengthen oneself sooner rather than later in order to safeguard one's own well-being. How delightful it is, innocent, youthful, and indomitable. This young girl had endured numerous hardships in the past, yet her outlook remained optimistic and uplifting, far surpassing his own. Ever since he had been repeatedly deceived by the system's wordplay, he had begun to resign himself to despair. Gu Heng felt a deep sense of frustration. She was so young, yet bound to him as a disciple. Being a disciple of a mere mortal could hardly compare to that of a cultivator. However, did she possess any innate talent? If so, that would be splendid. His connection with Bai Feier, a noble cultivator from a wealthy family, could prove beneficial in helping this young girl find a sect to join. If not, he could only lament her fate. By the way, why is there a forging table here, master? Qin Yao inquired with curiosity. Gu Heng replied, "Oh, that. I occasionally use it when I have some spare time. To be honest, I fear you might laugh, but besides alchemy, I am also proficient in forging. Yet, discussing this craft is perhaps best left unsaid." He was reluctant to admit in front of his disciple that learning forging was a futile endeavor, as pursuing medicine seemed to offer a more promising path. Qin Yao was somewhat astonished. During her time as the Saint Yao Emperor, she had naturally commanded the allegiance of the most formidable alchemists and spiritual artisans of the era. She understood that alchemy and forging were entirely distinct arts. Mastering even one of them to perfection was no small feat, at least while she was still alive. There had never been any mention of a prodigy who excelled in both alchemy and forging. Why the sudden inquiry? Do you wish for me to forge a weapon for you? Gu Heng tilted his head to regard her. I wish to practice swordsmanship. Qin Yao hesitated. She was indeed well versed in numerous techniques, yet the sword was the one she wielded most adeptly. Now, with her cultivation still weak, she intended to recommence her sword training. However, such practice naturally required a formidable sword by her side. In that case, follow me. Although Gu Heng was puzzled as to whether this young girl could truly handle a sword, he nonetheless led Qin Yao to a small courtyard at the back, where he opened the door to a small room. Upon entering, Qin Yao was immediately struck by a myriad of cold gleams intersecting before her eyes, compelling her to momentarily close them before slowly reopening them. She then discerned the source of these icy flashes. The room housed several weapon racks, brimming with swords, sabers, axes, and halberds. By rough estimate, there were dozens. Yet, not a single weapon was of inferior quality to that of the heavenly grade. The hierarchy of upper 3 grades and lower 4 grades within the realm of magical artifacts and halberds had long been established during the era when Qin Yao reigned as the Empress. Even at the zenith of the mighty Qin Empire, only a scant few individuals could afford imperial-grade divine weapons. Her own Cloud Dragon Twilight Yao sword was a half-step celestial-grade sword. Celestial grade. This was something that earthly spirit artisans could not forge. Only those of celestial stature could create celestial-grade artifacts. The artisans of the celestial realm, regardless of their tireless dedication, are unable to forge weapons of the divine caliber. Thus, after the passage of the primordial era and a million years of fractured pathways between the five realms, in the Age of the Void, even a formidable figure like Qin Yao could only wield a weapon of half-step celestial quality. The true divine artifacts. Master, these are. Qin Yao winced slightly as the brilliant, ethereal light emanating from the weapons pierced her eyes, compelling her to avert her gaze. Gu Heng offered a faint smile, dismissing them as mere scrap metal, products of his forging that he deemed imperfect, tasteless to consume, yet too regrettable to discard, and unsellable. In his early days of running a forge, business had been virtually non-existent, save for the occasional act of goodwill in repairing kitchen knives for the plump cook next door. What uses it to perfect the skill of forging? It does not feed one. Weapons that cannot be sold are no different from worthless refuse. Thus, pursuing medicine appears to be a more viable path. Qin Yao blinked in bewilderment. Worthless refuse? There were at least 4 imperial-grade weapons displayed upon that rack, to be dismissed as mere rubbish. She pondered whether her own half-step celestial weapon, which she once wielded, might receive a barely usable evaluation from her master. Yet, observing the tranquil expression on his face, it was clear that he truly cared little for the value of these items. Though she had yet to witness the extent of Gu Heng's alchemical prowess, should his skills in alchemy rival the excellence of his forging, it would indeed be a formidable prospect for Qin Yao. Regardless, I felt a sense of regret at the loss of these items, yet unexpectedly. An opportunity has arisen for their utility. Gu Heng grasped her hand and led her to a shelf, presenting a sword of a striking crimson hue. You may use this one. Among all the weapons I have forged, I find this particular piece quite satisfactory. Qin Yao leaned closer to examine it, noting the inscription Zhu Yang adorning the scabbard. This was indeed one of the 4 imperial-grade weapons, yet as she gently caressed the scabbard, an overwhelming and searing sword aura erupted from within, enveloping her entirely and rendering her as though she were immersed in the molten core of a volcano. Her body ablaze with heat. Qin Yao's complexion drained of color, and she immediately released her grip, retreating a few steps, astonished by the sword before her, whispering to herself. Such formidable sword intent. Imperial-grade weapons possess weapon souls, and a soul of such ferocity cannot be tamed without sufficient strength. I cannot wield this, she declared, shaking her head. Her master likely overestimated her capabilities. She was merely at the Qi training stage. Just a touch of the Imperial Zhu Yang sword ignited a fire within her. Let alone wielding it as a weapon, such an endeavor would be tantamount to seeking her own demise. Which one would you prefer? Gu Heng inquired, his tone remaining calm, as though he anticipated her reluctance to choose this sword. Primarily, it was unappealing. The vibrant purple and red hues would surely not appeal to a young lady. She would prefer a weapon that exudes a serene and cool aura, ideally in lighter shades, preferably white. He allowed her to choose at her own pace, contemplating that his conjecture was likely quite accurate. Qin Yao approached the adjacent shelf and selected the exquisite moon-white longsword of the highest grade. As she grasped the hilt, a refreshing chill enveloped her, and upon examining the scabbard, she noticed the inscription Cold Moon. The spirit of this celestial longsword was not overly fierce. Rather, it possessed a calming effect that aided in focus. Although it could not compare to the renowned Candle Sun sword, Qin Yao, still in the Qi refining stage, lacked the qualifications to be choosy. She believed that without the cultivation of the tribulation stage, one could not wield an imperial-grade weapon with ease. This one will do, she declared, presenting it to Gu Heng for his approval. Gu Heng understood at once. Indeed, young girls often favored this hue. Then let it be so, he chuckled, observing Qin Yao's barely concealed delight upon acquiring her new weapon. He mused that girls truly revel in charm. Suddenly aware of her own excitement, Qin Yao felt a rush of embarrassment. Gu Heng reached out to gently pat her head, saying, if you wish to practice, then do so. Perhaps you shall open my eyes to something new. Qin Yao nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Gu Heng, resembling a hamster eagerly awaiting a treat. May I wander about freely, master? Of course, go wherever you like. Just don't stray too far. It could lead to trouble, Gu Heng advised. Got it. With his permission, Qin Yao promptly dashed out through the small door, brimming with excitement. Gu Heng gazed at her lively silhouette as she bounded away, a faint smile gracing his lips. Qin Yao arrived at the courtyard, gripping her sword tightly. She inhaled deeply before suddenly drawing the blade from its sheath. A chilling radiance emanated from the sword's edge, a piercing beam of sword light swiftly slicing through the air, carving a profound gap. This was the first sword technique she had practiced, known as the Moonlight Frost sword art, during her early, inconspicuous days. The essence of this sword technique lay in its simplicity, suitable even for those in the qi refining stage, comprising merely 3 forms. Other techniques, given her current cultivation level, would only serve to harm her body if forcibly executed. Yet, this was sufficient. Qin Yao observed the sword energy scar etched into the wall, silently sheathing her sword. She possessed the temperament of a gentleman who believes that vengeance is best served after a decade. The events of her former life she regarded as bygone memories, destined to be left behind. However, the matters following her rebirth, those were not easily forgotten. The Black Forest Gang. Qin Yao. Shall soon pay them a visit. She murmured to herself as she returned to the medical hall, ascending to the 2nd floor to continue her cultivation. Only the little silver figure atop the medicine cabinet looked up at the courtyard. At the 6th level of qi refining, her sword technique wielded the power equivalent to a full-force strike from the 5th level of core formation. TSK, this girl is truly formidable. Su Jingxing felt she was witnessing the gradual rise of an extraordinary talent, a genius seldom encountered in a millennium. Chapter 44. An unexpected visit. 3 days have swiftly passed. In the early morning, the ancient man's shop remains hidden in the depths of the alley, its door adorned with a sign stating no visitors. He has kept to himself during these 3 days. Of course, the townsfolk, particularly those residing in the western part of the city, are largely familiar with him. The old man possesses a peculiar disposition and tends to be rather reclusive, leading some to speculate whether he has endured some misfortune in the past, evoking a sense of pity. Nonetheless, his carving skills are indeed remarkable. Throughout these 3 days, the old man has not rested, and even Lu Yin has been observing him diligently. The vigor and profundity of his craft are truly rare in this world. I, Guin, have certainly been fortunate to witness such artistry. Inside the small room, the old man is hunched over his desk, his carving knife gliding slowly across the surface of the sandalwood plaque. Each incision seems imbued with his profound understanding of calligraphy. The scroll of characters gifted to him by Gu Heng has already been stored within his spatial ring. The old man is aware that his comprehension of calligraphy pales in comparison to Gu Heng's. Thus, the profound principles contained within that scroll remain elusive to him. Ordinarily, carving plaques is a simple task for the old man, accomplished with a mere flick of his energy. However, this time is different. In his endeavor to etch the insights gleaned from the scroll firmly into his heart and mind, the old man has chosen the most traditional method of slow carving, exceedingly slow. His master has entered a state of enlightenment. Lu Yin sat nearby, his nerves palpable as he observed the elderly craftsman's carving. With each stroke of the chisel, a glimmer of insight seemed to flicker in his eyes, deepening his understanding of the art of calligraphy. His gaze had grown weary, bloodshot and dry from the intensity of his focus. The old man was similarly consumed. For 3 consecutive days, he had neglected all else, wholly devoted to grasping the profound essence contained within the scroll. This endeavor was pivotal for his own breakthrough. He was acutely aware that should he squander this opportunity, he might forever remain estranged from a higher realm of artistry. He was determined not to let it slip away. Time passed, and before he knew it, 2 or 3 hours had elapsed. The old man finally exhaled, setting down his carving knife. The task requested by young Master Gu had ultimately been fulfilled. At last, it was complete. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, feeling a slight relief, and then lowered his gaze to behold his creation. On the plaque, the 4 powerful characters spelling Gu Medical Hall were etched with a vigorous spirit. Though inscribed, the characters resonated with profound meaning, depicting landscapes and embodying the flight of dragons and phoenixes, brimming with life as if they were sentient beings. Any discerning practitioner who examined it closely would perceive the vast, encompassing essence interwoven within. Alas, there remained a sense of inadequacy. A sigh escaped the old man's lips. Yet, the characters crafted by his master were undeniably remarkable. The depth of their meaning was something I could scarcely grasp, Lu Yin thought, unable to suppress his sympathy for the old man. What do you know? The old man retorted, his eyes widening. It possesses form, but lacks essence. It is merely a clumsy imitation of my own. He could hardly ascertain whether this plaque would meet Gu Heng's expectations. The ancient elder, with a grave expression, addressed Lu Yin, Remember, that existence surpasses me by an unfathomable margin. Should you aspire to reach such heights, diligent study is imperative. Only then may you harbor hope. Do not be complacent. Yes, I understand, Luyan promptly replied. This venerable figure's prowess was unparalleled throughout the entire Sunfire Empire, and Luyan's own family lacked comparable strength. His horizons were limited, and he approached this encounter with a humble desire for guidance, now imbued with profound respect. Whatever my master decrees, I shall abide by. Reflect deeply. From your aura, it seems you are on the cusp of a breakthrough. Remain here while I deliver this plaque to young Master Gu, the elder instructed before shouldering the large plaque and departing. In the southern part of Yunling City, within the medical hall, Qin Yao secured her belt, gazing at her delicate cloud-patterned boots and the cold moon soared at her waist, calling out to the back hall. Master, I shall be stepping out for a moment. Go. The sooner you depart, the sooner you shall return, came Gu Heng's voice. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao hesitated briefly before stepping outside, her path set. Today was the day to make the Black Forest gang pay dearly. She had devoted herself to 3 days of rigorous training and consumed Gu Heng's foundational elixir, now attaining the second level of the foundation establishment stage. Yet, it had only been 4 days since Gu Heng had rescued her. Possessing the bloodline of a transcendent lineage and aided by an extraordinary technique from the Taishu era, Qin Yao appeared fragile, yet in true combat, she would reveal her latent strength. No matter who her opponents may be, they will undoubtedly be astonished by her strength. Qin Yao glanced at her dress, a delicate azure hue. If it became stained with blood, it would be quite unfortunate. After all, this garment was a gift from her esteemed master. It must remain unblemished. To suggest that she, merely at the second level of foundation establishment, could annihilate the entire Black Forest gang would seem utterly absurd to others. Yet, her primary concern lay in how to avoid soiling her dress with the blood of those insignificant creatures. As Qin Yao pondered, she exited the southern gates of Yunling City, making her way toward the fringes of Yunling Forest. This forest harbored numerous venomous insects and ferocious beasts, not to mention the many magical creatures that roamed within. It was a treacherous place for mortals. Even weaker cultivators often met their demise here. Dressed in a flowing gown that resembled the delicate frost of early spring, she stood out conspicuously in this perilous environment. Her beauty was striking, and her grace was unparalleled. Even amidst such surroundings, she resembled a crane among chickens. Occasionally, passers-by would catch sight of the enchanting young woman, most expressing admiration for her beauty, while others, with faces marked by avarice or desire, whispered among themselves. What a stunning girl! Alas, who knows which noble family she belongs to? We are not fortunate enough to enjoy her company. What is there to fear? No matter how beautiful she is merely a girl. Qin Yao, sharp of ear and keen of eye, overheard the brazen discussions of those rogues. Her brows furrowed, and she cast a piercing gaze in their direction, her sword sheath trembling slightly at her waist, a chill emanating from her presence. Upon realizing that she was fixated on them, the men hastily retreated, fleeing in a panic. Useless scum. Qin Yao's lips curled into a cold smile as she strode forward. Having resided in Yunling City for a decade, she possessed a clear understanding of the forces that lingered beyond its borders. The Black Forest gang lay concealed on Black Forest Mountain, a mere 4 li away. A terrain steep and formidable, easy to defend yet challenging to assault. It was rumored that the leader of the Black Forest gang had reached the 10th level of the Golden Core stage, rendering him impervious to the average cultivator's attempts. Thus, the gang had established itself as a local dominion. Utilizing her vital energy for swift travel, Qin Yao soon arrived at the mountain's base. She lifted her gaze to the treacherous peaks, densely shrouded in forest, her fingers brushing against the heavenly grade sword at her waist. With unwavering determination in her eyes, she ascended the mountain. Meanwhile, within the main stronghold of the Black Wind Gang, the leader, Huang Su, had been plagued by an unsettling sensation in his eyelids over the past few days. Recently, he had dispatched his second most capable subordinate, Chong Jiao, along with a contingent, to gather intelligence in the southern region of Yunling City. However, they had not returned. 3 days had elapsed without a word. Either Chong Jiao had seized a treasure and defected, or his entire party had perished at the hands of that young cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Huang Su leaned toward the latter scenario, which was far more terrifying. The Black Forest gang had already forged enmity with the opposing party, and none of the dispatched had returned alive. Thus, even if he comprehended the situation clearly, he dared not send anyone else. Yet, could he simply swallow this bitter pill? Would the Black Forest gang continue to thrive after such a loss? Just as Huang Su was engulfed in turmoil, a voice from outside the stronghold interrupted his thoughts. Report. Leader, a woman has ascended Black Forest Mountain. Huang Su raised his gaze and inquired, a woman? What is her status? Do you possess any knowledge? The response was uncertain, but it was noted that her cultivation level was merely at the second tier of foundation establishment. We have set up an ambush along the mountain path. Please make your decision, master. Huang Su narrowed his eyes, revealing a fierce expression. Regardless of her identity. How dare a mere second-tier foundation establishment intrude upon the entrance of my Black Forest gang? Capture her and bring her here. He was unaware of who had delivered her to them, yet he felt no fear. Second-tier foundation establishment? What kind of waves could she possibly stir? On the mountain path of Black Forest Mountain, the members of the Black Forest gang had already gathered, their gazes fixated greedily upon the delicate figure approaching from afar. Her skin was as white as jade, and though her frame was slender, it possessed a hint of graceful allure. The fitted skirt accentuated her form, still bearing a touch of youthful innocence. Yet, in due time, she would undoubtedly blossom into an unparalleled beauty. However, at this moment, her expression was icy, exuding an air of formidable presence. Qin Yao took a graceful step forward, halting on the mountain path as she directed a cold gaze towards the men of the Black Forest gang. The gang leader, wielding a massive hammer, wore a scornful smirk, seemingly oblivious to any threat posed by this young girl of mere second-tier foundation establishment. They felt no trepidation whatsoever. Qin Yu silently grasped the hilt of her sword and her voice resonated. Where is the leader of the Black Forest gang? Little girl, have you thought this through? This is Black Forest Mountain, the territory of my Black Forest gang. If you seek the leader, you must first traverse the path guarded by my brothers. Speak candidly, and perhaps we shall escort you back to the mountain for some merriment. Ha ha ha. The members of the Black Forest gang erupted into laughter. Beneath her gaze, a flicker of anger ignited. How could she endure such humiliation from these ruffians? Of course, even without the taunts, the outcome would remain unchanged. They were all destined to perish. Therefore, I shall slay you all, and then confront your leader. Her tone was as frigid as frost, as though a chilling wind swept through the air. The vice leader appeared momentarily taken aback by Qin Yao's audacious demeanor. However, he quickly slammed the hammer's handle onto the ground and bellowed, Humph. You, a mere girl in the second stage of foundation establishment, dare to spout such nonsense here. Seize her. I shall reward anyone who captures her handsomely. At his command, the gang members surged with excitement, a dozen or so of them charging towards Qin Yao with fervor. Seeking death, Qin Yu coldly admonished, her wrist twisting as the cold moon sword was unsheathed, transforming into a glimmering expanse of silver moonlight. Chapter 45. The demise of the Black Forest gang. With a swift unsheathing of her sword, shadows danced. The henchmen rushing forward had yet to comprehend the situation before they fell to the ground, their screams echoing through the air. Qin Yao's blade moved with such swiftness that they could only sense a chilling breeze brush against their necks, and then their bodies succumbed to an uncontrolled. Crimson blood stained the path of Black Forest Mountain. She stepped gracefully, akin to a specter, her sword flashing incessantly. With each stroke, a life was claimed, and within mere moments, over 10 lifeless bodies of henchmen lay at her feet, their eyes wide open in death. Yet, her pale blue skirt remained untouched by any taint. Qin Yao coldly flicked her long sword and began her ascent with a slow, elegant gait. What kind of sorcery is this? The vice leader gasped, his eyes widening in terror, retreating as she approached. These henchmen were cultivators themselves. Even the least among them had reached the 5th level of foundation establishment. How could it be that this young girl had bested them? She was merely at the 2nd level of foundation establishment. Was she yet another prodigy from some unknown power? But the Black Forest gang had never crossed paths with such figures. Why had they suddenly fallen into this catastrophic demise? Qin Yao paid little heed to his shock and confusion. Slaying mere insects was hardly a matter for pride. If you wish to obstruct my path, then prepare to pay with your life, she proclaimed coldly. As her voice faded, she surged forward, her cold moon sword transforming into a streak, hurtling toward its target. The vice leader bellowed, swinging the massive hammer in his grasp with all his might, attempting to fend off the attack. However, the anticipated sound of collision never came, for the cold moon sword effortlessly cleaved through the giant hammer as if it were merely slicing through a... Seizing the moment, she summoned her strength, her slender arm driving the blade down in a brilliant arc. How could this be? It is impossible. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Qin Yao's lips, as behind her, the headless corpse swayed and collapsed, its unspoken words silenced forever. The Black Forest gang had only their leader who might elicit any semblance of pressure from her. It was said that Huang Su had reached the 10th level of Foundation establishment, but perhaps he had already achieved a breakthrough. Regardless, Qin Yao was determined to take his life today. She ascended the mountain path step by step, while at the stone fort, as many gang members fled back. Huang Su received an incessant stream of dire news, finally unable to remain seated. Inside the grand hall of the stone fort, Huang Su listened with a darkened expression to his subordinate's report, and with a sudden fury, he smashed his fist onto the table, the deafening sound echoing throughout the vast chamber. He roared, "Incompetence! A bunch of useless gluttons! Leader, that girl's skills are truly formidable. We've lost 7 or 8 of our people," lamented a subordinate with a mournful countenance. "To be slaughtered by a mere girl at the 2nd level of Foundation establishment. I would be better off raising a few pigs than supporting you lot," Huang Su bellowed, his rage seemingly insatiable. He kicked out violently, his foot carrying an intense force that sent the trembling subordinate crashing into the wall, his head tilting at an unnatural angle as he succumbed to death. The room fell into an oppressive silence, as if the very air had been sucked away. The remaining subordinates were rendered mute, too terrified to utter a word. Huang Su rose to his feet, his expression contorted with fury, as he bellowed, "What are you all standing there for? Go at once and gather intelligence. I must capture that wretched girl alive, break her limbs, and sell her to a brothel for the amusement of all men." A shiver coursed through his subordinates. None dared to defy him, nor did they possess the strength to resist. They could only obediently disperse to fulfill his orders. Once they had departed, the ferocity on Huang Su's face eased slightly. He inhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, "This girl managed to slay 300 of my elite gang members. What could her origins possibly be?" He pondered whether his subordinates had recently provoked someone they ought not to have. After all, how could a mere girl dare to invade the Black Forest gang? But soon, this thought was dispelled. Not due to confusion, but because sounds of chaos were emerging from outside the stone fort. The main door of the hall was suddenly flung open by the bodies of 2 fallen men. Qin Yao strode in, her sword glinting with a chilling brilliance, droplets of blood cascading down its edge. Her gaze was unwavering, fixated on the middle-aged, corpulent man seated at the head of the hall. "Are you the leader of the Black Forest gang, Huang Su?" she inquired, recognizing the viciousness etched into his features, the bristly beard, and the malevolence that surrounded him, indicating he was a brutal and bloodthirsty individual. Huang Su, upon beholding Qin Yao's enchanting and alluring visage, felt a stirring in his heart. He had never encountered such a captivating beauty before. Those few acquaintances of his paled in comparison to this young lady, resembling withered flowers and fallen willows. Yet, he had never met someone at the 2nd Foundation stage who could so effortlessly dismiss the numerous members of his Black Forest gang. This girl appeared far from ordinary, but his gang had stood resiliently outside Yinling City for over a decade, and he would not be intimidated by a mere child. Indeed, it was the master of the gang himself. He lifted his chin with an air of arrogance, his face contorted with anger. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao raised an eyebrow, curving her lips into a mocking smile. "I offer you a chance. Engage me in combat, or allow me to take your head." Yet, Huang Su remained motionless, his entire body tense as he leaned forward. "May I inquire about your affiliation? Why have you come to threaten my Black Forest gang?" Qin Yao scoffed lightly, her hand reaching into her neckline to retrieve a purple gold spirit pendant. "It seems your lackeys take great pleasure in bullying me." Her tone dripped with sarcasm, yet her gaze remained as cold as steel. You are." Huang Su's pupils abruptly constricted. "So, you are a woman?" As he beheld the spirit pendant, he recalled that Hong Ba had met his demise while pursuing a mere mortal youth, only to be intercepted midway. This girl before him was far from an unremarkable mortal. She was a practitioner at the 2nd Foundation stage. Moreover, she could even combat above her level. "Prepare to forfeit your life." Qin Yao had no desire to waste further words on this individual. Having spoken, she unleashed the cold moon sword. Its chilling sword energy slicing through the air like a deadly arrow, aimed directly at Huang Su's throat. Anticipating her move, Huang Su swiftly leaped aside, narrowly evading her attack, though the chair he had occupied shattered into pieces. Indeed, she possesses some skill. No wonder she is so arrogant. Alas, you are still too inexperienced. He barked a low command, and his formidable spiritual energy surged from his dantian into his right palm. With a powerful thrust, he unleashed a palm strike. The wind crackling with thunder and lightning, aimed straight at Qin Yao's vital points. This was a lethal maneuver. Yet, instead of retreating, Qin Yao pressed forward. Her cold moon sword striking repeatedly as she executed the first form of the moon frost sword technique. Moonkill. A razor-sharp stream of sword energy surged towards Huang Su. Humph, mere trifling skills. Huang Su sneered. However, when the two forces collided, the ensuing explosion unleashed a gale that swept through the hall, and Huang Su's expression finally froze. The true power embedded within that sword strike evoked a sense of peril within him. He staggered back a few steps, his palm marred by intersecting wounds. Blood glistening red and vivid. Damn, how could this girl be so formidable? She was merely a young girl, yet she managed to injure him? A cold smile graced Qin Yao's lips, her eyes glimmering with murderous intent. She continued her assault, and Huang Su, provoked, retaliated fiercely. In the grand hall of the stone fortress, chaos erupted as the two engaged in a fierce battle. Their energies and sword shadows intertwining in a relentless exchange that quickly escalated to over a dozen strikes. Qin Yao had no intention of enduring this stalemate any longer. She is merely at the second level of foundation establishment, her foundation inherently weak, which poses a natural disadvantage. In the end, Huang Su will undoubtedly retain more strength. Huang Su shared this sentiment. Do not overstep your bounds, he bellowed. As he thrust his palms forward, the force sent Qin Yao staggering back several paces. Seemingly resolved, he flicked his wrist, producing a brownish pill between his fingertips. Without hesitation, Huang Su swallowed it whole. In an instant, his muscles swelled, and his bones cracked ominously. His skin rapidly expanded, giving him a more robust stature, while his facial features contorted into a grotesque expression. Huang Su let out a frenzied roar. His body enveloped in white smoke, clearly having consumed a pill that unleashed his latent potential. Such a secret technique exacts a severe toll upon usage. Employed only in dire circumstances. Qin Yao cast a glance at him before averting her gaze. This man has been driven to reveal his trump card. Forcing me to this extent, you shall certainly pay the price with your life. Huang Su's eyes had turned a menacing crimson, his whole being radiating an aura of lethal intent, resembling a bloodthirsty beast. His movements were swift as a startled swan, and his strength had significantly amplified. As he unleashed a punch, even the air trembled and moaned in response. Qin Yao snorted coldly, neither dodging nor evading. If you seek death, I shall oblige. With that, she too wielded her longsword, preparing to counterattack. The second form of the moon frost sword technique was unleashed. In an instant, the air was filled with the howling force of fists and the glimmering shadows of swords, enveloping the grand hall in an overwhelming aura of dread. No one could have anticipated that a mere girl, merely at the second level of foundation establishment and lacking any significant cultivation just days prior, could force the notorious Black Forest gang of the southern city into such a predicament. With a thunderous crash, the sword's shadow pierced through the fist's might. Aiming directly for Huang Su's neck, the icy blade a mere inch away from him, causing his pupils to constrict in terror. No, he bellowed, summoning every ounce of strength to raise his arm in defense. With a swift motion, the blade withdrew, and blood splattered forth. Qin Yao, panting heavily, observed as Huang Su clutched his neck, his eyes filled with disbelief as he collapsed, lifeless and unable to close his eyes in peace. Yet, not a single drop of blood marred her attire. She only appeared slightly disheveled, the hem of her dress faintly stained. Casting a cold glance at the fallen body, she showed little emotion, as if she had merely accomplished a mundane task. The Saint Yao Emperor had already carved a path of dominion across the realms, embodying the unwavering spirit of an iron-blooded empress. Even in her rebirth, this essence remained unchanged. She then exited the grand hall. From this day forth, the Black Forest gang was no more. Qin Yao intentionally spared a few of the gang members, knowing they would embellish the tale of the day's events, spreading it far and wide, providing ample fodder for gossip among the curious. Everyone would undoubtedly believe that such a feat was the work of a prodigy from a great power, completely unaware that she resided in the southern part of Yunling City, blending seamlessly among the common folk. Chapter 46. The unwanted trouble of Qin Yao. Qin Yao was reluctant to associate the demise of the Black Forest gang with herself or the newly established medical clinic in the southern part of the city. By doing so, she could preserve the tranquility that her master, Gu Hong, sought in his pursuit of enlightenment. thus avoiding any displeasure should someone come seeking him later. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Yao descended the mountain along the path she had taken. However, halfway down, she encountered 3 or 4 young individuals approaching her, only slightly older than herself. Qin Yao frowned, scrutinizing them closely, and soon realized that they were clad in the azure robes of the Nianling sect. These were disciples of the Nianling sect out on a training expedition, a not uncommon sight, as Qin Yao had seen them before. The sect's leader held considerable influence in several surrounding cities. To her knowledge, the 3 prominent families in Yunling City presented substantial tributes to the Nianling sect annually. Even the ordinary folk from the south flocked to pay their respects whenever members of the sect descended from the mountain. Numerous affluent families from various cities were eager to send their sons and daughters to the Nianling sect for refinement, all due to the fact that both the sect leader and the esteemed elder were cultivators at the fusion stage. In such a realm, fusion stage cultivators were regarded as extraordinarily powerful beings. Desiring to avoid any entanglement with these individuals, Qin Yao intended to veer off in another direction, only to find that they had already spotted her and were making their way towards her. TSK. She frowned. Wu Jie gazed at the Black Forest Mountain, acutely aware of the overwhelming stench of blood that permeated the air. He is the grandson of Wu Rong, the 3rd elder of the Lingzong sect. Today, he has brought along his disciples for the purpose of training. Among them, there is a particularly enchanting female disciple, and Wu Jie intends to showcase his prowess before her. Thus, he has deliberately accepted a task from the sect to rectify the gang known as the Highland Gang. According to his knowledge, the strongest member, the leader Huang Su, is a considerably inflated figure at the 10th level of the core formation stage. Wu Jie himself has already reached the 7th level of core formation, armed with an 8th grade mundane sword and protective armor, making him confident that he can easily deal with Huang Su. Once he has dealt with the Highland Gang, the female disciple will naturally fall into his grasp, becoming yet another plaything for him. However, what he did not anticipate was that the Highland Gang might have encountered some unforeseen calamity. As he traveled onward, he was met with a scene of carnage, with bodies strewn about, all having met their demise from a single blade piercing their throats. The one responsible for this slaughter likely possesses strength that rivals his own. By the time they reached halfway up the mountain, Wu Jie began to suspect that the Highland Gang had already been preemptively eliminated by someone else. Although the failure of the sect mission was of little consequence, he felt irked at the prospect of losing the opportunity to demonstrate his abilities before the female disciple. Moreover, Wu Jie's gaze suddenly fixated on a slender, graceful figure descending the mountain path ahead. Clad in a pale blue silk dress, she exuded an air of exquisite coldness, her flawless, delicate features rendering the female disciple by his side utterly ordinary and unremarkable in comparison. She was indeed a delicate, aloof flower. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that she was merely at the 2nd stage of foundation establishment, likely a lost young lady who had wandered into this dark, forested mountain. Wu Jie's gaze instantly ignited with fervor as he stepped forward, grinning as he inquired, "My dear maiden, what brings you? It is of no concern to you," Qin Yao replied, casting a fleeting glance at him before averting her eyes. She quickly discerned that he was just a frivolous young master. Wu Jie's eyes grew even more fervent. He found her refusal intriguing. He spoke with feigned "Fair lady, being alone in such a desolate wilderness can be perilous. There exists a notorious gang known as the Black Forest sect in these mountains, and it appears they have recently been eradicated. Should you inadvertently fall into their clutches, the consequences could be dire. Why not accompany me back to the Nianling sect? I can assure you a position as a disciple of the 3rd elder." Wu Jie extended his hand, intending to rest it on Qin Yao's shoulder. Emboldened by the fact that his grandfather was one of the 3 integration stage cultivators of the Nianling sect, instilling a sense of invulnerability in him, he assumed that this young girl, weak and presumably inexperienced, would find his words irresistible. Should your hand venture any closer, you may find it unwelcome. Yet, Qin Yao's icy voice sliced through the air like a bucket of cold water, causing his hand to freeze in place. Wu Jie was taken. He had not anticipated such a rejection. His grandfather was one of the 3 integration stage cultivators of the Nianling sect, rendering them unbeatable in this vicinity. The young ladies from esteemed families, or even commoners whom he had set his sights on, would never dare to turn him. Even among the female disciples of the spirit reading sect, who would dare defy him? How could this wretched girl of the 2nd layer of foundation establishment speak to him in such a manner? Such talent. She wouldn't even be worthy of cleaning the toilets in the spirit reading sect. Instantly, a flash of anger crossed his face. "Do you know who I am?" It is a privilege for you to have my attention. If you wish to refuse my kindness, I assure you, consequences await you. Humph. Qin Yao scoffed coldly. Truly, a dog's mouth cannot utter ivory. You insolent girl. Wu Jie, filled with irritation, struck out with a fierce palm. A tremendous force surged forth, enveloping Qin Yao in an instant, as if seeking to devour her whole. He did not aim for her face, for that would be pointless. Besides, dealing with someone at the second layer of foundation establishment required no serious effort. The girl would surely be paralyzed with fear. Yet, a chilling glint flashed in Qin Yao's eyes as she unleashed a fierce sword intent, condensing into a formidable sword aura in an instant. Blood sprayed forth. As Wu Jie finally comprehended the situation, he discovered to his horror that his hand had been severed at the wrist. Ah! His wretched cries echoed through the tranquil mountain forest. The nearby disciples, witnessing their senior brother's failed advances and subsequent loss of his sword hand, were utterly shocked. Was this girl insane? That elder of the spirit-reading sect had only one grandson, whom he protected fiercely. Even the sect leader had to show him some favor to avoid displeasing that elder. Yet now, that hand that wielded the sword had been severed? A wave of terror washed over them. Upon hearing of this matter, the third elder of the Nianling sect, consumed by fury, would undoubtedly seek to vent his wrath upon them. The elder would find it exceedingly simple to eliminate these lowly, talentless new disciples, and the sect leader would pay no heed to such an event. How dare you? Wu Jie gasped in unbearable agony, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as he stared in horror at his severed hand. He howled, "Kill her! Kill her! Act swiftly! Kill her!" Yet, upon hearing Wu Jie's desperate cries, several disciples of the Nianling sect dared not move. As Qin Yao pointed the tip of her sword toward them, a chilling dread enveloped their bodies, causing their limbs to tremble. They soon realized that this seemingly frail maiden possessed astonishing speed. She did not even unsheath her sword. Rather, her figure glided past like a specter. In mere moments, the disciples lay strewn upon the ground, clutching their chests, pallid faces betraying their shock. Each of them possessed greater cultivation than she did, with one even having reached the core formation stage, yet they could scarcely discern her movements. When did the second level of foundation establishment become so formidable? I shall spare your lives, but do not dare to trouble me again. Qin Yao then cast a cold glance at Wu Jie. With bloodshot eyes and gritting his teeth against the pain, he spat, "You wretched woman. I am Wu Jie. My grandfather is the third elder of the Nianling sect. If you dare to harm me, you shall meet your end." He appeared to anticipate a reaction of fear from Qin Yao, only to be met with disappointment. The sole expression she wore was one of scorn. "All right, let me tell you, you were bested by a mere girl in the second stage of foundation building, who severed your hand with a single strike, leaving everyone aware that you, a worthless waste, cannot even defeat a girl in the foundation stage." Qin Yao tossed this remark lightly. Wu Jie, upon hearing her words, felt his face flush a deep crimson. That wretched woman. He gritted his teeth in resentment. "Very well, just wait for me." A flicker of malice crossed his eyes as he picked up his severed hand, then fled without looking back. The other disciples, indifferent to the spectacle, could only follow him in disgraceful retreat. With that parting shot, he turned and ran. Qin Yao, however, let out a scornful snort. "Fool. Summoning your grandfather will only make it easier to deal with both the young and the old, severing all ties cleanly." Initially, she had no intention of entangling herself with the Nianling sect, but now, that spoiled scion had come seeking trouble, and she could not allow such insolence to go unchallenged. Although she might not currently be able to face the elder, she still had her master. Nevertheless, Qin Yao needed to hurry back. It was just noon, and perhaps she could return in time to enjoy the meal prepared by her master. The sun hung high in the sky. In front of the clinic, Gu Heng spotted the ancient elder approaching, carrying a signboard. "Ah, this old man works swiftly." Gu Heng mused, stepping forward to greet him. "Old master, what brings you here in person?" He held a deep admiration for the elder's stamina, as despite his age, he could carry the signboard all the way from the west of the city to the south, delivering it directly to him. Without a doubt, the dedication displayed in this door-to-door service was commendable. The elderly man surveyed Gu Heng's medical clinic and nodded in approval. "Young Master Gu, this clinic appears quite impressive." "You flatter me," Gu Heng replied modestly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the old man placed the plaque on the ground, rubbing his hands together with a hint of nervousness on his face. Gu Heng approached, examining the plaque. To be honest, the craftsmanship surpassed his expectations. The base was made of sandalwood, and the characters were vigorous and bold, gilded with gold paint. exuding an air of grandeur. Moreover, the calligraphy possessed a semblance of his own artistic essence. His calligraphy skill was indeed superb. This indicated that the elderly man had a profound understanding and mastery of the art. Even mere imitation conveyed a similar essence. The more Gu Heng observed, the more he appreciated it, smiling as he remarked, "Old sir, you truly possess remarkable skill." The elderly man, visibly more excited, yet feeling a touch of humility, replied, "Young Master Gu, you flatter me further. It took me several days to grasp even a fraction of your calligraphy." Chapter 47. The trivial matters of apprenticeship. The old man was acutely aware of his own abilities. The profound essence embodied in Gu Heng's calligraphy was far beyond what he could comprehend or fully appreciate in a matter of days. To be frank, upon his arrival, the old man had harbored concerns that his own inscription on the plaque might not be sufficiently exquisite, especially considering that Gu Heng had generously gifted him the brushwork. Having made the journey, the old man felt it imperative to be graciously received, so he decided to take a seat inside while he hung the plaque. Gu Heng warmly invited the old man into the clinic. "Very well," the old man promptly nodded. Such a distinguished figure inviting him into this space was an opportunity he would not decline. Gu Heng first hung the plaque, meticulously wiping away the dust. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The sign exuded elegance and style, perfectly complementing his clinic, which would undoubtedly attract numerous patients. As the old man entered the front hall, he was taken aback by the sight of Su Jinxia perched atop the medicine cabinet, his brow furrowing in astonishment. A nine-lived demon? This lineage was notoriously proud. Moreover, given the old man's own cultivation, he could not discern the full extent of the demon's strength, indicating that the latter possessed significantly greater power. However, with Gu Heng's status and capabilities, the nine-lived demon was hardly in a position to exhibit arrogance in his presence. The old man proceeded to the back hall, followed closely by Gu Heng, who then prepared tea using leaves purchased from the system's marketplace, steeping them in hot water before generously filling the old man's cup. The aroma of the tea wafted through the air. Upon inhaling the fragrant aroma of the tea, the aged gentleman felt revitalized. He lifted the cup to his lips and took a sip, savoring the exquisite flavor, and could not help but exclaim, "This tea is splendid." It was sweet upon entry, imbued with a medicinal essence, far from ordinary leaves. The old man pondered his limited knowledge, uncertain of the true value of such a treasure. Yet, the fact that this esteemed elder treated him with such high regard filled his heart with warmth. "Alas, my medical establishment lacks anything remarkable," Gu Heng chuckled. Although he found little distinction in the tea himself, others praised it, including the old servant of the Bai family and Zhuge Qian, even the venerable old man. It was fortunate that this delightful drink came at no cost. "By the way, that young fellow, you must have accepted him as your apprentice, correct?" Gu Heng spoke of trivial matters. "Ah, indeed. Though I initially paid him little mind, finding him quite bothersome, I eventually succumbed to his persistent entreaties. I have yet to take on a disciple, so accepting one could be beneficial," the old man replied with a smile, stroking his beard. His primary concern was his lack of discernment in recognizing talent. In truth, his decision to accept Lu Yin as a disciple stemmed largely from Gu Heng's commendation of the young man's aptitude, coupled with the latter's unwavering dedication. The old man considered that taking on a disciple was not without merit. After all, throughout his many years, he had been steadfast in his pursuit of profound understanding, never contemplating that his accumulated insights and techniques should not fade into obscurity along with him. The name Dry Brush Demon Slayer still possesses a certain intimidating aura, does it not? If that is the case, nurturing this apprentice will render him a worthy disciple in the future. Oh, taking him on as a student would not be a loss, trust me. Gu Heng smiled, burying his envy deep within. The young man, dressed in such opulence, undoubtedly hails from a wealthy family. His noble demeanor, coupled with his earnest desire to learn calligraphy from this old master, speaks volumes. This attitude alone convinces Gu Heng that he is indeed a promising candidate for deliberate cultivation. Moreover, it is only natural for a disciple to show filial piety towards his master, not to mention, when the time comes, it would be standard for this young man to establish a grand new studio for the old man. Gu Heng felt a twinge of envy. While others' disciples bask in wealth and privilege, his own was a stray picked up from the alley. For her sake, he had even forged enmities with local underworld factions outside Yinling City, uncertain of when those practitioners might come to settle accounts. Furthermore, his clinic now had an additional mouth to feed. In the past, running a clinic in Qingmu City, he had managed alone. sometimes resorting to refining sugar pills to stave off hunger during slow business days. But that was no longer feasible. Qin Yao, in her growing years, required a steady intake of nutritious sustenance. Suddenly, he felt the weight of life's burdens pressing down upon him. Yet, it was not without its merits. At least Qin Yao was beautiful, a fresh blossom of youth, and nurturing her would undoubtedly yield even more exquisite results. Since young Master Gu has expressed such sentiments, I shall naturally devote myself wholeheartedly to her cultivation. Upon hearing Gu Heng's words, the old man felt a profound certainty in taking Lu Yin as his disciple. Believing that perhaps a century hence, his sole student, Gu Yin, would emerge as a formidable figure renowned for his calligraphic prowess. A sense of accomplishment surged within him. Master, I have returned. Just as their conversation reached a crescendo, the voice of Qin Yao resonated from outside. Oh, my little apprentice has returned, Gu Heng smiled. Has this esteemed elder also taken on a disciple? I wonder what kind of prodigy that could be. With such thoughts, the old man turned his gaze to the entrance, where Qin Yao peered in, only to find herself being appraised by the old man in return. You're back, splendid. I shall prepare lunch then. Oh, by the way, this is Mr. Gu, who resides in the western part of the city and specializes in carving plaques, Gu Heng introduced. Qin Yao blinked her eyes and obediently greeted, Mr. Gu. Her voice was gentle with a hint of playfulness, instantly lifting the old man's spirits. I merely made a bold visit and am about to take my leave, the old man replied cheerfully. Qin Yao lowered her head. A tribulation-transcending cultivator? Is it possible that such a formidable being is hidden within Yunling City? She sensed the concealed aura of the old man and discerned his cultivation level. Yet, she had previously been unaware of the hidden talents within Yunling City. Upon entering the front courtyard, she had noticed the plaque hanging at the medical clinic, pausing to admire it for a considerable time, approximately a quarter of an hour. Due to the inscrutable characters on the plaque, Qin Yao finds herself grappling with their profound and incisive essence. Such artistry can only be achieved by those who have mastered the path of calligraphy and possess formidable skills. The elderly man scrutinized her for a moment before averting his gaze. He discerned nothing remarkable. This young girl, merely at the second stage of foundation building, appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, and by all accounts, her talent seemed rather subpar. The old man stroked his beard, contemplating this fact. However, he did not dwell on it. Although she appeared to lack exceptional talent, her eyes shone with clarity and depth, suggesting wisdom and experience beyond her years, revealing a composure and resilience that belied her age. Clearly, this young woman was not as simple as she seemed. The reason she appeared so uncomplicated, the old man attributed it to his own failing eyesight, believing he lacked the discernment to judge character. Chapter 48. Your master will protect you moreover. The old man felt it prudent to refrain from interfering in the selection of disciples by others. He himself lacked the discernment to perceive the innate talents and comprehension of his own apprentice. The old man also recognized that the sword at Qin Yao's waist was indeed a divine weapon of the highest grade. He surmised that the young girl, despite being worthy of such a celestial armament, was perhaps still too weak to wield anything superior. As for this young Master Gu, he did not appear to be someone who lacked access to sacred or even imperial-grade magical artifacts. Given that young Master Gu held such regard for his disciple, anything he might say seemed superfluous. Thus, as noon approached, the old man resolved to take his leave, expressing his desire to visit again if young Master Gu would not mind. Sensing that the time was right, he rose, and Gu Heng accompanied him to the door, exchanging a few polite words before watching him depart. Returning to the medical hall, Gu Heng found Qin Yao seated nearby, her fingers tracing the hilt of her sword as she contemplated whether to disclose her intentions of annihilating the Black Forest Gang and the ensuing conflict with the disciples of the Nyan. She had yet to witness Gu Heng's anger, and she feared he might think that her conflict, arising from her status as his new apprentice, would inadvertently draw unwanted attention to her, thus disturbing Gu Heng's tranquil existence. Gu Heng busied himself with preparing rice, placing it into the pot, and boiling water, all the while conversing. Yao, master? In the midst of her contemplation, Qin Yao was suddenly called by Gu Heng, causing her to shiver slightly as she lifted her gaze towards him. Gu Heng was engrossed in his tasks, his expression serene yet inscrutable, evoking a sense of mystery. You have been tirelessly training your body and sword for the past few days, yet upon your return, you sit here in silence. Gu Heng remarked coolly. A jolt surged through Qin Yao's heart. Gu Heng was an astute individual, How could he not discern the reason for her sudden absence from the clinic for several hours? I. Before she could respond, Gu Hong interjected, I know you have harmed someone, haven't you? How could he not have figured it out? This girl was stubborn and unyielding, remaining silent even when surrounded and assaulted by several burly men who belonged to the Black Forest gang. Beyond those, there were certainly others who had tormented her in the past. Now that Qin Yao had a place to stay, her physique had strengthened, and she wielded a sword. Gu Hong was convinced she would not easily swallow the grievances she had endured, having just stepped out. She must have sought retribution against those mortals who had once bullied her. Gu Hong made no attempt to stop her for having accepted her as his disciple. He could not hinder her from avenging grievances that had festered for a decade. Master, you already know, Qin Yao said sheepishly, tugging at the corner of her mouth. Indeed, she had not managed to conceal her intentions. Gu Hong sighed softly. You see, I actually knew what you intended to do when you left this morning, he said, his tone tinged with resignation. I do not wish to impede you. I merely urge you to exercise caution and avoid complacency, for you have only been training for a few days. What should one do when encountering those who surpass one's abilities? Gu Hong actually supports the idea of Qin Yao confronting and defeating those who once tormented her. However, she seems to be a tad too eager. Even if she does not reach his level of mastery, avoiding minor ailments requires at least a foundational understanding of the craft. Given her current frail appearance, should she encounter a robust, martial-trained mortal, she may find herself at a disadvantage, and against a cultivator. The disparity would be even greater. I understand, Master. I assure you I will not act so recklessly in the future. Qin Yao stuck out her tongue. Deep down, she recognized Gu Heng's wisdom. After all, she was merely at the second stage of foundation establishment. Should she cross paths with a nascent soul cultivator, or one even stronger, she would be in grave peril. Indeed, her impatience was evident. While she could dismiss the fallen Black Forest gang, a confrontation with disciples of the Nianling sect posed a different challenge. Though her esteemed master was present, the Nianling sect would not be intimidated. Yet, the moment they appeared, it would undoubtedly disrupt her master's tranquil days of seclusion. While her master might disregard these insignificant pests, the matter would take on a different weight if they were to come knocking. Next time, I shall consider the implications more carefully. Gu Hong shook his head, aware that Qin Yao's attempts to appear endearing often succeeded with him. Also, Master, it is possible that the elder from the opposing side may come seeking her. Qin Yao confessed, the scoundrel she had disarmed. Claiming his grandfather was the third elder of the Nianling sect, would certainly not let this affront pass unchallenged. Oh, what did the younger generation do to you? Gu Hong inquired. Is it not enough to strike the younger one? Must there also be an elder? How amusing. He wishes to touch me, Qin Yao murmured. Stealing a glance at Gu Heng's expression, the master's demeanor was quite solemn. Then why do you still react so? I severed the hand that sought to reach for me. Ah, well done. Gu Hong nodded, affirming your actions were correct. Such individuals deserve a stern reprimand. You have your master backing you. Do not fear any so-called elders. If they come, I shall make them retreat. As Gu Hong spoke, a gentle smile graced his face. Yet Qin Yao detected a palpable aura of dominance and authority within his words, a pure expression of protectiveness. Qin Yao pressed her lips together, grinning sweetly. Thank you, Master. Gu Hong set the dishes on the table and, upon turning to see Qin Yao's radiant smile, couldn't help but chuckle. After the two finished their meal and rested briefly, Qin Yao resumed her sword practice. 20 miles west of Yunling City lies Nianling Mountain, home to the Nianling sect. This sect has stood the test of time. When the Sun Flame dynasty first emerged, the Nianling sect had already established its roots here, gradually growing in stature as time passed. Although it may not compare to the prominent families of the Sun Flame dynasty, it holds a distinct significance here. The inhabitants of Yunling City are well aware of the Nianling sect's existence. Even in the surrounding cities, the esteemed families, local factions, and wandering cultivators regard the formidable power of the Nianling sect with considerable trepidation. At this moment, within one of the chambers of the Nianling sect, the third elder, Wu Rong, was seated in meditation. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside his door. Furrowing his brow, he opened his eyes to see a disciple clad in the Nianling sect's robes entering unbidden. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the elder's quarters? Wu Rong's eyes flashed with barely contained anger. Being disturbed during his meditation was an unwelcome affair. However, the disciple's next words sent a shiver through Wu Rong's very being. Third elder, Wu Jia, has had his right hand severed. What? Wu Rong sprang to his feet, an aura of lethal danger radiating from him, enveloping the room in an icy chill. The disciple trembled at the intensity of his presence and hastily knelt, recounting the day's events with trembling trepidation. Wu Rong's eyes blazed crimson, and in an instant, his form vanished from the spot. Chapter 49. What use is it to raise this useless wretch? In the healing hall of the Nianling sect, Wu Jie gazed at his slowly mending hand, his face pale and contorted with pain. The Nianling sect possessed an abundance of healing remedies. However, the emotional scars left by the severing of his wrist were not so easily healed. Over time, the festering of inner demons was not out of the question. That wretched girl, how infuriating. Wu Jie gritted his teeth, unable to quell the rising resentment within him. The agony of losing his hand was unbearable, and the pain intensified even further when the severed limb was reattached. He was a cultivator at the 7th level of the core formation stage. While he may not be the most formidable genius in the Nianling sect, to be bested by a mere girl at the 2nd level of foundation establishment was an utter humiliation. Bang! The door swung open. Wu Rong entered with a grim expression, and upon seeing Wu Jie undergoing treatment, his own countenance darkened further. What a disgrace! When he eventually departed from this world, how would he ever explain to Wu Jie's parents that their once cherished son had been reduced to this pitiful state? Over the years, thanks to the backing of the esteemed Third Elder, he had managed to maintain a position of relative power within the Nianling sect. But this time he had encountered a formidable obstacle, losing all dignity in the process. Wu Rong took a deep breath, attempting to suppress the overwhelming fury rising within him. He was deeply dissatisfied with this grandson. Wu Jie is not lacking in talent. However, his arrogant disposition, often relying on his grandfather's influence, has led him to indulge in reckless behavior. Wu Rong genuinely wishes for his grandson to dedicate himself to cultivation. Yet Wu Jie's nonchalant attitude has extinguished any hope he once harbored, rendering Wu Jie increasingly indolent. Moreover, this lazy grandson has caused considerable distress among several female disciples in the Ling Zone, even escalating matters to the sect leader, resulting in a rather embarrassing situation. Had it not been for the sect leader's consideration of Wu Rong's tarnished reputation, Wu Jie would have faced severe disciplinary actions long ago. Despite his disappointment, this is still his only bloodline, and he cannot neglect him. Recently, Wu Jie had his hand severed by a young girl who was merely at the 2nd level of foundation establishment. However, Wu Rong does not fully trust the disciple's account. How could someone at the 2nd level of foundation establishment withstand an attack from a 7th level core formation practitioner and even injure someone stronger? While it is not entirely implausible, Wu Rong finds it hard to believe. No matter how inept his grandson may be, he is still at the core formation stage. To be so severely wounded by someone at the foundation establishment stage, Wu Rong feels compelled to inquire further. Grandfather, you finally arrived. Upon seeing Wu Rong, Wu Jie appears to find his anchor. Were it not for the fact that his hand has not yet fully reattached, he might have dropped to his knees on the spot. Silence. Wu Rong's expression darkens as he gestures with his sleeve, enveloping Wu Jie in a gentle yet firm grip. Tell me, was the girl who injured you at the 2nd level of foundation establishment? Yes, Wu Jie nods. What a waste. For many years, you have been meticulously trained by me, and I possess unwavering confidence in your abilities. I never anticipated that you would be bested by a mere inexperienced girl, bringing shame upon me. What use is it to have nurtured you? He pointed at Wu Jie and berated him, leaving this ineffectual grandson momentarily unable to meet his gaze. Speak for yourself. What virtuous deeds have you performed to invite such calamity? Wu Jie, feeling guilty, instinctively retracted his neck. He had witnessed his grandfather's fury before, but never to such an extent. Daring not to respond directly, he hastily defended himself, saying, Grandfather, I did nothing wrong. I merely saw that beautiful girl by the roadside and wished to befriend her. Wu Rong's eyes widened, penetrating the facade of Wu Jie's guilt. Speak honestly. Did you not attempt to tease her? I simply found her quite lovely and made a few playful remarks. Who knew she would be so tempestuous, drawing her sword and attacking me? Wu Jie, steeling himself, spoke with fervor, asserting that the fault lay entirely with her. Not only did she injure my hand, but she also brazenly stated that she held no regard for the Nianling sect. Grandfather, how can this be tolerated? Wu Rong narrowed his eyes. Oh, did she truly say that? Wu Jie, eager to embellish, replied, Indeed, grandfather, I heard it with my own ears. She even declared that our Nianling sect is nothing of significance, not worthy of her attention. It is simply intolerable. Upon hearing this, Wu Rong's expression shifted. A mere foundation establishment's second layer, yet capable of inflicting severe injury upon a seventh-layer core formation, with an unknown background and completely indifferent to the Nianling sect? This situation felt amiss. Those capable of transcending their battles are exceedingly rare prodigies. When did such a maiden emerge in Yunling City? The Nianling sect has shown considerable interest in Yunling City, for among all the factions that pay tribute to the sect, the three prominent families of Yunling City are the most generous. Since they represent the sect's primary source of wealth, it is only prudent to safeguard them diligently. If such a genius truly exists, the Nianling sect would have long since welcomed her into their ranks for focused cultivation. If she seems indifferent to the Nianling sect, it indicates that she must have a backing more formidable than the sect itself. Contemplating this, Wu Rong's gaze turned increasingly stormy as he observed Wu Jie's expression, which oscillated between pallor and flush. This inept grandson, with his dejected demeanor resembling that of an old hound, ignited Wu Rong's ire, leaving him yearning to unleash 2 punches to vent his frustration. Yet, his fists remained still. Instead, a resounding slap erupted from his raised hand. Caught off guard, Wu Jie was momentarily stunned, clutching his swollen cheek, staring blankly at Wu Rong. Fool, do you even realize the gravity of your actions? Wu Rong glared at Wu Jie. What? Wu Jie was bewildered. Grandfather, you can't possibly think this is my fault, can you? Of course. How is that possible? Wu Jie was flabbergasted. She was merely a fledgling at the second level of foundation establishment. Even without your intervention, dispatching the enforcement team would suffice to easily subdue her. Wu Rong pressed his forehead, contemplating whether this inept individual was truly so enamored with feminine charms that he failed to recognize such an anomaly. Still daring to utter foolish words, taking a deep breath, he exclaimed in anger, "She is just a young girl, merely at the second tier of foundation establishment. Yet she is capable of striking you down. Such a prodigy surpasses even the most gifted disciple of our Ling clan. She shows no regard for the Ling clan. What do you believe her origins to be?" At that moment, Wu Jie, who had been momentarily stunned by his grandfather's slap, seemed to finally grasp the situation. His entire being froze as a chilling thought invaded his mind, plunging him into a state of icy dread. "Are you implying that she—" A wave of coldness surged through Wu Jie's forehead. "That damned golden-haired girl hails from a force even more formidable than the Ling clan? Indeed. It is not inconceivable for someone at the second tier of foundation establishment to severely injure a seventh-tier core formation practitioner. Among the renowned and rising powers of this era, who does not possess some ability for combat beyond their current tier, yet he is the one to encounter such an individual. His luck is utterly deplorable." Chapter 50. Quietly entering the city, Wu Jie was on the verge of tears. Although he had a powerful backer, he knew that if someone else's support was even more formidable, provoking such a person would undoubtedly be courting death. He felt that his life was still far too short. Wu Rong sighed. "You reckless fool, it was fortunate that the young lady showed mercy this time and merely severed your hand. Otherwise, even if she had taken your life today, my intentions to intervene would have been utterly futile." Wu Jie trembled, now thoroughly frightened. A lingering dread coursed through him as his legs quaked uncontrollably, making him uneasy even while seated. He felt as though his very blood had turned to ice. But why had such a prodigy suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Judging by her direction, she must reside in Yunling City. Yet, within a radius of several dozen miles, many talented youths had long been recruited by the Nianling sect for cultivation, as every 2 years the elders of the sect would descend the mountain to select new disciples. Logically, they should all be eager to join the Nianling sect, given its status as the leading sect in the region, with profound heritage and ample resources to offer. So, what should be done now? Wu Rong furrowed his brow and remarked, "The girl who injured you possesses an extraordinary background, and you were the one who provoked her first. We have no grounds to claim righteousness in this matter. It seems I must personally pay her a visit. When the strength of the opponent remains uncertain, yet likely surpasses one's own, he finds it necessary to reason with him. He certainly does not wish to inadvertently offend a formidable individual or a powerful force due to this way. If this matter were to reach the ears of the sect leader of the Nianling sect, it would spell considerable trouble. It must be resolved privately and expediently." Wu Rong raised his hand, brushing it lightly to extract a droplet of blood from Wu Jie's wound, meticulously sensing its essence. "The girl who injured you resides in the southern part of Yunling City." He carefully attuned himself to the lingering traces of sword energy, extending his consciousness to trace the aura, leading him to Qin Yao's whereabouts. The southern part of Yunling City? Wu Jie muttered. Isn't that place merely inhabited by mortals? There isn't even a semblance of a proper force. It's all just insignificant ants. In truth, the southern part of Yunling City is quite a mixed bag, as it borders the Yunling forest not far beyond the city limits. Thus, a multitude of wandering cultivators frequent the southern region, primarily for convenience in making a living. Moreover, to the west, north, and east lie the territories of the three prominent families, where adherence to rules is expected, and those who favor such regulations are few. These three families are not particularly formidable, especially when compared to the Yunling sect. Furthermore, the city lord's mansion in Yunling is indifferent to the happenings, as long as it receives sufficient tribute annually to remit to the higher authorities. Consequently, the southern area is quite chaotic, populated by numerous mortals and a significant number of wandering cultivators. Observing this grandson, devoid of any discernible wit, Wu Rong scoffed. Humph, what do you know? In this world, there has never been a shortage of those formidable individuals who dwell discreetly among the common folk. During my own solitary cultivation, I found myself stagnating at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, unable to progress. Fortunately, while passing through a quaint town, I encountered a tea house proprietor within it, whom I initially presumed to be an ordinary mortal. Yet, with just a few casual gestures of his hand, he guided me towards a breakthrough. Wu Rong's gaze darkened as he spoke, while Wu Jie, taken aback, found himself captivated by a tale he had never heard before. There are always individuals beyond the ordinary, realms beyond the known. If you continue to act with such reckless abandon, one day, the consequences will extend far beyond the mere loss of your hand. His grandfather's words were laden with forewarnings, rendering Wu Jie as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. He cast his eyes downward, concealing the fear that flickered within his pupils. Wu Rong, however, did not believe there were many hidden masters in this world, yet coincidentally, Yunling City possessed one, and this prodigal youth had unwittingly encountered that master's disciple. It struck him as rather peculiar, yet if this matter remained unexamined, Wu Rong would find it impossible to find peace in his meals or sleep. Should that young girl indeed have a powerful backing, and if she were to return and divulge this incident, it was highly likely that the other party would come knocking, demanding an explanation. The best outcome would be Wu Jie losing his life. The worst would see both him and Wu Jie perish, thus completely severing the lineage of the Wu family. Alternatively, perhaps this incident was merely a coincidence. The girl might hail from a humble background, possibly guided by a mentor of limited strength, rendering her merely a small fry in the grand scheme of the Ling sect. What could the truth be? Wu Rong felt compelled to embark on a journey to uncover the answers. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated and set off immediately. It took him merely a quarter of an hour to travel from the gates of the Spirit Thought sect to Yunling City, thanks to his cultivation at the integration stage. Wu Rong carefully concealed his presence and changed into a different attire before departing. He now resembled an ordinary landowner, wishing neither to reveal his identity nor attract undue attention. After all, the purpose of his visit remained uncertain, whether he would demand an explanation, engage in a confrontation, or humbly seek forgiveness for his grandson's misdeeds. If he inadvertently exposed his identity, the sight of the third elder of the Spirit Thought sect bowing in apology would be quite. Wu Rong felt it imperative to preserve at least a modicum of dignity. Should the situation escalate to the point of kneeling, he preferred it remain unseen. Following the lingering traces of sword energy, he arrived at a seemingly quiet street. Wu Rong's eyes brightened. At the end of the street, there stood an unassuming building, marked by a sign that read Gu Family Medical Hall. Why does this inscription feel? He murmured to himself, a sense of unease stirring within him. It was as if a subtle, almost imperceptible force was circulating around the four characters of the sign. Yet, he could not discern its nature. Approaching the establishment, Wu Rong scrutinized the surroundings. The medical hall was neither large nor small, and within, a young man was attending to patients. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with a handsome visage, clad in a robe of azure. While meticulously inquiring about the patient's ailments, he extracted a silver needle and gently punctured the acupoints of the patient, followed by a few light taps on the patient's chest. Finally, Wu Rong observed as he wrapped an adequate quantity of medicinal paper and handed it to the patient. The individual expressed his gratitude to the young man and exited the clinic, passing by Wu Rong as if he were invisible. Wu Rong concealed his presence entirely, rendering him undetectable to the ordinary person, akin to a specter. Even those practitioners of slightly inferior cultivation would find it exceedingly difficult to perceive him. Wu Rong's interest did not lie with the patient, but rather with the young man, who appeared to be the proprietor of this establishment. As he scanned the young man with his spiritual intent, probing for any signs of cultivation, Wu Rong found no trace of such energy emanating from him. Yet, he refrained from hastily concluding that the young man was merely a mortal. After all, if even a cultivator of the integration stage could not discern his essence, could it be that he was an entity of the tribulation stage? Wu Rong furrowed his brow in contemplation. At that moment, the young man, standing before the medicinal cabinet and calculating the quantity of herbs, nonchalantly remarked, "Come in, why linger outside?" Wu Rong was taken aback. Had he already detected his presence? Chapter 51. Already discovered. How could this be possible? He had clearly suppressed all fluctuations of his aura. For a cultivator in the integration stage, deliberately erasing one's sense of existence and blending into the bustling streets was an exceedingly simple task. Yet, he now realized that the other party had already perceived the aura and form he sought to conceal with utmost clarity. The proprietor of the medical clinic appeared unremarkable, tending to the ailments of mortals in this urban milieu. One could say that Wu Rong had become a prominent figure in this locality. Though he lacked the so-called air of an expert, he had encountered many. However, the young man in the clinic who had already discerned his presence lacked such a demeanor. Yet, the more this was the case, the greater Wu Rong's uncertainty grew. Could it be that this individual's background was far more formidable than he had imagined? Although Wu Rong's mind was in turmoil, he did not reveal a hint of his inner turmoil and leisurely stepped inside. Since he had been discovered, he decided there was no need for further concealment. Upon Wu Rong's entrance, Gu Heng merely cast a glance his way, continuing to organize the medicinal herbs, and calmly remarked, "I was just waiting for you. Your grandson's hand was severed by a wretched girl, and if you do not come to seek an explanation, it would be quite unreasonable." In truth, Gu Heng had long since noticed the sneaky old man. As for how he had discerned this, the fellow had been standing outside the front courtyard of his clinic, peering in intently, his expression grave beyond measure. It was clear he was not there to seek treatment, but rather to stir up trouble. Recalling what Qiniao had mentioned to him during lunch, it could not be mistaken. This old man was likely the grandfather of that rascal, whose hands had grown restless, wishing to take liberties with his precious disciple, only to earn himself a lesson that cost him an arm. Observing this elderly gentleman, adorned in a brocade robe and sporting golden bracelets upon his wrists, one could hardly discern the frailty of age beneath the veil of his opulence. Indeed, those of affluent lineage enjoy a certain comfort in life, and even in old age, they are granted some semblance of fortune. It seems he has raised a rather wayward grandson. One can surmise that, emboldened by his wealth, the youth has often bullied the weak and caused distress to many virtuous women, but this time, he miscalculated and paid the price with a severed hand. Gu Heng could only commend the act of retribution. Now, having been bested, it was the elder who sought an explanation. Yet, this wealthy patriarch approached without even a single guard by his side. Could it be that he possesses martial prowess? A chill coursed through Wu Rong, heightening his alertness. Indeed, the proprietor of this medical establishment was no ordinary individual. Not only had he uncovered the traces Wu Rong had painstakingly concealed, but he also seemed aware of the very reason for his visit. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Rong spoke. "Very well, since you have been anticipating my arrival, it would seem disrespectful for me not to enter." With this acknowledgement, Wu Rong felt a diminishment of his earlier anxieties as he stepped into the courtyard. However, just as he crossed the threshold, the sign hanging above the entrance to the medical hall suddenly underwent a transformation. Wu Rong's stride appeared to be frozen at that very instant. His eyes widened in astonishment. For what he beheld at that moment was a profound truth as vast as the ocean and as formidable as a mountain. Such an overwhelming presence. Such profound mastery of the Tao. The four characters of Gu's medical hall seemingly unfurled into a torrent of Taoist rhythm, enveloping Wu Rong entirely, leaving his mind entranced and speechless by the resonance contained within those characters. In that fleeting moment, Wu Rong felt as if he were but a mere speck in the vast sea, insignificant as dust, utterly incapable of comparing himself to this Taoist essence. He yearned to comprehend this profound truth, entirely oblivious to the fact that his consciousness had become wholly ensnared. What could possibly be so captivating about that plaque? "If you wish to discuss serious matters with me, then focus your attention." Wu Rong was abruptly jolted back to reality, as the once raging torrent of truth dissipated in an instant. He had barely crossed the threshold, yet his body was drenched in cold sweat. That was perilous. He understood that he had just fallen into a dangerously obsessive state, his spirit scattered, nearly crushed by the Taoist rhythm contained within those characters. The owner of the medical hall had pulled him back from this brink of oblivion. Upon closer inspection, the owner merely cast him a half-smile, then slowly shook his head. This old fellow, burdened with thoughts even while walking. Sigh. Gu Heng observed him standing there in a daze. Well aware that this old man was preoccupied with other matters, fearing that he might stumble over the threshold and fall flat on his face. Seeing him in such a state, Gu Heng was concerned that a mere jolt could cause the old man to topple over, let alone a fall. Although in this world, one does not often find oneself extorted by an elderly man through wrestling, it seems I have been rather short-sighted. Wu Rong discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He suddenly felt that his cultivation at the integration stage could allow him to reign supreme in this corner of the Sunfire dynasty. However, when taken beyond this realm, he was but a speck of dust amidst the myriad of lives that still looked up to him. Even the most formidable individuals he had encountered in his lifetime were likely far inferior to the person before him. To think such an extraordinary powerhouse would choose to reside in such a humble locale, Wu Rong could not help but feel a sense of disorientation, quickly followed by a surge of dread. The worst outcome might very well be that his female disciple had informed the owner of this medical establishment about the misdeeds of his grandson. From the looks of it, the proprietor seemed to believe that the loss of a hand was insufficient to quell his ire. To be targeted by such an unparalleled figure. Today, I fear my prospects are grim. Regardless of the outcome, Wu Rong musters the courage to proceed. Turning to flee could lead to an even more tragic end. He finally stepped into this seemingly ordinary medical hall. Although the distance was trivial, he felt a heavy weight lift from his heart. May I inquire your esteemed name? Wu Rong clasped his hands in respect and asked. Gu Heng. If it pleases you, you may simply address me as Mr. Gu, came the indifferent reply. Gu Heng. Wu Rong searched his mind for any information about this name, but found none. Yet, ignorance is commonplace. The world's renown often fades like a fleeting flower. The illustrious figures, whose presence cannot be easily concealed, are indeed numerous. It suffices for him to comprehend that the individual before him possesses unfathomable prowess. He has already concluded that this person is beyond reproach, and even the entire Nianling sect would be powerless against him. Esteemed name and noble lineage, truly formidable. I am Wurong, and I beg your pardon, the elder Wurong replied, returning the gesture of respect. Gu Heng waved his hand dismissively, neither affirming nor denying, and said blandly, Please, take a seat, elder Wurong. Wurong settled himself at the table, and with a mere flick of Gu Heng's fingers, the teapot on the table began to pour forth steaming tea. Please enjoy. Wurong did not decline, lifting the cup to his lips, and was instantly greeted by a wave of sweetness that soothed his throat. This tea is extraordinary. After savoring it more carefully, he confirmed without a doubt that it was brewed from Bodhi leaves. Such a rarity could likely be afforded only by the sovereign seated upon the throne of the Sunfire Empire. To think it was used for tea. Wurong's estimation of the background and strength of this physician increased significantly. Now, speak your mind. What is your intention? With a flourish of his sleeve, Gu Heng adopted an audacious stance, for it would not do to appear meek. Especially considering that his little protege had once severed the hand of this elder's grandson. One must not yield in momentum. Chapter 52. The apology of Wu Rong. The proprietor of the medical hall inquired about his intentions. Wu Rong, secretly rubbing his hands together, felt an overwhelming sense of his cold sweat threatening to pour forth once more. This visit, he realized, was solely for the purpose of atonement, under the rule of might. He had once been able to protect his wayward grandson, even assisting him after he had wronged a woman, all thanks to his cultivation at the combined body stage. Yet this time, his grandson, Wu Jie, had entangled himself with a formidable female disciple, one who might easily annihilate the Nianling sect. The fact that she had not executed Wu Jie on the spot could perhaps be attributed to her consideration for the sect's meager reputation. Now, all Wu Rong could do was bow his head as low as possible, pondering whether to preserve his aged visage or to value his very life above all else. To be honest, esteemed sir, my grandson is incorrigibly unruly and frequently finds himself in trouble, which fills me with deep remorse. The lesson he received from, in my view, may ultimately prove beneficial. Wu Rong sighed. Oh, this is indeed a novelty, Gu Heng remarked, raising an eyebrow at Wu Rong's words. He had initially anticipated that Wu Rong had come to confront him regarding his grandson's misdeeds. but was taken aback to discover that he was here to offer an apology instead. It was unexpected that the elder, after his grandson's transgressions, would come to express contrition. While Gu Heng did not believe there was any wrongdoing in Qin Yao's harsh treatment of those who attempted to harass young women, he could see that the old man was evidently displeased with his grandson's tyrannical and abusive behavior, notwithstanding their familial ties. The act of upholding righteousness over kinship was, after all, no easy feat. However, the elderly gentleman, despite his advanced age, felt compelled to personally visit and offer an apology after his grandson suffered a severed hand. Gu Heng, wishing to pursue the matter further, felt a twinge of reluctance. Ahem, given the circumstances, let us allow this incident to pass without further scrutiny. He cleared his throat and spoke, "Thank you, Mr. Gu." Wu Rong exhaled in relief and quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. "There is no need to thank me," Gu Heng replied. "I merely honored my promise. However, my disciple possesses a temperament quite unlike my own, and I cannot vouch for her actions. Should your grandson cross paths with her again, he must rely on his own fortune. Moreover, it is unwise for us to meddle excessively in the affairs of the young." As Gu Heng uttered these words, he felt a faint amusement within himself. The youth, he was merely 20 years of age. Wu Rong was momentarily taken aback. Then a bitter realization washed over him. If Mr. Gu's implication was accurate, it appeared that while the master was willing to overlook the matter, the apprentice, a young lady, was unlikely to let it rest. This suggested that the small grievances should be left for the younger generation to resolve. Indeed, this was an unwritten rule among cultivators. When both parties are of equal strength, any discord among the younger generation ought to be settled between themselves. Intervention by elders often leads to an unsightly spectacle that is difficult to mend. If Mr. Gu were to take action and seek redress from the Nianling sect, would it not result in the very collapse of their mountain gate? Wu Rong sighed softly, a long-held breath escaping his chest, leaving him feeling rather unsettled. The extraordinary young maiden, though only at the second stage of foundation establishment, managed to decisively slay a core formation cultivator. When Wu Rong traversed the Black Forest Mountain, he witnessed the near annihilation of the Black Forest gang. From the leader downwards, several core formation cultivators met their demise, beheaded by a single sword strike. The gang leader, Huang Su, at the pinnacle of the 10th stage of core formation, also succumbed to his fate. He discerned the lingering sword energy upon the wounds of these scattered cultivators, identical to the severed hand of his grandson, Wu Jia. Could it be that this young girl, wielding her sword alone, pierced through the Black Forest gang? After a fierce battle, did she encounter Wu Jia on her descent, still possessing the strength to inflict grievous harm upon him? What an astonishing talent for cultivation she must possess. Wu Rong felt a deep sense of trepidation. This young woman was destined to become a formidable figure in the realm of cultivation. If one day she were to recall this incident, harboring lingering resentment, and thus sought to annihilate the Ling Ning sect, what then? In this world, it is not unheard of for entire sects and noble families to be reduced to mere bones overnight. Such tragedies often arise from seemingly insignificant matters that provoke the ire of those who, at the time, were still unremarkable, ultimately leading to their destruction. Realizing this, he pondered whether he might summon the disciple of the esteemed gentleman to discern what actions could be taken to atone for these transgressions. It was imperative to resolve this matter swiftly. Delays were not an option. Gu Heng, taken aback by his words, contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well. Since old Master Wu has made this request, I shall bring her forth." "Thank you, Mr. Gu," Wu Rong exclaimed with delight, regardless of the cost. He believed that as long as the young lady's ire could be quelled, it was a price worth paying. Gu Heng called out to the upper floor, "Please come down for a moment. We have a visitor." Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Wu Rong hastily turned to look, and there descended a young maiden clad in a pale blue gown, gracefully making her way down. Her beauty was indeed striking, yet her expression was frigid, her eyes cold and distant, revealing an aloofness that suggested a lack of warmth. She possessed a slender and elegant figure, standing tall and enchanting, emanating a chilling aura. As she descended slowly and approached them, she came to a halt and offered a polite bow to Gu Heng. "This is my disciple, Qin Yao." Wu Rong nodded, his spiritual senses sweeping over her. Indeed, she was at the second level of foundation establishment, her foundation quite fragile. However, the depth of her true energy was such that it surpassed that of ordinary core formation practitioners. Furthermore, the long sword at her waist was unmistakably a weapon of heavenly grade. He found it difficult to ascertain her true talent, But that heavenly sword was enough to demonstrate how highly Mr. Gu esteemed this disciple. Is there something you require, elder? She inquired coldly. Qin Yao was also scrutinizing Wu Rong, a visitor of the combined body stage. She deduced without a second thought that he must be the third elder grandpa spoken of by that debauched young man earlier that morning. Judging by his demeanor, he likely entered her presence only to be rendered speechless by the imposing aura of his esteemed master. This humble medical clinic, situated amidst the mundane world, was indeed overseen by a formidable being of the ascension stage. I am merely Wu Rong, here today to extend my sincerest apologies, he humbly replied, lowering his posture. Apologies? Qin Yao furrowed her delicate brows. Wu Rong hastily clarified, my grandson is quite mischievous. His parents passed away early, and I have been negligent in my discipline, overly indulging him. Today he has offended Miss Qin and has, in a sense, learned a lesson. Thus, I have come here specifically to apologize and hope that you, miss, can show some leniency and let this matter pass. His words were imbued with sincere earnestness. Qin Yao glanced at Gu Hong, who responded with a look that seemed to suggest, you may handle this as you see fit. She instantly understood. Since he had personally come to express this, it would indeed be rather ungracious of her to refuse. Suddenly, Qin Yao burst into a charming smile, her radiant beauty captivating. Wu Rong, still apprehensive, heard her. However, I do believe that some form of compensation would be in order. What do you think? Gu Heng's lips twitched slightly. This little girl had harmed someone's grandson and was now seeking to extract some benefits from the grandfather. Quite shrewd, exhibiting a cunning nature that would surely prevent her from being taken advantage of in the future. Chapter 53. We are reasonable people. Upon hearing these words, Wu Rong's expression stiffened. Indeed, it seemed that some sacrifices were inescapable. Nevertheless, he was not a destitute wandering cultivator. Having served as the third elder of the Lingji sect for many years, he possessed considerable resources. He quickly regained his composure and smiled, inquiring, what compensation does Miss Qin desire? Your 1,000-sword hunting grounds is rather renowned, isn't it? A sly smile graced Qin Yao's enchanting face. Wu Rong hesitated for a moment, pondering her intentions. Could it be that you wish to? With a charming smile, Qin Yi replied, then, I humbly request you to grant me access to take a look, old Master Wu. She blinked her large, glistening eyes at Gu Hong, flashing a sweet, irresistible smile. Gu Hong stifled the urge to roll his eyes. The 1,000-sword hunting grounds sounded like a place for hunting, presumably a private estate owned by old Master Wu. It appeared that this young lady yearned to witness the lifestyle of the affluent. Perhaps she had a fondness for swordsmanship. Yet practicing her techniques in the confines of the medical hall left her uncertain of her skill's efficacy. However, venturing into the mountains and grappling with wild beasts in the Yunling forest seemed excessively perilous. Gu Hong was reluctant to allow her to wander into such treacherous terrain. Despite her vibrant spirit, he feared a moment of impulsiveness could lead to calamity. Nonetheless, if it were a hunting ground established specifically for the leisure of the young masters and ladies, that could be acceptable. Tame beasts would pose far less danger. Allow Qin Yao to practice her swordplay in her own hunting grounds, slaying a few wild beasts. It seems quite fitting. This world is fraught with peril, and even if the girl lacks opportunities for cultivation, she must still witness bloodshed. Otherwise, what will she do when faced with adversity in the future? Gu Hong, being new and somewhat bewildered, recognized that Qin Yao had resided in Yunling City for quite some time. Perhaps she was well informed about the circumstances surrounding the esteemed Wu family, including their considerable wealth. This form of compensation struck Gu Hong as appropriate, especially since no monetary demands were made. However, in the next moment, Gu Hong heard Wu Rong's hurried breaths, his aged face betraying a hint of anxiety as he exclaimed, the 1,000-sword hunting ground is not easily accessible to outsiders. The 1,000-sword hunting ground, renowned as the most perilous yet opportunity-laden training ground of the Yunling sect, is essentially a secret realm. Its entrance lies 200 miles outside Yunling City, amidst the Jianhuang Mountains, where it serves as a graveyard for swords. Many formidable sword cultivators have met their demise there for reasons unknown, leaving behind a wealth of opportunities. The techniques, divine weapons, artifacts, and elixirs they amassed in life remain, awaiting discovery by those deemed worthy. The rise of the Yunling sect can be attributed to this 1,000-sword hunting ground, as numerous disciples have unearthed treasures and better fortunes from the past, propelling them to great heights. This place is, however, under stringent protection, accessible only to the elite disciples of the Yunling sect. Even the most elite disciples within the sect must undergo a rigorous selection process before being granted entry. No elder has ever dared to bypass this rule, for those who attempt to do so are subject to the sect's regulations. After all, this is an unyielding decree handed down through the generations of the spirit-nurturing sect. Although Wu Rong holds the position of the third elder and wields considerable authority, such matters are beyond his purview. Above him loom the second elder, the grand elder, and the sect leader. It is said that the revered elder still lives, though no one has laid eyes upon him. Thus, Qin Yao's request struck a nerve, a source of considerable discomfort. With a sulky pout, Qin Yao displayed her displeasure. If she were denied, she would bear the consequences herself. With a huff, she turned on her heel, prepared to retreat to her quarter. The implied threat in her previous words was unmistakable. If Wu Rong did not acquiesce, the future remained uncertain. However, Wu Rong could not merely stand by and watch her leave. With a wry smile, he quickly interjected, wait a moment. Miss Ch, I never stated that I would refuse your request. It is merely not a straightforward matter. Oh, Qin Yao pivoted to face him. Wu Rong sighed, exuding a sense of helplessness. Alas, I am at a loss. The Thousand Swords hunting ground is not within my jurisdiction, and this matter must be addressed with due diligence. Then go seek clarification, Qin Yao replied with a nonchalant shrug, adopting an attitude of indifference. She was determined to gain entry to the so-called Thousand Swords hunting ground. Having finally seized the opportunity, she could not afford to let it slip away. She is acutely aware that this place is intricately intertwined with her past. During her time as the Empress Shengyao, she had been afflicted by poison and, in the process of constructing her tomb, instructed her subordinates to erect a treasure vault not far from it, ensuring its protection. The Thousand Sword hunting ground is, in fact, one of the treasure vaults of the once mighty Qin Empire. If she does not enter, would there be any sense of justice? Noticing the hesitation etched on Wu Rong's face, Gu Hong found it rather perplexing. This elderly gentleman, exuding an air of affluence, did not appear to be someone capable of making decisions within his family. Allowing his young apprentice to enter their hunting ground seemed a trivial matter. At least Qin Yao had not demanded exorbitant sums from Wu Rong. Yet, observing Wu Rong's evident discomfort and glancing at Qin Yao's resolute expression, Gu Hong sighed inwardly. How about this? If you cannot make the decision, let the one who can come to meet me, shall we? Upon hearing these words, a look of astonishment spread across Wu Rong's face, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Are you suggesting that you wish to meet? Wu Rong's mind raced with possibilities. Does this esteemed Mr. Gu wish to meet the head of the Yinling sect? It seems that could indeed be arranged. Initially, Wu Rong had considered keeping the matter of such a prominent disciple hidden from Wu Jie, fearing that if the sect leader discovered it, he might seek a pretext to discipline Wu Jie according to sect rules, to avoid potential calamities that could arise if this formidable being or their disciple were to come knocking at their door. However, if this elder and his disciple no longer regard the matter, personally conveying their stance to the sect leader could indeed deprive him of any justification for dealing with Wu Jie. Wu Rong, being a seasoned individual, swiftly discerned a clear path in his mind. Why not? Noticing the lingering pensive expression on Wu Rong's face, Gu Hong felt a tinge of frustration. Yet he resolved to engage in reasoned discourse. Elder, you have come with sincerity, yet my disciple feels that this sincerity is still insufficient. Of course, we are not brigands engaging in coercive transactions. Therefore, let us propose this. Take my words to those who hold decision-making power in your establishment. Wu Rong immediately focused intently, listening carefully. Allow my disciple entry into your Thousand Sword hunting grounds, and I shall provide you with the entrance fee. How does that sound? Gu Hong believed that such a proposition was already quite generous. Chapter 54. Senior Gu is truly generous. The Thousand Sword hunting ground does not seem to be an entirely inaccessible place for outsiders. It may be somewhat private, yet what issue could not be resolved with sufficient funds? Gu Hong felt that his finances were relatively ample. Naturally, all of this was for the sake of his charming young disciple. Having taken in such an enchanting and adorable girl, it was only fitting that he indulged her. Whatever his disciple desired, a master ought to strive to fulfill. Observing Wu Rong's gradually relaxing expression, Gu Hong sensed that his request had surely met with the old gentleman's approval. If Mr. Gu were to mention an entrance fee, then the matter could certainly be negotiated. Wu Rong clapped his hands in delight. Indeed, it was not easy for outsiders to gain entry to the Thousand Sword hunting ground. However, if Mr. Gu was willing to offer some compensation to allow his disciples access, it would certainly be acceptable. A subtle smile played upon Gu Heng's lips. As expected, those from affluent families understood the importance of seeking greater benefits. Although Wu Rong's grandson had suffered an injury at the hands of Qin Yao, he appeared to have swiftly shed the mindset of a beleaguered elder, exhibiting remarkable adaptability. Gu Heng suspected that the old gentleman had more than one grandson. He claimed to be here to offer an apology, yet perhaps he was not particularly concerned about the matter. Perhaps he merely sought to maintain a favorable rapport with Gu Heng. But was there truly a necessity for such efforts? Gu Heng pondered silently for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, then it is settled. Please return and convey my message to someone with authority to discuss matters with me, Qin Yao said, blinking in surprise at how effortlessly an agreement was reached. However, she noted the necessity of an entrance fee. Standing behind Gu Heng, she felt an urge to tug at his clothing, yet ultimately restrained herself. Her new master truly seemed generous in spending for her. Although Qin Yao's memories from her past life were somewhat hazy, she was acutely aware that no one had ever treated her with such kindness before. Perhaps it was because she had led a solitary existence prior to becoming the renowned Saint Yao Emperor, known throughout the realms. A warm sensation enveloped her heart, and the world appeared splendid in her eyes. By the way, I have concocted some medicine. Take it back for your grandson, Gu Heng mentioned as he noticed the old master Wu preparing to leave. On a whim, he produced a vial of medicine from his robe and handed it to Wu Rong. Wu Rong was momentarily taken aback, then quickly accepted the jade vial with both hands. His demeanor respectful. Thank you. This medicine is. As Wu Rong pondered for an excuse to depart, he immediately took the vial and inspected it closely. Upon closer examination, his eyes widened in astonishment. 2 7th-grade pills, adorned with intricate alchemical patterns. His breath quickened. Mr. Gu, is this your creation? Wu Rong stammered, his hands trembling. Gu Heng, however, replied nonchalantly, it is merely something I casually concocted. It should benefit your grandson somewhat. Here, take another for yourself. The elixir contained within this vial is not particularly precious. It merely serves to replenish blood and invigorate energy. For the youth, it induces a warm sensation throughout the body, while for the elderly, it brings about a refreshing clarity of mind. The grandson of Wu Rong, having suffered a severed hand and significant blood loss, finds himself in a state of energy depletion, though it is impossible to reattach his hand. This potion may at least hasten his recovery. Wu Rong takes several deep breaths, striving to conceal his excitement from the eminent figure before him. After all, this transaction equates to exchanging his grandson's hand for 2 exquisite elixirs, a remarkable gain. Initially, he had anticipated that his visit to apologize would cost him dearly, perhaps half of his funds, yet unexpectedly, he walks away unscathed. Instead, he is blessed by Mr. Gu with this exceptional 7th-grade elixir. Such a treasure is one that could not be found even if one turned the entire Nianling sect upside down. This reclusive master is so generous towards him. Perhaps it is out of consideration for Wu Jia, whose hand was severed by the master's disciple, that this elixir was bestowed. However, had he established a favorable relationship from the outset, the benefits would surely extend beyond just these 2 elixirs. Contemplating this, Wu Rong's frustration towards his prodigal grandson intensifies. He feels an overwhelming urge to return home and give him a thorough reprimand. This reckless youth seems to only concern himself with frivolities. Regaining his composure, Wu Rong cautiously inquires, may I ask, Mr. Gu, is this elixir truly intended for me and my grandson? Of course, you have come all this way. I cannot let you leave empty-handed. Mr. Gu gestures dismissively. Then, on behalf of my wayward descendant, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your generous gift, Mr. Gu. Oh, Gu Heng waved his hand. You may go. Wu Rong promptly bowed, dashing away as if cradling a precious treasure. His footsteps swift, and almost as if he wished to sprout wings. The sight of his rapid departure caused Gu Heng's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. This old fellow possesses remarkable vitality. Master, Qin Yao leaned closer to Gu Heng's ear and whispered, why did you give that old man medicine? Qin Yao now felt somewhat dissatisfied with her own request. Why must her master, in his endeavor to secure her entry into the 1,000-sword hunting grounds, provide benefits to the Nianling sect? The matter was still uncertain, yet he had already bestowed upon Wu Rong 2 7th-grade elixirs. How extravagant! Even though Qin Yao herself incurred no loss, she still felt it was an undue expense. Although she understood that for Gu Heng, who had already touched the realm of the immortal, those 7th-grade elixirs were hardly treasures, They were not mere pebbles by the roadside. Easily, Qiniao did not wish for her master to constantly provide for her. He had already shown her great kindness. Guheng cast her a sidelong glance. What harm is there in giving him a couple? They are merely small candies, and besides, I do this for your sake. He rose and vigorously ruffled Qin Yao's hair. She pressed her lips together, feeling a warm sweetness in her heart. Once she grew stronger, she must devise a suitable way to repay her. Wu Rong hastily returned to the Nianling sect. However, upon arriving at his courtyard, he discovered that the sect leader, Zhu Ling, was already there. Her expression grave as if she were ready to enact retribution. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. In the Ling Zone, there was no event unknown to the sect master. With Wu Jie returning with a severed hand, it was likely that many disciples had witnessed the incident, and naturally, the sect master could not have been kept in the dark. Wu Rong's heart tightened momentarily, but he soon found solace. Fortunately, he had acted decisively, humbling himself to apologize to Mr. Gu and his female disciple. Now, even if the sect master sought retribution, Wu Rong could refute any accusations. After all, he still possessed 2 7th-grade elixirs gifted by Mr. Gu. By offering his apologies, he had sacrificed nothing and received 2 elixirs in return. What did this signify? It indicated that the parties involved had long since disregarded the matter, with those directly involved expressing their desire to put the incident behind them. Zhu Ling, as an outsider, found herself bereft of any ground to critique. Chapter 55. Why am I not blessed with such a foolish grandson? Master. He entered the courtyard, bowing and clasping his hands respectfully to Zhu Ling. At this moment, Wu Rong was brimming with confidence, meeting Zhu Ling's authoritative gaze without a hint of trepidation. Zhu Ling's appearance was unremarkable, yet an air of command emanated from his brow. Fixing his cold stare upon Wu Rong, he scoffed, "Your grandson has caused trouble again, hasn't he?" "Indeed," Wu Rong replied, his head bowed in submission. Zhu Ling lifted his gaze, icy fury glinting in his eyes as he thundered, "You are utterly foolish. Your own grandson, and yet you offer no correction. His antics have turned my Nianling sect upside down, and he has bullied so many of our female disciples. They have come to me seeking justice, and out of consideration for you, I have repeatedly suppressed my anger, yet he remains so unruly and unrestrained." At this, Zhu Ling's aura surged, his authority as the sect leader palpable. Wu Rong, though of similar cultivation level, felt the weight of Zhu Ling's reprimand, his complexion paling. He stifled the metallic taste rising in his throat and gritted his teeth. "Please, master, quell your anger. This is a failure on my part to educate him properly." Even as Wu Rong yearned to defend himself, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand Zhu Ling's wrath. In terms of cultivation, Wu Rong was no match for Zhu Ling. And in this moment of fury, he recognized that Wu Jie was indeed in the wrong. Thus, he refrained from any unnecessary justifications, choosing instead to endure Zhu Ling's ire for the time being. Otherwise, the truths he wished to articulate would remain unvoiced. Wu Rong's astuteness gradually eased Zhu Ling's fury. He let out a cold laugh and said, "Since you have acknowledged your ineffectual governance, it would be better for me to take care of it for you. Frankly speaking, that sword strike severing your grandson's right hand, executed by a mere woman of the 2nd layer of Foundation establishment, raises questions about what sort of support she might possess. Your grandson has provoked someone beyond his means. While losing a hand may seem trivial, the repercussions for my esteemed Nianling sect could be catastrophic." Zhu Ling's mind was filled with a multitude of calculations. Wu Jie, the most despised and detested dandy of the Nianling sect, was someone she wished to eliminate. His antics had drawn the ire of many within the sect, yet he persisted, bolstered by the influence of his grandfather, a 3rd elder, and a plethora of resources that had elevated him to the stage of core formation, remaining obstinately unchanged. As the sect leader, it would not have caused significant turmoil had he chosen to remain indifferent. After all, they were merely female disciples. Allowing Wu Jie to indulge himself would have sufficed. For how could a few disciples compare to the likes of a pivotal figure, such as the 3rd elder? Yet, Wu Jie seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of restraint. His misdeeds were not confined to the sect. The young women in the cities surrounding the Nianling sect had also fallen victim to his lascivious advances, and the sect's reputation had begun to bear the brunt of countless negative assessments due to his actions. Now, it appeared he had entangled himself in significant trouble. His hand had been severed, and the assailant was merely an unremarkable girl of the 2nd layer of Foundation establishment, someone whom no one had heard of. Yet, Zhu Ling understood immediately that unremarkable was an impossibility. To reverse slice a core formation cultivator at the second layer of foundation establishment was a feat only a prodigy could accomplish. Perhaps it was a disciple from a prominent faction or a young lady from a noble family who ventured out, only to cross paths with this reckless fool, Wu Jia. Zhu Ling felt it was time to deal with this ignorant scoundrel who only thought with his lower body. However, before taking action, he deemed it necessary to convey the gravity of the situation to Elder Wu Rong, lest the higher-ups of their sect create a rift that could be exploited by other forces. You must understand, that grandson of yours is a menace. It would be prudent to address this before the formidable ally behind that girl comes knocking. Master, wait a moment. As soon as Zhu Ling's words fell, Wu Rong realized it was time to unveil his trump card. He had already secured the forgiveness of that esteemed elder. As for the young lady, her only desire was to explore the thousand-sword hunting grounds, after which she would no longer hold Wu Jia accountable. Moreover, Mr. Gu was even willing to pay an entry fee, making the resolution of this matter exceedingly simple. He merely needed to persuade the sect master before him. Do not continue to plead on his behalf. Zhu Ling's countenance was icy, sensing that the old man still wished to intercede for his grandson. His tone growing more resolute. Wu Jia must be punished. Otherwise, how could our Ling sect maintain its authority? Would the powerful ally of that young lady be satisfied with inaction? Wu Rong furrowed his brow, speaking earnestly. Sect master, I assure you, that esteemed elder has no intention of pursuing this matter. I have already visited Yunling City, met with that young lady and her master, and offered my apologies. That being has graciously forgiven Jia. Otherwise, if one were to truly reckon the matter, today, Jia would not merely have lost an arm. Even I could not have returned alive. Upon uttering these words, Zhu Ling narrowed her gaze, scrutinizing Wu Rong for a moment. What? That young lady's master resides in Yunling City? Zhu Ling's thoughts raced, and she quickly comprehended that there existed a reclusive expert in Yunling City. Moreover, how audacious of Wu Rong to dare visit them. If Wu Jia sought to tease the disciple and ended up losing his hand, then should he approach the master? It would not be surprising if, before he could even utter an apology, they mistook Wu Rong's visit as a summons for retribution and dealt with him accordingly. However, Zhu Ling was also immensely astonished. She had not anticipated that this third elder would courageously act for the sake of his ineffectual grandson. Yet, she had no intention of allowing this matter to pass unnoticed. You claim that the esteemed elder has forgiven your grandson, but do you possess any proof? Wu Rong promptly produced the jade vial gifted to him by Gu Hong, uncapping it and presenting it before Zhu Ling's eyes. This was indeed the evidence. The fragrance of the elixir wafted forth. This was no ordinary pill. Zhu Ling's eyes sparkled, and she forcefully restrained the impulse to snatch the vial. This elixir, Wu Rong quickly added, is what I brought back from Yunling City. This is a 7th-grade spirit pill bestowed upon me by that esteemed elder, such a magnanimous individual. I have only just had the fortune to meet. Zhu Ling's gaze was utterly captivated. A 7th-grade spirit pill. He had once possessed one himself. Merely 2 centuries ago, he unearthed treasures while exploring the profound mysteries of the imperial dynasty. To evade the avaricious individuals who coveted his findings, he concealed them for an extended period. It was only when he utilized the 7th-grade Crimson Fire pill that he successfully transcended the threshold of the harmonization phase. Now, he stands as the esteemed leader of the Ling Yin sect. It can be said that without that precious pill, the present-day Zhu Ling would not exist. However, that old scoundrel Wu Rong, having lost a hand of his grandson, ventured to offer his apologies. Not only did he contribute nothing, but he also walked away with 2 7th-grade spirit pills gifted to him. The sect leader's gaze immediately turned crimson. It was unclear whether he was incensed by Wu Rong's seemingly insurmountable fortune or simply consumed by greed upon beholding the 7th-grade elixirs. Zhu Ling inwardly cursed vehemently. Damn it, why couldn't I have such a foolish grandson who could provoke the disciples of a formidable figure? Chapter 56. The Supreme Elder Wu Rong. Observing the shifting gaze of Zhu Ling, felt a quiet relief within. Very well, at least this 7th-grade elixir might temporarily temper the temperamental disposition of the sect leader. Zhu Ling took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumultuous waves of emotion surging within, and with a stern countenance declared, "All right, Wu Rong. I shall grant your grandson a reprieve this time, but I hope such an occurrence does not repeat itself." Humph. Yet, regarding this elixir, his gaze lingered on the jade vial in Wu Rong's hand, captivated by the fragrant aroma, the luster, and the intricate patterns of the pill. How desperately he desired it. Wu Rong, noticing the glint of avarice in Zhu Ling's eyes, understood all too well that the sect leader had set his sights on the 7th grade elixir he possessed. Nonetheless, he was unwilling to part with it. Sect leader, there is another matter that requires your decision. Wu Rong interjected promptly, causing the glimmer of greed in Zhu Ling's eyes to diminish slightly. Clearing his throat, he spoke with an air of authority. What is it? The disciple of that esteemed elder wishes to explore the Thousand-Sword hunting grounds. Zhu Ling's expression darkened instantly. The Thousand-Sword hunting grounds. That is the most treasured cultivation site of the Nianling sect. Ever since the Nianling sect claimed the Thousand-Sword hunting grounds as their own, no outsiders have ever been permitted entry. Even disciples of our own sect with lesser talents are barred from entering, let alone the disciples of others. Zhu Ling's expression gradually tightened, and a hint of regret colored her tone. Alas, this request is rather challenging. Although our Ling sect cannot afford to provoke such entities, to divulge the most guarded secrets of our sect to outsiders is. Wu Rong smiled mysteriously and whispered, that esteemed elder is willing to offer some compensation for his disciple's entry. Moreover, he wishes for you to visit personally, so that you may discuss matters together. It is not out of the question. Instantly, Zhu Ling's demeanor transformed into one of joy. The thought that this venerable elder could casually bestow 7th grade elixirs, as if they were mere candies, ignited her imagination. How much would he be willing to offer for his disciples' access to the Thousand-Sword hunting ground? 8th grade elixirs? Celestial grade treasures? The mere contemplation sent her heart racing. She drew a few hurried breaths, yet feigned calmness as she replied, however, I must confer with the Grand Elder and the Second Elder first. Wu Rong, please do not disclose this to anyone else. With that, she turned to leave. Wu Rong quickly interposed himself. Sect Master. His expression was earnest. That esteemed elder is reclusive, residing among the common folk. His request for you to visit is clearly intended to remain discreet. You are aware that these hidden masters often possess rather peculiar temperaments. It would be prudent to ensure that no third party learns of this matter. Should word escape, and should something go awry, it could spell dire consequences for our sect. Regardless of why that Mr. Gu has established a clinic in Yunling City to treat mortals. If he wishes to continue, it is best to allow him to do so undisturbed. Otherwise, should tranquility be disturbed, the consequences would undoubtedly be beyond imagination. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ling's expression immediately turned solemn. As the leader of a sect, how could he fail to comprehend the implications of Wu Rong's words? He promptly replied, I understand what must be done. Elder, please do not worry. With that, he flicked his sleeves and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Wu Rong finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It was truly unbearable. I almost felt suffocated. Wu Rong wiped the sweat from his brow, unable to refrain from expressing his sentiments. Just moments ago, the imposing aura emanating from Zhu Ling had weighed heavily upon Wu Rong. After all, he had come to demand accountability, and without a form, how could the authority of the sect leader be maintained? Yet, he ultimately preserved the life of his grandson. The sect's regulations are not to be taken lightly. However, it was indeed thanks to Mr. Gu. Had it not been for his benevolence, this matter would have escalated considerably. Wu Rong shook his head and turned to head towards the sect's medical hall to check on his seriously injured grandson. Meanwhile, after Zhu Ling hastily departed, he did not immediately set off for Yunling City in search of the reclusive master. Instead, he made his way to the main hall of the Nianling sect, descending further into the depths of the palace, ultimately arriving at the innermost secret chamber. He opened the stone door. Within the chamber, a young man clad in garments as white as snow, with striking features and a serene demeanor, sat cross-legged upon a mat, his eyes gently closed as if already immersed in meditation. Hearing the sound, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile. Elder, I pay my respects to you. Sect leader Zhu Ling bowed slowly to the young man, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. The youth raised his hand slightly and inquired, what matters require my attention? Zhu Ling proceeded to recount the entirety of Wu's affairs in detail. As he listened, the gaze of the Grand Elder gradually sharpened. Once Zhu Ling finished, the Elder coldly scoffed, Humph, Wu Rong's grandson truly is a calamity. This time, he has indeed struck a stroke of fortune. Yet, if he fails to learn from this lesson, it would be better for him to be eliminated sooner rather than later. Zhu Ling responded with a bitter tone. You speak the truth. Wu Rong's handling of the situation was quite prudent. This matter must not be taken lightly. If utilized correctly, It could represent a significant opportunity for the Nianling sect. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment, then continued, "Proceed in this manner. Do not rush to meet that Mr. Gu. Otherwise, it may reflect poorly on our Nianling sect, suggesting a lack of insight and breadth. He must understand that to facilitate his disciples' entry into the thousand-sword hunting grounds, we too must deliberate thoughtfully. Wait for 3 or 4 days before going." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ling immediately grasped the implication and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Grand Elder, for your guidance. I comprehend fully." Although Wu Rong had instructed him that the existence of hidden masters in Yunling City must remain undisclosed, such a significant matter cannot be concealed from the strongest of the Nianling sect, namely this Grand Elder, who is on the brink of transcending. To keep this a secret would yield unimaginable consequences. He had witnessed the wrath of this Grand Elder before. The esteemed elder of the Nianling sect has indeed remained alive, and has attempted to ascend to the tribulation stage on more than one occasion, though each endeavor has yielded no success. In truth, the mere presence of 3 integration stage cultivators cannot possibly uphold the Nianling sect's preeminent status within the surrounding thousands of miles. It is the elder who serves as the cornerstone of our strength. This is precisely what I wish to convey to you. The elder's countenance has become exceedingly grave as he slowly straightens his posture and declares, "I am preparing to make another attempt at the tribulation stage. Initially, I believed the prospects of success were slim, yet now, an opportunity has arisen. That senior, who can casually bestow a 7th-grade elixir upon Wu Rong, surely. Exchanging an 8th-grade elixir for his disciple's entry into the thousand-sword hunting ground is entirely feasible. Given my inability to intervene personally, this matter must be entrusted to you." As he concludes, a profound sword intent emanates from the elder's gaze, as if a mere glance could pierce through Zhu Ling. Should this endeavor fail, it would not only spell trouble for you, but the Nianling sect itself may face decline. He sighs, as though burdened by an immense weight. Zhu Ling, somewhat perplexed, is about to inquire further when the elder gazes at the stone wall and laments. The leader of the Huangdao sect has, just yesterday, ascended to the tribulation stage. Chapter 57. The stirring under the moonlight. The leader of the Savage Blade sect has entered the tribulation stage? Upon hearing this, Zhu Ling felt a profound shock, coupled with an overwhelming tide of anxiety that surged within her. The Savage Blade sect is the greatest adversary of the Spirit Thought sect. In the Sunfire Empire, there are 8 states, and within the Kuyun state, the Spirit Thought sect and the Savage Blade sect stand as the 2 most formidable forces, renowned for their might. Even the nominally most powerful entity in Kuyun state, the Kuyun state government, must extend ample respect and deference to these 2 sections. However, for nearly 2 centuries, the Spirit Thought sect has been under the oppressive shadow of the Savage Blade sect. The reason is straightforward. The leader of the Savage Blade sect, Huang Li, seems to have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Over the past 200 years, his cultivation has been on a continuous rise, and his blade techniques have become increasingly formidable. Zhu Ling is aware that the reason the Grand Elder has been sequestered in meditation is to recuperate. A century ago, the Grand Elder and Huang Li, as representatives of their respective sects, engaged in a fierce battle that obliterated a mountain at the boundary of their forces. That clash concluded with the Grand Elder's defeat. Though he did not perish, the blade energy that invaded his body proved exceedingly difficult to expel. It took him several decades to barely heal his injuries. Perhaps it is this very reason that has led to his repeated failures in breaking through to the tribulation stage. Is what you say truly the case? Zhu Ling was drenched in cold sweat, yet as the leader of a sect, she could not afford to lose her composure at this moment. The Qian Prefecture has already delivered the personal congratulatory edict from the Sunflame Emperor to that old man, Huang Li. The emergence of the 6th transcendental being of the Sunflame dynasty has stirred a sense of unease within the royal city. As they ponder the growing might of the Huangdao sect, it seems the prefecture may struggle to contain it, yet congratulations are still in order. The Grand Elder has his informants embedded within the Huangdao sect. Although he is merely on the cusp of transcending, he is capable of sensing the cosmic anomalies triggered by others who have successfully crossed into that realm. A comparison of the 2 sides confirms that Huang Li has indeed ascended to the transcendental stage. There can be no mistake about it. Even the Sunflame Emperor has extended his congratulations. Zhu Ling wiped the cold sweat from her brow in silence. It appears the situation facing the Nianling sect has grown increasingly dire. A century ago, prior to the Great Battle, the forces of both sides were relatively evenly matched. However, Following the Grand Elder's defeat, the Nianling sect has been relentlessly suppressed and eroded by the Huang Dao sect over the past 100 years, with some of their former supporters being swayed to the enemy's side. Now, the only territories still paying tribute to the Nianling sect are a few cities within a radius of several hundred miles. Life is becoming more arduous by the day. Were it not for the Nianling sect's substantial reserves, it would likely have already fallen to the status of a second-rate faction within Qian Prefecture. Now, with that relentless adversary, Huang Li, having made the leap to transcendence, she can scarcely fathom the potential outcome. This outcome may very well signify the downfall of the Nianling sect. The Grand Elder, Zhu Ling's voice trembled as she spoke with great difficulty. If I could procure an 8th-grade elixir from that esteemed predecessor, would you then be able to transcend? Indeed, it is entirely feasible. Even if it is not the breaking tribulation pill, merely a random 8th-tier elixir's pure medicinal essence would suffice for my refinement, allowing me to transcend the tribulation with ease. The elder of the highest rank nodded slightly, his tone filled with conviction. The stabilization of that chaotic energy would require at least a month's time, should the senior from Yunling City be willing to provide an 8th-tier pill for his disciple. Then our Nianling sect might still have a chance. Zhu Ling gritted his teeth and declared, "Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall obtain it." As the sect leader, he must carefully ponder his course of action for the sake of Nianling sect. In the depths of night at Yunling City, Gu Hong was in the backyard, washing and hanging laundry. The young girl, Qini Yao, had finished her bath, carelessly leaving her garments strewn across the room without tidying up, necessitating Gu Hong to gather them for washing. As her mentor, he found himself more akin to a servant, overseeing her daily meals, concocting medicines, and assisting her in physical training. This young man, barely in his 20s, was living a life reminiscent of a young widower with a daughter. Nevertheless, Gu Hong took delight in his circumstances. Life shared with another is certainly preferable to solitude. The presence of charming young ladies brings joy, does it not? While he diligently attended to his tasks, the street outside the medical clinic had descended into a realm of bloodlust. On the nearly pitch-black thoroughfare, 2 graceful figures fled in haste, while 5 or 6 menacing shadows pursued them relentlessly, intent on their capture. Those were 2 youthful women desperately escaping for their lives. The speed of those shadowy figures was astonishing, and their coordination was impeccable. They would always strike just as the 2 graceful silhouettes were about to slip out of sight, delivering ruthless blows with each assault. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, one of the women was sent sprawling, rolling twice on the ground before struggling momentarily, ultimately unable to rise again, clearly gravely injured. Haha! Upon witnessing this, the shadowy figures erupted in maniacal laughter, hastening their pursuit. Meanwhile, the bloodied woman lifted her head, revealing her exquisite yet unpretentious beauty. Still daring to flee? If you come to eavesdrop on matters concerning our Qifeng treasure house today and do not pay with your lives, we shall have much to answer for. The speaker was a man clad in a black robe, his countenance shrouded in darkness, with a fierce glint in his eyes, indicating he was far from benevolent. He commanded these bloodthirsty assassins, "Xiaomu, you must leave quickly, find an opportunity to return to the treasure house, and inform Miss Jiu." The woman on the ground urged anxiously, "Do not say such things, just get up." The woman referred to as Xiaomu turned back, assisting the injured woman to her feet with unwavering determination, adding, "If you are gone, Miss will be heartbroken." "Oh." The gravely injured woman named Xiaoyu sighed and shook her head in response. "You truly are." They could not afford to dwell on such matters. Instead, they continued to support each other, desperately striving to escape the clutches of the assassins. Unbeknownst to them, at the end of the street stood a reasonably sized pavilion, its sign adorned with the 4 characters, Gu's Medical Hall. Gu Hong had just finished washing his clothes and was hanging them out to dry. Upon returning to the main hall, he intended to tally the day's accounts and see how many patients had visited, along with the earnings accrued. However, he was soon interrupted by the increasingly chaotic sounds emanating from outside. The clamor was rife with confusion and cries. Little Silver, resting atop the medicine cabinet, quietly lifted its head as Su Jinxiu gazed towards the half-open door, wagging its tail. There was a palpable aura of menace approaching. Though it was not directed at the medical hall, it was late at night. Such disturbances were bound to provoke the neighbors into vociferous complaints. With a resigned sigh, Yu Hang set down his ledger, rubbed his forehead, and stepped outside. Upon reaching the front courtyard, he opened the gate to find 2 young women in a state of utter disarray, their garments torn and disheveled. One of them appeared deathly pale, barely clinging to life, clearly having lost a significant amount of blood and sustaining grave injuries. What? He observed the two desperate young women and then glanced down the dimly lit street. 5 masked men, clad in black and wielding short daggers, had surrounded them. Gu Heng's eyelids twitched violently. What unfortunate circumstance had he stumbled upon this time? Chapter 58. Gu Heng's poison. Without an antidote after a moment of contemplation, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. In the dead of night, several burly men wielding knives were relentlessly pursuing 2 young women. An obvious attempt at violence and possible murder. Gu Heng was instantly engulfed in fury, although he typically refrained from meddling in the affairs of others. These women had stumbled right to the threshold of his clinic, compelling him to intervene. He could not bear the thought of remaining passive while their lives hung in the balance. Observing the 2 ladies, he noted their labored breathing and evident exhaustion. One appeared particularly frail, suggesting an internal injury that, if left untreated, could prove fatal. A healer's compassionate heart could not permit the suffering of patients before his very eyes without offering assistance. Upon witnessing the door of Gu's clinic swing open, Xiao Mu's heart sank further as a seemingly ordinary and untrained young man emerged. It was a harbinger of doom. This ordinary soul was also in peril. The assassins from Qifeng Treasure House were ruthlessly determined, willing to obliterate the southern part of Yunling City to eliminate the 2 women. Even if the city lord's manor sought accountability later, it would be powerless against Qifeng Treasure House's wrath. Xiao Mu's heart brimmed with resentment, realizing that her attempt to uncover the truth had stirred a hornet's nest, and now the lives of innocents were at stake. Young master, I am truly sorry, but you must flee at once, urged Xiao Yu, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Nevertheless, she pressed on, imploring Gu Heng with urgency. They harbor no ill intentions towards you. If you distance yourself quickly, perhaps they will spare your life. Heh, young man, heed the words of these 2 wretches. The leading middle-aged masked man scoffed, flicking his dagger in his hand. He had been tasked with hunting down these 2 women, and now, unexpectedly, a mere mortal had become entangled in this affair. He had no qualms about eliminating an additional target. After all, a mortal was nothing to him. With his first-level nascent soul cultivation, he could easily dispatch the man with a mere wave of his hand. His 4 subordinates were all at the 5th level of golden core cultivation. It all depended on whether this fellow knew how to behave. If he did not, he would be slain. If he did, he could still meet the same fate, depending on the mood. Killing a mortal posed no challenge whatsoever. Gu Heng, however, merely smiled faintly and stepped forward with measured grace. I, Gu, cannot bear to see weak women standing up for me. As he slowly advanced, positioning himself like a wall between the masked man and the 2 women, he proclaimed, You 2, please enter my establishment. Rest assured, you shall not perish this night. Depart now. Any grievances can be settled after this night, or you may have to face me first. Upon hearing these words, the 5 masked men were momentarily taken aback. Then, they erupted into laughter, save for the leading assassin, who remained silent. A mere mortal dared to play the hero at such a moment? Each of these men had blood on their hands, having taken countless lives. Outside the city of Yunling, they would slaughter the weak without hesitation, but within the city, they were constrained by the need to avoid drawing too much attention. Otherwise, the noble families and the city lord's mansion would surely investigate. Only the leading assassin fixed his gaze intently on Gu Heng. This individual appears to possess no discernible skill, yet he dares to act with such audacity. He seems somewhat uncertain. Is this fellow merely putting on a brave front, or does he genuinely possess abilities that elude their understanding? Young master. Both women were momentarily taken aback, then hastily urged, Please do not act impulsively. These individuals are assassins from the Qifeng Treasure Guild, known for their ruthless methods. Even united, we would be no match for them. It would be prudent for you to prioritize your own safety. In their anxious state, they realized that having someone stand up for them was hardly a cause for celebration. This young man, attempting to play the hero and rescue them, was not acting wisely. Oh, so they are cultivators? Gu Heng halted his steps, turning to face the masked assassins, yet his expression bore no trace of fear. Cultivators? He had dispatched cultivators before. Gu Heng, aware that his entanglement with the Black Forest gang outside the city had necessitated the preparation of a new batch of poison for unforeseen circumstances, recalled how he had once poisoned a core formation cultivator in Qingmu City and similarly eliminated these assassins in Yunling City. What challenge could this pose? Initially, He had presumed these individuals to be mere thugs relying solely on brute strength. However, given the kind warning from the two young ladies, he deftly flipped his wrist, gathering a fine, dark powder between his fingertips. This was a tasteless, insidious poison devoid of an antidote. With a subtle flick of his fingers, he released it into the night air, which conveniently wafted towards the group of assassins. The lead assassin observed for a moment, seemingly losing patience. Alas, this individual appears to be nothing more than a mere insect, easily dispatched at will. Why the caution? Just eliminate him. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he commanded, enough of the idle chatter, attack. Dispose of these few, and the woman can be kept for some amusement before her demise. With a wave of his hand, four assassins brandished their daggers and charged toward Gu Hong. Quick dodge. Xiao Mu and Xiao Yu cried out in panic, yet they resignedly closed their eyes in despair. How could mere mortals evade the onslaught of these golden core assassins? However, Gu Hong stood his ground, his eyes narrowed, unflinching as he gazed directly at the incoming assassins. Finally, he blinked. In an instant, a chilling gust swept through the air. Silence reigned. The blades were merely 3 steps away from Gu Hong's heart, yet the 4 assassins found themselves unable to advance any further. Subsequently, blood poured from their orifices. Their eyes glazed over, and they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. What just transpired? The leader of the assassins stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Why had all his subordinates perished in an instant, and so decisively, while that young man had not even moved an inch? His mind raced. But there was no time left for contemplation. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his true chi, preparing to leap at Gu Hong. Yet, he found himself unable to move. By the time he realized his legs were beyond his control, it was already too late. He widened his eyes, blood oozing from the 7 orifices of his face. And then with a roll of his eyes, he succumbed to death right there on the street outside the medical hall. What? Xiao Mu and Xiao Yu were utterly bewildered. What kind of trick was this? They were in close proximity to Gu Hong. Yet they could not perceive any move he had made. The assassins who had relentlessly pursued them, leaving them battered and bruised, now lay there in a chilling and astonishing manner, lifeless and unable to close their eyes. Meanwhile, Gu Hong shook his head and sighed, lamenting how difficult it was to dissuade those destined for demise. It took considerable effort to chase after 2 such frail girls, and despite their long pursuit, they had failed to eliminate them, indicating their lack of strength. He refrained from using force merely because they outnumbered him and brandished weapons. After all, they were assassins. Employing a few underhanded tactics was hardly excessive, was it? Chapter 59. Qin Yao kills the mouse. I assure you, this night you shall not perish. Gu Hong turned to Xiao Yu and Xiao Mu, offering a gentle smile. Are you no longer afraid? Young master, thank you. Thank you so much. Xiao Mu gazed at Gu Hong with deep gratitude. She could hardly believe that in this life and death moment, it was this unfamiliar mortal man who stepped forward to save them. However, witnessing the sudden demise of an assassin at the first level of the nascent soul stage before their eyes seemed beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. It is no trouble, Gu Hong replied with a slight shake of his head, his gaze drifting to the 5 lifeless bodies nearby, a rather troublesome matter. Nevertheless, he chose to disregard it for the moment, as these 2 women required medical attention. You are injured. We should head to my clinic. Gu Hong supported both of them as they entered the medical facility. Meanwhile, perched atop the wall in the front courtyard, a small silver creature lay still, its tail motionless and its eyes reflecting a hint of solemnity. Su Jinxiu had observed with clarity how these individuals met their demise. As a cultivator at the 10th stage of the tribulation crossing, she could sense any celestial phenomena or fluctuations of true energy within 100 miles of Yimling City. Yet, when Gu Hong personally dispatched those insignificant beings, there was not the slightest ripple of true energy emanating from him. He employed poison. This particular toxin, known as heavenly spider dust, was a dark green powder, odorless and highly lethal, capable of swiftly corroding true energy. If this poison entered the body, it would only take 3 breaths before one would inevitably bleed from all orifices and succumb to death due to the complete erosion of their true energy. This poison is exceedingly difficult to guard against, for when confronting an adversary, it can be seamlessly integrated into one's own techniques to strike. Should even a single particle of sky spider dust infiltrate the body, it spells doom. This lethal toxin not only erodes vital energy, but also intensifies its potency. And there exists no antidote. Su Jinxiu had heard tales of its lethal efficacy. for it was this very poison that claimed the life of the previous Demon King of 10,000 beasts. The current Demon King is the one who wields it. Allegedly, upon the intrusion of this toxin into the former Demon King's system, he resorted to countless miraculous elixirs capable of revitalizing life and dispelling myriad poisons, even contemplating the segmentation of his soul to prolong his existence. Yet he succumbed 3 months later. Just moments ago, this extremely toxic sky spider dust, capable of slaying even those at the ascension stage, rested delicately between Gu Heng's fingers. The reasons behind Gu Heng possessing such a venom, or why he would squander such a rare and formidable poison on these inept assassins who could be dispatched with merely a display of might, did not strike Su Jinxiu as peculiar. After all, these formidable beings, even when channeling their vital energy, can manifest extraordinary phenomena with but a thought. Such ostentation would surely be distasteful to Gu Heng, leading him to prefer a subtler approach in dealing with these insignificant insects. Su Jinxiu's heart felt heavy because Gu Heng dared to physically touch sky spider dust. How could he possibly remain unscathed? When Gu Heng had unveiled this powder, Su Jinxiu was seized by terror, for she understood that even a being as robust as the demon race would meet certain death upon contact with such substances. The only distinction would be the timing of their demise. If one were to say that, relying solely on physical prowess, they harbored no fear even of the most formidable adversaries. Su Jinxiu felt that if she continued to ponder this, her mind would surely falter. "Xia, come back." Gu Heng's voice called out to her. Su Jinxiu leaped down from the wall, and then she beheld a young girl named Qin Yao, leaning by the window on the second floor of the medical hall, clutching a celestial-grade sword in her hand. Those unseen rodents were to be dealt with by her. She needed not turn back to sense their presence. Not far away, 2 figures lurked in the shadows. Do you comprehend the situation? I do not understand how Qing Si met his demise. The other 4 imbeciles are inconsequential, yet he was at the first level of the Yuaning stage. Only 3 from the Baoxing were his equals. 2 individuals stepped forth from the darkness. They too were masked, clad in black. Their gazes fixated on the 5 corpses sprawled at the entrance of the medical hall, their eyes rife with trepidation. What shall we do now? We have no choice but to retrieve Qing Si's body and report back to Lord Shang. The 2 women from the Jin Huang Baoxing have been rescued, and moreover, this Gu family medical hall in the southern part of Yunling City warrants extra caution. Although the proprietor possesses no cultivation, he can eliminate a first-level Yuaning with ease. We must approach with greater prudence. After exchanging opinions, the 2 quietly approached the entrance of the medical hall. Then, one of them swiftly hoisted the body of the leading assassin and darted away in haste. However, just a short distance from this street, a figure stood at the corner, seemingly unaware of the reason for her presence. The delicate white dress she wore reflected a faint glimmer of moonlight, while the soft sword she slowly unsheathed emanated a true and chilling threat. What? Now you realize the necessity of fleeing? A proud expression adorned Qin Yao's youthful face as she turned her delicate wrist, the blade humming ominously. A mouse is still but a mouse, daring only to reveal itself now. Who are you? The 2 halted, fixated on the unexpectedly enchanting girl. Foundation Establishment Level 2? Initially, they found it amusing. Although they did not partake in the pursuit, they were of the core formation Level 2, and this girl dared to obstruct their path. Yet, their amusement was short-lived, for the gravity of the situation loomed over them. Their most crucial assassin from Qingfeng Baohang had abruptly perished at another's doorstep, a matter that weighed heavily upon them. They yearned to return and report, bracing themselves for the wrath from above. You need not concern yourselves with who I am. You merely need to know. Qin Yao's tone shifted abruptly. You ought to accompany those who have offended this medical establishment. That medical establishment? The 2 finally grasped the implications. With a sudden flick of her wrist, the sword soared into the air. In an instant, a fierce aura of murderous intent surged forth, far surpassing the so-called Foundation Establishment Level 2. Their pupils constricted in shock as they immediately channeled their true energy to confront the threat. Swish! The air seemed to rend itself with a resounding crack. A sense of peril swiftly enveloped the 2 individuals, leaving them aghast. To their astonishment, they discovered that her blade had sliced through one man's arm, while the other bore a deep gash across his chest. The speed and strength of this young maiden surpassed their own by a considerable margin. With a swift thrust, Qin Yao unhesitatingly drove her soft sword through the neck of one assailant, and with a deft motion, severed his head, which promptly fell to the ground. However, as she turned to dispatch the remaining foe, A thick plume of purple smoke erupted before her eyes. Assuming it to be toxic, she retreated a good 10 paces. Yet, upon realizing it was merely a diversion, she found that her adversary had already absconded with the corpse. TSK, he managed to escape. Qin Yao clicked her tongue in mild displeasure, but chose not to pursue further, instead turning back towards the clinic. Within the clinic, Gu Hong applied his meticulously concocted herbal remedies to both Xiao Mu and Xiao Yu. For Xiao Yu, whose injuries were more severe, he administered a pill designed to invigorate the blood and replenish energy. In less than the span of half a tea break, both young women began to recover. Observing the swift restoration of their internal vital energy and the healing of their wounds, both were left in astonishment. This Master Gu possesses remarkable medical skills. Chapter 60. The two great treasures. They initially believed that the medical skills of mortals could at most heal their superficial wounds. However, now that Xiao Yu's internal injuries had completely healed, it was truly unexpected. Thank you, young Master Gu. If it weren't for you today, my sister Xiao Mu and I would likely have met with dire consequences, Xiao Yu expressed sincerely. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu also nodded in gratitude. Indeed, had it not been for Gu Heng's intervention, the two of them would have perished in the southern part of Yunling City that night. And given the modus operandi of the Qingfeng treasure house, they likely would not have even received a complete corpse. Gu Hong waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, it was merely a trivial effort. He had not engaged in acts of chivalry for quite some time, but today he had once again done so, and in a rather thrilling manner, having resorted to poison. He still felt a certain exhilaration from it. He had once thought that with the system's assistance, he could become a cultivator and reach the pinnacle of power. Yet, the system had largely disappointed him, despite being in his early 20s. His aspirations had been dulled by it, leaving him with little hope of attaining the heights he once envisioned. Nonetheless, even as a mortal, his life was not always smooth sailing. Arriving in this world, encountering bloodshed was inevitable, and he had not shied away from taking action himself. It could only be said that the only significant upheaval he had caused was by slaying a cultivator in his mortal guise. By the way, where do you two come from, and why were you being pursued by those individuals? Gu Heng suddenly inquired. He couldn't help but feel intrigued by the mysteries lurking behind this situation. In the dead of night, these two young women found themselves relentlessly pursued by a band of assassins, a scenario that could hardly be devoid of intrigue. Xiao Mu and Xiao Yu exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was the elder of the two, Xiao Yu, who spoke with a pressed lip. We are the handmaidens of the president of the Golden Phoenix Trading Company in Yunling City. The ones pursuing us are assassins employed by the Qifeng Trading Company. Upon hearing those familiar names, Gu Heng's gaze flickered with interest. In Yunling City, the most powerful families were the Lu, Yun, and Yin clans. However, there existed two entities beyond these families that Gu Heng did not consider among the strongest, the Golden Phoenix Trading Company and the Qifeng Trading Company. These two trading houses had long been embroiled in a fierce competition for market dominance and supremacy. Though merely commercial enterprises, their influence was not to be underestimated. After all, with wealth comes power, and the business of these trading companies was accessible to both mortals and cultivators alike, allowing no one to be overlooked. It was said that the influence of these two trading houses far surpassed that of the Sunlit Empire, with their presence in Yunling City merely a small branch of their broader operations. Nonetheless, they were undeniably formidable forces within the city. They regarded smaller locales like Qingmu City with disdain, unworthy of their attention for establishing branches. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Gu Heng surmised that an intense conflict was likely brewing between these two trading houses. The president of the Golden Phoenix Trading Company had sent out his handmaidens, only for them to be pursued by assassins from the Qingfeng Trading Company in the dead of night. These young women were undoubtedly on a mission to uncover commercial secrets, and the intent to silence them was evident. Such an act of thievery was akin to a parental murder in its severity. Gu Heng pondered to himself how simple and straightforward the world of business warfare truly was, when he suddenly heard Xiao Yu inquire, "Young Master Gu, do you still have any questions?" He was taken aback, completely unaware that the intrigued expression on his face had been fully observed by both Xiao Mu and Xiao Yu, almost spilling over with his curiosity. He cleared his throat and replied, "I do not have any particular inquiries. I merely wish to ask, are they pursuing you due to some secret you have uncovered?" At the mention of this topic, a flicker of hesitation crossed Xiao Yu's eyes. Gu Heng's words implied he was probing into commercial secrets. Logically, they should remain tight-lipped, confiding only in the president, who would then make the decision. However, faced with this handsome young man who had just rescued them and tenderly treated their wounds. Even incurring the animosity of Qing Feng Baohang for their sake, Xiao Yu felt an inexplicable desire to confide in him. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to speak candidly. It is because of this. Xiao Yu produced a small jade bottle from her bosom. Gu Heng took it and observed that within the bottle was a viscous, deep green substance. Upon opening it, he detected a faint medicinal scent. This was some form of topical healing ointment, though Gu Heng could discern that its efficacy was rather subpar. If he were to describe it, it resembled the dregs left over when he had just begun to hone his medical arts proficiency, similar in effect to this green liquid. Such a substance might be sellable to mortals, perhaps, but to cultivators, it was likely that very few would be willing to purchase it. They are pursuing you for this bottle of medicine? Gu Heng raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he was unfamiliar with this medicinal liquid, it was evident that it was no ordinary concoction, given that specially trained assassins relentlessly pursued these two young girls. Indeed, Xiao Yu gritted her teeth and explained. This bottle of Qingling liquid was specifically formulated by alchemists commissioned by Qingfeng Treasure House. While its efficacy may not be exceptional, the recipe is remarkably simple and the production cost is exceedingly low. This is a deliberate attempt to undermine our Jinhuang Treasure House, rendering our healing potions unsellable. Gu Heng's gaze narrowed as understanding dawned upon him. This substance, though ineffective, was inexpensive to produce, allowing Qingfeng Treasure House to sell the Qingling liquid in bulk at a low price. While the healing potions from Jinhuang Treasure House might be of superior quality, they would also be more expensive. Consequently, Qingfeng Treasure House aimed to profit from the pockets of the common folk and impoverished low-level cultivators. Once the production of Qingling liquid was in full swing and sold in large quantities, Jinhuang Treasure House's healing potions would undoubtedly find little market among those with limited funds. There were numerous small factions outside Yunling City, all of whom would likely purchase Qingling liquid in abundance. Moreover, the loose cultivators would certainly opt for the cheaper option, as would the townspeople who, if given the choice to spend a bit of silver on such healing potions, would prefer the convenience of avoiding medical establishments. It was not that the products from Jinhuang Treasure House lacked buyers. Rather, the reality was that the number of impoverished individuals far surpassed that of the wealthy. Everyone aspires to enjoy better quality, yet many are compelled to settle for less. I understand now. No wonder those two young ladies were being pursued so desperately. This indeed qualifies as a highly confidential commercial secret. Qingfeng Baohang could easily regard this as a formidable strategy, waiting until their stock of Qingling liquid is sufficiently ample, creating a grand momentum before launching it for sale all at once. Qingfeng Baohang appears to be planning a surprise attack, aiming to deliver a significant blow to Jinhuang Baohang at the most critical moment. He returned the jade vial to Xiao Yu, saying, "You wish to take this vial back, allowing your guild's president to contemplate how to devise a more effective strategy, correct?" Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. However, Gu Heng's next statement left them speechless, as if their mouths were stuffed with eggs. But this vial of elixir, in my opinion, is rather subpar. Even the residue from my alchemical processes, when soaked in cold water, yields effects far superior to this. Chapter 61. Qiniao, my master is truly remarkable. Gu Heng chuckled, speaking with utmost candor. Yet as his words lingered in the air, Xiao Yu was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment, mirrored by Xiaomu beside her. What is amiss? Is there anything inappropriate? No. Nothing seems amiss. Xiao Yu shook her head, merely exchanging a glance with Xiaomu. The two served a common master. Over time, even a mere exchange of glances sufficed for them to grasp each other's thoughts. Is it even preferable to drink the dregs from his alchemical concoctions? This young Master Gu. Why does he speak with such audacity? The efficacy of the Qingling liquid is indeed nothing short of astonishing. The two had exerted considerable effort to infiltrate the Qingfeng Treasure House, and they witnessed firsthand the enigmatic alchemist hired by the establishment. With a single grand cauldron, he produced 50 vials of this Qingling liquid in one go, even demonstrating its healing properties on the spot. A cultivator in the core formation stage, suffering from superficial wounds, healed within 10 breaths after just a single drop of the elixir. Moreover, it also possessed mild detoxifying effects. This could undoubtedly be classified as a second-grade spiritual medicine, and a vast quantity at that. The most crucial aspect is that the medicinal ingredients required for this Qingling liquid are rather commonplace. However, the recipe remains elusive, likely a unique creation of its own, economical, capable of mass production, and possessing formidable healing properties. Though Xiao Yu is merely a maid, She serves the esteemed head of the household. At that moment, she discerned that this situation would plunge the Jinhuang treasure house into an absolute. The Qingfeng treasure house aimed to seize the opportunity to concoct a greater quantity of Qingling liquid, intending to deliver a fatal blow to Jinhuang treasure house with their amassed stock. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the most affordable healing elixir from Jinhuang treasure house is only marginally superior to this so-called Qingling liquid. Yet its production cost is exorbitant, retailing at 3 spirit stones per vial. In stark contrast, the Qingling liquid is sold at a mere spirit stone for 3 vials. Ultimately, Jinhuang treasure house is destined to face defeat. You may think I am merely boasting, correct? Gu Hong observed the expressions of skepticism and confusion on their faces, surely pondering how he, having breached the medicinal establishment, could be so audacious. Yet, if he possessed genuine skill, why would he not be invited to concoct elixirs? How frustrating. However, in his eyes, the efficacy of the Qingling liquid was undeniably subpar. He could effortlessly brew an entire pot of superior concoction, diluting it countless times, yielding results far exceeding those of the Qingling liquid. While our doubts regarding young Master Gu may be unfounded, the Qingling liquid does possess certain remarkable qualities. It was Xiaomu who spoke next, her words tumbling forth in rapid succession. Fearing a misunderstanding from Gu Hong, she hastily added a few polite remarks for clarity. Just wait a moment. I shall return to the back room to brew some elixirs. Let the results speak for themselves. Gu Hong resolved to persuade them with reason. Although entirely unnecessary, having been an alchemist for several years, one cannot allow non-professionals to cast doubt on their expertise. When faced with skepticism, one must respond with facts. He turned and retreated to the back room, while Xiaoyu and Xiaomu felt hesitant to follow, as this was someone else's domain. Then, they heard the sound of a fire crackling. Was that young Master Gu truly concocting medicine? Suddenly, the front door of the clinic swung open once more. They turned to see an exquisite maiden clad in a flowing white dress, sauntering in with an air of languor. Upon closer inspection, they discerned that this young woman was at the second stage of foundation establishment. Yet, for reasons unknown, she emanated an unusually sharp sword intent and a scent of blood. Despite being at the second stage of core formation, both Xiaoyu and Xiaomu felt a sense of trepidation in the presence of this girl, who was ostensibly a level below them. This maiden was extraordinary. Indeed, she was Qin Yiyao, who had just returned to the clinic after dispatching the mouse. Xiaomu instinctively positioned herself in front of Xiaoyu, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Who are you?" Qin Yiyao glanced at Xiaomu, her tone indifferent as she replied, "If I had wished to kill you both, I would have done so just now, though you are both grievously injured. I would appreciate a modicum of respect in my master's territory. My name is Qin Yiyao, and I reside in this clinic as well." Xiaomu and Xiaoyu were momentarily taken aback. Your master? They pondered the implications of such a formidable young woman having a mentor. In this room, apart from young Master Gu, the two of them could find no one else who could be considered her master. Could it be that this young Master Gu is indeed her master? Yet, he appears so youthful, seemingly only a few years older than the girl. And there is not a trace of true energy emanating from him, indicating a lack of cultivation. In stark contrast, the girl before them evidently possesses some level of cultivation. Unless, Xiaoyu, having encountered the president of the Golden Phoenix Treasure Association a few times, recalled that he was a formidable figure at the Great Ascension stage. However, she felt no trace of true energy from him either, just as her conjectures began to induce a cold sweat down her back. She caught sight of the cold moon's soft sword at Qin Yao's waist, causing her pupils to narrow suddenly. Although she did not wield a sword, the president of the Golden Phoenix Treasure Association was a swordsman, and on that sword, Xiaoyu sensed the faint resonance of a weapon spirit. A sword possessing a weapon spirit must be of heavenly quality. How could someone at the second level of foundation establishment wield such a weapon? There was no doubt that this was a gift from her master. But her master, Xiaoyu's cold sweat began to trickle down. Qin Yao looked at the sword at her waist and smiled lightly. Did you two not sense any cultivation aura from my master? Xiaomu and Xiaoyu could only nod in confusion. That is correct. You two, at the second level of core formation, lack the qualifications to perceive his aura. Only those at the tribulation stage or the great ascension stage possess such qualifications. If he were to release his aura, it would indicate that someone has provoked his wrath. By that time, let alone Yunling City, there would be none within a radius of 10,000 miles capable of enduring its oppressive might. As her gaze suddenly sharpened, and she enunciated each word slowly yet resolutely, "Do you both understand?" In that moment, A chilling sword intent surged forth, sending a shiver down the spines of Xiaoyu and Xiaomo. They nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Qin Yao raised her chin in satisfaction and continued. Oh, by the way, my master lives in seclusion, shrouded in anonymity. He immerses himself in the world with loftier aspirations and certainly wishes to keep his identity concealed. Therefore, you too must refrain from spreading his identity indiscriminately. Simply regard the master of this medical establishment as an unremarkable, unassuming alchemist who desires privacy and leads a mundane life. Yes, we understand, the two young women replied respectfully. It was only then that Qin Yao reigned in her formidable sword intent. Although her master had lent them assistance, it was essential to impart necessary discipline. Her master had descended into the mortal realm to attain the final epiphany of worldly wisdom, preparing for ascension to immortality, and must not be swayed by any peculiar circumstances. Qin Yao felt that she was quite adept at nurturing her disciples, considering them to be exemplary students of her master. Finally, the concoction was complete. Gu Hong gazed into the large iron pot, filled to the brim with a pale blue liquid. His spirits lifted. This potion was remarkably easy to refine. As he honed his medical skills, he progressed gradually, starting with the simplest of practices. The concoction of this potion required no particular attention to timing at first. However, as he advanced, the demands for precision increased significantly, necessitating careful consideration of the timing for adding each ingredient. Yet, by now, his medical expertise had reached an extraordinary level, and the techniques of alchemy had become ingrained in his mind, impossible to forget. He managed to brew these potions in merely the time it takes to steep a cup of tea, and their efficacy surpassed that of the so-called Qinling liquid by thousands of times. Each drop could be diluted with water, and even its potency would still exceed that of the Qinling liquid. It was time to showcase his skills to the two young ladies, to demonstrate that he was indeed a professional alchemist. With a gentle smile, Gu Hong emerged from the back room, only to be met by a rather unwelcoming atmosphere in the front hall. Qin Yao stood with her arms crossed, exuding the air of a haughty young lady, while Xiao Mu and Xiao Yu, resembling timid maidservants, trembled under her disdainful gaze. This girl, surprisingly, had the power to intimidate others? Yao, do not make things difficult for them, Gu Hong said, a hint of reproach in his tone. After all, these two young ladies had just escaped the clutches of danger, and it was unclear how they had offended Qin Yao. Yet, in their state of lingering fear, it seemed that she was now trying to assert her dominance. Oh, Qin Yao pouted slightly, finally softening her demeanor somewhat. However, in her view, some individuals require a firm hand to guide them. Otherwise, the consequences remain uncertain. Moreover, I allowed a mouse to escape. Qin Yao recalled her encounter on the street, where she had only managed to eliminate one of the assassins from the Qingfeng treasure bank, leaving her with a tinge of regret. The two individuals at the second level of the Foundation establishment stage were utterly inept, unworthy of participating in the assassination, relegated instead to mere spectators responsible for relaying information. Despite this, she had failed to conclude matters swiftly, inadvertently granting one of them the opportunity to employ underhanded tactics and flee. The more she reflected on it, the more Qin Yao felt compelled to hasten her physical training. If she could rapidly assimilate the knowledge contained within the book on physical cultivation, her path to advancement would become significantly less obstructed, allowing her to avoid numerous pitfalls. Her master had already done so much for her. It was high time for her to showcase her innate talents. As for the escape, that was of little consequence. Gu Hong had initially been puzzled by her insomnia, only to realize that it was due to the presence of a mouse. This spirited, stubborn young woman, despite her fierce demeanor, harbored fears. He contemplated procuring some poison for rodents to facilitate regular cleanups in the medical clinic. Senior Gu, or rather, young Master Gu. At that moment, Xiao Yu trembled as she rose to her feet. Qin Yao's earlier words had stirred a tempest within her heart, revealing that the owner of this clinic was no ordinary person, but a formidable recluse among the common folk. The remarks she had just made were, in fact, quite offensive. This realization left her thoroughly alarmed. However, upon further reflection, Xiao Yu reconsidered. Since the disciple had stated that he was here to live in seclusion, wishing to conceal his identity and preferring not to be treated as a formidable figure, she promptly altered her address, opting to refer to him as young master instead of senior. Though she spoke thus, both Xiao Yu and Xiaomu felt a lingering sense of reverence, the strong command respect, and they were acutely aware of their own frailty. Do not be so tense. Come, follow me to the back, Gu Hong said, his gaze sweeping over Qin Yao, fully aware that the two young women were likely intimidated by her presence. However, since the medicine had been successfully refined, it was only fitting that they should see it. As they entered the rear room, before they had the opportunity to contemplate the simple and unadorned furnishings, Xiaoyu gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief as she beheld the large pot before Gu Hong. Within it simmered a substantial quantity of pale blue liquid, emanating a subtle yet invigorating fragrance. She had never encountered such an extraordinary aroma of medicinal essence before. Moreover, it was prepared in an ordinary pot, rather than the specialized cauldron typically used by alchemists. Gu young master, what sort of spiritual medicine is this? Xiaoyu and Xiaomu were naturally taken aback, for even a mere whiff revealed the profound potency contained within this elixir, far surpassing that of the Qingling liquid. It has no name, and I am too lazy to bestow one. I merely wish for you to understand that the Qingling liquid is indeed nothing of consequence, Gu Hong replied with a subtle smile. Upon hearing such composed yet undeniably commanding words, Xiaoyu felt compelled to respond with utmost diligence. Before she could utter a single word, Gu Hong instructed Qin Yao to fetch a basin of cold water. He then took a small amount of spiritual liquid from the pot and allowed a single drop to fall into the basin. Astonishingly, that solitary drop transformed the entire basin of water into a pale blue hue. In the astonished gaze, they realized that the cold water was rapidly imbued with medicinal potency. Within merely a few breaths, it had metamorphosed into yet another basin of medicinal liquid. Could it truly be accomplished in such a manner? Although they were not alchemists, they were certainly acquainted with them at the Golden Phoenix Treasure House. As the personal attendants of the president, they had witnessed the potions and elixirs crafted by alchemists. Yet they had never heard of such an extraordinary method where a mere drop of medicinal liquid could render an entire basin into a healing elixir. Gu Hong retrieved a jade vial, a common item in his possession, and filled it with the pale blue liquid from the basin before presenting it to Xiaoyu. Perhaps you might compare these two potions and discern which one reigns supreme? Xiaoyu paused momentarily, gazing at Gu Hong, who appeared utterly nonchalant, as if he were merely inviting her to test the potions. Well, after a brief hesitation, Xiaoyu extended her hand and accepted the jade vial from Gu Hong. The refreshing medicinal energy coursed through her, awakening her senses with a clarity akin to a sudden revelation. This blue liquid was undeniably far more potent than the Qingling liquid from the Qingfeng Treasure House. Moreover, its efficacy vastly surpassed that of the low-tier healing potions currently sold at the Golden Phoenix Treasure House. As for the difficulty of alchemy, what a formidable figure Master Gu is. Just moments ago, his disciple had thoroughly enlightened the two of them, leaving them quite intimidated. For a powerhouse such as he, concocting low-tier healing potions might be as simple as a mere trifle. Seemingly discerning the thoughts within Xiaoyu, Gu Hong drew Qin Yao closer and gently patted her small head. This potion, my disciple could learn to brew within a single day. What is the master doing? She wondered, for she had never studied alchemy. Alchemy is indeed an art that demands innate talent, and Qin Yao was well aware that she lacked such gifts. She gazed at him, her face filled with confusion, while Gu Hang merely offered her a reassuring glance, conveying a silent understanding that made her feel at ease. This declaration undoubtedly delivered the greatest impact to Xiaoyu. She gazed deeply at Gu Hong before ultimately lowering her eyes. Chapter 63, Cooperation. Xiaoyu and Xiaomu exchanged glances, both resolute in their shared thoughts. They had already devised a strategy to counter the Qingling liquid that Qingfeng Treasure Company was preparing to launch. The solution lay in this blue medicinal concoction. Its formulation was straightforward, its potency formidable, and even when diluted with water, its efficacy remained astonishing. Just imagine the myriad of healing potions that could be produced from a single cauldron of concentrated liquid. Furthermore, even after dilution, its strength would still surpass that of the so-called Qingling liquid. If even the disciple of young Master Gu could concoct it with ease, there could be no inherent complexity. The recipe must surely be uncomplicated. It would be sheer folly for anyone, especially a girl in the second stage of foundation establishment, to claim mastery in alchemy. Thus, emboldened, Xiaoyu mustered her courage and inquired, "Young Master Gu, may I ask if you, or perhaps your disciple, would be willing to collaborate with us at Golden Phoenix Treasure Company?" Gu Hong smiled. Here it came. This was precisely what he had been anticipating. Initially, he merely aimed to showcase his alchemical prowess to these two young women. However, while engaged in the crafting of potions moments ago, a notion had taken root in his mind. The Qingfeng Treasure Company had even resorted to employing assassins to eliminate members of the Golden Phoenix Treasure Company, all for what he deemed a rather inferior Qingling liquid. Wasn't it within his capacity to easily produce a substantial quantity of such healing potions? It appeared that the two major enterprises in Yunling City were truly sparing no effort in their pursuit of profit from the common folk. The Qingling liquid, at best, can only be sold to mortals. Its efficacy might suffice to remedy ailments such as wind cold and qi deficiency, but it is utterly unsuitable for cultivators. If one seeks to amass wealth from the practitioners, Gu Hong believes he has no opportunity to intervene. However, if the goal is to profit from the medical expenses of mortals, then as a mortal possessing fully developed medical skill, why should he not take a chance? The medicines he concocts himself are undoubtedly of superior quality and reasonable price, far exceeding the Qingling liquid. If he could collaborate with the Golden Phoenix Treasure House, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Establishing his own clinic would hardly yield profit, especially with the added burden of supporting a beautiful young girl, which means he can no longer live as he once did, merely surviving day by day. Before Qin Yao came of age, he must nurture this exquisite flower with utmost care. Daily watering and fertilizing are essential. Now, he has finally awaited the moment when she personally extends an invitation for collaboration. A lucrative opportunity has presented itself. Should he agree to collaborate? Yet, he harbors no genuine interest in partnership. He merely wishes to convey that inferior medicines like the Qingling liquid are not only beneath him, but even his disciples could effortlessly concoct something far superior. Gu Hong wore an expression of indifference, adopting a strategy of retreat to advance. He must not appear to be a money-obsessed miser. Upon hearing this response, Xiao Yu initially intended to inquire further, but recalling that he was a reclusive master capable of summoning clouds and rain with a mere gesture, she swallowed her words back down. Such a figure may have intervened to save her simply out of curiosity, whether it be the Qingfeng Treasure House or the Jinhuang Treasure House. These two minor branches in Yuling City might appear to young Master Gu as mere trifles that could be effortlessly swept aside with a wave of his hand. However, it is essential not to coerce him, but rather to beseech his assistance for the Jinhuang Treasure House instead. Moreover, the request must be sincere and humble. I find myself somewhat intrigued, Qin Yao interjected. Although she possessed no knowledge of alchemy, she fully comprehended the expression in Gu Heng's eyes. Thus, she provided a corresponding response, as if her master anticipated a transaction with the Jinhuang Treasure House. While the specifics eluded her understanding, she surmised it must involve spiritual herbs. Regardless, since her master wished to engage, then engage they shall. Upon hearing that Qin Yao was interested in collaborating, Xiao Yu's expression transformed with remarkable swiftness, akin to a changing mask. Really? That would be splendid, Xiao Yu exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. If the spiritual herbs were to assist, the Jinhuang Treasure House would undoubtedly suppress the Qingfeng Treasure House entirely. Having said this, she solemnly bowed to Gu Hong, filled with trepidation. Observing her demeanor, Gu Hong was somewhat taken aback, pondering how this young lady was particularly devoted to propriety. Witnessing this scene, Gu Hong felt an inexplicable sense of delight, raising his hand to gesture for her to rise. There is no need for formality. Since my disciple is interested in collaboration, let us proceed in a manner that is mutually beneficial. Young Master Gu, please rest assured. We at the Jinhuang Treasure House shall certainly do our utmost to cooperate. Xiao Yu eagerly nodded. We shall spare no effort and will not decline. Well, Gu Hong pondered for a moment. It would be premature for the young lady to speak so soon. If I am not mistaken, the decisions of the Golden Phoenix Treasure House rest in the hands of another, do they not? Although Xiao Yu's attitude gave him a sense of assurance, the person in charge of the Golden Phoenix Treasure House might not necessarily share her sentiments. After all, Gu Heng was ultimately an outsider, having just arrived in Yuling City for barely a week, with no established roots. It was unlikely that the head of the Golden Phoenix Treasure House would readily place their trust in him. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding. That is indeed the case. The authority over this matter did not lie with her, and she could not make promises on behalf of her superior. As night drew near, Gu Heng remarked, If the two young ladies do not wish to travel under the cover of darkness, I have a vacant guest room upstairs. The decision to stay or leave rests with you. He glanced outside. It was already deep into the night. Xiao Yu and Xiao Mu exchanged hushed words and ultimately decided to return to the Golden Phoenix Treasure House immediately. The pursuit by the Qingfeng Treasure House had already met with failure, and rather than wait at Gu Heng's clinic until dawn, it would be wiser to depart now. By the time the Qifeng treasure house realized their assassination attempt had failed, they would have already returned to their own territory. Moreover, the intelligence they had gathered needed to be reported without delay. With this in mind, the two young ladies did not linger. After expressing their heartfelt gratitude for Gu Heng's life-saving assistance, they swiftly took their leave. Once they had distanced themselves, Qin Yao quietly inquired, "Master." "Yes? What exactly were you scheming just now? Are you considering collaborating with Jinhuang Baohang to sell your elixirs?" She inquired, blinking with curiosity. Gu Heng shook his head and chuckled softly. "Of course, do you think running this clinic is a simple endeavor? Now I also have to support you, my dear girl. If I do not earn some silver to supplement the household expenses, you will only be able to fill your stomach with the sugar pills I concoct." "Oh, is it really just that?" It dawned on her that her master indeed intended to partner with the treasure house to sell his healing potions. How foolish she had been to ponder whether there was some grand secret behind it all. Her master's motivation was merely to make money. Yet, he hardly lacked for such resources. The notion of supplementing household expenses was something Qin Yao could hardly accept. With the treasures and rare herbs in his medicinal cabinet, along with the high-grade elixirs he casually gifted, maintaining the clinic was a trivial matter. He could buy the entire Yunling city without breaking a sweat. "Yao, you must understand that living requires careful budgeting and consideration. You are still young, so this may elude your comprehension, but in time, you will come to realize it. Just as I have." Gu Heng sighed, patting Qin Yao on the shoulder with earnest sincerity. In truth, he was merely in his early 20s. Qin Yao, however, fell into deep contemplation. Her master had entered the mortal realm for so long, solely to refine his own understanding on the path to ascension. Was it truly necessary to experience such worldly affairs? She began to reflect on where she, once the revered Saint Yao Emperor, had faltered. Was it simply the lack of this entry into the mortal realm? The more she pondered, the further her thoughts drifted away. Chapter 64. The corpses being whipped in the western part of Yunling City. At Qifeng Treasure House, the president, Shang Xiong, gazed at the neatly arranged 100 small jade bottles before him, the corners of his mouth curving higher with each passing moment. A full 100 bottles of Qingling liquid. Moreover, this was merely the result of a single alchemical endeavor by that esteemed alchemist. Qifeng Treasure House now boasted a total inventory of 1,000 bottles. Shang Xiong was acutely aware that his position as the president of the Yunling City branch would soon be usurped. With the immense profits that the Qingling liquid would undoubtedly yield in the future, his status would ascend to remarkable heights. He would not merely remain the president of this modest branch. Indeed, he would be well qualified to attain the presidency of the entire Sunflower Empire's association. One day, this native of the Sunflower Empire would venture into even broader realms beyond the Xiantian realm. After all, the Sunflower Empire was merely a mid-tier power within the Xiantian realm. President, the efficacy of this Qingling liquid, while slightly inferior to the healing spirit water of the Golden Phoenix Treasure House, is unmatched in terms of price. Beside Shang Xiong stood the vice president, Yigong. As the second-in-command of Qifeng Treasure House, he was highly valued by Shang Xiong, possessing a sharp intellect and adept commercial skills. After comprehending the effects of the Qingling liquid, the quantity produced in a single refinement, and the associated costs, he instantly recognized that the Golden Phoenix Treasure House would no longer pose a threat in Yunling City. Their rivalry had spanned many days, if not longer. In the past, Qifeng Trading and Jinhuang Trading each had their strengths, neither able to surpass the other. However, in recent years, Qifeng Trading has begun to falter. This decline coincides with the rise of a new, youthful president at Jinhuang Trading, who, upon taking office, implemented a series of transformative strategies that caught Qifeng Trading off guard. Though it is said that her leadership has created discontent within Jinhuang, her abilities are undeniably formidable. Thus, Shang Xiong feels compelled to seek an opportunity to reverse their fortunes. Now, Qifeng Trading has seized a chance. If they cannot deliver a significant blow to Jinhuang Trading, it would be a disservice to Shang Xiong's reputation. The moment has arrived, and with the competitively priced Qingling liquid as their product, they can easily capture a substantial portion of Jinhuang's profits in the low-tier healing potions, provided they manage the operation effectively. With this thought, Yigong's eyes sparkled with excitement, his brows raised high in evident delight. "Quickly devise a plan," he urged. "We have waited long enough. When we launch the Qingling liquid, it must be nothing short of sensational. I want that young lady from Jinhuang Trading to understand that experience prevails." Shang Xiong stroked his beard, his gaze cold and menacing. For years, we have shown them leniency, and they have only grown more audacious. It is time they realized their limitations. His eyes glinted with a chilling confidence, as if he could already envision Jin Wang Trading's defeat. Upon witnessing this, Yi Gong's face broke into a smile. Indeed, the president is wise. I shall prepare the plan immediately. As Yi Gong departed, Shang Xiang settled down, scrutinizing a vial of Qingling liquid with great care. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, leaning in to whisper a few words in his ear. Shang Xiang's countenance swiftly darkened, and he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Are you saying that Qing Si is dead?" Indeed. How could this be? Qing Si possessed the cultivation of the first level of nascent soul, while those two wretched girls were merely at the second level of core formation. To ensure safety, I even instructed him to take 4 additional companions. In the midst of his fury, Shang Xiang was also taken aback. The Dark Guard had come to deliver grim news. You should go see for yourself. He has returned with Qing Si's corpse. The others are likely lost as well. Upon hearing this, Shang Xiang's expression changed drastically, and he sprang to his feet, hastening toward the exit. In a secluded courtyard, the Dark Guards had already secured the entrance, and they stepped aside upon his arrival. President. The man who had survived Qin Yao's ambush knelt on the ground, his face a mask of terror from narrowly escaping death. And before Shang Xiang lay the lifeless body of Qing Si. Shang Xiang gazed at Qing Si, whose 7 orifices bled and who was devoid of life, his face turning ashen. The assassination that night had been an impulsive decision. He had discovered that the 2 maids beside the president of the Phoenix Treasure Guild had somehow evaded the guild's stringent patrols and defenses, infiltrating the premises and stealing a vial of Qingling liquid. The efficacy of Qingling liquid was remarkable, and its price alarmingly low for such a low-tier healing potion. News of this incident could not be allowed to leak. After years of serving as president, Shang Xiang had always acted with caution. Should they remain unprepared while the Golden Phoenix Chamber is already aware of their plans, the latter could seize the opportunity to summon alchemists to enhance the existing healing potions. Although it is highly probable that the Qifeng Chamber will ultimately prevail, such a victory would lack elegance and entail significantly reduced profits. Thus, the 2 maidens sent to eavesdrop on their secrets must be eliminated. He dispatched one of his 4 elite assassins, Qing Si, a first-stage nascent soul practitioner, deeply trusted for his impeccable execution of assigned tasks. Yet now, Qing Si lies dead. What transpired? How could Qing Si have met his demise? Shang Xiang, however, restrained his agitation, knowing he must not falter in his composure. The man who narrowly escaped the blade of Qin Yao trembled as he recounted his observations, detailing the sudden demise of Qing Si and his fellow assassins, as well as the girl of mere second-stage foundation establishment. Every detail was laid bare. The Gu Medical Clinic? Shang Xiang furrowed his brow. Where could such a clinic have emerged in the southern part of Yunling City? Having conducted business there for many years, catering to both cultivators and mortals alike, he was well acquainted with the locale and had never heard of a Gu Medical Clinic in the southern region. If that were the case, it would imply that the clinic is a recent establishment. Moreover, the girl, a second-stage foundation establishment practitioner, so effortlessly confronting a core formation cultivator, is indeed remarkable. Could it be that she hails from outside? If they have rescued someone from the Golden Phoenix Chamber, would this not mean that the Qingfeng Chamber has inadvertently acquired yet another adversary? As thoughts descended, Shang Xiang suddenly waved his sleeve with fervor. Go investigate. Uncover the true nature of that Gu family medical clinic. The Shadow Guard accepted the command and departed. Alone, Shang Xiang gazed at the lifeless body of Qing Si, his expression fluctuating between stormy and serene. The death of Qing Si momentarily unsettled him. Regardless of the origins of the Gu family clinic, one thing was certain. Their assassination attempt had failed, and the Jinhuang treasure house was likely already aware of the secrets surrounding their Qingling liquid. The Jinhuang treasure house would undoubtedly begin to take countermeasures. Damn it, to think they could botch even this simple task. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he unleashed his fury upon Qing Si's now rigid corpse with a violent kick. The man beside him dared not utter a word, recognizing that the president was so enraged that he was resorting to desecrating the dead. Chapter 65. The Golden Phoenix Treasure House faces grave troubles. The Golden Phoenix Treasure House, situated in the eastern part of Yunling City, is an edifice of remarkable opulence and grandeur. In comparison to the Qingfeng Treasure House, the Golden Phoenix exudes an air of nobility and sophistication. Furthermore, it employs a substantial number of guards who patrol ceaselessly, day and night. These sentinels possess formidable cultivation levels, predominantly at the foundation establishment and core formation stages, with some even being wandering cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Their primary duty, however, is merely to guard the entrance, a display of extravagance that is quite noteworthy in Yunling City. At this moment, the president of the Golden Phoenix Treasure House, Feng Wuxin, is seated in her study, scrutinizing the account books presented by the chief steward, her brow furrowed in deep concern. The recent actions of the Qingfeng Treasure House have been rather peculiar. Their lower-tier healing potions have been pressured to the point of near embarrassment by her establishment. Yet, that has always been their main focus. Strangely, over the past 10 days, the Qingfeng Treasure House has ceased all sales of lower-tier healing potions, as if they have exhausted their entire stock, and their apothecaries have not resumed the production of new goods. Even more perplexing is the fact that they have recently acquired a significant quantity of low-grade medicinal materials from Baohua City, located 300 miles away. The combination of halting potion production while hoarding such an abundance of inferior materials raises unsettling questions. Feng Wuxin set the account book aside, massaging her temples in frustration. Despite her keen awareness of the Golden Phoenix's financial standing, which has been flourishing under her leadership for the past 2.5 years, the recent unusual movements of the Qingfeng Treasure House have left her feeling decidedly uneasy. Thus, Feng Wuxin dispatched her personal maid to investigate the recent activities of the Qingfeng Treasure House. Miss, the hour grows late. If you do not rest soon, it may be detrimental to your health. The chief steward, a woman of mature appearance, stood behind Feng Wuxin, exhibiting no sign of overstepping her bounds. In fact, she served not only as the manager of the business, but also as Feng Wuxin's foremost protector. Such a position could only be entrusted to those whom Feng Wuxin held in the highest regard, and she was indeed one of them. Aunt Yuan, the actions of Qingfeng Treasure House are exceedingly peculiar. Until I uncover the truth, I find it difficult to find peace in slumber, Feng Wuxin sighed. Miss, Shang Xiong of Qingfeng Treasure House has always been enigmatic in his dealings. Even if you were to send Xiaoyu and Xiaomu to investigate, they may not glean any useful information, Aunt Yuan reassured her. At these words, Feng Wuxin managed a faint smile, yet the worry in her eyes remained unyielding. Feng Wuxin harbored an obsession that concerned Aunt Yuan greatly. After all, being exiled to the Dayan Empire as the president of a mere branch in a small town was nothing short of a profound humiliation for Feng Wuxin. She was meant to be the most celebrated ninth young lady of the Feng family, but following the death of her father and the illness of her mother, she found herself utterly alone. Moreover, she was pursued by her cousins, and her circumstances grew increasingly dire. Ultimately, a decree from her clan sent her to Yunling City in the Dayan Empire to assume the presidency of the local Jinhua Treasure House. Feng Wuxin was determined to reclaim her rightful place, and Yunling City was merely the starting point. Seeing that she could not persuade her, Aunt Yuan ceased to speak. She understood well that her young lady possessed a rather stubborn temperament. When Xiaoyu and Xiaomu pushed open the door to the study, the sight of the two, although anxious, yet unharmed, brought her some relief. Miss, we have discovered something, Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly, dashing to Feng Wuxin's side, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. It was hard to believe she had just narrowly escaped death. What news? What is Qingfeng bowing up to? Feng Wuxin inquired, raising an eyebrow with urgency. Xiaoyu produced a vial of Qingling liquid, placing it upon the table. This is what Qingfeng Baohang has been tirelessly working on, a new low-tier healing potion known as Qingling liquid. Feng Wuxin picked up the vial, examining it closely. The Qingling liquid was indeed remarkable. It was transparent, exhibiting a cerulean hue, reminiscent of droplets brimming with concentrated spiritual energy. Xiaoyu recounted everything she had observed within Qingfeng Baohang. Upon finishing, Feng Wuxin's expression turned grave. So that is the case. It appears that Shang Xiong intends to stockpile a substantial quantity of Qingling liquid and subsequently sell it in bulk at a low price, thereby rendering our healing potions obsolete in the marketplace. Qingfeng Baohang has recently been acquiring various low-tier medicinal materials with a straightforward motive. They have found a mysterious alchemist who has created a novel formula capable of producing enough potion to fill 100 jade vials in one go. The quantity is substantial, and the prescription remains confidential. Although this efficacy may not rival theirs, it is certainly not lacking by much. Aunt Yuan took the jade vial and inhaled its scent. Subsequently, her expression darkened. As the most powerful practitioner present, she perceived the potency of this Qingling liquid with greater clarity. Given that the efficacy is comparable, the cost of this Qingling liquid is alarmingly low, terrifyingly so. Miss, this might pose a bit of a dilemma. Qingfeng Treasure House may already possess a considerable stock of this new medicine, and the inventory is rapidly increasing. Without needing Aunt Yuan to speak, Feng Wuxin could already discern that the Golden Phoenix Treasure House was on the brink of significant trouble. The influx of low-cost Qingling liquid would compel the Golden Phoenix Treasure House to lower their prices as well. However, the production costs of the two healing medicines are entirely different. The Golden Phoenix Treasure House would inevitably be the first to suffer. Xiao Mu, I must trouble you to fetch Master Mu, Feng Wuxin instructed. Xiao Mu complied promptly and, within the span of a tea ceremony, returned with a middle-aged man. May I inquire why President Feng has summoned me in such haste? Master Mu's countenance was far from pleasant. He had been engrossed in alchemical studies to enhance his spiritual power when his concentration was disrupted, naturally leaving him quite displeased. Nevertheless, he attended the meeting, for his collaboration with the Golden Phoenix Treasure House rendered them a generous benefactor. Master Mu, I implore you to examine this. Feng Wuxin handed over the Qingling liquid, which Master Mu accepted. Upon observing the hue of the potion, his expression grew somewhat strained. After inhaling the fragrant aroma, it became evident to all that Master Mu was utterly astonished by this miraculous elixir. How could this be possible? 4 types of the lowest grade medicinal herbs could yield a concoction so close to a third-grade spirit medicine? Although Master Mu was merely a second-grade alchemist, he possessed considerable experience in the art of alchemy. Nevertheless, he was on the verge of praising the creator of this Qingling liquid. May I inquire, President Feng, where did this potion originate? It was procured by my maid who infiltrated the Qingfeng Treasure House tonight. In other words, Qingfeng Treasure House intends to sell this spirit medicine. We are in serious trouble. Feng Wuxin's tone grew increasingly chilling. Chapter 66, Seeking a Breakthrough. There is still a chance the healing spirit water from the Golden Phoenix Trading House is a second-grade elixir. This remarkable potion was developed by Master Mu, who enhanced the therapeutic effects of the original formula for healing qi water. Initially, the healing potions sold by the Qingfeng Trading House were priced at 3 spirit stones per vial, whereas the healing spirit water, although similarly priced, boasted superior potency. Moreover, the Golden Phoenix Trading House possesses a more substantial financial foundation than the Qingfeng Trading House. Consequently, with the healing spirit water, Feng Wuxin has enabled the Golden Phoenix Trading House to flourish abundantly. However, the newly developed healing elixir from the Qingfeng Trading House undoubtedly possesses a more significant. Its affordability and larger quantities allow Qingfeng to offer bundled sales. Without a doubt, the Golden Phoenix Trading House will suffer considerable losses, as its primary source of profits will be usurped, potentially leading to a crisis of insolvency. After a period of 10 days in silence, the Qingfeng Trading House is poised to make a stunning entrance. Master Mu, since you can discern the materials used in this Qingling liquid, I implore you to devise some methods to improve the healing potions currently sold by the Golden Phoenix Trading House, so we can at least reduce costs further. Feng Wuxin stated, elucidating the reason for inviting Master Mu. Having collaborated with the Golden Phoenix Trading House for over a year, Feng Wuxin has always endeavored to accommodate his requests. The formula for the healing spirit water has remained in Master Mu's possession, a testament to the fact that such unique recipes are the cherished secrets of alchemists, seldom shared with others. Master Mu nodded, indicating his understanding. Yet the flicker of uncertainty on his face did not escape Aunt Yuan's notice. You cannot do it, can you? Aunt Yuan spoke bluntly, leaving no room for ambiguity, striking directly at Master Mu's pain. Instantly, Master Mu's face flushed, and he awkwardly chuckled. Aunt Yuan has misunderstood. I meant that this matter requires careful deliberation. Feng Wuxin observed his demeanor and seemed to have anticipated this all along. Master Mu, if you are unable to accomplish it, simply say so. My Jinwang Treasure House will not impose any difficulties on you. Feng Wuxin's words left Master Mu momentarily speechless. Alas, indeed, I find myself at a loss. The moment he laid eyes on the vial of Qingling liquid, he understood. No matter who the alchemist from Qingfeng Treasure House was, he was decidedly inferior. Utilizing 4 types of the most basic medicinal herbs to concoct a liquid of quality nearly rivaling third grade was an extraordinary feat, exhausting the full potency of the materials without leaving any alchemical residue. What kind of prodigy, what innate talent must such an alchemist possess? What tremendous mental fortitude would be required? Master Mu, aware of his mediocre talent, had squandered decades. Now, he was merely a second-grade alchemist, and the road to breaking through to third grade was fraught with challenges. As for transcending to the fourth grade, known as the impassable chasm, he had no opportunity whatsoever. He was not young anymore and understood that some matters could not be altered by mere effort. Is that so? Feng Wuxin sighed, her grip on the jade vial tightening gradually. If even this Master Mu found himself at an impasse, then the Jinhuang treasure house. Perhaps there was no way to resolve the situation. She felt quite unwell. Yet if the situation had become irretrievable, perhaps it was time to cut her losses. For instance, she could swiftly liquidate all the healing elixir in her inventory and sever ties with Master Mu, shifting her focus of operations elsewhere. Feng Wuxin's brow furrowed deeper as she gazed out the window, her vision distant. Unpleasant memories flickered through her mind, and she suddenly realized that her ambition to gradually rebuild her power and reclaim her family's legacy was somewhat fantastical. Even in Yunling City, she found it impossible to strengthen the Jinhuang treasure house. Just then, however, Xiaoyu interjected that while Master Mu could not resolve this predicament, perhaps someone else could. This statement was like a long-awaited rain after a drought, igniting a spark of hope in Feng Wuxin's eyes. Who? She inquired. Xiaoyu did not respond, but instead produced the jade vial given to her by Gu Hong, which contained a drop of concentrated elixir diluted in a large basin of water. Truth be told, upon learning that Qingfeng Treasure House could produce 100 bottles of Qingling liquid in a single alchemical session, Xiaoyu felt a twinge of despair. After all, Master Mu could only craft 10 bottles of healing elixir at a time, revealing a staggering disparity in production capacity, not to mention the even more astonishing difference in costs. However, this despair transformed into shock when she witnessed the large pot of concentrated elixir that Gu Hong had concocted. As the saying goes, there is always someone more formidable than oneself, and Gu Hong was that exceptional individual. She estimated that with such a ratio of dilution, that large pot of concentrated elixir would yield 4,000 bottles. Furthermore, these would be 4,000 vials of a healing potion even more potent than the Qingling liquid and the Yushang water. Lacking expertise in alchemy, she humbly requested Master Mu to assess this vial of elixir and compare it to the Qingling liquid in terms of efficacy. With great reverence, Xiaoyu presented the jade bottle with both hands. Master Mu accepted the jade vessel, but this time, he did not even need to sniff it. He raised his gaze, a grave expression upon his face as he looked at Xiaoyu, stating, "The Qingling liquid is far inferior to this blue elixir." Feng Wuxin was equally astonished. After taking the jade bottle into her possession, she paused for a moment before gripping Xiaoyu's shoulder, her voice tinged with suppressed excitement. "Xiaoyu, from where did you acquire this?" "From the Gu clan's medical hall in the southern part of the city," Xiaoyu replied. "The Gu clan's medical hall? What is the story behind this?" Feng Wuxin pressed on eagerly. She had never heard of such a place, and given that the southern region of Yunling City was predominantly inhabited by common folk, filled with fragmented small factions, she had never paid much attention to it. However, it was evident from Xiaoyu's demeanor that she had encountered numerous events that night. Feng Wuxin was determined to unravel the details before even considering sleep. "My lady, it is like this. Xiaomu and I infiltrated the Qingfeng treasure house, but we were discovered, and Shang Xiong sent assassins to take our lives." Xiaoyu recounted the events in a flowing narrative. As she listened, Feng Wuxin's fingers curled tightly, her brow furrowed in concern. Upon hearing that the proprietor of the Gu family medical clinic, Master Gu, had come to their rescue and demonstrated his alchemical prowess, Feng Wuxin remained largely unfazed, yet Master Mu's expression changed dramatically. "Are you suggesting that this vial of spiritual liquid is merely a small bottle taken from a large basin of water mixed with a single drop of concentrated essence?" Little Yu nodded in affirmation. Master Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. A single drop of spiritual liquid, when diluted with water, can achieve the quality of a near third-grade spiritual medicine? This seems even more perplexing and elusive than the concoction of the Qing spiritual liquid. He harbored doubts about the veracity of this claim, but Feng Wuxin held no such skepticism, for Little Yu would never deceive her. Furthermore, Feng Wuxin was eager to uncover the true identity of the owner of the Gu family medical clinic. Chapter 67. An unexpected arrival. Who is that young Master Gu? Feng Wuxin inquired further. If it is true that there exists an alchemist of such extraordinary skill in Yunling City, she must make every effort to secure their allegiance. Failing to do so would allow Qingfeng Treasure House to seize the initiative. To be honest, I am not entirely certain, but he is undoubtedly exceptional, Xiaoyu reflected. Recalling Qin Yao's words about Master Gu, he is not one to appreciate disturbances. He has come to experience mortal life. Yet, Xiaoyu found herself unable to discern Gu Heng's true cultivation level or the sources of his strength. The reasons behind his seclusion in the mortal realm remain shrouded in mystery, dangerous mysteries that should not be probed further. Moreover, Master Gu appears disinterested in collaboration, though his disciple seems somewhat intrigued. Are you referring to that female disciple with merely a foundation establishment second-level cultivation? Feng Wuxin's brow furrowed. Even Master Mu shared her concern. As an alchemist, Master Mu understands well that the level of cultivation significantly influences alchemical techniques. For a foundation establishment alchemist, even crafting the simplest first-grade elixir is a daunting task, as manipulating fire with true energy is no trivial endeavor. A foundation establishment second level. Such a level may indeed be considered lacking for an alchemist. It is not a matter of disdain for those of the foundation establishment. Rather, the discipline of alchemy is governed by stringent standards. Thus, Feng Wuxin chose not to dwell on Xiaoyu's remarks, instead resolving to focus her attention on the enigmatic Master Gu. It appears that I must personally visit the Gu clan medical hall tomorrow morning. Feng Wuxin swiftly reached a resolution. She was acutely aware of her advantageous position. For the individuals at the Gu clan medical hall had decisively eliminated the assassins of the Qinfeng Treasure Guild, thereby rescuing her most cherished maid. It was only fitting, both morally and logically, that she express her gratitude in person. Regardless of the circumstances, Feng Wuxin felt compelled to take action. Hesitation on her part would merely present an opportunity for the Qinfeng Treasure Guild to exploit her indecision. Rather than allowing such a chance to slip away, it would be wiser to seize this moment and explore the possibility of aligning the Gu clan medical hall with the Jinwang Treasure Guild. Miss, that young Master Gu. According to his disciples, he resides in seclusion and prefers not to be disturbed. If we were to approach recklessly, Xiaoyu interjected cautiously. Nevertheless, this visit was imperative, and since they had rendered her aid, what harm could there be in expressing her thanks? Feng Wuxin resolutely adhered to her initial intention. You two shall remain at the Treasure Guild. I will accompany the young lady, Aunt Yuan declared. Upon hearing her words, Feng Wuxin immediately reconsidered her stance. However, Aunt Yuan had watched her grow up, and before Feng Wuxin could voice her objections, Aunt Yuan continued, Miss, do not argue. I must accompany you. The strength of the medical hall's master is unknown, and under no circumstances can I allow you to go alone. Feng Wuxin found herself unable to oppose her. She did not even know Aunt Yuan's full name. All she knew was that she had always been by her late mother's side, never straying, akin to a dearest confidant or the most loyal guardian. Now, she has become Feng Wuxin's most loyal subordinate. Perhaps her elevation is partly due to the influence of her mother. This night, the Golden Phoenix Trading House finds no solace. The Azure Wind Trading House is amassing strength, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, aiming to seize the largest profits from the Golden Phoenix Trading House, allowing them to watch as their rivals weaken. Feng Wuxin cannot sleep, spending the entire night gazing at those two vials of spiritual liquid. One vial is poised to inflict a grievous wound upon the trading house, while the other serves as a blade that will cause Azure Wind Trading House to bleed profusely until its demise. Tomorrow, she must strive to obtain that blade. Early the next morning, after a night spent in the study, Feng Wuxin donned a simple dress and casually tied her hair into a bun, setting out with Aunt Yuan. They made their way to the southern part of the city, following the direction pointed out by Xiaoyu earlier. In half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the Gu Medical Hall. Though modest in size, it is exquisitely decorated, exuding a sense of comfort. Just as Feng Wuxin stood at the threshold of the Gu Medical Hall, intent on entering, Aunt Yuan halted her. Allow me to go in first. Aunt Yuan, we are here to express our gratitude. It should be both of us who enter together. Feng Wuxin had prepared a thank-you gift of 100,000 taels of gold as a reward for saving Xiaoyu and Xiaomo. Of course, she had given considerable thought to offering such a sum of money to mere mortals as a token of gratitude. If the owner of the medical hall were to descend from the celestial realm, he would certainly not appreciate being compensated with the customary rewards exchanged among cultivators. Conversely, utilizing mere mortal currency as a token of gratitude could convey to him that the Golden Phoenix Treasure House harbors no intention of disturbing his serene existence among mortals. It could facilitate a harmonious cooperation. After all, within the Golden Phoenix Treasure House, gold and silver abound. Miss, We are entirely unaware of the intricacies surrounding the Gu Medical Hall. Regardless, it would be prudent for me to probe the situation first, she suggested. Very well. Although Feng Wuxin harbored concerns, she understood Aunt Yuan's responsibilities. Thus, she could only nod in acquiescence. Please exercise caution in all matters. After imparting her instructions to Aunt Yuan, Feng Wuxin watched as she vanished through the grand entrance of the Gu Medical Hall. Upon entering the front courtyard, Aunt Yuan immediately spotted the plaque, its 4 grand characters gleaming brilliantly. She squinted, sensing a trace of profound essence within. Is this a plaque inscribed by one who has attained enlightenment through calligraphy? As she attuned herself to the sharpness emanating from the plaque, it became evident that its carver possessed considerable cultivation. Consequently, Aunt Yuan heightened her vigilance. The front door of the medical hall stood wide open. She stepped inside, surveying her surroundings. The consultation area bore no noteworthy items. There was not a soul in sight, save for an antiquated lamp resting in a corner, unlit. Everything appeared as mundane as any ordinary mortal medical establishment. Then, she observed the door leading from the front hall to the back hall swing open, revealing a young man emerging. Instantly, she focused her attention, recognizing him as the proprietor of the medical hall. Indeed, she sensed no trace of cultivation from him. Originally, when Xiaoyu informed her that the owner of the medical hall was beyond their perception, she did not regard it with much concern. After all, being merely at the second stage of foundation establishment, how could she possibly sense the aura of a formidable being? Yet, she too found herself at a loss. Despite her true essence being shattered and her dantian severely wounded, she could still exert the strength equivalent to the 10th stage of spirit separation. But, could it be that even she could not discern it? Was the owner of the medical hall perhaps of a cultivation level surpassing that of her previous self? To what extent could it be the tribulation stage, the ascension stage, or even the most sacred? She had arrived rather early. Gu Hong was taken aback to see a middle-aged woman standing in the front hall. Just as she had opened the door for business and stepped into the back hall to organize her things, a patient had already come to seek her aid. Moreover, she was a captivating beauty, still retaining her charm. However, the lady's health appeared to be quite poor. Gu Hong scrutinized her face. The darkening between her brows and the makeup could not conceal the pallor of her ailing countenance, indicating evident internal injuries. Aunt Yuan, on the other hand, was even more astonished. He could discern at a glance that she was suffering from grave afflictions. Indeed, Aunt Yuan had sustained injuries, and they were severe. With her dantian severely damaged and her true essence shattered, as a cultivator, she had reached her limits. The medicinal herbs required to restore her true essence were unattainable even in her prime, and now, even if she were to procure them, it would hold little significance. For once one's cultivation level has declined, the journey to restore it would require an exceedingly long time. Yuan Yi's thoughts are now entirely devoted to nurturing Feng Wuxin and assisting her in expanding her influence. Her own injuries have long ceased to hold any significance. May I inquire how to address you, madam? Gu Hong composed himself and gently inquired of Yuan Yi, for this beautiful woman appeared quite affluent. Yet it remained a mystery how she had found her way to his clinic. Nevertheless, since she had arrived, he felt it necessary to extend her a warm welcome. Simply call me Madam Yuan, she replied, still pondering whether her true intentions had been discerned. After all, if he could perceive her internal injuries, perhaps he had already identified her connection to Feng Wuxin even before their arrival. However, upon further reflection, she considered that if this were the case, why had the owner of the clinic not directly addressed the matter? Perhaps he was indifferent to such things? Did he truly regard her merely as a woman seeking medical attention? As Yuan Yi speculated and observed Gu Heng's demeanor, noting his lack of suspicion, she decided to play along. I do indeed feel somewhat unwell. Might you be able to examine me? Please, madam, have a seat so that I may take your pulse. He offered. Seeing Gu Hong genuinely prepare to sit at the consultation table to check her pulse, Yuan Yi felt a sudden flutter of anxiety. Was he truly intent on examining her in such a manner? At their level of expertise, and even more advanced practitioners, one could ascertain the state of another's health merely by observing their aura, rendering pulse-taking unnecessary, unless, of course, this clinic owner intended to approach the practice as an ordinary physician would. How rare it was to witness such a descent into the mundane. She had encountered numerous reclusive powerhouses, yet most of them, rather than being truly hidden from the world, were simply excessively eccentric, preferring to eschew worldly affairs. Individuals like him, who defied this trend and integrated into mundane life, were indeed exceedingly rare. Aunt Yuan's heart was filled with astonishment. Yet her exterior remained composed as she extended her left wrist towards Gu Hong, inviting him to proceed. Gu Hong, upon hearing this, smiled and nodded, then gently placed the index finger of his right hand upon Aunt Yuan's wrist, closing his eyes in contemplation. Suddenly, his brows furrowed slightly before gradually relaxing, and he lifted his gaze to observe Aunt Yuan once more. It was clear that Aunt Yuan's condition was quite severe. Her vital energy was significantly depleted. Moreover, this was a chronic ailment that had been neglected, evolving into a much graver situation. Gu Hong was indeed capable of treating her, but the damage inflicted upon her body would not be easily rectified. Aunt Yuan let out a bitter smile. How could she be unaware? The injuries she sustained, along with her cultivation that had been nearly severed, were indelible sources of pain, having been grievously wounded by treacherous foes and shattered in her true essence. Her originally 10th tier cultivation had plummeted to the spirit-severing stage. Had it not been for her unique cultivation technique, preserving her dantian intact, it would have been questionable whether she could retain any of her remaining power or even survive. However, healing was possible. Gu Hong, with a gentle smile, reassured her with a few words. Upon hearing this, Aunt Yuan felt a tightening in her chest. Sensing her anxiety, he tenderly patted the back of her hand, comforting her. Do not worry. I am here, and I will ensure your recovery. Can it be cured? Indeed, it can be. Yuan Yi was well aware that the true source had shattered and could be reconstituted with the aid of spiritual elixirs, supplemented by numerous other potions to gradually stabilize the true source. However, such treatment came at an exorbitant cost, one she could not afford. Especially after Feng Wuxin was exiled and she followed suit, the possibility of treatment vanished. In the entire Sunfire dynasty, it was impossible to locate such rare medicinal materials or formidable alchemists. Yet, if treatment were to be sought, she feared she could not bear such a financial burden. Yuan Yi sighed, confronted with her current state of poverty. What could she offer the proprietor of this medical establishment? At this moment, it was Gu Heng's turn to be astonished. This elegant woman, adorned in seemingly luxurious attire, was in such dire straits that even seeking medical attention posed a challenge. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Given her striking beauty, he resolved to extend an act of charity. Do not fret. I shall treat you without concern for material recompense, he declared, waving his hand to reassure Yuan Yi. He then retrieved a jade vial from the apothecary cabinet and placed it before her. Ingest this, and I will concoct a medicinal liquid for you to take home and gradually nurture your recovery. With that, Gu Hong retreated to the back room. Yuan Yi gazed at the elixir within the jade vial, recognizing it as a precious treasure, an 8th grade elixir, the solidifying essence pill. It could fortify the true essence, enhance cultivation, and for those with exceptional talent, it might even facilitate an ascension to a higher realm. For someone with a shattered true source, this pill could indeed aid in reconstruction. Yuan Yi's heart trembled with astonishment, yet she remained incredulous. Such a precious elixir. It seems that even if she were to lose her true essence cultivation, she could gradually recover with its aid. Yet, Gu Hong has chosen to present it to her, urging her to consume it. Has the proprietor of this medicinal hall lost his senses? To casually offer such a miraculous pill to a complete stranger for healing purposes? Thus, she hesitated to partake. However, abstaining might incite his displeasure, possibly leading him to misconstrue her as a person overly cautious and devoid of security. After much contemplation, Aunt Yuan ultimately resolved to ingest it. She uncorked the vial and swallowed the 8th grade Gaiyuandin in one swift motion. The medicinal power immediately began to pervade her being. Outside, Feng Wuxin waited with a tinge of anxiety. Aunt Yuan had voluntarily entered, and a whole tea session had elapsed. She found herself pacing in the courtyard, anxiously anticipating Aunt Yuan's return. As she lingered, a small silver creature approached, observing her quietly. What an adorable little one. She glanced down to discover a tiny creature gazing up at her, its round, shiny black eyes exuding a hint of charm, evoking a... What is your name? I am Feng Wuxin, but you may call me Sister Feng. The little silver seemed to comprehend, tilting its head. Feng Wuxin knelt to stroke the soft, fluffy fur of the little one. Its silvery coat felt delightful against her fingers, making it hard for her to let go. Then, the little silver spoke. You, woman, what audacity do you possess to dare touch me? Unbeknownst to Feng Wuxin, an overwhelming pressure began to envelop her, causing her complexion to pale. Unable to summon her internal energy, she found herself pressed against the wall. In her astonished gaze, The small silver creature gradually transformed into a tall, strikingly beautiful woman, exuding an aura of cold elegance that seemed to disdain the world. A demon clan. How could there possibly be a demon clan here? Feng Wuxin was so terrified that she felt her very soul was on the verge of escaping her body. Chapter 69. These were but trials. Su Jinsi gazed at Feng Wuxin, who was rendered immobile by her aura, and delicately raised her chin with a finger. What brings you to the entrance of this medical establishment? I. Feng Wuxin swallowed hard, genuinely intimidated by the haughty beauty before her. Do not move recklessly, otherwise I might inadvertently bring about your demise. Su Jinsi smiled with a lazy yet alluring tone. She peered inside, noting a woman receiving treatment, visibly injured. Her gaze then shifted back to Feng Wuxin, and as her eyes dropped, she caught sight of the golden insignia adorning Feng Wuxin's chest. That insignia was strikingly familiar. Are you affiliated with the Golden Phoenix Treasure House? Su Jinsi was well acquainted with the Golden Phoenix Treasure House, a renowned establishment sprawling across the Xiantian, even engaging in commerce with demonic clans. They truly embodied the adage that fortune favors the bold, for the sake of profit. They could overlook the animosity that demons bore towards humans, earning Su Jinsi's admiration for their audacity. Moreover, the Golden Phoenix Treasure House wielded considerable influence, with rumors suggesting that multiple ascendant cultivators were stationed within. While they may not possess the title of sage, ascendant cultivators were inherently formidable. I am Feng Wuxin, the president of the Golden Phoenix Treasure House. Feng Wuxin took a deep breath before mustering the courage to declare her identity, feeling overwhelmed by the imposing presence of the beauty. However, upon hearing her name, Su Jinsi narrowed her eyes. Your surname is Feng? What is your relation to Feng Chengyu? Feng Chengyu, a first-level cultivator of the Mahayana period, was also the former president of the Golden Phoenix Chamber of Commerce. Behind the Golden Phoenix Chamber stood the ancient Feng clan, whose formidable influence enabled the business to thrive extensively. That is my grandfather, Feng Wuxin replied reluctantly. The thought brought her a profound sense of sorrow. Her father was the eldest son of Feng Chengyu, but he had passed away prematurely, and the daughter-in-law of the first branch had also succumbed to illness. Now, this granddaughter found herself exiled to the scorching realm of the Sun Emperor, leaving her with scant feelings of kinship. Upon hearing that she was the granddaughter of Feng Chengyu, Su Jinsi's brows briefly furrowed before relaxing again. How could the granddaughter of that old codger end up here as a branch president? It seems incongruous with her status. Yesterday, my master saved 2 young human girls. Are they yours? Feng Wuxin nodded, striving to remain unaffected by Su Jinsi's term master. She then retrieved a wooden box from her embrace. I am here to express my gratitude. Su Jinsi snatched it away, opened it, and discovered 10 gold bars along with a considerable amount of Golden Phoenix tickets. These tickets were meant for mortals, each redeemable for an equivalent amount of gold at the Golden Phoenix Chamber. Humph, you are quite astute. My master is currently among mortals, and your offering of worldly wealth suits his taste perfectly. Su Jinsi cast a disdainful glance at the gold bars and tickets before tossing the box back to her. Senior, may I be released? Feng Wuxin gritted her teeth, struggling to force a few words from her throat. She had just truly believed she might perish here. This demoness was exceedingly formidable. Feng Wuxin, merely 17 years of age, did not possess particularly outstanding cultivation talent, holding only a 5th-level nascent soul cultivation. In comparison to those renowned prodigies, she found herself at a distinct disadvantage. However, in the realm of commerce, she proved to be an unexpectedly brilliant genius. Yet, none of this bore significance. What truly mattered was that the power of this demoness far surpassed that of Aunt Yuan. Moreover, she referred to that young Master Gu as master. All of this made Feng Wuxin realize that the Gu Medical Pavilion was a terrifying hidden dragon's lair. Huh, look at you. I haven't even done anything to you yet. Suddenly, Su Jinxia withdrew her pressure. Well, since you are here to express gratitude, do come in. No need to worry, he is quite amiable. Feng Wuxin felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. She rubbed her backside and attempted to rise, only to discover that Su Jinxia had vanished. How terrifying, Feng Wuxin murmured to herself. Just moments ago, she had genuinely experienced the sensation of overwhelming pressure that rendered her powerless. She resolved to approach this matter, masked under the guise of gratitude, with utmost caution, ensuring she would not offend young Master Gu in the slightest. While young Master Gu might be easy to communicate with, those surrounding him were undoubtedly not to be trifled with. Feng Wuxin had already been made slightly fearful by Su Jinxia's aggressive demeanor. She stepped into the front yard. Yet before crossing the threshold, an inexplicable force seemed to sweep over her, leaving Feng Wuxin feeling anxious as she glanced around, ultimately resting her gaze upon a plaque. Who is watching me? Such an inner query remained unanswered, compelling her to proceed further inside. Upon seeing Feng Wuxin enter, Yuan was about to speak when Gu Heng emerged, holding 5 jade vials in his hands. Madam Yuan, please take this medicine back. Gu Heng lifted his gaze and noticed another presence in the room, a young girl with an exquisite figure, her youthful visage evident. His words faltered abruptly. Young Master Gu. Feng Wuxin called out as she hurried forward, offering him a graceful bow. Gu Heng was taken aback. On this early morning, 2 beautiful maidens have suddenly graced my doorstep. In Qingmu City, he had never been so fortunate to behold such beauty at once. Had fortune smiled upon him in Yunling City? I am Feng Wuxin, the president of the Jinwang Treasure Bank branch in Yunling City. Last night, you rescued 2 of my maidservants, and I have come today to express my gratitude. Upon finishing her words, Feng Wuxin placed a wooden box containing gold bars and banknotes upon the table. Gu Heng approached nonchalantly, gently lifting the lid of the box. As the glimmer of gold flashed before his eyes, the smile at the corners of his mouth became uncontrollable. Goodness, so much gold. President Feng, my act of aiding others was merely a casual gesture. As for this token of gratitude, I shall reluctantly accept it. He coughed lightly, a somewhat perplexed expression crossing his face, as if he found it difficult to refuse the gesture, ultimately accepting the token of gratitude with a smile. Feng Wuxin quickly waved her hand, stating that such expressions of thanks were rather insufficient, engaging in polite banter. After exchanging a few words, she then apologetically remarked, I truly hope that neither I nor Aunt Yuan have offended you. Aunt Yuan? Gu Heng scrutinized Feng Wuxin and the lady in question, and suddenly it dawned on him. Ah, it turns out this was a subtle test orchestrated by the Golden Phoenix Treasure House. This President Feng sought to ascertain whether this alchemist truly possessed genuine skills. Thus, they sent a close acquaintance to gauge him. However, it was evident that he had passed this trial with ease. You 2 have certainly put on a splendid performance. It seems the Golden Phoenix Treasure House wishes to evaluate my capabilities. So are you both satisfied? Gu Heng was not irritated, understanding that such matters were inevitable. After all, they were in the business realm, and it was only prudent for them to exercise caution. Chapter 70. Everyone comes to test at this moment. Feng Wuxin was also on edge. Upon hearing Gu Heng's words, which seemed to carry a hint of amusement, yet also an air of she feared that he was displeased with their momentary test. What a disaster. However, Feng Wuxin was quick-witted and promptly replied, I am most satisfied. We have no doubts regarding young Master Gu's medical expertise. Aunt Yuan also rose, earnestly stating, if I have inadvertently offended you, I hope young Master Gu will not hold it against me. She had just consumed a genuine 8th-grade elixir. The potency of the medicine had already begun to reshape her true essence, healing her old injuries in the Dantian. Putting aside everything else, even this generous bestowal made Aunt Yuan realize that her life was now indebted to him. The favors from an alchemist are never easy to owe, nor are they simple to repay. Yet what more could she say? The possibility of curing her lingering internal injuries was enough of a reward. Ah, it's all right. I understand your actions. How could I possibly blame you? He continued, however, Madam Yuan, please take this. Add 3 drops to hot water each day and soak for 15 minutes. After a month of this, your body will be completely restored. Gu Heng handed her the 5 jade bottles containing the medicinal liquid. Although this was a test, it was evident that this beautiful woman bore some heavy ailments. Regardless, having promised to assist her, he resolved to see it through to the end. Master Gu, while Aunt Yuan may not be well versed in alchemy, the fragrant essence emanating from that jade vial undoubtedly attests to the fact that these freshly concocted spiritual liquids are indeed precious high-tier elixirs. Let us settle our accounts. We can discuss matters of collaboration, but as I have mentioned, I shall assist you in curing your ailment. Gu Heng's words filled both Feng Wuxin and Aunt Yuan with overwhelming joy. Aunt Yuan's gratitude is self-evident, and Feng Wuxin is acutely aware that this woman, who has nurtured her since childhood, once endured a brutal assault by 4 or 5 scoundrels in an effort to shield her, resulting in a grievous injury that left lasting repercussions. Now, this esteemed Master Gu has declared his commitment to remedy her affliction. How could they possibly contain their elation? Ladies, please follow me to the back hall for a proper discussion, Gu Heng said, stepping aside to reveal the entrance that led to the rear chamber. An hour later, Aunt Yuan and Feng Wuxin took their leave of Gu Heng and exited the clinic. The expression on Feng Wuxin's face reflected a profound sense of relief and joy. The negotiations had proceeded smoothly, and Gu Heng expressed interest in this collaboration. However, he showed little inclination to personally engage in alchemical practices. Instead, his female disciple was eager to assist Jin Huang Treasure House by providing more efficient spiritual herbs. The compensation was straightforward, a mere 100,000 taels of gold each month. To be candid, this arrangement felt almost too advantageous, leaving Feng Wuxin in disbelief. As for whether the young girl at the second stage of foundation establishment could produce the desired blue spiritual liquid, there was no doubt. Feng Wuxin fully trusted Gu Heng's words. The pronouncements of such a formidable figure require no skepticism. His prowess stands as the ultimate testament. Moreover, it has been agreed that the first batch of golden spirit liquid will be delivered to the Golden Phoenix Treasure House tomorrow morning, sufficient to fill a total of 2,000 vials. Should the Qingfeng Treasure House dare to instigate a commercial war at this juncture, their outcome will be an unequivocal defeat. This name was conceived by Feng Wuxin. While Qingfeng Treasure House engages in Qing Spirit Liquid, they shall counter with Golden Spirit Liquid. Feng Wuxin inhaled deeply, as though she could already savor the fragrance of victory. Yuan Aunt, this time, it is indeed our fortuitous opportunity, she remarked with a smile. Indeed, miss. Yuan Aunt's spirits were equally buoyant. Not only would the treasure house's predicament be resolved, but she also gained the additional benefit of healing her hidden wounds. It is high time for Qingfeng Treasure House to be expelled from Yunling City. In Feng Wuxin's mind, a sharp and ruthless strategy was already taking shape. The two major treasure houses of Yunling City were poised to unleash a bloody and tumultuous contest. She had initially thought that the Golden Phoenix Treasure House would be the pitiable victim, continually being worn down by Qingfeng Treasure House. However, the tides of offense and defense had shifted. Upon acquiring the 2,000 vials of golden spirit liquid tomorrow, she could very well take the initiative to strike first, making Qingfeng Treasure House acutely aware of pain. Yet, such a course of action seemed rather mundane. Why not await Qingfeng Treasure House's move, allowing them to believe their victory was assured before delivering a far more devastating counterattack? The mere thought of it was exhilarating. She was confident that Qingfeng Treasure House could not escape this fate. Shortly after Feng Wuxin and Yuan Aunt departed, the foremost assassin of the Qingfeng Treasure Guild, Qing Yi, made his appearance at the entrance of the Gu family medical clinic. This time, he had once again received orders from President Shang Xiong. Having learned from past experiences, Qing Yi maintained a considerable distance. He understood that Qing Si had perished at the very threshold of this clinic, likely due to his own negligence. The true strength of the clinic's proprietor remained an enigma, for Qing Si had succumbed in an instant. However, as the most elite assassin under Shang Xiong, Qing Yi was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding Qing Si's demise. Poison. There were no visible injuries, and even his Dantian's true essence remained unscathed. If a powerful individual were to exert their pressure, it would result in shattered meridians and a ruptured Dantian, leading to a chaotic death. The presence of blood seeping from the 7 orifices suggested a clear case of poisoning. Should it be poison, it would be entirely justifiable. There exists a plethora of toxic substances in this world, and among them are those capable of slaying formidable beings at the ascension stage, let alone those that could easily take the life of a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Even a mortal, in the absence of defenses against a nascent soul practitioner, could fall victim to such venom. Qing Yi had first-hand experience with this. In his youth, as an orphan, he had been taken in by Shang Xiong. The first life he extinguished was that of a cultivator at the second level of the nascent soul stage. At that time, Qing Yi was merely a mortal. He paid the price of half a hand, witnessing the nascent soul practitioner decay and perish. The lethal poison was known as bone corrosion and heart piercing. To avoid succumbing to the same fate, Qing Yi severed the hand that had made contact with the bone corrosion and heart piercing, ensuring his survival, while the nascent soul practitioner met his end at the hands of a mere mortal child. Since then, Qing Yi has become the most formidable assassin under Shang Xiong. Without exception, the Gu Medical Clinic. I have never heard of such a place. If it is newly established, a thorough investigation is imperative. He concealed himself in the shadows, observing cautiously. Qing Yi was meticulous, even utilizing his only concealment pill, a potion that allowed his aura to vanish entirely, along with all his cultivation, rendering him as an ordinary mortal. until the effects of the pill faded. To guard against the possibility of encountering a formidable adversary at the tribulation or Mahayana stage within the Gu medical clinic, it was essential to suppress both his aura and cultivation. Only by relying on the pill to dissipate his powers could he proceed. Naturally, within a quarter of an hour, he must consume a recovery pill, otherwise his cultivation would be irretrievably lost. However, a mere 15 minutes should suffice for him to ascertain the nature of this clinic. Observing two ailing mortals emerging from the Gu medical clinic, Qing Yi adjusted his coarse linen attire and approached the establishment. Chapter 71. The Provocateur at Present. Qing Yi is an utterly unrefined mortal. This identity proves to be most advantageous for his reconnaissance. He has observed for a considerable period, and aside from the president and the chief steward of the Jinhuang treasure house, all those who enter are mere mortals. Since the purpose is to attend to the ailments of ordinary folk, surely his entrance would not incur any trouble, he mused, as he boldly stepped into the courtyard. The signboard remained indifferent to his presence. He strolled with ease into the consultation hall, surveying his surroundings without detecting any irregularities. It appeared just like any other medical establishment, save for a solitary wild creature napping atop the cabinet. A flicker of curiosity crossed Qing Yi's mind, yet upon hearing some commotion from the back room, he stealthily approached. Although he had lost his cultivation, years spent as an assassin had endowed him with an adeptness for silent movement, allowing him to approach the door of the rear chamber without a sound. Peering inside, he beheld a young girl diligently concocting a medicinal brew in a large iron pot, the aroma wafting pleasantly through the air. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the substance within the pot was a thick, azure hue. What peculiar concoction is she preparing? He inhaled the fragrant essence, sensing that it might possess healing properties. However, before he could ponder further, the young girl caught sight of him, rising to her feet and advancing to scrutinize him. In that instant, Qing Yi felt a surge of anxiety. This girl possessed a mere second level of foundation establishment. But that was not the crux of his concern. He was now immortal. Although he carried some poison as a precaution, he dared not act rashly. According to the account of that survivor, this young girl possesses the remarkable ability to decisively eliminate 2 second-tier killers, doing so with an overwhelming force that leaves no room for doubt. Presently, she has temporarily dispersed her cultivation, yet it remains uncertain whether she could be outpaced. Are you here for treatment? Qin Yao scrutinized the man before her, who appeared rather unfriendly. This fellow lacked any cultivation, donned a coarse cloth shirt, and his furtive movements suggested he was not of virtuous intent. She pondered whether he had come seeking medical assistance or if he harbored ulterior motives. Should the latter prove true, a lesson would be in order. Ah, indeed, Qin Yao replied, her lips pursed. It seemed he was not here to pilfer. She gestured toward a chair in the front hall. Please take a seat there and wait. Do not wander about. Oh, understood. Thank you, miss. Please, continue with your tasks. Qing turned and made his way to the front hall. Observing him return to his seat, Qin Yao furrowed her brow, finding the man quite peculiar. At that moment, Gu Hong entered from the back courtyard and noted that Qin Yao was distracted, her attention fixated on the front hall. Clearing his throat, he startled her, causing her to flinch involuntarily. What captures your gaze, Yao? Your master instructed you to focus on the simmering process. Otherwise, the efficacy of the medicinal concoction may diminish. Rest assured, master. I was merely lost in thought for a moment, Qin Yao replied, sticking out her tongue playfully before darting back to maintain her control over the heat. Observing her demeanor, Gu Hong, initially inclined to reprimand her, found himself devoid of such intentions. A charming disciple is indeed a challenge to discipline. Nevertheless, he held complete confidence in Qin Yao's alchemical abilities. Indeed, it appears quite impressive. Gu Hong gazed contentedly at the azure potion simmering in the pot, nodding in approval. After Feng Wuxin and Aunt Yuan had departed, he promptly summoned Qin Yao, who was upstairs cultivating her physique, and endeavored to teach her the art of alchemy. Initially, she was somewhat reluctant to learn. However, having taken her as a disciple and now being an alchemical physician himself, how could he deny her the opportunity to learn? It soon became evident that Qin Yao possessed an innate talent. The concoction was not particularly challenging to brew, and her master could certainly allow her to attempt more complex elixirs in the future. Qin Yao smiled, pleasantly surprised by the outcome. Even she was astonished by the strength of her spiritual energy. It seemed that as soon as she sat before the cauldron, her spirit was invigorated. The art of alchemy hinges on one's mental focus, with skill being secondary. The potency of one's spiritual energy is crucial to the success of the alchemical process. Yet, Qin Yao had previously possessed rather feeble spiritual energy. Upon her death and subsequent rebirth, her cultivation had vanished. But her spiritual power had not regressed to its original state. This realization dawned upon Qin Yao. It signified that she harbored the potential to become an alchemical physician. Do not let pride consume you. I have merely taught you the most elementary formulas and techniques. Attaining my level of proficiency is not an expeditious endeavor, Gu Heng chided gently, tapping her forehead to temper her burgeoning arrogance. His medical skills had been meticulously honed under the guidance of a sophisticated system. From an initial state of utter ignorance to ultimately achieving transcendent mastery, Gu Heng had dedicated years to perfecting his craft, while Qin Yao had only engaged with alchemy for less than half an hour. However, she learned rapidly, which brought great comfort to Gu Heng. He believed that within a few years, she would be ready to embark on her own journey, establishing a clinic to heal and save lives. Even if she lacked the innate talent for cultivation to become a practitioner, at the very least, he could impart to her a skill that would sustain her livelihood. The field of medicine indeed offers myriad paths. And it seems someone has arrived seeking treatment. Is that so? You continue your practice. I shall attend to the business. Gu Heng entered the front hall to find Qin Yi seated, eagerly scanning the surroundings. Upon noticing his presence, Qin Yi's anxiety escalated, for this young man appeared to be the very owner of the clinic described by the survivor. He exuded a certain scholarly elegance, yet the thought that Qin Si had perished at his hands made Qin Yi hesitant to fully trust this initial impression. After all, the world is rife with individuals who, beneath a veneer of civility, harbor a penchant for cruelty. How shall I address you? Qin Yi inquired, rising to his feet. Simply call me Mr. Gu. May I inquire if you seek treatment, or if there is another matter at hand? Gu Heng's demeanor was gentle, accompanied by a subtle smile that evoked a sense of springtime warmth. Yet, this only intensified Qin Yi's trepidation. A person who wore a cheerful facade while concealing darker motives could indeed be far more terrifying. He felt compelled to probe further to discern the true nature of this clinic's proprietor. Mr. Gu, are you new to this place? I have resided here for quite some time, yet have not encountered you before. Qin Yi tentatively sought to gauge him. Indeed, I have just arrived from Qingwu City. Merely settling in. The reputation of this clinic has yet to be established, relying heavily on the goodwill of the neighbors. Gu Heng, being quite earnest, understands the importance of making a favorable impression as a newcomer. However, it must be acknowledged that there are numerous clinics in the southern part of the city. Given your youth, I fear you may lack substantial skills. Upon hearing this, Gu Heng's brow furrowed. Was this individual not here to seek treatment? It seemed more like an attempt to provoke. You are not here merely to seek medical assistance, are you? To speak plainly, you have opened a new clinic in Yunling City, yet the other establishments are presided over by renowned and seasoned physicians. If you possess no real expertise, it may prove quite challenging. As Qin Yi concluded, a cold sweat began to bead on his back. Chapter 72. This Gu Clan Medical Hall is not to be feared. Qin Yi's words were undeniably provocative. If the individual before him were truly a reclusive cultivator, such an affront could incite him to strike down Qin Yi without hesitation. Setting aside other considerations, this person possessed at least some skill in the use of poison, and the audacity to operate a medical establishment indicated he was no ordinary practitioner. Qin Yi's true intention was to cast doubt upon the proprietor's most esteemed abilities, thereby cornering him. No matter how genteel one may appear, when pricked at a certain point, anger is bound to surface, and in such moments, one cannot help but reveal their true prowess. However, this maneuver was fraught with peril. At present, Qin Yi was merely an unrefined novice, lacking the means to ensure his own survival, and should he truly provoke this individual, his life could be extinguished with alarming ease. Thus, he remained on high alert, prepared to counter any moves made by Gu Heng. To his astonishment, Gu Heng indeed appeared furious, yet that was the extent of it. Gu Heng's expression darkened as he dismissed Qin Yi with a wave of his hand. What an audacious troublemaker! Though a flicker of ire ignited within him, the man before him bore no signs of illness. His demeanor was composed and steady. Since he was not a patient, it was likely he was merely seeking a quarrel. Observing the man's severed palm, Gu Heng discerned the truth. This fellow must be one of those street ruffians from the southern part of Yunling City, notorious for causing disturbances, specializing in extorting money from others, only to create chaos and cast doubt on their abilities. claiming that one's performance pales in comparison to others, relentlessly undermining their confidence. In short, it is nothing but an act of sheer malice. Gu Heng felt a deep sense of frustration. It had barely been a week since he opened his medical clinic, and already the competitors from the southern part of Yunling City were attempting to stir trouble. Those seasoned practitioners certainly offered no opportunities to the younger generation. However, Gu Heng was undeterred. His medical skills were nothing short of extraordinary, an absolute pinnacle among mortals. To send a street thug to undermine his confidence? Such tactics were utterly despicable and utterly ineffective. Furthermore, he had already finalized a collaboration with the Jinhuang Treasure House. Once his medicinal concoctions were sold, even if no patients sought his treatment, he would still amass a fortune. Why should he concern himself with the disparagement from those rivals? Standing at the entrance, he simply dismissed them. With a flick of his sleeve, he displayed his displeasure and offered nothing but a cold shoulder. Qing was momentarily taken aback, surprised that his adversary did not resort to violence, but rather told him to leave. The owner of the clinic was clearly infuriated, his emotional turmoil evident in the fluctuations of his vital energy. If one could not sense even the slightest trace of cultivation in such a situation, he must truly be an ordinary person. The young woman appeared to be the true master of the clinic. She had been preparing medicine and evidently possessed genuine cultivation. While this Mr. Gu was likely just a servant hired by the young lady, devoid of any cultivation himself, cleverly concealing the true identity of the owner of the Gu Medical Clinic. Indeed, it must be so. Qing Yi felt a sudden clarity in his thoughts. His eyes darted about as a plan formed in his mind, yet his face remained adorned with a cheerful smile. Haha, Mr. Gu, you seem quite busy. I shall take my leave for now. Having reached his conclusion, he recognized there was no need to linger, and he swaggered out through the main entrance. The experiment had concluded. The Gu Medical Hall posed no threat. It was merely a second-level foundation girl accompanied by a mere mortal skilled only in the use of poisons. A far cry from the prowess of Qing Feng Treasure House. Once he was out of earshot, Gu Heng could not help but curse. Damn, I've barely arrived. And already I'm plagued by such foolishness. A bitter smile crept onto his face. It seemed that managing this medical hall would not be as straightforward as he had hoped. Should he request some guards from the Jinhuang Treasure House? That was certainly feasible. A few guards would likely deter these street ruffians upon the sight of blades and swords, making them think twice before causing trouble. However, he decided against it for the time being. Gu Heng shook his head. He had only just established a partnership with the Jinhuang Treasure House, and to seek their assistance now seemed premature. Moreover, he still possessed a considerable stock of his own poisons. Should such individuals dare to appear again? With this thought, he felt his mood sour. Thus, he retreated to the back room to continue instructing Qin Yao in alchemy, while also imparting a bit of rigor to the young girl. In the Qifeng Treasure House's Grand Hall, President Shang Xiong was engaged in a discussion with Vice President Yi Gong regarding various matters. Meanwhile, a figure clad in black robes sat silently to the side, offering no words. Only their hands betrayed the fact that this was likely a remarkably young individual. Soon, Qing Yi returned, and Shang Xiong gave a knowing glance, prompting Yi Gong to discreetly withdraw. The figure clad in black stirred slightly upon seeing Qing Yi, yet refrained from uttering a word. President, I have fulfilled my mission. I have ascertained the details regarding the Gu family medical clinic. Qing Yi knelt partially, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of confidence. Observing this demeanor, Shang Xiong's intrigue deepened, and he promptly inquired, "Pray tell, who resides within that clinic, and what is their background?" "There are two individuals within the clinic. One is a mere mortal, and the other is a young woman at the second level of foundation establishment, utterly devoid of threat." Qing Yi replied with composed assurance. Upon hearing this, Shang Xiong's expression shifted to one of skepticism. "Are you certain?" he pressed, his countenance grave. The assailants who pursued those two girls included a nascent soul practitioner and 4 core formation cultivators. How could a mere mortal, accompanied by a second-level foundation establishment girl, possibly contend against such formidable foes? If the girl possesses the peculiar ability to vanquish core formation cultivators while merely at the foundation establishment stage, she might only be capable of dispatching 2 at most. It is implausible that a nascent soul practitioner could be so easily overcome. Furthermore, Qing Si met his demise at the hands of the clinic's master. Could it be that the master is merely a mortal? A mere mortal, effortlessly capable of annihilating 5 cultivators who could easily crush him? President, I am absolutely certain. Initially, I anticipated the presence of formidable individuals safeguarding the clinic. To avoid revealing my presence, I even ingested a concealment pill. However, the reality has proven that I was overly cautious. That clinic poses no threat whatsoever. Qing Yi was resolute, while Shang Xiong harbored considerable doubts. However, after years of unwavering service from Qing Yi, he found him utterly dependable, thus relinquishing his skepticism. He was already aware that Qing Si and his 4 subordinates had all succumbed to poison, but the specific toxin remained elusive. Seemingly an odorless and deadly substance that strikes swiftly. It is not easy for mortals to kill cultivators with poison, yet it was evident that Qing Si had been careless, falling directly into the trap. Contemplating this, Shang Xiong's expression darkened further, and he struck the chair with great force, his face flushed with anger. Humph! Who would have thought that a mere mortal, along with a second-tier Foundation establishment girl, could inflict such devastating losses upon Qing Feng treasure trading? The death of Qing Si represented a significant loss for Shang Xiong, and to perish at the hands of a mortal was an affront of the utmost disgrace. Chapter 73. Prepared under the command of Shang Xiong, the only individuals he could genuinely trust were the 4 assassins, Qing Yi to Qing Si. He had recognized the potential of these 4 orphans, investing considerable resources into their development. They represented his formidable combat power at the nascent soul stage, unmatched by others. After nurturing them for so many years, the Qing assassins had assisted him in numerous endeavors, and Shang Xiong had never been stingy with rewards, even cultivating a somewhat distorted sense of familial affection. Yet, when the moment of truth arrived, he would not hesitate to send these assassins to their demise. However, to perish at the hands of mere mortals? The thought that a nascent soul cultivator could be poisoned to death by a commoner was intolerable. Qing Yi had once done just that, and at that time, Shang Xiong had praised him for his audacity in exchanging injury for life. Yet when such a fate befell himself, Shang Xiong's fury would surge uncontrollably, ready to erupt at the slightest provocation. It was now imperative to raise that medical clinic to the ground. Shang Xiong's expression was exceedingly grim. He longed to dispatch someone to the Gu Medical Clinic immediately, to dismantle that mortal into pieces, and to capture the young girl for a thorough torment, as a means to quell his rage. "President, please calm your anger," Qing Yi hastily interjected. "Though that mortal possesses knowledge of poison, he is hardly a threat. However, the young girl, being an alchemist, is no slouch in strength. If she indeed has some means of defense, would we not fall into a trap by recklessly attacking?" Qing Yi's words served as a timely reminder to Shang Xiong. Indeed. Moreover, Qing Feng Baohang holds considerable influence in Yunling City, rivaling that of the 3 great families. To suffer such a setback at the hands of a mere clinic would tarnish the reputation of its president. If this matter is not handled appropriately, it could bring disgrace upon the entire Qing Feng Baohang. What complicates matters further is that this incident could be exploited by Jinhua Baohang. Humph. Let that clinic linger for a while longer. Shang Xiong ultimately restrained his fury. The most pressing concern is not the fate of that insignificant clinic. Jinhua Baohang is the true adversary that demands his attention, and they are formidable opponents. By the way, President, I also observed the president of Jinhua Baohang and their chief steward exiting the clinic. Perhaps they have conspired together, intending to retaliate against us. Qing Yi has not forgotten that while on stakeout, he spotted the president of Jinhua Baohang, Feng Wuxin, along with that chief steward. At that moment, he sensed that this was no ordinary affair. The president Feng even brought the chief steward to personally visit the Gu family's clinic, coupled with the sight of that young woman concocting medicine in the inner room. Qing Yi felt there must be something intricate at play. No matter. Since the ambush last night proved unsuccessful, it was already anticipated by the president that Feng Wuxin would seek ways to counter us. At this moment, we hold the upper hand. We must act decisively. With a confident wave of his hand, Shang Xiong appeared unfazed, as if this minor upheaval could not possibly disrupt Qing Feng Baohang's forthcoming plans. Regardless, even if the Golden Phoenix Treasure House were to produce a more affordable and effective healing potion today, they would still lack inventory. In contrast, our Qing Feng Treasure House currently possesses a substantial stock of 1,000 bottles of Qingling liquid. President Shang, suddenly, the figure clad in black spoke. Shang Xiong trembled slightly, hastily turning around and bowing. "What orders do you have, sir?" Qing Yi observed discreetly. This mysterious figure in black was said to have approached voluntarily. He was quite young and of modest cultivation, merely at the 7th level of Foundation establishment. Yet, his alchemical skills were extraordinary. Previously, Qing Feng Treasure House had an alchemist who was quite overbearing, yet they had no choice but to employ him. However, After the arrival of this black-clad individual, a single alchemical competition left the old alchemist utterly humiliated, a direct affront to his pride. This person was enigmatic, his origins unknown, and he possessed remarkable talent. It was likely that he had influential backing. I have provided you with the potion you requested. Henceforth, I trust you will fulfill your promise and procure the medicinal materials I require. The voice of the figure in black was surprisingly youthful, reminiscent of someone merely in their 20s, yet his tone was notably deep and indifferent. Shang Xiong replied respectfully, "Of course. I assure you that within a short time, I shall deliver what you need." "Very well," the figure in black acknowledged before departing. Once the individual had moved out of earshot, Qing Yi inquired, "President, who exactly is this person?" Shang Xiong shook his head. "I do not know him either, but given his youth and exceptional alchemical prowess, he likely has a formidable mentor behind him." The figure cloaked in black instilled a profound sense of unease in Shang Xiong, for his alchemical skills were truly extraordinary. Shang Xiong could not believe that such a remarkable individual lacked a more formidable alchemical master behind him. Thus, as the president, he maintained an air of respect, refusing to display any disdain or offense due to the youth of the individual before him. Advanced alchemical practitioners are not to be trifled with. Provoking them is akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. After a moment of contemplation, Shang Xiong spoke again. "By the way, have you thoroughly searched for the items I requested?" Qing Yi furrowed his brow slightly. "President, those items are indeed difficult to locate. Regardless, you must persist in your search. If we fail to deliver on our promises, the figure in black will not take it lightly. He may be indifferent, but his patron is not someone we can provoke. Oh, it is a pity he remains so enigmatic. Otherwise, if we could win him over, it would provide us with additional assurance in dealing with Feng Wuxing." Shang Xiong sighed inwardly, a tinge of regret lingering in his heart. "President, should we gather some personnel to eliminate the Gu Medical Center first?" "No need. Since the medical center appears suspicious, we should refrain from making any rash moves lest we expose ourselves to danger. Instead, send someone to monitor the activities of the Jin Huang Treasure House. They are bound to take further action. Our immediate objective is to swiftly seize control of the Jin Huang Treasure House and absorb it, thereby strengthening our own power." "Understood, President. I shall attend to it immediately." Qing Yi bowed respectfully and took his leave. Meanwhile, within the medical center, Qin Yao gazed at the pot filled with a thick, azure elixir, its fragrance wafting through the air as she wiped the sweat from her brow. Success. After dedicating 2 hours to mastering the precise temperature and the quantities of the medicinal ingredients, she had finally concocted the coveted golden elixir. Although it bore a blue hue, in a bid to compete with the Qingling liquid from the Qingfeng treasure house, Feng Wuxing had whimsically named it golden elixir. Indeed, the quality was commendable. Despite lacking some experience, practice would surely refine her skills. Gu Heng nodded in satisfaction. How delightful it was that this young girl grasped everything with such swiftness. When tasked with body refinement, she immersed herself in the text with fervor. Her swordsmanship exuded the grace of a heroic maiden, and now, as she delved into alchemy, her progress was equally rapid. Gu Heng mused that he might have inadvertently taken a prodigious talent as his disciple. Chapter 74. The troubles of the Ling clan have arrived. Master Xia praised her, and Qin Yao beamed with delight, her smile radiant. She then extended her hand to present a container filled with spiritual liquid to Gu Heng. "Master, this concentrated golden spiritual liquid, when diluted with water, amounts to exactly 2,000 bottles, sufficient for sale at the Golden Phoenix Treasure House." She understood that the collaboration her master had arranged with Feng Wuxing was largely to pave the way for her own endeavors. Gu Heng merely sought some mundane silver coins to ensure he would not fall into destitution while experiencing the vicissitudes of mortal life. However, the task of refining the medicine rested on Qin Yao's shoulders, as she was also responsible for delivering it to the Golden Phoenix Treasure House and instructing them on its preparation. Thus, this partnership was essentially a collaboration between Qin Yao and the Golden Phoenix Treasure House, with Gu Heng merely playing a facilitating role. For Qin Yao, this was undoubtedly a precious opportunity. She perceived Feng Wuxing, the president, as exceedingly ambitious, driven by a fierce determination to ascend. This golden spiritual liquid had the potential to obliterate the Qingfeng Treasure House, establishing her dominance in Yunling City. Beyond that, the surrounding towns and even more distant cities would soon fall under her control. Qin Yao was the key figure who provided her with all these opportunities. Although she had lost everything after her rebirth, her past triumphs, rising from nothing to the position of an emperor with considerable influence, assured her that she could achieve greatness once more. Feng Wuxin's ambition and expansion aligned perfectly with Qin Yao's aspirations. The name Holy Yao Empress would not easily fade into obscurity. Moreover, this beginning could be described as a wondrous experience she had never envisioned. With a benevolent mentor guiding her into the mortal realm and nurturing her aspirations of cultivation, she enjoys the comfort of a bed, the satisfaction of a hearty meal, and the freedom to devote herself wholeheartedly to her practice, untroubled by the lurking threats of wolves and vermin. In the past, such a life had eluded her. Emerging from obscurity as a solitary cultivator, she carved her path through the perilous rules of a predatory world, where each step was fraught with danger. Even after establishing her own sect and gathering a loyal following, her troubles only multiplied. The alliance of external foes and internal traitors could inflict harm far beyond mere addition. The machinations of intrigue nearly extinguished Qin Yao's patience in her quest for ascendance. Yet, the present was different. Someone was shielding her. "Yao, why do you gaze at me so intently?" Gu Hong inquired, noticing the rapt attention of Qin Yao and the telltale flush illuminating her cheeks, reminiscent of a blooming flower. Vibrant and alluring. What had caused this sudden daydream? Why the blush? It was only then that Qin Yao regained her composure, quickly averting her gaze to mask her emotions. Lifting her eyes, she beamed with radiance and replied, "I am merely grateful to have encountered such a remarkable mentor." Gu Hong chuckled heartily, tousling her hair affectionately. "Silly girl, I merely stumbled upon you by chance. What if, on another day, I had found another child elsewhere? Your own sensibility brings me comfort." Qin Yao nodded obediently. It has been 2 days since old Master Wu returned, and there has been no word from him. Gu Hong recalled another matter. The venerable old Master Wu had assured them just a few days prior that he would successfully convey their interests regarding the 1,000 sword hunting grounds. Yet now, 2 days have elapsed, and while he has secured a lucrative deal with the Golden Phoenix Treasure House, there has been no response from that side. Like mud flowing into the sea, it has vanished without a trace. His young lady had some unique requests, and Gu Hong was determined to fulfill them. He had promised to indulge her, and he intended to keep that promise. If they were unwilling to comply, so be it. Qin Yao blinked and shook her head. She did not fully trust the third elder of the Nianling sect, and was prepared for contingencies. If the Nianling sect refused her entry, she would breach the barriers of the 1,000 sword hunting grounds herself. Bringing this up was merely to preserve the Nianling sect's dignity. If they declined, that would be even better. Qin Yao had no desire for Gu Hang to expend resources on those forces she deemed unworthy. It would be a tremendous waste. It was unacceptable for promises to be broken. Old Master Wu had assured her that he would send someone with authority to negotiate, so it would be prudent to wait another day. If nothing materialized, Gu Hang's gaze gradually darkened. After all, he had established a connection with the Golden Phoenix Treasure House. Should that affluent merchant family refuse to acquiesce, he would find another way to demonstrate his strength. Securing a tiger's skin would not be difficult. Boom. At this moment, a sudden commotion erupted above Yunling City, as if a tempestuous gale swept through, shaking the very foundations of the city and alarming many within, both cultivators and mortals alike. In the western part of the city, within the ancient sculptor's workshop, Lu Yin was diligently practicing calligraphy. However, the swiftly passing force disrupted his concentration, causing his final stroke to lose its elegance. He took a deep breath, calming his mind. For in the pursuit of calligraphy, one's state of mind is of utmost importance. Observing Lu Yan's mistake, the old sculptor immediately scolded him, imparting the wisdom of a mentor. Lu Yan nodded in acknowledgement and resumed his practice, while the old man, visibly displeased, gazed at the sky and muttered, "Humph. Merely a fledgling in the tribulation stage dares to be so audacious." An even more formidable aura emanated from the old man, enveloping the small workshop, for he could not allow that fool to disturb his disciple's focus. In the southern part of the city, Gu Hong stepped into the courtyard, his gaze fixed upon the conspicuous traces of energy left in the sky, fully aware that they were the remnants of a powerful being. "Humph, what a nuisance," he murmured, his brow furrowed. Witnessing these formidable cultivators traversing mountains and seas, soaring through the heavens, Gu Hang's feelings had shifted from the past. Previously, he had believed he could one day become a figure who looked down upon the world. Now he merely perceived these individuals as ostentatious show-offs. Qin Yao also sensed the fluctuations of that immense power, recognizing it as the passage of a tribulation stage expert across the sky. Moreover, observing that direction, it appeared to be heading towards the Spirit Thought sect. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Spirit Thought sect, the sect leader, Zhu Ling, was engaged in discussion with several elders. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly rose to his feet, his sleeves trembling, and declared, "Prepare yourselves, ready the mountain protection array. Master this." The elders were perplexed, unsure of the events that warranted the activation of the sect's protective formation, which should not be employed lightly. "Hasten," Zhu Ling commanded sternly, his complexion ashen. The elders, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrained from further inquiry and swiftly departed. Once the elders had vacated the premises, Zhu Ling's figure flickered as he leaped from the hall, his true energy surging as he hovered in the air. Yet, he was drenched in cold sweat. For the rapidly approaching figure emanated an overwhelming, undeniable force that filled him with an instinctual dread. Chapter 75. Defeated in a single strike, ha ha ha. The Nihility sect. Your grandfather, Huang Li, has arrived. A voice, brimming with arrogance and unparalleled dominance, resonated through the air, shaking the entire area. The overwhelming pressure seemed to descend from the heavens, instilling sheer terror in the hearts of all nearby cultivators, who gazed in astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding events. Huang Li. Who is this person? How dare he display such audacity at the gates of our Nihility sect? Could he possibly be another formidable figure? Regardless, such blatant disregard for our sect cannot be tolerated. Surely the elders and the sect master would not permit such arrogance. At this moment, just before noon, many disciples were diligently practicing outside the gates of the Nihility sect. Yet, they beheld a figure, draped in a withered brown hue, swiftly approaching. Enveloped in an immense and formidable aura, charging towards the sect's entrance like a mountain pressing down, rendering the onlookers breathless. With some disciples dropping to their knees in submission. This man is undeniably a powerhouse. But what of it? The Nihility sect stands resolute here. Do we lack strong figures of our own? Rather than succumbing to the oppressive presence this intruder exudes, the disciples yearn to witness the sight of him being chased and vanquished by the elders and the sect master. As anticipated, in the face of the encroaching pressure, a figure emerged from the Nihility sect, standing poised in midair. With a cough, he deflected the overwhelming force, casting it aside like an insignificant gust. It was the sect master, Zhu Ling, compelled to reveal himself. It is the sect master. It is said that the sect leader has not taken action for many years, and this time we are fortunate enough to witness a spectacle. The appearance of Zhu Ling has instilled a sense of support among the disciples. A leader of a sect ought to possess such resolve. How infuriating! How could this person arrive so swiftly? Zhu Ling appeared calm and composed, hands clasped behind his back. Yet beads of cold sweat trickled down his temples as he silently cursed within. The withered brown figure also halted, confronting Zhu Ling from a distance. This uninvited powerhouse was none other than the leader of the Huangdao sect, Huang Li, clad in a tattered brown robe and barefoot. His disheveled hair and beard gave him the appearance of a destitute beggar rather than a formidable expert. It had been a long time since they had seen Huang Li. However, his immediate display of dominance was a clear indication of his ill intentions. Zhu Ling clasped his fists, his expression far from pleasant. Ha ha! Huang Li let out a hearty laugh, echoing through the air. Within several dozen paces around him, a terrifying whirlwind of blade energy surged violently. Enough of your pretense, Zhu Ling. Your Nianling sect is now but a shadow of its former self, merely a second-rate sect in this Qian prefecture, while my Huangdao sect is far superior. As Huang Li's words fell, over a dozen enormous crimson blade apparitions materialized around him, each radiating an astonishing aura of menace, causing the very grass and trees at the Nianling sect's entrance to tremble. As the blood saber's formidable aura emerged, an immediate chill enveloped the surroundings. As if the temperature had plummeted. Not only was it frigid, but there was also an acute stinging sensation that danced upon the skin. Wait, that individual is the leader of the blood saber sect. The very instigator who has long suppressed my Nianling sect. At last, some disciples recognized the presence of Huang Li, and they exclaimed loudly, causing an uproar among the crowd. Those who have come to cultivate in the Nianling sect were somewhat familiar with the history of their adversaries. The blood saber sect, without a doubt, stands as the nemesis of the Nianling sect. A century ago, the esteemed elder, Shaoling, was defeated by Huang Li in a cataclysmic battle, and shortly after returning to the sect, he met his demise. Such enmity runs deep. And now, the enemy has dared to come knocking at our door. As the murderous intent of the saber manifested, Zhu Ling felt himself swayed by the overwhelming force. Yet, he steadied himself and bellowed, "What of it? The grievances between our sects are profound, yet you demand that my Nianling sect submit for the sake of a mere individual." Dream on. With that final proclamation, his voice reverberated, sending forth a crimson wave that rolled outward. Huang Li smirked coldly, unfazed by Zhu Ling's defiant stance. He continued to fixate on Zhu Ling, scoffing, "It seems there is truly no one left in the Nianling sect. Even a worthless wretch like you dares to speak boldly. Be sensible and surrender, or else." With a menacing glare directed at Zhu Ling, his murderous intent palpable, he declared, "I could single-handedly annihilate your Nianling sect if I so desired." Suddenly, more than a dozen blood-red saber apparitions hovered in the air, and as Huang Li waved his hand, they all descended upon Zhu Ling with lethal intent. The blade's aura surged violently, enveloping Zhu Ling in an instant. "Zhu Ling, receive this strike from me, and let us see how much spirit remains in you, O so-called sect leader." With a whoosh, more than a dozen beams of light from the blades descended simultaneously, their terrifying might causing the disciples to falter, their faces paling as they collapsed to the ground. Even though these attacks were not directed at them, the mere aftermath was enough to inflict grievous injury. You go too far." Zhu Ling was filled with rage. Despite being only at the 8th level of the integration stage, his dignity had been provoked, and he was determined to retaliate. He raised his palms, and a circle of flames erupted from his hands. Leaping into the air, he struck forward, unleashing a tumultuous sea of fire that surged towards the dozen blood-red blades. The flames blazed fiercely, akin to a volcanic eruption. However, those blood-red blades were as resilient as impenetrable walls, the crimson flames merely creating ripples upon contact, unable to inflict any damage whatsoever. "Child's play," Huang Li scoffed, merging his fingers and pointing towards Zhu Ling. In an instant, the blood-red blades hurtled towards Zhu Ling with ferocity, their overwhelming presence shrouding the mountain gate. Zhu Ling's pupils constricted as he realized that even his most formidable technique, flames devouring the sea, could not withstand this onslaught. In a state of panic, he hastily employed various defensive measures in an attempt to block the terrifying light of the blades. Alas, such struggles proved futile. Under the oppressive weight of the blood-red radiance, Zhu Ling's defenses were swiftly torn asunder. Zhu Ling was forcefully propelled backward, crashing into the main hall of the mountain gate, causing half of it to collapse, thereby suffering a complete defeat in front of all witnesses. Hiss! At the sight of this scene, every onlooker could not help but gasp in astonishment. What realm did their sect leader occupy? The 8th stage of the harmonization period. He even had the potential to advance to the tribulation period. Yet, what was the outcome? He was vanquished in a single strike. Leader, the disciples, witnessing Zhu Ling's severe injuries and spitting blood, were engulfed in terror, as if the foundational pillar sustaining their hopes had shattered. Cough, cough. Little did they anticipate the might of a tribulation period expert to be so formidable. Zhu Ling was not dead, but he suffered grave injuries to his chest and abdomen, his breath already in disarray. Moreover, that lethal blade's force had infiltrated his body, inducing waves of excruciating pain, leaving him devoid of any strength to continue fighting. Furthermore, the brute force had indeed held back its full might. Even though he was merely at the first stage of the tribulation period, ending Zhu Ling's life would have been a trivial matter. Chapter 76. The Grand Elder steps forward. The chasm between those in the tribulation stage and those below is indeed vast. Even though Huang Li had only recently ascended to the tribulation stage, he faced Zhu Ling, an 8th-level harmonization stage cultivator, with an overwhelming dominance. Ultimately, this disparity arises from the fact that cultivators in the tribulation stage can harness the powers of heaven and earth, with each strike resonating, albeit faintly, with the rules of the Tao. Conversely, those below the tribulation stage lack such capabilities. A mere sliver of celestial power is sufficient to instill a sense of superiority over others. Huang Li exemplifies this notion. Though his realm remains unsteady and his foundation susceptible to damage, he fearlessly strides into the Nianling sect, unperturbed by the absence of worthy adversaries. Too weak, Huang Li remarked with a hint of regret, shaking his head. Huang Li, how dare you be so arrogant? Do you truly believe there is no one in the Nianling sect to challenge you? An elder stepped forward, fully aware of the disparity between their strengths. Yet filled with righteous indignation, he bellowed, "Huh." A smirk played upon Huang Li's lips. "Indeed, your Nianling sect seems devoid of formidable opponents, does it not?" A profound silence enveloped the mountain gate, as numerous disciples found themselves at a loss for words. Their faces turned pale, although reluctant. Their resentment was rendered utterly futile in the face of Huang Li's oppressive aura. Even the sect master had been defeated by this uninvited guest in a single strike. What could they possibly do? The elder momentarily faltered, but in the next instant, he gritted his teeth and declared fiercely, "I vow to fight you to the death. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not yield a single step." The Nianling sect is not yet at the mercy of bullies. A vow to fight to the death? Upon hearing those words, Huang Li erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke. Ha! However, in an instant, his expression shifted to one of ferocity, his gaze turning serpentine as he fixed a menacing stare upon Xiaoling. "What are you even worth? Do you dare to speak of a fight to the death with me? It is utterly ludicrous. Come at me." With that, the elder summoned his entire reservoir of spiritual energy, producing an ancient fragment of a stone tablet that transformed into a streak of azure light, hurtling towards Huang Li with the force of thunder. Yet, before it could even approach him, Huang Li's countenance darkened. With a mere flick of his finger, an invisible wave of malevolence swept forth, shattering the stone fragment into pieces. Poof! As the artifact was destroyed, the elder suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His spirit visibly weakened. Nevertheless, his eyes remained resolute as he gathered his spiritual energy once more. "Humph!" Huang Li snorted coldly, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "Since you are so stubborn, do not blame me for what follows." This individual was excessively obstinate. The disparity between them was glaringly evident. Yet he still chose to futilely resist, igniting a surge of overwhelming bloodlust within Huang Li. What fate awaits such obstinacy? In the next moment, his body trembled, and a torrent of formidable spiritual energy surged forth from his limbs, while crimson blades coalesced, densely surrounding him, exuding a chilling sharpness, as if they were poised to strike at any moment, sending shivers down the spines of all who beheld them. What is this? As they sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the blood-red blades floating around Huang Li, Zhu Ling and the others immediately turned pale, hastily retreating, unwilling to linger any longer. This time, no one could rescue them. However, at that moment, Huang Li suddenly smirked disdainfully, and with a flick of his wrist, 3 blood-red blades detached from before him and shot forth like lightning toward the elder. The elder dared not remain, attempting to withdraw. Yet he could not outpace the momentum of Huang Li's blades, which swiftly reached him and pierced through his form. Ugh! The elder let out a wretched cry as he plummeted backward. In a single move, he was slain. Zhu Ling and the others watched in horror as their faces contorted with dread. Huang Li, seemingly intent on not sparing them, concluded that the Nianling sect had no capable fighters left and resolved to annihilate them instead. He prepared to strike again, dozens of blood-colored blades poised to descend. Zhu Ling steeled himself, aware that their protective sect formation was ready to be activated. Yet, would it truly be effective against someone of Huang Li's caliber, who had already transcended to the tribulation phase? Moreover, Zhu Ling, the main formation's guardian, was now grievously injured. Was their sect truly destined for annihilation? Just as despair enveloped the two, a dispassionate voice echoed, "Enough." At the sound, everyone turned toward its source and beheld a youthful figure gliding toward them. It was none other than the supreme elder of the Nianling sect, Xiaoling. He had no choice but to intervene. If we do not intervene soon, this wild force will surely obliterate the foundation that our esteemed Nianling sect and our ancestors have painstakingly established. Though Xiaoling possesses merely the cultivation of half a step into the tribulation stage, the ascension of the wild force to the first level of the tribulation stage is but a matter of days. He is not without the means to fight back. Furthermore, once the protective grand formation is activated, it will alleviate some of the disparity. However, should we engage in a direct confrontation with this wild force, the Nianling sect will undoubtedly face annihilation. Especially considering the thousands of disciples within the sect, their survival is far from guaranteed. The aftermath of a clash between powerful beings could spell their doom. Elder, upon recognizing Xiaoling, Zhu Ling immediately called out, "Do not worry. I have my own methods to handle this," Xiaoling assured her with a confident glance. Observing this, the wild force manifested a cold smile of relief, and with a deep breath, his gaze turned increasingly frigid. "Ha ha! I knew you wouldn't perish so easily. Enough of your prattle, Xiao Ling retorted, fixing his cold stare upon him. Is it your intention to declare war on the Nianling sect today? And if it is? The wild force crossed his arms, clearly recognizing that Xiao Ling had not truly entered the tribulation stage. Engaging him would lead to certain defeat. He was also aware that the Nianling sect possessed a formidable grand formation, just as his own sect, the Wild Blade sect, had its safeguards. Yet, the wild force dared to confront them alone. Do you think the Nianling sect of today is still akin to that of 2 centuries past? You are already diminished. My Wild Blade sect is the true dominant force in Qian Prefecture, he declared with audacity. With a resounding roar, a torrent of internal energy surged within him, manifesting as black dragons that coiled menacingly around his form, intensifying his already terrifying aura. Surrounding him, dark clouds gathered ominously, thunder rumbled, and the winds heralded an impending storm. Xiao Ling thought to himself, sensing the dire situation. This overwhelming presence was undeniably superior to his own. Indeed, he had entered the tribulation stage. He had anticipated the inevitable confrontation with Huang Li, yet he was taken aback by the urgency of this opponent, having just achieved a breakthrough. He showed no intention of taking a moment to consolidate his foundation through a month of quiet cultivation before launching an immediate assault. The annihilation of your Nianling sect is but a trivial matter, devoid of challenge, Huang Li remarked, his tone shifting as he snapped. Do not presume that my Huang Dao sect requires the full might of our forces, even as a solitary warrior. I am more than capable of dealing with all of you. Xiao Ling found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 77. At the brink of life and death under the tribulation, one must not challenge those who have transcended it. This is a harsh reality, even with the protective formation of the sect in place, as the master of the array. He could only muster a mere 1 or 2 chances of victory against the formidable Arid Force. Ultimately, the outcome could very well lead to Arid Force being injured and Xiao Ling meeting his demise. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, Xiao Ling could not afford to falter. He bore the hopes of the entire sect upon his shoulders. Fortunately, Xiao Ling was quite familiar with this relentless adversary. Arid Force was a rather deranged individual. Perhaps it was precisely because the Spirit Thought sect lacked anyone capable of contending with him that he harbored the intent to annihilate it. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. Just you and I, in our usual place. Xiao Ling boldly issued a challenge to Arid Force. Oh, Arid Force's lips curled into a slight smirk. But your strength, merely at the half-step of the tribulation stage, is hardly impressive. Give me 4 days, and I too shall ascend to the tribulation stage. Xiao Ling regarded him with calm composure. Suddenly, Arid Force's gaze sharpened. What nonsense are you spouting? 4 days? You appear to have been stuck at the half-step tribulation stage for quite some time. Now, you dare to boast that you can overcome this hurdle in just 4 days? If you do not believe me, let us engage in a fierce battle right now. Xiao Ling, however, exhibited unwavering determination. With a flourish of his sleeve, the ethereal blue energy manifested, leaving Arid Force with a choice, to fight now or to wait for 4 days. He did not hesitate. Rather than crushing this opponent at present, he would wait 4 days and see if he could be surprised. Very well, I shall grant you an additional 4 days. The voice of the wild and fierce figure echoed, and with a flamboyant flick of his sleeve, he soared into the sky. As he observed the vanishing silhouette, Xiao Ling's tense expression finally eased. However, upon noticing the weariness and frailty etched upon his countenance, Zhu Ling and the others could not suppress their concern, inquiring, Elder, are you unwell? It is of no consequence, Xiao Ling replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. His earlier words were merely a ruse to buy time. After all, he held no absolute assurance of victory in the impending battle 4 days hence. Yet, would he ever allow himself to appear timid? He had spoken boldly, knowing that the wild figure would be swayed by such bravado. Otherwise, should he reveal even a hint of hesitation, he would inevitably face utter destruction. Regardless of the outcome, the priority was to prolong the time. Xiao Ling's thoughts raced. Though he stood at the threshold of the tribulation stage, the prospect of vanquishing the formidable foe at the first level of tribulation remained an insurmountable challenge. Let the disciples return and rest. We shall prepare a proper burial for Elder Mo. Xiao Ling sighed as he issued the command. Yes, Elder, the others responded in unison. Subsequently, Zhu Ling accompanied Xiao Ling to the grand hall at the entrance of the Nianling sect. Xiao Ling settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes to recuperate and restore his depleting energy. The previous exchange, which scarcely qualified as a clash, had already inflicted considerable strain on his internal organs. The disparity between him and the wild figure was still far too great. Moreover, a fierce battle lay ahead. If he did not ascend to the tribulation stage, all would be lost. The venerable elder, the fierce approach of the wild power looms ominously. If it were not for your intervention, I fear the situation would have escalated drastically, Zhu Ling expressed with palpable concern. It seems that this time, seeking a pill from that esteemed predecessor is imperative. Xiong Ling opened his eyes, a flicker of unusual colors shimmering within. As the venerable elder contemplated, Zhu Ling hesitated for a moment, sensing that this inquiry might be inappropriate, and thus fell silent. Contemplated what? Xiong Ling raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what if he is unwilling to provide it? Ha Xiong Ling chuckled bitterly. If he refuses, then you might as well disperse all the disciples of the Nianling sect, for I shall face the wild power alone. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ling found himself at a loss for words, even though he had more to articulate. Your personal visit to plead on my behalf would indeed show some sincerity, especially given that our Nianling sect stands on the brink of peril, Xiong Ling continued, rising to his feet and making his way towards the mountain gate. Understood. Zhu Ling nodded silently, hastening to follow suit. The two traveled at a swift pace, soon arriving at Yunling City. After listening to Wu Rong's account, they learned that the esteemed predecessor cherished tranquility, venturing into the mortal realm for this very reason. Although cultivators were not barred from visiting him, they were advised against being overly ostentatious. After all, he had descended into the mundane world and could not maintain an air of superiority. Thus, as they approached the city, they descended and walked leisurely. Do not speak for the time being. I shall communicate with him, Xiong Ling advised. All right, Zhu Ling acquiesced. Upon entering Yunling City, Zhu Ling remained silent, while Xiaoling gazed upon the bustling streets, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Ah, I have not ventured beyond the tranquil confines of the sect for a century. This place feels refreshingly novel, murmured the esteemed elder. Indeed, elder, it would be beneficial for you to explore more, Zhu Ling replied, encouragingly. As they conversed, the two made their way to the southern part of Yunling City, effortlessly locating Gu Heng's medical clinic following Wu Rong's directions. Standing at the entrance, Xiaoling scrutinized the signboard, his eyes narrowing slightly. What is it? Zhu Ling inquired. Sensing his unease, in a hushed tone, Xiaoling responded, this senior is likely not an ordinary person. Zhu Ling was taken aback. He examined the signboard multiple times, finding nothing amiss, and furrowed his brow. Elder, what do you mean by that? Xiaoling spoke softly. The essence conveyed by this signboard is remarkably potent. Having one foot in the tribulation stage, he possessed an enhanced ability to discern the profound truths embedded in the characters, allowing him to sense the formidable power within the artful script. Moreover, the inscriptions bore an unmistakable flavor of intense battle intent. Though subtle, he could faintly detect a palpable aura of slaughter emanating from it. This signboard must have been inscribed by the owner of the clinic himself. Gazing at those four characters, Xiaoling felt as though he had glimpsed fragments of the owner's past. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. It appears that this senior once held a formidable reputation. The words inscribed on this plaque possess a sharpness that cannot be concealed. One can surmise that his hands are stained with the blood of numerous adversaries. Is that so? Zhu Ling exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Xiaoling nodded, pausing for a moment before adding, however, we must proceed with caution. Although this senior seems to have retreated from the world, should we inadvertently provoke the remnants of his past ferocity, our lives may be at stake. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ling instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. He nodded in agreement, affirming Xiao Ling's astute observation. The elder's words rang true. After a brief discussion, Xiao Ling lifted his foot and made his way towards the medical hall. Meanwhile, in the front hall, a young man sat there, perusing through the account books. Gu Heng raised his head and noticed a youth of similar age to himself, accompanied by a middle-aged man, entering the premises. He furrowed his brow and then heard the youth inquire, "Are you the proprietor of this Gu family medical hall?" "Indeed," Gu Heng replied. "I presume you are the individuals mentioned by the venerable Master Wu Rong, those who possess the authority to decide, correct?" Chapter 78. Are they not charging any fees? Gu Heng meticulously observed the two individuals before him. He possessed a keen eye for detail. The first, a young man, stood at the forefront, while a middle-aged gentleman lingered behind. Both were dressed in modest yet refined attire. The pale blue robes they wore suggested a fabric of exceptional quality. far removed from the coarse garments of common folk, indicating their distinguished status. Furthermore, the young man exuded an air of confidence and displayed cultured manners. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, though adopting a humble demeanor as he stepped back, maintained an air of respectfulness, appearing more like a guardian to the young nobleman. Drawing from these observations, Gu Hong concluded with certainty that these individuals hailed from the esteemed family of the venerable Wu Rong. The young aristocrat must be the pivotal figure Wu Rong had referred to as someone capable of making decisions. However, the youth's tender age led Gu Hong to perceive this affluent family as remarkably progressive, entrusting leadership to someone so young, perhaps indicative of the young man's formidable abilities. Since the elder has already discerned our identities, I beg your pardon for this unsolicited intrusion, Xiao Ling said with a respectful bow. Little did they anticipate that even before entering the city, they had indulged in unnecessary speculation. Upon their arrival at the medical hall, it became evident that their identities were already understood, and the purpose of their visit was clear. Before such formidable figures, nothing could remain concealed. Xiao Ling endeavored to adopt a humble stance. For the sake of the Ling sect, this quest for elixirs demanded a degree of restraint. It was crucial not to project an image of equality, for such an impression could complicate matters significantly. Oh, Gu Hong raised an eyebrow. This individual was quite courteous. Gu Hong was reminded of Feng Wuxin, the president of the Golden Phoenix Treasure Hall, who was equally polite and respectful, which instantly made him feel quite pleased. He immediately displayed a hint of amiable smile and said, "It cannot be considered a disturbance. Please, take a seat." The two exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Xiao Ling who spoke. "Thank you, senior, for your warm hospitality. May I inquire your name?" Gu Hong asked, only inquiring about the young gentleman's name, as the bodyguard appeared to be solely responsible for his protection and not involved in any decision-making. "Simply call me Xiao Ling," the young man replied. Gu Hong found it somewhat peculiar that a relative of Wu Rong bore the surname Xiao rather than Wu. However, upon reflection, it seemed that Wu Rong might merely be a distant relative, while the Xiao lineage was indeed the true head of the family. It was no wonder Wu Rong mentioned he had no authority to make decisions. The one with the power was undoubtedly of the Xiao lineage. Xiao Ling then seated himself beside Zhu Ling on the adjacent bench, and Gu Hong proceeded directly to the crux of the matter. "You both are now aware of my identity. Wu Rong visited me a few days ago. Regarding a certain matter, my disciple severed the hand of Wu Rong's grandson. Since you are the one who holds the authority, I wish to know if you believe it is time to move past this incident." Gu Hong did not beat around the bush. The reasoning was straightforward. The opposing party belonged to a prominent family, one of wealth and prestige, who held great regard for their reputation. Although Wu Rong stated that the incident involving his grandson's hand should be put to rest, it did not imply that the rest of the family would share the same sentiment. Of course, Wu Rong's grandson had a history of misdeeds, and Gu Hong had contemplated dealing with him on several occasions. However, out of consideration for Wu Rong's reputation, I hesitated to act. This time, allowing your disciple to teach him a lesson serves as a warning. Xiao Ling promptly responded. What folly it would be to dwell on the past. This Nianling sect is incapable of dealing with lowly cultivators like Huang Li, who are merely entering the tribulation phase, let alone the mysterious Mr. Gu, whom even Xiao Ling cannot fathom. The plaque I glimpsed upon entering has already made it abundantly clear that the strength of this medical establishment's owner far exceeds my own. It surpasses even that of Huang Li. Just moments ago, I dared to be a bit audacious and probe Mr. Gu's aura, yet I discerned nothing. This alone attests to the fact that Gu Heng's power has reached an inscrutable level. Therefore, spare me the discussions of past grievances. Should the need arise, Xiao Ling would not hesitate to take the lives of Wu Rong and Wu Jie, all in pursuit of gaining Gu Heng's favor. Gu Hong smiled subtly and nodded. That is well. Indeed, young Master Xiao Ling possesses a keen sense of propriety. It is no wonder that such a grand and affluent family entrusts him as their spokesperson. He evidently understands right from wrong and recognizes the significance of reputation and prestige for the family. In this comparison, while Wu Rong exudes an air of opulence, it is the simply attired young Master Xiao Ling who displays true grace. Now, let us address the matter at hand. He straightened his posture. My disciple wishes to enter your thousand-sword hunting ground. Wu Rong claims he lacks the authority to decide. However, I have instructed him to convey my proposition, to provide you with an entrance fee in exchange for my disciple's admission. What do you think? That is acceptable, Xiao Ling replied straightforwardly. Despite his seemingly affable demeanor, Gu Hong undoubtedly despises indirectness. Thus, Xiao Ling decided to cater to his preferences, striving to win his favor. Well then, name your price. Gu Hong declared with a grand gesture, exuding confidence. He currently possessed ample wealth, having recently received a substantial sum of 100,000 taels of gold from President Feng Wuxin. If spent according to his previous habits, this amount could sustain him until the end of his days. Acquiring an entry permit for a hunting ground for Qin Yao would be an effortless endeavor. Even if this young Master Xiao were to demand an exorbitant fee, it could hardly exceed 1,000 taels, and given his rationality, he would undoubtedly not ask for such a sum. After all, it was Wu Rong's grandson who first provoked his disciple, rendering them in the wrong. Well, Xiao Ling began to feel anxious. Ultimately, he had to confront this moment. He needed to request an 8th-grade elixir from Mr. Gu. Otherwise, he would have no hope of advancing to the tribulation stage within 4 days, jeopardizing the future of the Nianling sect. Yet, Xiao Ling remained unable to fathom the intentions of this esteemed elder. Despite his cordial exterior, the essence captured in that plaque revealed a maniacal powerhouse with a penchant for violence. Even if he chose to live in seclusion now, nurturing his spirit, it did not imply a transformation of his fundamental nature. Mr. Gu, you are quite knowledgeable about alchemy, are you not? After much deliberation, Xiao Ling cautiously broached the subject. Indeed, although puzzled by the sudden deviation of their conversation, Gu Hong nodded in acknowledgement. Then, grant me a pill of considerable value, one that you have personally concocted, in exchange for allowing your disciple to enter the 1,000-sword hunting grounds. What do you think? After speaking, Xiao Ling felt as though a drum were beating within his chest, the rhythm quickening to an almost unbearable pace, and he could not help but swallow hard. A sense of trepidation washed over him. However, he realized that if he did not voice his request, it would merely lead to a slow demise. Oh, Gu Hong was momentarily taken aback. Rather than seeking monetary compensation, he was being asked for a pill of his own creation. Gu Hong had already prepared himself to part with several hundred taels of gold, yet Xiao Ling's request left him bewildered. In his view, a pill of sufficient value would surely be more than just a simple concoction. In truth, he had none to offer. What could possibly be deemed precious among the things he could readily produce?